A man sits alone, surrounded by rundown, dirty walls. The old wooden furniture looks like it could break at any moment. But worst of all, there are other inhabitants here. Little flies that occasionally buzz in through the vents. One of them drifts lazily through the stale air, and it's this tiny, insignificant creature that he finds himself envying more than anything. With a sudden smack, his hand closes around the fly mid-flight. He opens his palm to look at what's left, a strange aura faintly swirling. And then, without a single change in expression, he licks it clean. A bitter taste fills his mouth, a grim reminder of his desperate meal. He stands in the center of his world, a bare, underground cell. This bunker has been his entire life, and a flicker of defiance lights his eyes. His only constant companion has been the single light bulb hanging overhead, and even that seems to falter, threatening to plunge him into darkness. He takes a seat at his desk, preparing an introduction for a future he's not sure will come. He believes this journal will be handy one day, if he ever escapes this hellhole. But as he begins to write, his hand stops. He realizes he doesn't even know his own name. He looks to the only photograph he owns, certain that he must have one. And he's just as sure that the woman in the frame, his mother, is the one who gave it to him. His mind pieces together a fragmented memory. He was separated from her at birth. He knows this because of the way she's holding the infant in the picture. His gaze falls on that single, precious photograph on his desk. In it, a woman with a gentle smile cradles a newborn baby. A warmth spreads through his chest. He just knows his mother must have loved him. But a cold, sudden voice shatters the moment, declaring that she's dead. The chilling words come from an older man, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He whips around, his heart pounding, demanding how this stranger could know such a thing. The man elaborates with a twisted glee, saying she jumped off a bridge shortly after his birth. The news doesn't bring tears, but a low, broken laugh as his hand begins to quiver. And the man delivering this soul-crushing news, seen standing beside his mother in a photo, is none other than his own father. The very same man who has him locked away deep inside this concrete bunker. A realization dawns on him. His father is a truly sick, twisted individual. His entire world has been reduced to a single, barren room. A maze of long, dilapidated hallways and countless locked doors. And for every single one of those locks, his father holds the key, dangling them with a smug sense of ownership. He promises his son with a chilling smile that he's never, ever leaving this place. Then, twisting the knife, he asks if he remembers why his mother chose to end it all. The son glares back, his silence thick with rage and confusion. His father simply reaches over and picks up a chocolate chip cookie. Then he lunges forward, shoving the treat right in the boy's face. He explains that his mother was afraid because she knew a terrible secret. A horrifying realization begins to dawn in the young man's eyes. His father's speech grows grander, likening the cookie in his hand to the planet Earth, and to our very home, held delicately in his grasp. She knew, he claims, that the world would eventually meet its demise. The apocalypse was coming. As he says this, he cruelly crumbles the cookie, letting the pieces fall all over his son. And that, he declares, is why he can't let him leave. Framing this prison as a father's love, his son can only listen in agony as his father insists he's keeping him here to save him. The young man's fists clench, trembling with a rage that's about to boil over. The father continues, callously suggesting his wife chose death because she was afraid of the apocalypse. That's the last straw. The prisoner erupts, shouting that he doesn't believe a word of this twisted lie. Unfazed, his father dismisses his outburst, tapping a small book on the table before him. He holds up the diary, declaring his son won't be needing it anymore as he flicks open a lighter. Pure horror washes over the young man's face as he reaches out, desperately pleading for him to stop. But the flame has already touched the paper, and the diary begins to blaze. He callously drops the burning book into a bin, leaving it to turn into ash. Utterly broken, the son collapses, muttering that the man before him is disgusting, and no father at all. The man just shrugs, a twisted smile on his face, claiming this is all for his son's own good. But his son's eyes, quivering with silent rage, tell a very different story as the man announces it's time to go. Numbly, he gets up and follows, his spirit completely crushed. They walk down the same bleak hallway they do every single day. The low whir of ventilation fans is the only sound that breaks the oppressive silence. And a chilling realization dawns on him: he never hears any other living beings here. Throughout this entire, sprawling bunker, the only people are him and the monster he once called his father. They reach another door, the man's hand clacking against it as he opens it. And inside, the same room, the same desk, the same horrifying routine begins all over again. The man teaches him the same lessons, the same training, day in and day out. But through this crushing monotony, there's a single flicker of hope that keeps him going. He carefully pulls out a hidden notebook from his desk. Every day, he's allowed a small window of free time to read books from the library. In this small, brick-walled room, he finds his only solace. The library is vast, but his favorites are always the ones that describe the outside world. He looks up, his hand reaching for the sterile ceiling light, imagining what real sunlight feels like. He knows it would be warm and gentle, nothing like the cold glare of this bunker. For a moment, he is completely lost in the fantasy, a desperate yearning in his eyes. The dream of green trees and an open sky is the only thing keeping his spirit from shattering. He imagines feeling the soft grass beneath his bare feet for the very first time. The simple dream of running free in an open field, a peaceful life he's never known. He yearns to be among people, to not be an isolated subject in a cage, to speak with others, to connect, and maybe, just maybe, find a friend. But that beautiful daydream is just a fantasy, and a grim reality sets in. He knows that if he ever wants to get out of here, he needs to. A sudden, violent thud shatters his thoughts as the book is smacked from his grasp. The man looms over him, his glasses glinting coldly in the dim light. Thrown to the floor, he's reminded that reading is a privilege, strictly for free time. His captor glances at the confiscated book, discovering its dangerous contents, a story of the outside world. A cruel, mocking grin spreads across the man's face, finding the boy's hope absolutely pathetic. He looms over the prisoner, who trembles with anger and humiliation for still dreaming of the outside. How many times must he be told? He will never see the world beyond these walls. The captor begins his usual chilling lecture, speaking of a coming apocalypse. He paints a twisted picture of a world burning, of nothing left but screams and ashes. He insists this underground bunker is the only path to survival, a reality the boy refuses to accept. But the prisoner has heard this tired repertoire 1,000 times, this same lie about the end of the world. It's nothing more than a ridiculous excuse to keep him locked away, a justification for the constant torment. Clenching his fists, he makes a silent, burning vow that one day he will leave this hellhole. But for now, his hand can only twitch on the cold floor, a small sign of the storm brewing within. His captor finishes his speech, deciding that now is not the time. But the boy thinks the same thing, he just has to wait for the perfect moment. Every day, he waits. For the one instant his tormentor finally puts his guard down. But that time isn't now. Now, there is only the sound of labored breathing. The empty, sterile room is his training ground and his entire world. Every session pushes him to the absolute edge of his limits. He slumps against the wall, body screaming, completely exhausted. His captor looms over him, mocking his weakness, asking if he's already tired. After all, he's only done 10 push-ups with a mountain of weight on his back. With a final, violent twitch, his muscles give out as the weights crash to the floor. He's left a heap on the ground, every fiber of his being screaming in protest. His captor approaches, his steps echoing in the stark, silent room. But instead of another blow, the man offers a hand, and our boy can only stare in disbelief. In this sterile prison, such a gesture feels utterly alien, a predator offering aid to its prey. There's a glint in the older man's eye, a look that promises anything but salvation. The prisoner hesitates, clearing his throat, trying to make sense of it all. He can't help but ask, full of suspicion, why this man would ever help him. Against his better judgment, he reaches out and takes the offered hand, and is immediately yanked forward with brutal force, the help just another part of the lesson. The man scoffs, asking when he ever said he was actually helping, and with a vicious kick, he sends our boy flying across the room. The prisoner tumbles helplessly through the air with a sickening thud. He crashes headfirst into the wall, shattering the mirror on impact. His tormentor looks on, imparting the first brutal lesson. Never trust a helping hand. He explains that humans are the real monsters to be feared, especially when the apocalypse comes. That is the very reason for all this suffering, the reason he is being trained so relentlessly in the art of combat, so that if he ever encounters another human, he can take them down with his bare hands. This, the man explains with a chilling finality, is why. The young man lies motionless amidst the shattered glass, seemingly broken. His mentor scoffs, disappointed at how easily his student was knocked out. Deciding the lesson is over for the day, he carelessly turns his back. The clank of keys is the sound of his overconfidence, a fatal mistake. But the prisoner's eye suddenly snaps open, glowing with a cold green light. He wasn't defeated. He was waiting for this exact moment for his guard to drop. In a blur of motion, he pushes himself up from the ground. His hand finds exactly what it's looking for, a jagged shard of mirror. He lunges forward, a silent predator closing the distance in a heartbeat. His bare feet dig into the floor as he coils his body for the finishing blow. His mind is set. Kill the old man, grab those keys, and finally escape this hell. He launches himself across the room, a blur of desperation and raw intent. A manic grin spreads across his face as he feels victory within his grasp. The glass shard sings through the air, aimed right for the jugular. It closes in on the man's exposed neck, just an inch from the killing blow. But the attack halts, and a chilling realization dawns on him he's made a fatal mistake. The older man stands completely unfazed, not a single scratch on him. His cold gaze turns inward, lost in a sudden, harsh memory. He sees a familiar shadow cast upon the floor, of hands bound and helpless. It was the lesson his own father taught him. A true predator never lets his guard down. The memory continues. A blade held to his father's neck, a perfect ambush. But with a horrifying burst of speed, the older man had turned the tables in an instant. Our prisoner jolts back to reality, his body trembling from the phantom fear. The terrifying, distorted face of that monster is forever seared into his memory. He fights it down with a grunt, steeling his resolve and gripping the glass shard. With a desperate shout, he swings with every ounce of strength he has left. But the sinister man simply tilts his head, the blade whistling past his ear. He flows into an effortless spin, completely avoiding the telegraphed attack. The prisoner's all-or-nothing strike slices through nothing but empty air. A look of pure disbelief washes over his face he missed. It was over. The sound of a single drop pierces the darkness, and his eyes fly open with a silent scream. He jolts awake, finding himself not in a fight for his life, but back in his drab, cold cell. That same dripping sound echoes from a bucket in the corner, a constant, maddening rhythm. A calm voice tells him he's finally awake, and the prisoner flinches, startled by the sudden intrusion. And there he is, the sinister man, standing by the doorway as if nothing ever happened. He even offers a bit of mock praise, calling his desperate assassination attempt a good try. Holding up the glass shard, he reminds the prisoner of a very important lesson he seems to have forgotten. All this training is utterly meaningless unless he can win with his bare hands. So as punishment for using a weapon, tomorrow's session will be twice as hard. The prisoner can only seethe in silence as the door clicks shut, locked in once more. With a wicked grin, his captor bids him goodnight, promising a brutal day of training tomorrow. The single light hanging from the ceiling flickers out, plunging the room into darkness. His footsteps echo down the hall and then fade, leaving the prisoner utterly alone. But a determined look crosses the young man's face. There's one thing his dad doesn't know. Every night, when the lights are cut, all the electricity in the room dies with them. The constant, low hum of the machinery on the wall sputters to a halt. And in that perfect, manufactured silence, he can finally begin to listen. He moves to the cold stone wall, placing his hands flat against the bricks. In this brief moment of stillness, his senses sharpen. He can hear the things he's not supposed to, a secret training his captor knows nothing about. His senses expand, catching the faint chirping of birds and the distant turning of wheels. He can even hear the low, steady hum of the city, a world he's never been allowed to see. Through this nightly ritual, he's pieced together two undeniable truths. The first is that when his father tells him it's time for sleep, it's actually morning in the real world, with the sun shining bright. And the second, more important discovery, is that Earth is still peaceful. He finally understands. The story of the apocalypse was all a lie, a cruel fiction designed to keep him trapped in this underground bunker. But his resolve hardens with this knowledge. He will escape this place one day. And when he does, he'll find the one person he needs to see. His mother. He remembers every time he's asked about his mother. And every time, his so-called father would just smile and tell him she was dead. But now that he knows the world outside is fine, that smile seems more like a mask. A chilling thought takes hold. If the apocalypse was a lie, then her death must be one too. A fire ignites in his eyes. She must be alive. And he swears he will find her. As this new resolve solidifies, the sound of steady footsteps echoes from the hallway. A quiet, unsettling chuckle drifts through the air as the man approaches. He looms in the doorway, a predator returning to its cage, but then his confident walk breaks, his foot faltering for just a moment. He stops, a strange look on his face, as if he can sense the change in the air. But before he can take another step, a sharp buzzing sound cuts through the tension. It's his phone, an incoming call from someone named River. His eyes widen, a flicker of genuine annoyance on his face. He answers with a sharp click, his voice dripping with impatience. He reminds the caller that this line was supposed to be for emergencies only. The conversation is clearly about the prisoner, who appears to be sleeping soundly. The man glances back toward the cell, his posture stiffening. He reports that the subject is quiet, nothing to be concerned about. And indeed, from a distance, the boy seems to be resting peacefully in his cell. The warden stands alone in the bleak hallway, completely unaware that his docile little lab rat is gone for good. With a cold final wish for their survival, the man ends the call. But in the next instant, he himself collapses to the ground as if his strings were cut. He chokes, gasping for air, an invisible force crushing him from within. Miles away, the prisoner lets out a quiet, chilling chuckle. The laughter grows, a low and menacing sound building in the darkness. Then his eyes snap open, gleaming with a terrifying, unholy light. That same maddening laughter echoes directly inside the warden's mind. The sound torments him, twisting the very air around him into a vortex of despair. But suddenly, the prisoner's amusement vanishes. He senses something is not right. A sharp, squeezing sensation grips his own chest, a phantom pain connecting him to his victim. He blinks, finding himself suddenly bound to a chair, the phantom pain replaced by confusion. Across the empty room stands his tormentor, and the prisoner immediately demands to be set free. But the only response is that same, insidious laughter echoing directly into the man's mind. The prisoner's face hardens with realization. His pleas are being completely ignored. Fine then, if he won't be released, he'll just have to free himself. And with a surge of will, the thick ropes begin to strain and tear. He grits his teeth, a grim smile forming as his bindings start to snap. He pushes harder, pouring every ounce of his focus into shattering these mental chains. And in that shared psychic space, the warden can only stare in abject horror, his smug demeanor gone. A silent, agonizing scream is ripped from his soul as the prisoner's will crushes his own. But just as his will is about to completely shatter his captors, a new command slams down. Stop. He's thrown back into a disorienting memory, a nervous gulp escaping his lips. Tied to a chair, he looks up, confused, asking about the double training they had planned for the day. The warden, however, stares back with a chillingly empty gaze, informing him that plans have changed. In fact, he continues, they won't be doing a single thing today. His profile is like stone as he delivers a simple, final no, and it's not just for today. From now on, the prisoner is to do nothing but stay in that chair. Panic floods the young man's eyes. He screams, reminding his trainer this was to survive the apocalypse. But the warden coldly cuts him off, telling him to just forget the training. He struggles in his bonds, his mind reeling, what is this sudden change? He can't do anything like this. A flash of his mother's face, the very reason he's fighting. If he stays here, he'll never see her again. Fueled by this single thought, he puts every ounce of his trained physique into his bonds. The warden watches, almost bored, wondering what this pathetic display is supposed to accomplish. But this isn't a pathetic display. With a grunt and a surge of power, the thick ropes begin to tear, and with a final, explosive rip, he shatters the restraints, the chair back still in his grasp. The warden's expression shifts ever so slightly. This wasn't part of his calculation, and then, a sound breaks the silence. Not a scream, but a single, sharp laugh. The laughter grows, echoing in the room, a chilling sound of a mind pushed past its breaking point. His face twists into a terrifying visage of pure madness, the darkness finally consuming him. With a final, hysterical cackle, he swings the broken chair like a club, lunging at his captor. The prisoner's desperate, wild swing is met with a single, contemptuous blow. He's sent sprawling, crashing hard onto the cold stone floor. The warden, utterly unfazed, takes a calm, measured step towards him. It's a familiar scene, the man's hand on his head, a condescending warning. He had been told in no uncertain terms to not even think about moving. But instead of fear, a low, unsettling chuckle had started to escape his lips. His eyes had glinted with a terrifying mix of madness and raw defiance. He'd strained against the ropes, every muscle screaming in protest. That pathetic attempt only earned him another sharp, punishing strike. And now, he's right back where he started, broken on the ground, staring up at a monster's triumphant laughter. Even on the cold stone floor, a glint of defiance remains in his eyes. His bound hands throb with a mix of searing pain and raw fury. Another vicious kick sends a shockwave through his entire body. Nearby, a glass of water is knocked over, its contents spilling uselessly. Looking back now, he admits to a single, deep regret from that moment. The logical choice would have been to obey his father and find another way. But under the sterile glare of the prison lights, logic felt like a luxury. He remembers that smug face and knew he'd rather die than lose to him. Because being locked away and tormented daily by his own father had forged his hatred into something absolute and unbreakable. But then, the moment came when those thick ropes finally fell away. As his hands were freed, a wave of joy unlike anything he'd ever known washed over him. It was pure, unadulterated elation. All his life, his father had only ever looked down on him with contempt, and he couldn't wait to see the look on that man's face when he finally crushed him. As his father lunged forward, he got his chance to see it. Looking at the man who tormented him, there was no doubt that beneath the shadow cast by those familiar glasses, and behind those tightly gritted teeth, his father was wearing an expression of pure, unrestrained anger. And suddenly, he was pulled back into a memory from his childhood. Had seen that same unrestrained rage on his father's face before. But something was different. He caught a glimpse of something else in the man's eyes. A flicker of deep, profound sadness. The realization left the young boy completely stunned. It was a brokenness hidden just beneath that cruel, twisted expression. And seeing that same look now, in the present, he can only ask why his father looks at him that way. The past and present blur together as the memory takes hold. He remembers his father's hands pushing him, sending him reeling backwards. His world turns dark as he falls, that pained face the last thing he sees. The world tunnels into a sliver of light as he falls into unconsciousness. His father's face, upside down and distant, is the last thing he sees. A faint, desperate plea for forgiveness echoes through the darkness of his memory. Then, a single bare light bulb flickers on, illuminating a different time. His father stands before him in a sterile room, a teacher giving a critical lesson. He tells his son to always remember the first and most important rule of survival. The number one principle for making it through the apocalypse is to never, under any circumstances, leave the underground bunker. He insists there is no place on the outside world safer than this. A fortress built to last for over 126 years, stocked with endless resources. His father explains that attempting to leave this place would be an act of suicide. The apocalypse will strike without warning, which is why he must never, ever leave the bunker. That single word, never, echoes in his mind, a commandment he's forced to live by. But when he finally regained consciousness, he was sprawled on the cold tile floor. He pushes himself up, only to find the room empty. His father was nowhere to be seen. A cold dread washes over him. This has never happened before. The only time his father ever left him alone was when it was time for bed. His mind races, trying to piece together the sudden change. He recalls his father's strange, almost panicked behavior from the day before. Something is definitely wrong. And so he sits, trapped behind bars, grappling with the terrifying silence. His entire life had been a never-ending, monotonous routine. But recently, that predictable cycle had been shattered by one strange incident after another. A deep, primal instinct warned him that something massive was about to happen. He could feel it in his bones, a change hanging in the stale, underground air. And then, a loud clank from above proves his instincts terrifyingly right. He snaps his head up, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. Was this really happening? The door to his cell, his cage, swings wide open, revealing an empty hallway. The initial shock gives way to a single, electrifying realization. This was it, the chance of a lifetime, and he bolted without a second thought. He tears through the empty corridors, bare feet pounding against the cold floor. In this moment, he reflects that his father wasn't around to stop him from making this desperate bid for freedom. But as he sprints, metallic clanks echo through the massive facility. He isn't the only one. He grits his teeth, pushing past the burning in his lungs. Every gasp for air is a testament to his will to survive. Then, he skids to a sudden halt around a corner. He's found what he was looking for, a narrow maintenance shaft. His eyes lock onto a ladder stretching up into the darkness, his path to the surface. Without a single moment of hesitation, he begins the long, arduous climb. Every metallic clang of his hands on the rungs is a desperate prayer. His gaze fixes on a circular hatch above, his one hope for sunlight. With a final surge of strength, he slides the heavy cover aside. He hauls himself out, his bare feet meeting the cold, hard pavement. He takes a single, shaky step into this new world. A wave of blinding, brilliant light washes over him, a sight he'd almost forgotten. And as his vision clears, he finds himself surrounded by towering skyscrapers. The sounds of a living city, honking cars, distant chatter fill his ears. This isn't just freedom, this is a modern, thriving metropolis he doesn't recognize. The staggering realization finally hits him. He actually made it out. It's so real he can barely process it. The sound of car horns jolting him. His daze is suddenly broken by a gruff voice shouting from behind. A bald man leans out of his car, furious that some kid is just standing in the middle of the road. But our boy's reaction isn't fear or apology, it's pure, starstruck wonder. Another person. The driver can only stare, completely bewildered as the kid beams at him like he's a long-lost friend. Then, a sudden jolt of clarity cuts through the euphoria. This isn't the time to be sightseeing. He may be out, but he knows he can't let his guard down for a second. Because if his father finds out he's gone, the hunt will begin. With a new fire in his eyes, he breaks into a desperate sprint, a smile finally gracing his lips. Hess running towards the sun, towards a life has only dreamed of, to finally become free. He reflects on the sterile walls of his prison, a place he never dreamed he'd leave. But as the adrenaline pumps through him, a single thought cuts through the noise. His feet pound the pavement, carrying him further and further away. Each step is a frantic beat towards a freedom he can barely comprehend. But then, he slows to a stop, the initial euphoria fading into confusion. The question echoes in his mind. Why did the doors open for him at all? A cold sweat breaks out. Was it just some random error in the security system? No, he knows better. His father is a meticulous man who would never make such a mistake. A chilling stillness washes over him as the pieces start to click into place, and a horrifying possibility begins to dawn on him. What if this wasn't an escape? The man's sinister grin flashes in his mind. The only explanation is that his father let him out on purpose. He violently shakes his head, trying to force the terrifying thought away. It couldn't be true after all. His father was the one who set the ultimate rule. The memory is crystal clear. He was commanded to never, ever leave that underground bunker. A sudden noise makes him flinch, and he snaps back to the present, his eyes wide. It's the sound of laughter, coming from people enjoying a sunny day at a cafe. Everywhere he looks, students and friends are smiling, living their lives without a care. An old man gives his grandson a balloon, their shared joy a completely foreign concept to him. Hez completely frozen, overwhelmed by this vibrant, happy world he's never known. The simple, pure laughter of a child seems to spiral right into his soul. All this joy, it sparks a memory of a gentle, smiling past he barely remembers. Before he can process it, a pack of kids comes tearing down the street, full of life. They nearly collide with him, their carefree energy a stark contrast to his frozen state. As they run past, his expression shifts from shock to dawning comprehension. A tiny, triumphant smile forms on his lips. He knew it. He was right. He watches another small child, happily clutching a bright balloon. But then the string slips, a tiny puff of air as it breaks free from the child's grasp. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Everything his father ever said was a lie. His hand reaches out, as if to catch the fleeting symbol of freedom. The balloon drifts higher and higher into the sky, over a world that is so incredibly peaceful. And he realizes the world outside isn't dead, it's teeming with life. He can almost see it now. Students walking home from school, just like any other day. The red balloon continues its ascent, a single, strange object in a peaceful sky. People are out there enjoying coffee, their lives untouched by this supposed doom. The prisoner's face breaks into a smile of pure, vindicated certainty. He knew it. As the balloon floats higher, it begins to eclipse the sun itself. The thought solidifies in his mind. There's no way this apocalypse is real. It's all a stage, a grand deception. Somewhere, people are laughing at cafes. They're living their normal, everyday lives, completely oblivious, and their laughter is the proof that his entire reality has been a lie. He can almost hear it now, the carefree laughter of a world that doesn't know he exists. All those people, living their normal lives, proving this whole thing is a farce. But another memory cuts through the noise. A chilling voice warning that the apocalypse would come, without any warning at all. And just then, the birds take flight in a panicked swarm. On the streets below, students suddenly freeze, their eyes wide with disbelief. The women at the cafe drop their phones, their casual afternoon shattered in an instant. A silent wave of dread washes over the city as every living thing looks to the sky. That simple red balloon, his symbol of the lie, finally eclipses the sun. But as it drifts past, it reveals something impossible hidden in the glare. A colossal, dead planet now hangs over them, and the truth crashes down. This is very, very real. On the ground, students can only stare, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Even the prisoner, in a time long past, looks up with the same wide-eyed horror. From the dead planet's perspective, Earth hangs vulnerable, a blue jewel in the void, and on its dark, scarred surface, something begins to stir. Fibrous, organic strands start to writhe and twist together. They coalesce into a single, colossal tendril, a root reaching out into space. A low rumble echoes through the atmosphere as it slowly unfurls, descending toward them. The women at the cafe can only watch in terror as the thing gets closer and closer. People fumble for their phones, desperately asking if that thing could possibly be the moon. But amidst the panic, one man grins, wondering what nonsense they're all talking about. His eyes flare with disbelief. Is he the only one who can see what's really happening? A blinding light pulses from the descending object, a horrifying truth revealing itself. It's not just a root, it's a face, a monstrous visage with teeth like daggers. The young man's mind shatters at the sight, his face a mask of pure terror. And that single face is just one part of a much larger, grotesque body. A body made of countless other creatures, all writhing and clawing over each other. It's a tangled, hellish pillar of flesh, a monument to cosmic horror. The entire mass begins to vibrate, a low thrumming that shakes the very air. It twists and churns, coalescing into a grotesque, fleshy tornado. A vortex of monsters now descends upon the unsuspecting city, ready to devour everything. A memory flashes through his mind, a cold voice from the past laying down the law. Never leave the underground bunker. This, the instructor had said, was the one rule that would guarantee their survival. But the young man remembers asking about the one terrible exception. What happens if the enemy discovers the location of their so-called safe house? He sees the answer in his vision now, a corrupted creature slithering out from their only sanctuary. Then, a volcanic eruption of dark energy, the entire bunker violently breached from within. The instructor's hand crosses out the words on the board. From that moment on, the first rule is void. A remote command is issued, a last resort protocol. Release all door locks. This isn't an escape plan for humans. It's a floodgate opening for a horde of monsters. An army of grotesque, roaring abominations is unleashed from the depths. And on the surface, the unsuspecting public can only stare upwards in utter disbelief. Before them looms a grotesque mountain of flesh and bone, a monument to the slaughter that just occurred. This nightmare has erupted right in the middle of their city, bringing the world to a standstill. The crowd watches, a mix of horror and morbid curiosity, completely unaware of the true danger. Suddenly, a fleshy tendril whips out from the pile with a sickening swoosh. Before anyone can even scream, it wraps itself tightly around a man in a business suit. His mind goes blank with sheer terror as he's bound and immobilized in an instant. What is happening? The question screams behind his wide, terrified eyes. He's helpless as the tendril begins to drag him off his feet, pulling him into the gruesome mass. And as he's reeled in, he comes face to face with the spiked, gaping maw that claimed him. The crowd can only stare, their minds struggling to process the grotesque scene before them. A sudden crash of shattering glass breaks the stunned silence. And then they see it, the man's severed head, launched like a cannonball across the street. It slams against the top of a bus stop with a sickening thud, before rolling to a dead stop, right at the feet of a lone, unmoving figure. A few onlookers track the gruesome trajectory, their eyes wide with disbelief. Disbelief that curdles into sheer, unadulterated terror. The first scream finally rips through the air, raw and panicked. And just like that, the spell is broken. The morbid curiosity transforms into a stampede. Pure chaos erupts as everyone finally realizes this isn't a show, it's a slaughter. It's every man for himself as the crowd tramples over one another, their screams for help swallowed by the noise. But amidst the stampede, one student remains perfectly still, lost in his own world, headphones blocking out the apocalypse. He watches the wave of panicked faces rush past him, a silent, confusing movie playing out before his eyes. It's only when a fleeing person bumps into him that he finally starts to question what's going on. A sudden shadow falls over him, and his head instinctively snaps upward. A thunderous boom shakes the very ground as a massive object craters the pavement, flinging people like rag dolls. And from the smoking pit, a hulking golem of earth and rock pulls itself free, cracking its stony fists. Without a moment's hesitation, the monster hurls another chunk of debris with terrifying force. Now, the entire street is a kill zone, with projectiles raining from a massive tornado tearing through the city. And as if things couldn't get worse, a glance at the sky reveals another nightmare, a winged creature circling overhead. And it's not just rocks and debris, new horrors made of splintered wood stomp through the streets. The world dissolves into a black and white nightmare of silhouettes running for their lives. In the chaos, a father's desperate scream is cut short as his crushed, trying to shield his daughter. Elsewhere, another kind of terror emerges, silent, clay-like figures with glowing eyes, watching the slaughter. They leave behind nothing but mangled bodies, a grim testament to their silent rampage. One man can only stare in abject horror as these things close in on him. His eyes squeeze shut, a futile defense against a reality too monstrous to witness. But amidst the stampede, one young man is completely still, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the apocalypse. Screams for help echo around him, but the desperate cries are met with a chilling truth. No one is coming. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air, snapping his head to the side as something blazes past. And as he stands frozen, a memory surfaces, raw and unwelcome. His father's voice echoes in his mind, a prophecy from long ago. He said the apocalypse would drown the world in bloodshed and anguish, that in the end, after all the screaming, nothing but ashes would remain. He remembers a time before, a peaceful day filled with music and laughter, a memory that is instantly corrupted by the image of their broken, blood-soaked bodies. The sheer horror of that day is still etched onto his very soul. But what's happening now is a nightmare on an entirely different scale. Below the colossal beast, the crowd can only stare upwards, their faces pale with dread. A single, piercing scream tears through the air, a symphony for the end of the world. There was no warning. One moment, peace. The next, a shadow that swallowed the world. Giants of living rock descended upon the cities, their steps reducing everything to dust. They were joined by twisting horrors of splintered wood, tearing the very sky apart. And as he lay in the dirt, our hero finally understood the terrible truth in his father's words. Every single prophecy about the apocalypse had just come true, which meant the most painful prediction of all, that his mother was gone that had to be true, too. Around him, the city crumbles, and the screams of the dying are endless. Humanity is nothing but prey, trampled under the feet of monsters. The world is ending, the city shaking apart as people scramble over the fallen. But through the haze of despair, a hand suddenly reaches out for him. He's yanked from his daze, completely caught off guard. It's his father, dragging him forward with a desperate urgency. He can barely process it. What is his father even doing here? All around them, the streets are a graveyard of the slow and the unlucky. But there's no time for answers, only a single, desperate order: run and don't stop. The harsh command finally seems to snap him back to the horrifying reality. They join the mad dash, feet pounding on the broken pavement. Just two more faces in a sea of pure, unadulterated terror. But his father is already being swarmed, a horrifying tide of claws and teeth closing in. A final, piercing scream is all that's left as the monster horde completely engulfs him. The boy can only watch, his heart pounding in his chest, paralyzed by the sight. Just moments before, his father had been running for his life, trying to find any escape. He forces his own legs to move, the terrible image replaying in his mind. His father had seen it first. The path ahead was just as infested with monsters. With no other choice, he'd vaulted a railing, yelling for his son to follow. The boy leaps right after him, putting his trust in his father's desperate plan. But the alley isn't a safe haven, it's a dead end, packed with other trapped survivors. His own cries for help are muffled as the crowd surges, realizing they've run right into a cage. The street is no better, it's a highway of pure, unadulterated chaos. Right before his eyes, a fleshy, writhing mass erupts, snatching people up effortlessly. Another man is skewered instantly, his scream cut short in a spray of red. The victims are pulled in, absorbed into the grotesque creature like it's just another meal. But watching this nightmare, something inside the boy shifts from terror to a burning rage. The other survivors are still lost in their panic, screaming for everyone to just keep moving. One woman looks back, her face a mask of horror as she realizes children are being taken. But her fear is cut short by a tremendous rumbling sound from directly above. A colossal, feathered beast now blots out the sky, descending upon the bridge. The ground shakes and the bridge begins to crumble as a new apocalypse begins. With the city falling apart behind them, the two make a desperate run for it across the bridge. The boy's heart pounds in his chest, a frantic rhythm matching his desperate footsteps. He can't help but glance back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. And he sees exactly what's chasing them. A grotesque, ever-growing mountain of flesh. People are being swallowed whole, their screams lost within the writhing, monstrous mass. The boy cries out that they're going to get caught, but the man just yells back to keep moving. He's convinced this bridge is the only path to survival, the one way out of this hell. But as they look ahead, they see the path is anything but clear, clogged with abandoned cars. Looking down from the bridge, the true scale of the horror becomes apparent. The monster isn't just chasing them, it's devouring the city itself, street by street. The young man sprints for his life, fueled by pure, unthinking panic. Behind them, the grotesque mass of flesh rumbles forward, consuming everything in its path. While the older man remains stoic, the boy's composure is rapidly crumbling. He looks back, screaming in despair that the monsters are right on their heels, even on the bridge. But just as he pushes forward, his frantic run comes to a sudden, jarring halt. A sharp pain shoots up his leg, his eyes widening in shock. He glances down to find a hideous, three-eyed creature coiled tightly around his ankle. The monstrous tendril crackles, tightening its grip with unnatural strength. With a vicious swoosh, it yanks him clean off his feet, dragging him backward. All he can do is grit his teeth against the agony, his escape instantly turning into a capture. The young man strains against the grip, his mind screaming that he has to get this thing off him. But before he can act, the older man calmly lifts a heavy slab of concrete over his head. With a brutal crunch, he smashes the rock down directly onto the little monster. It lets out a pained shriek, its tendrils spasming as it's forced to release its hold. The creature tumbles off the side of the bridge, screeching as it plummets into the abyss. He's free, but collapses to the ground, grabbing his injured leg while his rescuer just stares down, unimpressed. His muscles quiver uncontrollably, the limbs screaming in protest from the crushing force. Just as a wave of relief hits him, a deep, ominous rumbling shakes the very ground beneath them. The abandoned cars on the bridge begin to rattle and shake from the approaching vibration, and their brief moment of safety shatters as a writhing tide of flesh and eyes pours over the wreckage, blocking their path completely. The entire bridge rumbles as the monstrous tide begins its slow, inevitable advance. His body shivers uncontrollably, every nerve fiber screaming in protest. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, a single thought cuts through the haze. He has to get out of here, no matter what it takes. He forces his legs to move, stumbling barefoot through the gridlocked cars. But the further he runs, the more he can feel it. A terrifying presence, the sensation of the monsters getting closer and closer. A sudden, sharp jolt of agony shoots through his injured leg. It buckles beneath him, sending him sliding across the rough asphalt. Lying there, gasping for breath, he realizes with dawning horror that there's no escape. His body trembles, every muscle screaming in protest. But as he looks up, a shadow falls over him, a chillingly familiar face from his past. Hez, speechless, caught in a waking nightmare. The man tells him to go on, declaring that he, for one, has no intention of running. He even suggests that our hero could survive, if he just leaves him behind. The figure plants his feet firmly on the asphalt, an unmoving pillar of judgment from a life he tried to forget. Go on, the voice repeats, cold and steady. Run away. The words dig deep, revealing a hidden scar. Just like you always have, we're thrown into a memory, a terrified child staring out from behind cold iron bars. That helpless fear twists into a desperate, childish rage, hands gripping the steel. An adult figure simply walks away, leaving him with the crushing weight of neglect. A voice echoes in his mind, accusing him of being abandoned from the very start. He snaps back to reality, his face pale with shock from the vivid nightmare. The phantom from his past looks down, coldly asking why he's still on the ground. A jolt of terror and confusion washes over our hero. He finally finds his voice, screaming at the man to get away from here and run. Didn't he hear him? Running is pointless against those monsters. But the man calmly states that he knows a way for our hero to survive this. Our hero can only stare back, utterly baffled by the impossible offer. He thinks to himself that there's no way to survive this nightmare. But the man from his past remains resolute, his gaze locked onto him. Panic starts to creep in, his mind racing with disbelief and fear. He grits his teeth, torn between the instinct to flee and this man's strange certainty. The man's face suddenly twists with a fierce, almost pained urgency. He doesn't wait for permission, seizing our hero's hand with a powerful grip. With a sharp pull, he yanks him forward, breaking him out of his frozen terror. There's no time for explanations, just a single, desperate command to run. And together they bolt, their footsteps pounding against the deserted asphalt. He tries to demand a plan, anything to make sense of this madness. But his words die in his throat as his focus suddenly shifts. He realizes something has been pressed into his hand. The man gives him no time to think, just a frantic order to get away from the bridge. So he runs, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He pushes himself harder, gasping for air, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. Limping, he weaves through the graveyard of abandoned vehicles, a lone figure sprinting down the desolate, empty highway. He finally reaches the end of the road, the bridge crumbling into a sheer cliff face. And as he looks out, a brilliant, all-consuming light greets him. It's not a light, but a shockwave, a physical force that slams into his back. His eyes widen in disbelief, trying to process what's happening behind him. He whips around to see the massive supports of the bridge splintering apart. A deafening rumble echoes from the chasm, shaking him to his core. The very foundations of the bridge begin to crack and crumble away. With a horrifying clang, the thick suspension cables snap like old rubber bands. The entire structure gives way, a cascade of concrete and twisted metal. It folds in on itself, a dying metal serpent plummeting into the depths. He watches as the last remnants of the highway disappear into the abyss. And now, he stands utterly alone at the edge of a newly formed cliff. His breath catches in his throat, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. The world feels unreal, a haze of dust and crumbling cityscapes. His mind struggles to piece it together. The bridge, what just happened? And then, a horrifying thought begins to bubble up from the depths of his memory. He recalls the sinister man's chilling promise, that he knew a way for him to survive. This was the plan? To cut him off, to isolate him, to save him? A single, desperate question escapes his lips. Why? Why, after a lifetime of torment and abuse, would he do something like this for him? His legs begin to quiver, unable to support the weight of this impossible truth. So he just sits, alone at the edge of the world, trapped by a monster's final, twisted act of kindness. He clutches the asphalt, the grim reality sinking in he may have survived. But for what? With everything gone, what could possibly come next? His mind retreats to the familiar emptiness of his cell, wondering what he has left to live for. Yet, a sliver of an old dream begins to shine through the darkness. All his life, he had yearned to reach the outside world, to finally touch the light he'd only ever imagined. He'd pictured a peaceful life, but the only image that comes to mind is of cold, lifeless bodies. Head dreamed of beautiful scenery, but the world he's inherited is nothing but rubble and ruin. But there was something else he wanted, something far more important, and a burning desire for it now ignites his very soul. A single, faded photograph reveals the simple life he truly yearned for. But that wish, his mother's dream, was consumed by fire long ago. The pain of that memory forces a single tear down his cheek. He trembles, overwhelmed by a question he can no longer ask. Why? His mind screams the word at the specter of the man who made him. Why did you go to such lengths just to make sure I survived? The memory of his younger self, desperate and weak, flashes before his eyes. Even then, the question burned inside him. What was I supposed to do? And now, he cries out, what is my purpose in this desolate hellscape? His voice echoes into nothing, a raw scream of utter despair. He reaches out, his arm trembling with the force of his anguish. What am I supposed to live for now? He screams into the desolate air. But through the haze of pain, a memory surfaces, a firm hand grabbing his. The grip was strong, insistent, pulling him from one fate to another, and in that phantom touch, he recalls something being pressed into his palm. He snaps back to the present, staring down at his own clenched fist. He realizes with a jolt that it's not just a memory, there's something inside. Slowly, he uncurls his fingers to find a small, crumpled piece of paper. His eyes widen, the tears freezing on his cheeks. In the deepest pit of his despair, a single, impossible clue from the past. But that fragile hope is left forgotten as he sits alone on a shattered highway. A broken boy in a broken world. The silence is violently shattered by a heavy thud that shakes the very ground beneath him. A hulking monster made of rock and rage drags itself from the chasm, its glowing eyes locking onto him. And just like that, any semblance of a plan evaporates, replaced by raw, primal fear. The creature's immense weight cracks the asphalt as it heaves itself onto the road. His body moves on pure instinct, scrambling away in a desperate attempt to survive. With trembling hands, he yanks a rusted piece of rebar from the concrete, a pitiful weapon against a mountain. Another deafening thud echoes as the monster's feet finally plant themselves firmly on the highway. He glances back, terror still etched on his face, but now mixed with a sliver of desperate resolve. The beast towers over him, a spined silhouette of pure destruction, ready to crush the life from its prey. With no other choice, he takes a desperate, insane leap. He throws himself clean off the bridge, the monster right behind him in midair. The ground rushes up to meet him, and he lands with a bone-jarring crash. A moment later, a massive thud announces the monster has landed too, completely unfazed. He's on all fours, trembling, the dust from the impact choking him. A sharp pain shoots through his leg. He can barely even stand on it. His vision blurs with exhaustion. He's running on empty. The creature's heavy stone feet step forward, casting a shadow over him. Its glowing eyes seem to mock him, a permanent, cruel smile carved into its face. Utterly broken, he collapses to his knees, accepting that this is the end. In that final, quiet moment of surrender, he genuinely believed he had nothing left to live for. But his trembling hand clenches, and he feels something crinkle within his grasp. It's a small, crumpled piece of paper he'd forgotten all about. As tears of despair begin to fall, his eyes shoot open, not with sadness, but with raw, unadulterated shock. He unfurls the note, and his entire world shifts a message telling him his mother is alive. The ground shakes as the monster's heavy foot stomps forward, impatient. The beast continues its advance, ready to crush him, oblivious to the change it just triggered. With a reason to fight, a reason to live, he forces his battered body back onto its feet. Every muscle screams in protest, but he staggers upward, ignoring the pain. Tears stream down his face, not of sorrow, but of a desperate, burning will to live. He stands his ground against the beast, vowing to survive and find his mother. In response, the rock monster lets out a furious, earth-shaking roar. And just like that, the brief surge of courage evaporates, replaced by chilling reality he can't win. A memory surfaces, a cold voice belonging to a man with chained glasses. He's back in a classroom, listening to a lecture on the inevitable fall of humanity. The professor explained that humans simply lack the strength or knowledge to survive an apocalypse. Snapping back to the present, the sound of heavy footfalls thuds through the air. The monster is closing the distance, each step a hammer blow of impending doom. The professor's words continue to echo that even if people survive the initial chaos by luck, they will inevitably fall to the constant, grinding perils that follow. A furious roar from the rock monster rips him back to the horrifying present. All his earlier resolve crumbles into pure, unadulterated panic. He screams into the empty street, questioning what he's supposed to do now. The only answer is the heavy thud of the monster's fist closing the distance. His mind flashes back to that lecture hall, screaming at the memory of his professor. So according to that logic, he's just supposed to stand here and do nothing but accept his own death? And as the monster's stone fist hurtles towards his face, it seems that's exactly what's about to happen. The world slows to a crawl as the stone fist fills his entire vision. But a voice from the past cuts through the noise, his professor, asking if he's forgotten his teachings. In that instant, the lesson clicks, and his eyes widen with a startling realization. He ducks under the devastating punch as it whistles past his ear. Then, He does the unthinkable. He grabs the monster's arm, digging his heels into the ground. Using its own momentum, he heaves, sending the creature skidding across the asphalt. A lone silhouette stands defiant in the swirling cloud of dust and debris. He emerges, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face, but alive. Across the ruined street, he locks eyes with the beast he just outmaneuvered. The monster's shock gives way to pure fury, its glowing eyes burning with rage. But the monster's fury triggers something deep within him, a memory that sends a jolt of pure terror through his body. A sinister voice from his past echoes in his mind, telling him he's not like the others. His legs begin to tremble uncontrollably as the chilling words wash over him. It's a truth he's been running from, a part of himself he tried to bury. His eyes widen, the sheer weight of the memory threatening to break him. The voice clarifies what makes him different. It's the simple, brutal fact that he knows how to survive. He hunches over, gasping for air as the wave of panic finally begins to recede. The shaking stops, replaced by a grim clenching of his jaw. He plants his feet, pivoting into a low, ready stance. The fear is gone, burned away by a cold, hard focus as he prepares to fight for his life. And not a moment too soon, as a hulking rock monster thunders towards him. But he doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on the approaching threat, cold and unblinking. The beast lets out a furious roar, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. He realizes his whole life has been a brutal, endless training for this very moment. Sliding across the dirt, his hand finds the only weapon available, a sharpened stick. With his mind clear, he dashes forward, knowing he must use his knowledge to win. The monster is a fortress of stone and spikes, seemingly impenetrable. But he's already moved, a blur of motion, ready to fight his own way. Leaping onto its back, weapon raised high to carve a path through this apocalypse. This is his world now, and with cold precision, he prepares to strike. His knuckles turn white, gripping the only thing that stands between him and death. In the end, he thinks, maybe this is all he was ever meant for. But the camera pulls back, revealing the horrifying truth. This isn't just one fight. The entire city is a monster-infested wasteland. Strange, alien creatures now cling to the sides of skyscrapers. A silent, desolate graveyard where humanity used to be. Yet, hidden deep within the rubble of this fallen world, a few desperate survivors cling to their phones, praying for a signal. 4 days have passed, and their hope is cracking, wondering where the police are. An old man just sighs, accepting that they were simply lucky to have found a good hideout. But their luck has finally run out. The last of the food is gone. One girl tries to break the heavy silence, but the others just stare blankly ahead. They're trapped in a tomb of rubble with nowhere left to run. She apologizes, sensing that no one is in the mood to talk. But still, she tries to offer a sliver of hope, suggesting they just need to wait it out. Suddenly, one of the men has had enough, telling her to just stop it already. He bluntly says that her constant chatter is making everyone else uncomfortable. She's confused, defending that she was trying to be as quiet as she could. The man sighs, the sheer exhaustion and frustration etched on his face. It's not about the noise, he clarifies, as we see the injured boy beside her, missing an arm. He dismisses her with a sharp turn, deciding it's not worth the energy. Walking past, he mutters that this whole situation is really starting to tick him off. He stops and turns back to her, asking if she's already scoured the entire area. She confirms that she has, but there's absolutely no food anywhere in the rubble. The grim reality sets in for him. They have to find something, anything, to survive this. She says nothing, letting his desperate realization hang in the air. But then an idea hits him. He suddenly remembers a spot he hasn't looked yet. Before he can go, the girl points, volunteering to check it herself, telling him to hold on to hope. He's completely taken aback, a flicker of genuine gratitude lighting up his weary face. He thanks her so sincerely that she's the one left utterly confused by his sudden change. He explains that in the chaos, everyone has been too tense and scared to help one another. She's the only one, he says with admiration, who has actually been trying to support the group. Completely caught off guard, she stammers that she's really not that great of a person. But her small kindness has lit a fire in him, and he declares with renewed vigor that they'll get through this. She can only stand there, speechless, as he turns away with this sudden burst of optimism. With her promise made, she heads into a dark, debris-filled corner to search for food. She soon spots another pair of survivors sitting quietly amidst the rubble. Trying to get their attention, she approaches, but is met with cold, annoyed stares. Still, she asks them politely if they've seen any food in the area. They just stare back blankly, their expressions making it perfectly clear she'll find no help here. Then, a rustling sound draws her attention as the woman reaches for something. She pulls out a sealed bag of food, explaining they found it in the debris earlier. The girl's face lights up, relieved they've found more provisions for everyone. But her hope instantly shatters as the woman rips the package open for herself. Before she can even protest, the two are already shamelessly stuffing their faces. They devour the food greedily, completely ignoring her stunned silence. She finally finds her voice, demanding to know what they're doing. But the woman just scoffs, saying that sharing was just some boring old man's idea. The girl reminds them they were happy to eat the food everyone else shared just yesterday. The man just picks at his teeth, feigning ignorance and claiming he can't remember. Clenching her teeth, the girl's had enough of their nonsense. She threatens to go straight to the man in charge and tell him everything. The buzzcut survivor just glances over, completely unfazed. Then, he slowly rises to his feet, a silent act of intimidation. The girl can't help but flinch back, startled by his sudden move. He cracks his neck menacingly, daring her to go ahead and see what happens. Standing over her, he makes it clear he has no intention of letting her snitch. But she finds her resolve, defiantly telling him to try and stop her. Oh, but he's got a master plan. He smugly boasts that she can't catch him anyway. His ultimate trump card, apparently, is being really good at running away. But just as he gloats, a pair of footsteps echoes nearby, someone thinking they tried to be nice. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the silence from somewhere off-screen. The raw terror in that sound makes both the buzzcut thug and his companion flinch hard. They exchange a worried glance, confirming they both heard that horrifying cry. The redhead tries to rationalize it, guessing it sounded far away enough for them to be safe. He eagerly agrees, a wave of relieved sweat on his brow as he convinces himself it was nothing. But then his eyes lock onto something in the distance, and his relief vanishes. He sees the defiant girl, no longer standing her ground, but crouched low among the debris. She's trembling uncontrollably, hands clamped over her ears as if trying to block out a nightmare. And this idiot, completely misreading the room, just laughs, mocking her for losing her nerve. He decides she's just a little scaredy cat after all. He even mocks her, pointing out how she's quaking in her shoes. But then, in an instant, the shaking just stops. She stands up, leaving him staring at the empty space she just occupied. The sudden shift leaves him completely bewildered. He turns around, trying to process what just happened, and finds her standing there, perfectly calm, as if nothing was wrong. He stammers, asking if she managed to look around the area. With a quiet, chilling confidence, she says she did. A nervous sweat breaks out on his brow as he presses her, asking if she found anything. She can't meet his gaze, her expression filled with uncertainty. Hesitantly, she pulls back her jacket, revealing a single, small potato. She admits with a heavy heart that there's nothing else left. But the man quickly puts on a brave face, trying to rally everyone's spirits. As he preaches about being alive, a grotesque monster rises from the rubble behind him. In an instant, it strikes with devastating force. The impact throws dust and debris across the ruined landscape. A hand reaches out from within the settling cloud of smoke. The girl finds herself on her knees, stunned into silence by the sudden carnage. A moment later, that silence is broken by her own horrified scream. Her scream of pure terror rips through the desolate air. But through the dust, she sees him still alive, crawling before that grotesque, one-eyed monster. He's reaching for her, his arm trembling with desperation. His face is a mask of primal fear, the look of a man staring death right in the eye. He weakly begs for help, but the girl is completely paralyzed, shaking in place. Then, survival instinct kicks in. She turns and bolts, shouting a hollow apology over her shoulder. The man's expression shatters, terror twisting into utter disbelief. He can only watch in horror as his one chance at survival abandons him. The girl grits her teeth, forcing her legs to move, guilt and fear warring within her. As she runs, she screams that she told him so she was never a good person to begin with. The man's final, desperate scream fades behind her as she runs toward the blinding light. Her flight, however, has attracted the attention of other survivors, who are now also running for their lives. But the ruined city is a death trap, with monsters hulking around every corner. The red-haired woman shouts at her companion, a cold, ruthless idea already taking shape. She thinks to herself that if that kid gets caught, it'll create the perfect distraction for them. A cruel sneer twists her lips. The girl is finished. What kind of fool runs directly at a monster? And indeed, the creature looms over the desolate street, a gnarled pillar of death. The girl keeps running, her face a mask of pure terror, pushing her legs faster and faster. With terrifying speed, the monster's woody arm lashes out to intercept her. It slams into the ground with enough force to shatter concrete, right in her path. But instead of freezing, the girl launches herself into the air with a powerful jump. She soars over the deadly appendage in a display of impossible acrobatics. Hitting the ground, she tumbles, absorbing the shock with a practiced roll. In one fluid motion, she flips back onto her feet, not missing a single step. The two survivors watching from the alley can only stare, their minds completely blown. The girl lands perfectly, her eyes now burning with a cold, focused light. And just like that, she's a blur, dashing away and leaving them in the dust. The buzzcut man is floored. He was so sure he could outrun anyone here. They realize with dawning horror she was serious, just as a new monster appears right behind them. A scream echoes from a nearby skyscraper, as their cruel plan backfires in the most brutal way imaginable. The sun beats down on the silent, ruined cityscape. Finally, finding a moment's peace, the young girl sits down to rest her weary legs. She's panting hard, the adrenaline from her narrow escape still coursing through her. Leaning back with a sigh, she allows herself to believe she might actually be safe here. But her brief moment of calm is broken by the sight of someone else in the shadows. Before she can even speak, the strange boy simply collapses to the ground. She inches closer, a small gasp escaping her lips as she realizes he's still alive. That small sound, however, is answered by a horrifying chittering from the ruins nearby. Her heart pounds in her chest as she freezes, praying the creature didn't hear her. But the monster's unsettling clicks and growls echo closer, its many eyes scanning for prey. Frozen in terror, the girl can only listen as the chittering sound grows louder. The unconscious stranger beside her is a dead weight, an anchor in this death trap. But she can't leave him, and with a surge of adrenaline, she hauls him into the deeper shadows. Miraculously, the creature's scraping footsteps begin to fade as it moves down the street. She holds her breath, heart hammering in her chest, daring to believe the danger has passed. The relief is so overwhelming she collapses onto him just as his eyes snap wide open. Her gasp of relief turns into a shriek of pure shock. He's already on his knees, staring up at her with a look of utter confusion. His voice is a low growl as he demands to know who she is and what she was doing. All she can do is stammer, completely baffled by the sudden hostility from the man she just saved. A harsh lesson, burned into his very soul, forces its way to the surface. He must always keep his guard up around other people. The girl is utterly confused, trying to explain she was only hiding him from a monster. But his father's words echo in his mind. Never trust anyone. They'll use you up and then kill you, a truth he now accepts as law. Just as his paranoia peaks, his stomach lets out a pathetic gurgle, and he faceplants into a puddle. He quivers on the ground, clutching his stomach, overwhelmed by a crippling hunger. It's been 5 long days since he last ate back in the bunker, and he's at his absolute limit. He'd put himself into a deep rest, just to conserve energy, only to be woken up by her. The girl just stares blankly at his pathetic state and says she doesn't have any food on her. He looks up, completely thrown by her strange declaration. He didn't even ask for food, so why is she bringing it up? She tries to backpedal, saying he just looked hungry. But as she nervously gestures, a small package drops from her pocket. Her smile freezes, a mask of pure panic as sweat drips down her face. His eyes immediately lock onto the mysterious object on the ground. He points a shaky finger, demanding to know what it is she just dropped. The girl is a stammering mess, completely at a loss for words. His mind races. What was that thing that fell out of her pocket? It looks like bread, wrapped carefully in paper. He clutches his gut as a wave of instinctual hunger hits him harder than ever before. With her plan in shambles, the girl's face is a mask of pure panic. She lets out a desperate, unconvincing no. He seems to back off, murmuring that maybe he's just seeing things, and she quickly agrees. For a brief moment, she thinks she's gotten away with it, believing he's a total idiot. But his silence isn't confusion, it's calculation. Suddenly, his demeanor flips, his eyes blazing with fury as he calls her a liar. The girl is completely blindsided by his sudden explosion of rage. He explains that he'd never just believe someone, because it's human nature to lie. She clutches her head in despair, realizing he's not dumb, he's just completely broken. And her theatrical panic is all the proof he needs to confirm his suspicion. His mind is set. He needs to get his hands on whatever she's hiding, and if she doesn't cooperate, he's fully prepared to take it by force. But his cold determination is enough to make her break, offering up the food. She hands over half, trying to save face by saying he just looks really hungry. He's taken aback, completely unable to process this gesture. Sharing food is suicide in this world. But then comes the fine print. She expects him to pay her back 4 times over. Oh, so it's a loan with interest. Now it makes sense to him. He devours his share, his belief that all humans are cunning creatures reaffirmed. The moment he's done, he gets up to leave, prompting her to ask where he's going. His answer is blunt and simple. Has eaten. Now, it's time to move. She scrambles after him, completely bewildered by his decision to just walk off. She tries to stop him, insisting she knows this neighborhood and there's nowhere safe to run. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, and she bumps right into his back. Puzzled, she mumbles, asking why he isn't moving anymore. He turns, his gaze intense, and asks her to repeat what she just said. Does she really know this place? A little flustered, she confirms it. She's lived in this neighborhood her entire life. A plan seems to form in his mind as he asks a very specific question. Does she know where the subway station is? The sun beats down on the skeletal remains of the city, and in the next moment, they're taking cover behind a massive concrete barrier. The girl is left in stunned silence, wondering how on earth he found this place. Internally, she's kicking herself, wondering how she ended up playing tour guide for this bonehead. She even starts regretting sharing that pastry with him in the first place. But even as she complains, a part of her hesitates. Finally, she blurts out her question. Why is he so obsessed with the subway station? He simply tells her it's safe there. An answer that leaves her completely baffled. He explains that it's stocked with all the supplies they'd need to survive. On top of that, its tunnels offer countless pathways to escape the monsters roaming above. But he raises a hand, signaling the most crucial piece of the puzzle. He points down, his gaze sharp, revealing that the underground terrain makes it hard for monsters to detect humans. The girl can only stare, a thought echoing in her mind. This guy is weird, but it feels like he knows something no one else does. Her mind races with doubt. How can he know all this, yet not recognize a simple piece of bread? He suddenly stops, announcing with confidence that they've finally arrived. She looks around the desolate area, utterly confused and asking where they are. Her suspicion boils over, and she accuses him of plotting something against her. He scoffs at her, clarifying that of course this isn't the subway station. He's looking for the entrance. But as he turns to point the way, a new figure emerges from the shadows of the ruins. It's an old man, his eyes wide with panic as he urgently shushes them. He explains that he heard their footsteps and talking, never expecting to actually find anyone. Our boy wastes no time on pleasantries, his voice sharp as he demands to know who he is. The old man deflects the question, suggesting they save the introductions for later. Without waiting for an answer, the old man simply tells them to come with him, leaving the girl to nervously ask where he's taking them. He glances back, a strange mix of relief and urgency on his face, asking if this isn't the very place they were looking for. Our hero and the girl peer over a ledge, their expressions a mix of suspicion and curiosity. The man leads them down a broken set of concrete stairs, descending into the darkness below the city ruins. They arrive at a dead escalator, and he gestures forward, confirming that this is the entrance they sought. A flicker of disbelief crosses our boy's face as he stares up from the bottom of the stairs. Riding the escalator down, the silence is broken by the distant clamor of dozens of voices. The girl is absolutely stunned, pointing out in awe that there's a ton of people down here. But our hero is simply frozen in place, the sheer shock rendering him speechless. He never imagined that a whole community of survivors was hiding right beneath their feet. An old man, seemingly the leader, begins to explain to them how this all started. He tells them there's a moment from that day still burned into his mind. A memory of pure, unadulterated terror floods his vision. The day the monsters just appeared out of nowhere, turning the world into a slaughterhouse. He truly thought they were doomed, with beasts swarming them from every direction. But against all odds, following the desperate crowd led them to this sanctuary, a true blessing. He continues, explaining they sometimes risk going topside for medicine, but they've never met anyone else. Our hero just listens, his face an unreadable mask as he processes this new information. His internal plan immediately shifts. He was going to use this station as his base, but there are far too many people. His eyes narrow as he scans the crowd, realizing he's not just seeing survivors, he's seeing a variety of them. He sees those who have been completely broken by the horrors of this world, people so exhausted by the sheer hopelessness that they've already given up. Their minds are gone, utterly convinced that death is just around the corner. But then, on the opposite end of the spectrum, he spots the predators, the ones who let their ugliest instincts take over. Our hero walks through the crowd, a silent judge observing it all. His cold eyes take in every detail, categorizing everyone he sees, and then his gaze lands on them, the truly mysterious ones he can't figure out. A figure sits alone, completely shrouded in shadow, their motives a total blank. He realizes a grim truth. The more people there are, the more variables, and the more monsters. Surrounded by these people, he feels the risk isn't from monsters, but from them. In his mind, they are a faceless horde, a wave of potential variables. He lets out a slow, deliberate breath, and after analyzing them all, he comes to a simple, arrogant conclusion. None of them are a threat. With his judgment made, he stands calm and resolute. He knows what true danger feels like, a familiar energy that resonates within him. It's the same oppressive aura he felt from the monsters roaming the world above, a primal instinct he learned to recognize for his own survival. It was the exact same feeling he got from his own father, but as he glances at these broken survivors, he feels absolutely nothing. Fine, he'll stay here for the time being. He's absolutely confident that none of these weaklings could even scratch him if they tried. The old man suddenly steps forward, introducing himself with a wide smile as B.M. Huang, a doctor. He explains that he only ran into the two of them because he was already above ground, searching for medicine. With a hollow laugh, he admits he came back empty-handed and asks what their story is. Our prisoner just stares back, offering nothing but a cold, unwavering silence. The tension is palpable, but the young girl next to him seems to realize someone has to speak. Trying to break the awkward quiet, she claps her hands together and introduces herself as Haru. Huang immediately compliments her name, correctly guessing from her uniform that she's a student at Gasang Middle School. Haru is surprised he knows the school, but confirms it, all while our boy remains a silent observer. The old doctor cheerfully clarifies that his hospital was right across the street, but Haru stares back, her mind racing. There was never a hospital there. Before she can question him, Huang turns his attention to our silent protagonist. He awkwardly points out the young man's clothes, noting how tattered they are. The observation hangs in the air as his gaze pans down the grimy shirt and settles on the prisoner's bare, dirt-covered feet. Realizing his blunder, the doctor quickly apologizes, insisting he didn't mean to offend. He changes the subject, trying to break the ice by asking for the boy's name. For the first time, the stoic prisoner seems to react to the question. "My name?" The thought flashes to a memory of an old handwritten book. The prisoner's reply is chillingly simple. He doesn't have one. Dr. Huang is stunned into silence, unable to process what he just heard. The boy clarifies with a deadpan stare. He's never had a name, leaving Haru equally shocked. Instead of pressing, the old doctor takes a moment, thoughtfully stroking his chin. He decides on kindness, telling the boy not to worry, and to share it only when he's comfortable. But their strange conversation is shattered by a woman bursting in, screaming for the mister. She warns them that the situation has gotten worse, leading them to an injured survivor. The wounded boy looks up, a wave of desperate relief washing over his face. One glance is all it takes for Huang's expression to darken. This is looking very bad. He explains that his first aid is failing, the wound is deteriorating far faster than he expected. The old doctor warns that without immediate surgery, a deadly infection is guaranteed. With no time to waste, he whips open his coat with a sudden flourish. Revealed inside is a full set of surgical tools, ready for the impromptu procedure. He grabs a bottle of disinfectant, preparing to begin the operation. But the nameless prisoner just watches, recalling what he secretly read about doctors. They were people who healed others, but always in exchange for payment. In this apocalypse, however, money is just paper to be burned, so he cuts in with a chillingly logical question. What is the doctor's price for this? Everyone is stunned into silence by his cold, transactional view of the situation. The injured boy just looks on. Confused payment? What could he possibly mean? The old doctor stares back, completely baffled. Payment? Is that really what matters right now? The other survivors are just as lost, their faces a mix of fear and confusion. But BM Huang doesn't waste another moment on the absurdity of it all. He simply states that treating the injured is the duty of a doctor. With practiced hands, he pulls the makeshift bandages tight around the boy's wound. He offers a reassuring smile, telling the young man there's no need to worry. After all, he proudly proclaims, every single one of his surgeries has been a success. And just like that, it's over. The boy, overwhelmed with relief, throws his arms around the doctor. But from the corner, the prisoner watches, completely unable to process what he's seeing. Helping someone for nothing in return, are humans really that foolish? He can't shake the feeling, is this old man truly acting out of pure kindness? BM Huang just smiles warmly, telling the boy to get some rest. Overcome with emotion, the young man sobs his thanks, feeling like he's been saved. But then, a name tag on the doctor's coat reveals a chilling detail. He's a veterinarian. The mood shifts instantly as the doctor announces it's time to begin, warning it might hurt. A cold dread washes over the boy as he realizes he's tied to the chair, pleading to be untied. The doctor's reply is blunt and final. No can do. He turns back, his face no longer kind, brandishing a scalpel, and warning him not to struggle. Panic finally erupts as the boy screams, realizing he's in the hands of an animal doctor. But BM Huang just gives a wide, unsettling smile, asking a simple question. Aren't humans animals too? The injured boy thrashes against his restraints, but the doctor simply tells him to calm down. He turns away casually, declaring that all this struggling just means they'll need an anesthetic. While another survivor doubts they'll find any real medicine, BM Huang has already found his tool. It's not a needle or a gas mask. He picks up a heavy, solid brick. In a brutal memory, our prisoner is forced to use that same method to silence the boy's screams for good. Now, far away from that room, he finally sits in the deafening quiet. He can't shake the image of Haru's terrified face, knowing they had to abandon that scene of horror. He sits alone, contemplating the silence that hangs in the air after the grim task was done. But the immediate danger is over, and a familiar question returns. What now? All he has left in this broken world is a single, worn photograph of his father. On the back, a handwritten note changes everything. His mother is still alive. But sitting alone in the dark, he feels completely stuck, with no way to find her. He stares at the old photo, recalling how something about it had always seemed wrong. It's the background filled with bizarre, mushroom-like flowers that just don't belong. He remembers searching through books in the bunker, but this species was never in them. A realization sparks. Could this be a unique flower that only grows in one specific region? If so, this picture isn't just a memory. It's a map leading to his mother's location. His eyes narrow with newfound purpose. He needs to find an expert, someone who recognizes this plant. This strange flower is the only real clue he has in this entire broken world. He must guard it with his life and ask every human he finds about it. His train of thought is suddenly derailed by the annoying buzz of a single mosquito. With a sharp smack, he claps his hands together, crushing the tiny pest instantly. He opens his palms, staring at the small black smear left behind. Then, in a moment of pure desperation or madness, he licks it clean off his hand. The taste is immediately revolting, and he grimaces, complaining about how bitter it is. Elsewhere, in the depths of another survivor shelter, a new plan is set in motion. A woman with a ponytail reports to her scarred captain that she has gathered everyone up. The leader turns, his eyes cold and determined, announcing that it's time to begin. His orders are clear. Assemble all the survivors in the subway station, and his final command leaves no room for argument, bring them by force if they refuse. The survivors are herded together, confused and exhausted, whispering about some big announcement. But one man has had enough of being pushed around, shouting for the ones in charge to explain themselves. He points accusingly at the scarred leader and his lieutenants, who watch him with cold indifference. In response, the leader simply turns, and a single, soul-piercing glare silences the entire station. All the man's bravado instantly shatters, replaced with a raw, shuddering terror. The leader clenches his fist and takes a single, deliberate step forward, his presence overwhelming. For him, this is simple. He can see the deep, dark abyss that lies within every person. He looks past the man's exterior and sees everything he's hiding in the depths of his heart. His eyes, glowing with a faint, predatory light, seem to strip away all pretense, and the terrified man feels that gaze on his soul, leaving him utterly exposed and broken. The leader's vision zeroes in, peering past the noise and into the man's very soul. There, he finds him, a small, pathetic figure huddled in the vast darkness of his own heart. The core of his being is simple, a single, all-consuming emotion, fear, and the leader sees this truth with perfect clarity. He knows they all try to hide it, putting on a cheap facade of confidence and strength. The man begs him to stay back, his false bravado melting into a pathetic scream. But in the presence of true power, that fear is bound to rise to the surface as a single punch connects. The defiant survivor is sent tumbling across the concrete floor like a discarded doll. Every other person in the station watches, their faces frozen in a mask of pure shock and terror. All the man can do is tremble on the ground as the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps draws near. The scarred leader looms over his new subject, his expression utterly devoid of pity. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he yanks the man up by his shirt, savoring the look of raw fear. This is the expression he wanted to see. A man utterly broken and pathetic. He demands more, a glimpse into the survivor's personal abyss. He wants to see the man's true self, the sniveling coward hiding beneath the bravado. The sickening thud of fists echoes through the station, but the man's pleas to stop only feed the leader's twisted grin. But the entertainment is cut short when his subordinate suddenly calls for him to wait. Annoyed at the interruption, he turns his head, a silent "what?" in his eyes. The woman nervously reports that, now that she's checked, they seem to be missing a few people. Wiping his hands clean with a cloth, the leader's focus shifts instantly, asking what exactly happened. She reports that the guy with the chicken comb hair, who was supposed to be in charge, simply disappeared without a word. The leader sighs in frustration. Ah, him, that man was always an unpredictable thorn in his side. Fine, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. He decides he'll go talk to the cowards personally. As he walks off, one of his underlings asks what they should do with their current plaything. His orders are chillingly simple: tie the man up and leave him on the surface. The survivor's face twists in horror. He pleads with them, desperately reaching out, crying that the beating he took should have been punishment enough. But his cries seem to awaken a terrifying rage in another man, whose eyes blaze with a furious white light. A fist clenches, trembling with barely suppressed power, ready to explode. Then, his eyes snap open. He realizes with a groggy mumble that he must have fallen asleep. The constant vigilance against monsters has worn him down for days, leaving him no chance to truly rest. But Hez not in the real world. Hez somewhere else entirely, a swirling abyss with no end in sight. His head pounds, his vision sparking as he struggles to get his bearings in this disorienting nightmare. He feels his body moving, his bare foot stepping forward onto a strange, yielding surface. Yet there's no solid ground here, only a tangled mess of threads that give way beneath his weight. Every step is a struggle, wading through a sea of darkness that seems to be actively pulling him in. And then, a chilling realization begins to creep into his mind. It's not that this space is trying to swallow him. The horrifying truth is that he's already been consumed. Dark tendrils suddenly erupt from the void, wrapping around his arms and body, yanking him back. He can only let out a silent scream of terror as he's dragged into the suffocating darkness. His hand reaches out, desperately clawing at the emptiness. But the void offers no purchase, only a swirling abyss that pulls him deeper. He is completely consumed by the crushing, suffocating black. With a violent jolt, his eyes snap open and he gasps for air. It was just a nightmare, but the feeling of being swallowed whole felt terrifyingly real. He slowly sits up, his mind struggling to process where he even is. Before him stand three strangers, their cold eyes fixed on him. The man in the coat steps forward, his voice cutting through the silence with a grim ultimatum. He gives the boy exactly 2 minutes to reach the central area of the station, or face exile. Another boy smirks, telling him he'd better start running now if he hopes to make it. Without a word, the boy forces his weary body to stand. The man in the coat lets out a disappointed sigh. He had hoped for someone brave, but this one just looks like another letdown. Suddenly, his condescending look vanishes as he flinches back. The prisoner is just casually stretching, patting the back of his neck. He rubs his eyes, trying to shake off the lingering haze of his nightmare. But to him, this is nothing, just another morning surrounded by monsters. His gaze locks onto them, his voice cutting through the tension as he asks how they plan on exiling him. The other boy scoffs, completely blindsided by this sudden show of defiance. But the leader's face splits into a wicked grin. This is exactly the response he wanted. He dares the boy to show him the abyss, the darkness he can sense hiding behind those empty eyes. And with a sudden lunge, the man rushes forward, his face a blur of manic speed. He moves so fast, it's like the world itself struggles to keep up with his violent advance. The younger subordinate smirks, telling the prisoner he's completely screwed now. But the boy doesn't even flinch, casually asking if 2 minutes will be enough. He corrects himself with chilling calm, lifting 2 fingers, not minutes. 2 seconds. That's all the time hell need, he declares, to take this so-called captain down. The subordinate absolutely loses it, howling with laughter at the sheer audacity. Once he's done cackling, he pulls a gleaming knife, asking if the kid is finally done yapping. But a hand gently pats his shoulder, and he freezes. The prisoner is already right behind him. A sudden jolt of alarm hits our prisoner as he frantically searches his pockets. A voice from the shadows mockingly asks if he's looking for something. The smirking thug dangles the crumpled photo, sneering that he found nothing of value except this old picture. But the prisoner's eyes ignite with a terrifying, cold fury as he makes a simple promise. Damage that photo, and you die. For a split second, the thug's smug expression shatters into pure, undiluted fear. He pinches the photograph, but another hand snatches it from him. The leader now holds the picture hostage, warning the prisoner that one more step means it gets torn to shreds. But our boy is already on the ground, his arms pinned as if by an unseen force. The smirking thug kicks him, laughing about where all that confidence went, asking if this scrap of paper is really so important. In his mind, the prisoner seethes he let his guard down, and they stole the one thing he had left while he slept. The smirking thug recalls a painful lesson. More than any monster, it's humans you have to watch out for. He asks his captain if they're finally going to kick this troublesome prisoner out. But the leader, staring intently at the family photo, surprisingly says no. His mind flashes back to the moment the prisoner first arrived, a strange power emanating from him. When he looked into the man's eyes through the peephole, he saw something that wasn't human, a deep, dark abyss that set him apart from all the others. Back in the present, he hands the crumpled photo back to his subordinate. He orders the thug to keep this picture on him at all times as leverage. His subordinate grumbles, questioning if all this hassle is really worth it for one guy, but the leader's command is absolute. As he agrees, the thug can't help but remember that terrifying aura that made him flinch before. With a twisted grin, the thug dismisses any lingering doubts. None of it matters anymore. He chuckles, dangling the family photo in front of the quivering prisoner, thinking the kid can't do a thing. But just then, a confused sound cuts through the air as a blonde schoolgirl appears in the doorway. Her eyes dart between the men, demanding to know what's going on and what they've done to him. The leader's expression shifts. So, there's the other target. This just saved them a lot of trouble. The girl stammers, a nervous sweat breaking out as the terrifying realization hits her they were looking for her. He gives a sharp command for her to be moved, and she flinches back with a terrified squeak. The smirking thug waves her off with a laugh, promising to take very good care of the picture for her. She's brought to a stop, now standing right in front of the prisoner, who remains slumped against the wall. Her eyes are wide with fear, a single drop of sweat tracing down her cheek as she stares at him. She reaches out a hand, her voice soft, asking if he's all right, but his only response is a clenched fist. Without warning, he smacks her hand away, a sharp, aggressive rejection that shocks her to her core. She yells out, completely bewildered. Why is he taking his anger out on her when she was just trying to help? But his eyes are like ice as he glares up at her, coldly stating he doesn't need anyone's help and telling her to move. Fed up, she points right at him, declaring that she has a name, it's Haru, and he will at least remember that. He turns away, his voice devoid of any emotion, asking for a single good reason why he should bother. Sometime later, the two of them stand silently on either side of an old man in a lab coat, the tension palpable. The man asks Haru if something happened, and she snaps back that there's just no talking to a bonehead like him. But our prisoner just scoffs internally, as if he would ever accept the help of another human being. Because deep in his mind, his father's words echo a chilling lesson: never trust a helping hand. His mind is made up, a grim certainty hardening in his eyes. Humans are his enemy. And just like that, he spots his target. That smirking kid is holding his picture. The boy waves it around like a trophy, but our prisoner knows he could piece it together even if it's ripped. But his hand trembles slightly. He can't bring himself to risk ruining it. It's the only possession he brought with him from that hellish underground bunker. He decides to be patient, waiting for the perfect moment for the boy to let his guard down. But that moment is cut short, as a new voice cuts through the tension, announcing it's time to begin. A tough-looking man and his crew lay out the new rules for everyone in the station. They're given two simple choices: follow his lead and be safe, or end up like the poor soul he's pointing to as an example. The man struggles, bound and gagged, as he's presented to the crowd like a trophy. The leader announces that this man's crime was trying to cause chaos in their only shelter. The blonde schoolgirl and the old scientist can only watch in horror as the sentence is passed. The punishment? He's being thrown out, and anyone who sides with him will be treated the same. Our prisoner listens with cold eyes, unimpressed by the leader's hollow offer of choice. The leader's message is clear. He isn't asking for followers, he's demanding them, because his word is now law. The terrified crowd of survivors exchange nervous glances, realizing the choice has already been made for them. Fear and uncertainty ripple through the group, their spirits already broken by this new apocalypse. No one dares to speak up, they just fall in line, a silent herd under a new, self-appointed shepherd. But amidst the quiet compliance, the old scientist nervously glances over, his eyes landing on something or someone unsettling. He looks upon the terrified faces of the younger generation, seeing their hope drain away. The old scientist can only watch as they resign themselves to this new, brutal reality. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but he knows it's the law of nature. The strong rule the weak. In a world that has fallen apart, he thinks, this kind of tyranny was almost inevitable. He sees right through the leader's words. It wasn't a choice, it was a threat. For everyone else, siding with that monster is the only logical path to survival. But as he processes this, something inside the old man snaps. A strange, unnerving grin starts to spread across his tired face. He adjusts his tie with a newfound confidence, deciding he's lived long enough to take a stand. If he submits, he'd be abandoning his duty to help others, and that's a price he refuses to pay. He clenches his fist, making his final choice. He's staying right here. The old man stands his ground, declaring he'll face this alone if he has to. But his solitary resolve is immediately shattered by a quiet voice beside him. He turns to the young schoolgirl, who flatly states she's not going anywhere either. Panic sets in. He grabs her, urging her to join the others and not make this foolish choice. But she just smirks, pointing behind him, saying he might want to reconsider who the foolish ones are. Confused, he slowly turns, his eyes widening in complete and utter shock. Because it's not just them, a whole crowd, including our protagonist, has chosen to stay. Elsewhere, a boy with glasses wakes up, his face a mask of pure terror. He screams in frustration, realizing he slept through the decision and is now stuck on the wrong side. He begins to spiral, screaming that they're all screwed and will be tortured for their defiance. A calm voice cuts through his panic. A girl beside him thinking he's overreacting. A flicker of hope lights up his face, desperately asking if she really thinks so. She clarifies that no, they won't be tortured, they'll just be starved or fed to monsters instead. His brief moment of relief instantly evaporates into pure, silent horror. Just then, another scream echoes through the tense room, but it's not from him. The old man in the lab coat is startled as a little girl runs straight into him with a thump. Her father rushes over, apologizing profusely for not keeping a closer watch on her. But the old man just smiles warmly, kneeling down to tell the young lady to listen to her dad. Her response? A hard stomp on his foot, leaving the old man utterly baffled. And with a solid bonk, the little girl headbutts the old man, shouting that he is not her father. She stands her ground defiantly, insisting her real mom and dad are out there looking for her. The man with her quickly explains to the stunned scientist that she isn't his daughter at all. He just happened to find her after she was separated from her family in the chaos, and decided to look after her. Elsewhere in the shelter, a couple of thugs stand guard, chatting by a doorway. They stop our protagonist cold, informing him that he is forbidden from leaving the room. He gives them a dead-eyed stare as they explain these are the captain's orders, and disobedience will be punished. One of the goons, armed with a pipe, gives a smug chuckle, adding that his age won't get him any special treatment. But the boy's mind isn't on them. It's on that smirking face from before he has to find out where he is. The captain's iron rule is absolute. As survivors are warned, they'll only get their meager share of food, and any cheating will be discovered. A few of the survivors are outraged, complaining that their food portions are way too small. But the man handing out supplies is unmoved, simply stating that it's the captain's orders. He scoffs, telling them they're just prisoners anyway. They don't need much to eat. Just then, the delicious aroma of cooking food drifts through the air. The scent wisps its way over to a muscular man lounging nearby. His eyes snap wide open with a jolt. Something smells good, must be time for dinner. He rises to his feet. Back at the distribution point, the men realize someone important is missing. They haven't seen Chicken Comb around, the captain's left-hand man. And as if summoned, the imposing figure looms behind them, already looking for trouble. The men whisper about him, confirming he's the one who barely listens to the captain's orders. Yet, for some reason, he's still considered the captain's most trusted enforcer. The rumor is he's a complete psychopath, a vicious thug who murders people with a huge, unsettling grin plastered on his face. His companion gulps, realizing this is not a man you want to cross. Just then, a survivor dashes past with food, accidentally bumping right into someone. A little girl tumbles to the ground, her meal spilling everywhere. Her eyes well up with tears, trembling in absolute fear, because the food has just splattered all over Chicken Comb's vest. He leans down, that same chilling smile spreading across his face as he tells her it's dangerous to run around here. The little girl trembles, tears streaming down her face as he complains about his vest. Her spilled food is a mess on the floor as he coldly orders her to come with him. Two onlookers watch in absolute horror, certain they're about to witness something terrible. They can't believe it, the rumors were true. He's actually going to hurt a child. But a moment of confusion hits them as Chicken Comb turns and starts walking their way instead. He gets right in one of the men's faces, who immediately stammers out a fearful "sir." In a shocking twist, he points back at the little girl and asks for a favor. Get her another meal. The man is stunned, protesting that the rules say everyone only gets one ration. Chicken Comb's expression hardens. Fine, he says without hesitation. Then give her mine. He then presents his own tray of food to the speechless, wide-eyed little girl. The onlookers are just baffled. He's really giving her his meal, but why? Then, a dark realization seems to dawn on the ration distributor. He thinks this isn't charity at all, but a sick, twisted game to slowly torture the girl. But before that horrifying thought can even settle, someone else makes a move. A man suddenly dashes in, grabbing the little girl and pulling her safely behind him. He glares at the gang, demanding to know what they think they're doing to a child. Chicken Comb is completely blindsided, sputtering in confusion about what he possibly did wrong. The man ignores him, simply calling them awful thugs and deciding it's time to go. As she's led away, the little girl glances back, a single tear of fear and confusion on her face. And the thug is left standing there, utterly speechless, his act of kindness completely backfiring. Meanwhile, another thug watches from the sidelines, a smug grin plastered on his face. Other survivors look on with deep suspicion, armed and ready for the worst. The two girls from before notice the guards have multiplied, their hopes sinking. Our protagonist, however, is reaching his limit, tempted to just go out and find the jerk himself. His eyes narrow with cold focus. He's decided he's waited long enough. But as he makes his move, the blonde schoolgirl catches the motion. Without a second's hesitation, her hand shoots out, grabbing his arm and stopping him cold. She turns to him, her expression completely serious, silently telling him not to move. Her friend watches, stunned by the sudden and bold intervention. At that exact moment, the lights above begin to flicker, plunging the hallway into an eerie gloom. Meanwhile, in the relative quiet of the shelter, an old man in a lab coat is fast asleep. But a quiet rustle breaks the silence as someone else begins to stir. The freckled girl sits up, her eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. Her gaze lands on our protagonist, huddled in the corner, seemingly lost to the world. Seeing an opportunity, or perhaps just driven by curiosity, she silently approaches him. She reaches out a hand, about to make contact with his shoulder, but her stealthy approach comes to a shocking and abrupt end. In a flash, his hand snaps up, grabbing her wrist with an iron grip. He wasn't asleep at all. He glares at her, his voice low and dangerous, accusing her of trying to ambush him. She winces in pain, stunned by his raw power, insisting she just wanted to talk. He repeats her words, his suspicion clear. Talk? What could she possibly want to talk about? Trying to ease the tension, she rubs her wrist and asks if he just doesn't like conversation. He stares back, his face a blank mask, letting the silence stretch between them. She then asks why he's always alone, a question that finally cracks his composure. He erupts, demanding to know what business it is of hers, and she flinches at his raw anger. Waving it off, he tells her to forget the small talk and just get to the point. He watches her intently, waiting for the real reason she approached him. She finally asks him directly why he always isolates himself from the other survivors. A light bulb seems to go off in her head as she guesses, is he just shy around people? He scoffs at the ridiculous notion, shouting that he would never stay near his enemies. She stares back, completely baffled by his declaration. Enemies? He confirms it without a hint of doubt. That's right, all humans are his enemies. She tries to reason with him, pointing out that she never had any intention of hurting him, but his paranoia is a fortress. He flatly states he doesn't believe her. She could be lying for all he knows. She sighs, seeing she won't get through to him, and changes tactics. Fine, he can be as suspicious as he wants, but why not at least make up with Haru? He's taken aback. Haru? The blonde girl? He clarifies they were never even fighting. A flicker of hope crosses her face. So then, he's going to be friendly with her again? He immediately shuts her down. That, he says, is a completely different story. To him, Haru is also human, no different from any other potential threat in this room. The girl is completely floored by his cold logic, trying to find the words to make him understand. She explains that Haru cries herself to sleep every single night, thinking no one can hear her. Surely, she must be going through something terrible. But then again, so is everyone else here. With a hopeful smile, she suggests that since they're the same age, he could be the friend Haru needs. Her heartfelt plea is met with a single, cutting word that hangs in the air. Pathetic. Being sad, he declares with an icy stare, is a luxury reserved only for the weak. All that time spent wallowing in misery should be used to plan for survival instead. She looks up at him, her tone shifting, and asks a question meant to pierce his armor. Has he ever lost a loved one? A violent memory flashes through his mind, a struggle on a bridge, a fall, and his father's glasses tumbling into the abyss. But he shoves it down, his answer a sharp and final no, vowing it will never happen to him. Ever. She stares, shocked, as he doubles down on his cold philosophy. He doesn't have any loved ones. His eyes are dead serious, betraying no emotion. Because without anyone to care about, there's simply no reason to ever feel sad. It's a lonely existence he's carved out for himself in this broken world. Her voice cuts through his isolation, remarking that it sounds like a very lonely life. But she quickly adds that it's all right. With a gentle smile, she offers him a strange comfort. If he dies, she'll at least be sad for him. For the first time, her empathy seems to land a direct hit, leaving him completely stunned. He quickly turns away, unable to meet her gaze. He scoffs that her offer is ridiculous because he has absolutely no intention of dying. He glances back, trying to get the last word in, adding that he won't be sad when she dies either. But his petty jab just earns a light-hearted chuckle. She isn't fazed in the slightest. Suddenly, her amusement is cut short by a harsh, racking cough that echoes in the quiet room. Nearby, an old man stirs in his sleep, groaning at the late-night disturbance. She catches her breath and apologizes, figuring she's been talking for far too long. With a simple wave and a quiet good night, she gets up to leave him in peace. He watches her go, her footsteps fading into the darkness, leaving him completely silent. What a strange person, he can't help but mull over their bizarre conversation. As another survivor sleeps nearby, he retreats back into his corner, alone with his thoughts again. But not for long. As the boy with glasses groans, woken up and wondering how anyone can get any sleep in here, he sits in the dark, reflecting on the 4 days he spent trapped in this hellhole. He'd only come here looking for a safe place to rest his head. But instead, these bottom feeders stole his only photo, his single clue to finding his mother. The memory of their fists hitting him echoes in his mind. He remembers them standing over him, asking if he was enjoying their little game. The leader had sneered, claiming with mock sincerity that they took no pleasure in this. It was simply the punishment he deserved for trying to leave them last time. But something inside him finally snaps, his voice cutting through the silence. His eyes flare with a terrifying intensity as he dares them to come and punish him themselves. Put the picture down, he says, and suddenly the thug's smug confidence evaporates into pure shock. The thug reels back, a sudden realization dawning on him this kid isn't scared. In those cold green eyes, he sees no fear, only a chilling focus on the stolen photograph. He tries to regain his swagger, shaking the photo and threatening another beating for his insolence. But the prisoner's mind is already somewhere else, recalling the cold words of his father. A lesson that all humans are born evil, a lesson these thugs are doing their best to prove true. He clenches his fist, steeling himself, but then his memory shifts. He remembers the freckled girl, her eyes wide with genuine concern over his injuries, and the old doctor, who gently led him away from the crowd to get him treated. The doctor had been worried, offering to disinfect his wounds, a kindness that defied his father's cynical worldview. Yet even then, he'd brushed it off, telling the old man it was nothing, leaving him to worry alone. Lost in his memories, a soft thud brings him back to the present. He glances over, surprised to see a bottle of water and a can of food left for him. It's the freckled girl, offering him the meal shed saved for him. He takes the tray, the words of gratitude almost escaping his lips, but they die on his tongue, his lifelong cynicism refusing to yield. Turning away, he dismisses it, just as she begins to cough quietly. It's a weak, persistent sound, and for some reason, it catches his attention. Her coughing triggers a sudden, important memory. He recalls telling her that he'd never intended on attacking her to begin with. A dangerous thought takes root. If he was telling the truth, then what if she is now? Her last words to him echo in his mind, a strange promise that someone would be sad if he died. And for the first time in a long, long time, he wonders maybe he could actually trust someone. But a sudden clang snaps him out of his thoughts. He whips his head around, startled by the sound. She's collapsed on the floor, the food tray and bottle scattered beside her. The cap from her water bottle spins across the dusty ground, coming to a slow stop. He rushes to her side, his mind racing as he tries desperately to wake her. The old doctor arrives, confirming his fears. Her condition is bad, and she needs medicine. But there's a serious problem. They don't have any left. They'd have to go above ground. The girl weakly protests, coughing as she insists no one should risk their life for her. The old doctor insists she stop talking. Her condition will only get worse without medicine. But how are they supposed to get any? He looks at the doctor, desperate for a plan. His voice trembles as he asks what will happen to her if they can't find it in time. The doctor's grim silence is the only answer he gets, a confirmation of his worst fears. Suddenly, 3 men appear in the doorway, their leader announcing the captain wants to see the doctor. But the man's intense gaze isn't on the doctor at all, it's fixed on someone else. Our boy feels the hostile stare, his own confusion and unease growing. The messenger lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh, clearly unhappy with his orders. He grips a small photograph, annoyed at being told to hold it up every time he sees this kid. Glancing down at the blade on his hip, he thinks he could easily get rid of him without these games. He coldly informs the doctor that the captain has ordered him to treat the others, and he needs to get moving now. But the doctor, sweating, stammers that he can't do that right now. The messenger's head whips around, his voice dripping with menace as he asks if he's hearing this right defiance of the captain's orders. Panicked, the doctor quickly clarifies that he'll treat the others as soon as he's finished with his current patient. He gestures to the young woman beside him, insisting that she's in critical condition. Weakly, the girl steps forward, trying to defuse the situation by offering to go get the medicine herself. But a violent coughing fit racks her body as the doctor shouts that it's nonsense. She wouldn't survive a minute up there. The messenger takes a slow step forward, a sudden, twisted understanding dawning on his face. "Ah," he says, his eyes wide with mock realization. "You should have just said so earlier." Then, in a flash, he drives his knife straight into her stomach, whispering that he could have easily helped her with that. The entire room is frozen in a moment of absolute, silent horror. From the doorway, our prisoner's eyes widen, witnessing the unthinkable act. With a soft thud, the young woman's body collapses lifelessly to the ground. The doctor can only watch, his face a mask of pure, helpless disbelief. His assistants are paralyzed by the same shock, unable to process the sheer cruelty. She lies still, a pool of blood spreading from the brutal wound in her stomach. The messenger stands over his victim, his shadow looming large over the scene. But our prisoner sees it all, a cold, deathly stillness settling over him. And then, his eyes begin to glow with an unnerving, dangerous light. His gaze locks onto the dying girl. And in that instant, something inside him finally breaks. He can see it, a strange, crackling light emanating from the woman's fatal wound. It's the last embers of her life, slowly and surely fading away into nothing. The light vanishes completely, leaving only a cold, blood-soaked corpse behind. The prisoner's heart pounds in his chest, a heavy, rhythmic beat in the stunned silence. How could something so complex, so full of life, be extinguished so easily? He watches, transfixed, as the last of her essence disappears from the world. But the killer casually shatters the moment, pointing a blood-stained finger. The prisoner's wide, shocked eyes snap into a terrifyingly sharp focus. Looking up from his handiwork, the murderer smirks, asking our prisoner why he has such a long face. The question hangs in the air, but the prisoner's mind is a storm of white noise. A ghostly voice seems to whisper to him, reminding him he said he wouldn't be sad if she died. His mouth hangs open, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He stands frozen, just inches away from her cold, lifeless hand. All around them, the other survivors watch, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated horror. The blood splattered on his own clothes feels like a brand. Not a single soul can move, paralyzed by the sheer brutality they've just witnessed. Even the old man in the lab coat can only let out a sickened groan. But the killer simply wipes his blade, complaining about getting his hands all dirty. The old doctor's body begins to tremble with pure, unadulterated rage. He can't fathom how someone could kill without an ounce of remorse. To him, the real monsters weren't outside, one was standing right here. But the killer just laughs it off, telling the old man he's being too harsh. He explains it was a simple choice: lose a dying girl or a valuable doctor. The other survivors stare in disbelief as he says the girl should be grateful. A quick death, he argues, is a mercy compared to what the creatures would do. He glances down at her lifeless hand on the dirt floor and then he freezes. The boy's smug, condescending look instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He stands frozen over the body, his entire form trembling with a quiet, suppressed rage. The killer's voice cuts through the silence, mocking him, asking if Hez finally feeling a little fear. He continues to needle him, wondering what happened to that tough facade from before. But our protagonist doesn't respond, his face shrouded in a dark, ominous shadow. Slowly, he raises his head, and his eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly green glow. A memory surfaces this same monster, younger, with that same grin, clutching a blood-soaked weapon. The killer's amusement fades when he suddenly realizes something: the photo is gone. His eyes snap to the floor, spotting the small picture he must have dropped in his haste. As the killer starts to panic, our boy kneels, reaching for the one thing that truly matters. Recovering his nerve, the killer's cocky smirk returns, asking what our boy's gonna do about it. He looks down on him, still kneeling on the floor, seemingly broken and defeated. But the atmosphere suddenly shifts, and the killer's confidence wavers into confusion. From the shadows of his hair, a single, glowing eye locks onto its prey. The thug's own eyes narrow, a cold sweat breaking as he processes the danger. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a desperate, nervous reflex. Then, a single step forward, the ground itself seems to warp under the pressure. Trying to sound tough, he spits out one last taunt, daring him to finally fight back. In a blur, he's met with a feral glare and a simple, bone-chilling confirmation. The thug leans in with a smug grin, asking what he's going to do about it. He keeps pushing, seeing the coiled form and mistaking it for fear. He asks if he's going to jump him, the words barely leaving his lips before his eyes widen in terror. Because in a flash of blinding speed, a knife is hurtling straight for his face. But it's just a distraction. The blade flies past as our boy is already moving, a blur that leaves the onlookers stunned. Before anyone can even blink, he's got the thug by the collar, rage burning in his eyes. With a grunt of pure power, he hurls the man through the air like a rag doll. He follows through instantly, not giving him a single moment to recover. The thug's head meets the concrete wall with a sickening, bone-shattering crack. And just like that, he's held up by the shirt, limp and unconscious, the fight over before it ever truly began. The onlookers can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. They're completely frozen, unable to process the sheer brutality they just witnessed. But our boy isn't finished. He presses the cold steel of his knife against the thug's throat. The blade digs in just enough to draw a thin, crimson line. His eyes are glacial, completely devoid of any pity or hesitation. All that bravado from before has vanished, replaced by the pure terror of a boy about to die. He grits his teeth, his mind flashing back to another time, a memory that fuels the fire tightening his grip. He remembers this punk's smug, mocking face from a past encounter, a time when he was the one who was attacked and utterly humiliated. He remembers the thug's smug face as his fist flew forward. But in that moment, our boy's eyes just went wide with shock. He didn't even react, just absorbed the blow without a single flinch. The regret burns him now. If he'd only realized how weak this punk was, he could have prevented the tragedy that followed. A haunting image of limp, lifeless feet flashes in his mind. He recalls the sight of a bloodied, wounded leg, and the memory of a fatal wound that should have never happened. It was all because of another man, a true monster from his past. And now his father's voice echoes from the darkness, giving a single, cold command: kill him. A red glint flares within his eye as that cold voice takes root in his mind. His father's lesson was simple: never show mercy to a defenseless enemy. His hand tightens around the blade, lethal intent gathering like a storm. But a part of him screams to stop, to pull back from the brink. The old man in the lab coat cries out, warning him that this is a choice he can't take back. He turns slowly, a cold smirk on his face. He can't undo it? So what? With a wild look, he asks if they're actually worried about this piece of human garbage. He scoffs, making it clear he certainly isn't, but the old man clarifies he's not talking about the thug's life. He's talking about his heart. The unexpected concern stops him cold, leaving him utterly confused. The old man clenches his fist, urging him to think this through. For the first time, our boy hesitates, asking if killing is really necessary. His gaze drops, the internal conflict raging within him. He sees his own reflection staring back from the cold steel of the blade. With that flicker of doubt, the knife begins to lower. A memory surfaces, a younger, more naive version of himself, asking the same question. He once argued that just beating someone half to death was enough to make them stay away. But his father simply laughed, mocking such a weak mindset. He leaned in with a cruel smile, asking if his son was afraid of killing humans. Snapping back to the present, he sharply tells the old man not to get ahead of himself. He glares forward, vowing that he will never become like his father. If the apocalypse truly comes, he'll survive on his own terms. He refuses to become a monster who just kills anyone he doesn't like. With a sharp twist, he disarms the thug instead of stabbing him. The blood-stained knife clatters onto the dirty floor. His hand, now free, trembles from the decision he just made. The old man's face lights up with relief, thinking his words had an effect. But our protagonist immediately clarifies that this wasn't for him. He admits that killing this man would make him no different than his own father. And besides, when he really thinks about it, there's just no reason to. He thinks back to the freckled girl, questioning why her life or death should matter to him. After all, even if she had lived, she wouldn't have helped him find his mother. His expression darkens, his mind made up with cold, hard logic. So in the end, her fate doesn't matter, just as another thug tries to attack him from behind. But the attack is clumsy and slow. He snatches the man by his jacket before the bat even connects. Without a word, he uses the man's own clothes to begin a ruthless beatdown. He slams the would-be attacker into the ground again and again with vicious force. The thug is left in a motionless heap on the floor, and another survivor can only stare. The onlooker is frozen in place, his face pale with utter shock at the display. Our protagonist turns his cold gaze on him, wanting to know what he's just standing there for. The man reveals the tattered photograph he picked up from the floor. He holds it out, thinking he's found a chink in the armor, asking if this is something precious. Our protagonist takes a single, deliberate step forward, his bare feet silent on the ground. His eyes are hollow and cold as he asks with chilling indifference, "So what?" The onlooker is stunned into silence, his attempt at an emotional appeal completely backfiring. But then, instead of panicking, he gently begins wiping the dirt from the photo's surface. He carefully cleans the image, treating this stranger's memory with unexpected respect. With one last breath, he blows away the remaining dust. He offers it back, simply telling him to be more careful with it. As the photo touches his skin, our protagonist's hand begins to tremble. The remaining survivors can only stare, their minds reeling from the carnage they just witnessed. They're all too familiar with the cost of weakness in this world, a body wrapped in a sleeping bag. For the first time, a crack appears in our protagonist's cold facade, his eyes wide with an emotion head long buried. The old doctor suddenly realizes the two children are nowhere to be seen, a new wave of panic setting in. Another survivor remarks that it's a small mercy they didn't have to witness the bloodshed. But our protagonist cuts through the quiet, his voice startling one of the men. The man whirls around, demanding to know why he didn't use that monstrous strength to save them earlier. His answer is simple, hollowed out by pain. They were holding something of his hostage. The man scoffs, unable to believe it was all for a single piece of paper, asking what could possibly be so important. With a voice laced with absolute conviction, he simply states that it's important. The man can only groan, left utterly speechless by such a simple, unbreakable answer. Our protagonist's world shrinks to the tattered photograph in his hand. Turning to the other survivors, he announces that he has something he needs to ask them. The small group gathers, trying their best to decipher the image he presents. But they're all stumped. The studious girl points out she's never even seen a flower like that before. He asks her if she knows where the picture was taken, admitting that he doesn't know either. Another survivor chimes in, noting that without internet access, identifying a location from a photo is nearly impossible. The old doctor then cuts to the heart of the matter, asking why he's so desperate to find this place. With cold, unwavering eyes, he states the obvious. He's going there. His simple, insane declaration leaves the entire group frozen in stunned silence. The old doctor tries to talk some sense into him, reminding him the surface is a death sentence. But our boy just cuts him off, stating with chilling confidence that he can survive. This absolute self-assurance leaves the others utterly stunned and sweating. He looks down at the crumpled photo in his hand, his expression unreadable. In his mind, he admits he never really expected these people to recognize it anyway. But just then, a new figure emerges from the shadows, and his eyes widen in recognition. The thug leader glares at him, his gaze sharp and full of hostile intent. He scoffs, revealing a startling connection to the photo, saying he told that kid to protect it. It seems the previous owner couldn't even handle that one simple task, but he dismisses it with a crack of his knuckles clearly. He's here for something else. With that settled, the thug leader calmly tucks the photo back into his jacket. He's decided to use a more intuitive method to get his point across. The scene cuts away to the desolate, broken-down city streets. In a narrow, rubble-strewn alley, something begins to take shape. A grotesque, four-legged creature materializes, its claws scraping the concrete. But just as quickly, it's put down, its body slumping to the ground. We then see where these survivors have made their home, a dark, abandoned subway station. It's a grim, but functional base of operations against the apocalypse. One of his men notes that with enough firewood gathered, they can finally eat well. A single flick of a lighter brings a small flame into the darkness, ready to cook their prize. The campfire roars to life, casting a flickering warmth through the desolate station. Haru watches from a distance, completely unfazed by the others' excitement over the fire. Just then, a little girl stomps up to her, her face a mask of pure irritation. She complains that everyone here is gross and that no one even bothers to flush the toilets. Haru awkwardly tries to explain that it's not their fault, the flushing system is just broken. But she stops mid-sentence, her feet planted firmly on the grimy floor. A man with bandages wrapped around his head and waist blocks their path, his face grim. He tells her not to look at him with such judgment. He's just trying to survive like everyone else. Across the platform, another survivor spots the tense standoff beginning to unfold. And as the argument brews, the cooking fire continues to burn, hungry and indifferent. While stirring the group's meager stew, one of the survivors notices a small splash. His partner asks if he just dropped something in, telling him to stop being stupid and keep stirring. The man dismisses it, figuring his tired mind was just playing tricks on him. But then a sudden storm of rocks and debris rains down from the ceiling directly into their pot. He screams, staring in disbelief as their dinner is ruined. What in the world is happening? High above them, the ceiling groans and cracks under an immense, unseen weight. The cracks shatter, revealing a dark chasm and a pair of glowing, predatory eyes. A monstrous, rock-skinned worm bursts through, dangling menacingly over the two frozen survivors. As the new threat makes its grand entrance, the grim reality of their world sets in once more. And across the station, the thug leader's sharp eyes snap toward the source of the commotion. One of his men is already on the floor, dazed and confused. The leader internally confirms his suspicion. His initial discernment was correct. He remembers his old life, recalling that even then, you'd sometimes meet certain types, beings who were monstrous in their own right, deviating completely from the norm. A useful memory, now that the world is crawling with actual, literal monsters. One of his underlings nervously tries to warn him, stating that the kid is deceptively strong. A fact the leader already figured out, and he really doesn't appreciate the pointless advice. He has no time to be told what to do by his own incompetent men. His gaze finally locks onto the calm, unassuming boy across the way. He's met with a pair of cold, intense eyes that hold no fear whatsoever. The leader sneers, commenting on the kid's rebellious eyes as he moves in to assert his dominance. But the prisoner's gaze remains steady, thinking to himself that now, he'll finally be able to see it. The leader reaches out, unknowingly peering into the very depths of the boy's being. And just like that, his world shifts. He's suddenly trapped in a dark, empty space. He finds himself pressing against a strange, vast wall, utterly confused. The scene pulls back, revealing him to be a tiny figure before an endless black void. He's plunged into absolute nothingness, a crushing, silent darkness. Then, a single, faint light emerges from the abyss. His face twists from confidence into sheer, unfiltered terror at what he's witnessing. His eyes go wide, having seen something that has completely shattered his psyche. His pupil constricts, reflecting the absolute terror that has seized his soul. A single, chilling thought echoes through his mind. He was terribly, fatally mistaken. He believed he was the one looking into the boy's depths, but his face twists in horror as he realizes the truth. It was the other way around. Something from that endless void was looking out at him. His mind fractures, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the being before him. He wasn't just staring into an eye, he was standing in the very maw of an ancient predator. A raw, primal scream finally escapes his lips as his sanity shatters completely. He's violently jolted back to reality, collapsing to the floor in a heap. His men can only stare in confusion as their once feared leader trembles, utterly broken. The boy's presence has become a pure, predatory shadow. He is a tiny figure at the heart of an incomprehensible, cosmic gaze. The thug leader gasps for air, the thought echoing in his mind he was almost swallowed alive. Even the facility staff can only stare, mouths agape at the sudden breakdown. His hand trembles uncontrollably, the phantom terror still gripping his very soul. His underlings are completely lost, wondering why their fearsome boss is so terrified of this kid. But his raw fear is contagious, and a wave of pure panic sends them scrambling. The boss himself stumbles down the hallway, desperately pleading for someone to help him. Just then, another man, bloodied and battered, staggers from a room, crying out that he can't see. The fleeing thug leader freezes, confronted by this new horror, forgetting the monster standing right behind him. The facility staff murmurs in confusion, wondering where all this blood even came from. One of them just shrugs, completely clueless. He says he was just taking a nap. But the source of their confusion, the bloodied man, suddenly flinches in pain. He groans, complaining about a headache that's been bothering him for a while. Standing alone in the hallway, he feels a strange weight settle on top of his head. The onlookers' eyes widen in terror, their minds screaming the same question. Is that a monster? Panic finally hits the man as he claws at his scalp, trying to rip off whatever has attached itself to him. He stands frozen in the doorway, a perfect silhouette of a man consumed by horror. Then, his body begins to convulse violently, twisting and shaking in a grotesque dance. He falls still, his form glitching like a broken image, as a shard of his glasses falls to the floor. The terrified onlookers can only stare, their minds struggling to process the horror. Through the man's cracked glasses, the last flicker of humanity seems to vanish. A grotesque tendril suddenly bursts from his head, spraying glass into the air. It whips out with impossible speed, skewering an unlucky bystander through the heart. Absolute chaos erupts as the survivors scream, but one man finally makes his move. A brutal right hook connects, shattering the host's head and ripping the parasite free. The lifeless body is sent tumbling down the concrete steps, a discarded puppet. But the fight isn't over. The creature writhes on the floor, very much alive. Its new savior turns, watching as the parasite coils, ready for another attack. He calmly steps past the fresh corpse, entirely unimpressed by the monster. With a final, brutal stomp, he crushes the parasite's remains into the ground. The creature is reduced to a mangled pulp on the cold stone floor. Without a word, he turns his back on the survivors, his part in this seemingly over. They stare in disbelief, realizing the monster has finally stopped moving. He killed it. Their boss actually killed that horrifying thing. But a cold dread washes over him. Where in the world did a monster like that come from? His focus sharpens as a faint sound cuts through the silence. Other survivors begin to emerge from hiding, crying with sheer relief. He glances down, still listening, his instincts screaming that this isn't over. His own staff cheer for him, their faith rewarded, completely unaware of their leader's chilling premonition. But his eyes suddenly widen, locking onto something new in the darkness. The leader's own face contorts in shock. That sound wasn't his imagination. A woman stands there with a smirk, casually holding the severed limb of another creature. With a heavy groan, the massive vault door behind her grinds open. A new horror is revealed, and the celebrating staff freeze in absolute dread. The air grows thick as the thing begins to shamble forward. It moves past their feet, its form alien and grotesque. Its skin is like cracked, living stone, its claws sharp enough to rend steel. All their hope evaporates, replaced by the cold certainty of death. The creature slowly rises to its full height, ready to begin the slaughter anew. But the sound of that vault door echoes a different memory, a door slammed shut long ago. After so much time trapped in the subway, they had almost convinced themselves it was over. They had tried so desperately to forget what survival really cost, staring at the corpse of a monster they'd barely managed to kill. But the faces of the dead never truly leave you. A cold sweat breaks as one man realizes it's happening all over again. They were trying to bury the memories of the initial outbreak, the desperate moments of grabbing anything that could be used as a weapon, the terrible, visceral memories of friends and strangers being torn apart, the screaming, the chaos, the sheer, unrelenting terror of it all. This was the memory burned into their minds, a shambling horror, a nightmare given form. Against such a beast, their only hope was a splintered piece of wood. So they ran, a frantic herd driven by pure, animalistic fear. The screams of the dying echoed in their ears, pushing them ever forward. But in the depths of their terror, a single thought broke through the panic. A desperate, defiant roar to stop running and finally face their demons. That's when he appeared, his voice cutting through the chaos, asking how long they would flee. He calmly explains that this time is different. It's just one monster, and they can win. And for the first time, the survivors stop, turning to face the threat. They listen because they'd already seen him single-handedly butcher the very embodiment of their fear, Or maybe it was just the look in his eyes, the unwavering conviction of a man who refused to break. The whispers started to spread, a growing murmur of hope. They saw him do it. He really killed one. And the grim reality settled in. There was nowhere left to run anyway. He was right. This was their last stand. A new fire ignited in their eyes, and a single, unified thought took hold. They would kill this thing themselves. The terror was still there, a cold sweat on their skin, but now it was mixed with a burning resolve. For the first time since this nightmare began, their hands weren't trembling in fear. They were clenching into fists, ready to turn their predators into prey. Their leader lets out a short breath, feeling the sudden, immense weight of their trust. They turned to him as one, a makeshift army asking for nothing more than the order to attack. For one brief, fleeting moment, they felt a surge of hope before it was brutally snuffed out. His followers can only stare in horror, crying out his name as their world shatters. Their leader hits the ground hard, his hammer falling beside him, the fight over before it even began. But something is wrong. A dark, twisted tendril begins to slither out from his mouth. The foul appendage grows, hoisting his body up like a puppet on a string. His team is frozen in disbelief. He killed it, they were sure of it, so why? The parasitic growth snakes around his neck, reshaping him into something inhuman. The horrifying realization dawns on one of them. It didn't die, it's not something that can die. A cold dread grips the group as they understand the terrible implication. In the place where their leader once stood, a new, more terrifying monster now looms. One of the survivors grits his teeth, a grim realization washing over him. It's a thought born of pure despair. They can never beat these things. As if to prove his point, the newly formed monster crashes through the doorway with inhuman force. It immediately lunges for another survivor, whose face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. A woman watches, frozen, as the beast swats another man aside like a rag doll. One of the men desperately tries to brace for impact, a futile last stand. The rest of the group can only look on, their faces pale with horror at the unfolding massacre. The monster snatches the woman, its grotesque limbs coiling around her as she screams for it to let go. A sickening crunch silences her struggle, followed by a final, blood-chilling shriek. Her body hangs limp in its grasp as the creature begins to drag her away. A fine red mist is all that's left of the monster's latest victim. The remaining survivors stare, their minds struggling to process the sheer brutality. It's a chaotic blur of screams and violence unfolding in the dark. The creature tears through them without mercy, a force of pure destruction. In just a few moments, the hopeful group is reduced to a pile of broken bodies. And watching this massacre from the other side of the doorway is our protagonist. The last few survivors see him and bolt in his direction, screaming in terror. They cry out that they were wrong, realizing it's only a matter of time before they're next. One man in particular is frozen, sweat pouring down his face as the inevitable closes in. But before his panic can completely take over, a firm hand suddenly grabs his wrist. An old man in a lab coat tries to stop him, yelling at him to let go. But the desperate father screams that his child is out there, that he has to find her. His friend can only stare, horrified by this suicidal declaration. He tries to force the grim reality on him. If the monsters are at the entrance, his child is already. The unspoken truth shatters the man's spirit, and he collapses to his knees. His mind spirals, the current nightmare blending with some past, unspoken tragedy. Hes completely lost in his despair, clutching at something that isn't there. Looking up in a daze, he wonders who is standing before him. It's our protagonist, his back turned to the sobbing man, a silent guardian. He stares out into the red-soaked corridor, ready to face the carnage alone. The remaining survivors can only stare, mouths agape in sheer terror. But the old man in the white coat suddenly breaks rank, charging forward. A desperate, panicked shout escapes him as he runs towards the danger. The sight triggers a painful memory. Him chasing a small, determined boy into darkness. He remembers that child, barefoot, about to cross a line he could never uncross. The boy had walked on, ignoring his pleas, swallowed by a crowd of shadows. Back in the present, the old man reaches the doorway, breathless and too late. Our protagonist is already handling it, eyes glowing as he coolly extends a hand. A grotesque monster of flesh and sinew begins to pull back at his command. It reveals its latest victim, the old man's friend, now lying dead in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, in another cramped, blood-soaked room, a different family hides in silent terror. The youngest child can't hold it in, her sobs turning into a desperate cry for her older sister. The teenager panics, hushing her fiercely, convinced the noise will get them all killed. The little girl tries to stifle her whimpers, her small body trembling with fear. But in her own mind, the older girl is spiraling, thinking she can't afford to care for anyone else. She hid here to survive, and if she's found, she knows she's dead. Suddenly, a small tug on her sleeve cuts through her frantic thoughts. The little girl's hand clutches at her jacket, a silent, trusting gesture. Her tear-filled eyes look up, pleading for a connection, for safety, and the teenager just stares back. Her survival at all costs mindset completely shattered. Her selfish panic melts away, replaced by a sudden, terrifying clarity. She snatches the little girl's hand, her voice a fierce whisper, telling her to stick close. Nearby, another survivor stares down at a body, a grim reminder of their fate. He looks up, his face a hollow mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The girls find him, and the teenager immediately asks for a plan, insisting they have to escape. But the man is broken, muttering that there's nowhere left for them to run. She doesn't care where, she argues, as long as they can just find a way to live. He turns to her, explaining the cold truth. Monsters are above, and now they're down here too. With their only safe haven gone, he asks how she can possibly believe they can survive. But a fire ignites in her eyes as she screams back that she refuses to just wait for death. The man is left speechless, stunned by her unwavering defiance. She declares through gritted teeth that she will survive, no matter what. A fire lights up in her eyes, a promise to herself that she will not give up. He sees it then not just fear, but a powerful will to live burning in her gaze. And in that moment, he understands. She has a reason to fight, a reason to survive this hell. His sudden shift in tone catches her completely off guard. But their conversation is cut short as a new horror emerges from the darkness. Raw panic takes over as the man screams for them to run, shoving the teenager forward. He throws himself at the monster, a desperate attempt to hold it back. She looks back in horror, realizing he's sacrificing himself to save them. A piece of his headband flutters to the ground as he's caught from behind. The girls don't look back, they just run for their lives. In his final moments, a crazed smile spreads across his face as the monster consumes him. The teenager can only squeeze her eyes shut as his screams fill the air. Her mind flashes back to a previous slaughter, a memory of another hopeless fight. The female fighter from their group had furiously attacked one of the creatures, but it was useless. The transformed man simply grabbed another survivor, unfazed. She slumps to the ground, the weight of their failure crushing her. It's over, she thinks, utterly defeated. There's just no way to win. But just as she gives up hope, a calm presence appears right behind her. The other survivors can only stare, wondering what on earth he's doing walking barefoot toward the carnage. All around them, the monster's tendrils impale anyone left standing without a shred of mercy. He stops, facing the grotesque creature that has butchered so many of them. With a heavy breath, he pushes himself up, ready to face the impossible. The woman with glasses watches in disbelief. A wild thought crossing her mind, is he actually going to fight it? The old man scoffs, certain the boy is just throwing his life away. Even their transformed leader couldn't handle this thing. But the female fighter grits her teeth, her only thought to kill the monster. But our protagonist doesn't just charge. He leaps, grabbing onto the creature's own writhing tendrils. With impossible speed and agility, he runs straight up the dark limbs, using them as a bridge. Then he launches himself into the air, flipping over the chaos to strike from above. He lands perfectly on the monster's pulsating flesh, his footing firm. But in his mind, he's somewhere else, facing the transformed leader who failed before him. While the leader is consumed by darkness, our protagonist's arm becomes one with it. He turns his back, having learned the lesson. You don't fight this thing, you devour it. Snapping back to reality, he plunges his hands deep into the creature's body. Hes not just tearing it apart, Hes absorbing its very essence, making its power his own. The survivors watch in stunned silence, the old man wondering if he actually stopped the monster. But the woman with glasses scoffs. Their leader stopped it too, and it didn't matter. This time is different, as the creature's flesh screams, its monstrous mouths wide in agony. The main body begins to shrink and wither, its power being drained away at an alarming rate. And as he devours it, a memory floods his mind, a much younger version of himself. He stands over the bodies of slain creatures, facing two more hulking brutes. They lumber towards him, but the boy shows absolutely no fear. Dropping the small corpse he was holding, he dashes forward without hesitation. One of the monsters roars, its massive jaw unhinging to swallow him whole. But he's already in the air, using its own body as a springboard. His eyes lock onto an axe, already embedded deep in the creature's back. He lands perfectly, his small hands gripping the wooden handle. With a brutal tug, he rips the weapon free in a spray of dark blood. The boy just plants his feet, grimly ready for the next swing. The axe lands with a sickening tear, and the two survivors can only stare in horror. But what explodes from the wound isn't blood, it's a strange torrent of white, fibrous flesh. And in the middle of the storm, the boy stands firm, completely unharmed. The old man and the researcher can't process what they're seeing. There's no way he's alive. How could a mere child possibly survive that? The other survivors who witnessed it were equally frozen in disbelief. After all, everyone knew the truth about these creatures. They possessed overwhelming strength, and a body that could constantly regenerate from almost any injury. To fight them head-on wasn't brave. It was simply an act of suicide. And yet, as the terrified crowd looked on, this boy was about to prove them all wrong. While the others could only cower in fear, this boy stood up and decided to fight them all alone. He was just a kid, panting and wounded, but his eyes burned with resolve. His father's words echoed in his mind. There is no being in this world that doesn't die. And that rule applied even to these regenerating monsters. The old man had taught him that for any living thing, whether plant or animal, there must be a source, a core that gives it life. Back in the present, a chilling realization washes over the survivors' faces. If that core could be found within the monster's body, then even an immortal creature could be destroyed. His father was sure of it. With his instincts, he would know exactly where to strike. The boy clashed with the creatures, feeling for that flicker of life. He moved like a storm, a whirlwind of desperate motion against the lumbering beasts. His father's voice explained that he had to find the very origin of their life, the place where it all began, and with a glint in his eye, the boy understood. This source was like a seed, its roots giving power to the entire monstrous form, and back in the present, he squares up against the transformed leader. He can see it now, a bright, pulsing light deep within the creature's chest. Its seed. With the thug leader's massive blade in hand, he has everything he needs. He thrusts the weapon forward, aiming directly for that glowing, life-giving core. Just as he learned all those years ago, he strikes the very heart of the problem. The blade plunges deep, and the monster's chaotic flesh convulses around him. Its form implodes, the dark tendrils collapsing back into their source. In a flash of light, the colossal body is gone, its life force extinguished. He gasps for air, the weight of the battle finally hitting him. All that remains of the hulking creature is a small, dark stone on the floor, a seed, containing all the malice and power of the monster it once was. The other survivors can only stare, their minds reeling from the impossible sight. Even the pragmatic old man is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. One thought echoes in the silence: he actually killed that thing. But elsewhere, the horror is just beginning as a small child spots a skittering creature. For the others, the memory of that first attack is still fresh, a vision of pure terror. The blonde student remembers running, her heart pounding in her chest. She ducked around a corner, trying to escape the hulking beast right on her heels. Its rocky hide was impervious, its massive jaws snapping at the air. A single swipe from the monster sent her tumbling helplessly across the floor. It loomed over her, a predator cornering its exhausted prey. Pinned down by fear, she could do nothing but stare up at the creature. Its gaze locks onto hers, and her sanity begins to fray. The world dissolves into a vortex of absolute, mind-shattering dread. Her mind flashes with a strange image of small, frantic paws scrambling away. A fleeting memory of something tiny being violently snatched from her grasp. The vision shatters, and she stumbles forward, crashing back into reality. She gasps for air, eyes wide with lingering terror, completely disoriented. A voice cuts through the haze, a man expressing his immense relief that she's unharmed. The blonde girl looks up into the worried faces of the other survivors, but a cold dread begins to creep in. Something is terribly wrong. The man's voice grows urgent, asking her where the little child is. Her gaze drops to her own hand, which feels unnervingly empty. And as the realization hits, a collective scream of pure horror rips through the air. The little girl's cries echo in the empty room, abandoned and alone. She calls out for the older girl, wondering where she could have gone. The father's face contorts in a silent scream of pure panic, because right behind the child, a grotesque, single-eyed monster emerges from the shadows. The blonde teenager can only watch, frozen by a wave of sickening dread. But just as its claws descend, the Mohawk thug lets out a battle cry and dives in. He shoves the little girl to safety, sliding across the floor to intercept the beast. He stands his ground, facing down the tentacled horror that now towers over him. With a cocky grin, he cracks his knuckles, threatening to rip the creature's eye out. The monster just stares, and all that bravado instantly deflates into a pathetic, For one glorious, idiotic moment, the thug thinks he actually scared it off. But the old man beside him is quick to burst that pathetic little bubble. He explains that the reason they're still breathing is because someone else is currently serving as the main course. And that someone is our boy, absolutely tearing into these rock-skinned behemoths. His eyes burn with cold resolve, but he knows this is a losing battle. Has a monster in his own right, but even he can't evade every single attack. He flashes back to the grim math of his past: kill one, and two more take its place. His initial plan was simple: wipe them all out and secure the area. However, facing a relentless pack of three, simple survival is now the only mission. He sizes them up, realizing these monsters are different. They have no blind spots. Every move must be perfect. A single misstep would be his last. And worse, he can sense that more are on their way. With his stamina already dangerously low, a prolonged fight is suicide. The thought creeps into his mind, should he just run? It would be so easy to escape, to find a place to hide and recover. But then he remembers the others, the helpless humans cowering in that room. He quickly dismisses the thought. What do they have to do with him? After all he's been through, he has no reason to save them. Humans are the enemy. And yet, a different memory surfaces, a kind, gentle smile. But his moment of distraction is a fatal mistake. As the monster lunges from behind, a vicious claw rips across his back, tearing through flesh and fabric. He's sent tumbling across the ground, his small axe flying from his grasp. The hulking beast looms over him, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. He pushes himself up, trembling from the pain and exhaustion, his body screaming at him. But the look in his eyes isn't fear anymore, it's pure, cold fury. Suddenly, an unlikely figure steps in front of him, the punk with the mohawk. The thug says he's got the gist of the situation and asks if he knows a way to kill them. Our prisoner looks up, a flicker of surprise registering on his face. And that surprise slowly twists into a vicious, terrifying smile. He has a plan. The thug grins with a wild energy, ready for a fight and asking how he can help. He repeats that he understands the stakes and just needs to know if there's a plan to kill these things. Our prisoner just looks on, the offer of help catching him completely off guard. With a bat slung over his shoulder, the punk makes it clear he's all in. Then, another fighter steps forward, the scarred survivor, also pledging his support. The prisoner is stunned, his mind reeling. Humans are helping him? The question echoes in his thoughts. A concept so alien he can't process it. After all, he's always known humans are the enemy. There's no reason for them to stand with him. But the thug cuts through his confusion with a single, brutally honest answer. To survive. Our boy is left speechless, the simple logic of their shared desperation starting to sink in. The scarred leader lays it out plain and simple. If the monsters get him, they're all next. He even offers a hand, a gesture of solidarity that makes our boy flinch back in shock. His wide eyes dart around, the idea of a truce with humans completely foreign to him. The leader waits, his expression steady, letting the offer sink in. But the prisoner turns away, his mind already clouded with doubt and bitter memories. He lets his own hand fall, a silent rejection of the truce. After all, he knows the truth, he can never, ever trust humans. Because when their own lives are on the line, they will do anything to survive. A cold realization washes over him, born from a lifetime of betrayal. And his face hardens, the decision made. His old suspicions proven right once again. His mind is made up. Fine. If they want to help, they can make themselves useful and distract the enemy. He can't truly trust them, but their shared goal of survival makes them predictable tools for now. And just in time, a stocky, gator-faced monster stomps into view, roaring for a fight. The survivors flinch back, their eyes wide with panic as the creature approaches. But the prisoner remains completely still, his body coiled like a spring, laser-focused on the battlefield. Then he's off, exploding past the reptilian beast, without giving it a second thought. The monster whips its head around, confused by the boy who just ignored it completely. That's when the Mohawk thug steps in, gleefully taunting the creature and drawing its full attention. As the beast lets out a furious screech, the prisoner continues his sprint, the plan working perfectly. He charges forward, cleaver in hand, his eyes locked on the real target, the red-eyed horror in the distance. The beast's massive eye suddenly constricts, its pupil glowing with malevolent energy. A split second of shock flashes across the prisoner's face. He knows exactly what's coming. With a terrifying roar, the monster unleashes a massive, concentrated beam of pure destruction. He barely throws himself aside, the raw power of the blast shattering his cleaver into splinters. Gritting his teeth in fury, he pushes forward, now completely unarmed but no less determined. But the monster isn't giving him a moment to breathe, firing off a rapid volley of smaller energy shots. He's forced into a desperate dance, weaving between the deadly projectiles raining down on him. Ignoring the searing heat and the fresh wounds marking his back, he closes the distance. Hez, right in its face now, the monster's defenses completely bypassed. With a roar of his own, he spots his opening, pulling back his fist to strike the glowing red core. He lunges forward, fist aimed directly at the creature's core. But a sudden memory paralyzes him, a past failure against a monster just like this one. Just as the beast fires its laser, the scarred leader dives in, shielding him with a simple pot lid. Impossibly, the makeshift shield holds, glowing red-hot as it deflects the concentrated beam. Watching from afar, the old researcher and his staff can only despair at their own helplessness. But their safety is an illusion, as a smaller, shadow-like creature emerges from the rubble. Two of the students spot it first, their faces twisting in sheer, unadulterated terror. The others turn to see the spindly monster crawling right toward their hiding spot. In a flash, a figure lands silently, cutting off the creature's path. It's the female fighter, and with a cold glare, she recognizes it as an enemy of her boss. And so we flash back to a simpler, more brutal time, with our boy standing over his latest kill. The leader rushes to his side, asking if he's hurt, but the kid just stares blankly ahead. He'd just saved them all, stepping over the shattered remnants of the creature. One of the thugs, a bandaged brute, looks on in complete disbelief. His mohawked buddy is equally stunned, realizing this is what a dead monster actually looks like. Tired of running, the bandaged thug demands to know how he did it, begging for the secret. The kid calmly explains that every monster has a weakness you just have to target. The thug squints, trying to focus as instructed, his face a mask of intense concentration. He triumphantly declares their weakness is their heads, to which the kid flatly replies, "No, it's not." The leader sighs. He doesn't get it. But if this kid is the only one who can see the weak spots, then they have no choice but to follow. The scarred man rallies the group, proposing they'll attack and create openings for the kid. But before anyone can agree, a blur of motion zips right past him. It's the Mohawk thug, screaming that he's getting in on the monster-killing action. The leader watches in disbelief at this kid's absolute lack of fear or common sense. Putting his body on the line, the scarred man grapples one of the rocky beasts, acting as a human shield. The overzealous thug follows suit, gleefully swinging his bat into the fray. For the first time, our prisoner looks genuinely surprised. He never expected to get help from humans. Back then, they would have just been another meal for the monsters. Feeling on top of the world, the thug taunts his opponent, daring it to make a move. But a sudden terror grips our hero's face. Hez spotted something they all missed. With a loud crack, the thug's bravado shatters along with his wooden bat. He's sent flying backwards, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. Our prisoner scoffs internally. The idiot should have dodged. Humans are just too weak. But watching the scarred man hold his ground, he realizes these people are different. They'll die if he doesn't end this. The rocky beast lunges forward, claws outstretched to finish the job. But our hero intercepts, unleashing a torrent of biomass to shield the stunned man. With the immediate threat blocked, he sizes up the battlefield. Just one of the big ones left. A sudden, chilling thought interrupts him. Wait, wasn't there another monster? His eyes drift down to the female fighter, pierced and bound by a grotesque parasite. The other survivors can only stare in frozen terror at their fallen comrade. The grotesque parasite grine, its tendril pulsing as it feeds. It burrows deeper, draining the very life from the female fighter. Her body goes rigid, the last of her strength finally giving out. With a final shudder, her hand drops to the blood-soaked ground. But just as all hope seems lost, the parasite begins to tremble violently. It's torn from her back with a sickening rip, its grip broken in an instant. The fighter gasps, barely conscious, trying to warn them about the new monster. A shadowy, tendrilled creature now looms over her, its form shifting with a sinister grin. It ignores its first victim, turning its attention to the horrified girl hiding just a few feet away. Before she can react, a web of dark threads erupts from the creature, ensnaring her completely. The terrified girl watches as the dark tendrils suddenly retract from her body. They shrink back into a small, dense core, now held in the hand of the exhausted prisoner. He saved her, but the fight has clearly taken its toll, and he can barely stay upright. With a final gasp, he collapses face first onto the dirty floor, completely spent. The aftermath is grim. Bodies are strewn everywhere, a testament to the monster's rampage. After some time, he stirs, his gaze immediately falling upon the monster's core. A familiar hunger takes over as he slowly reaches out a finger to touch it. The fibrous mass seems to melt into his touch, beginning the process of absorption. His eyes flutter open later, the world coming back into sharp, clear focus. He sits up, examining his hand, now completely healed and pulsing with new power. He sits up, a bit dazed, while the girl he saved sleeps soundly beside him. Another survivor approaches, amazed that he's already conscious and asking if he's okay. The kid learns he's been out for 2 solid days and glances down at the bandages on his chest. He processes this for a second, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Then, without a word, he rips the bandages clean off. The old doctor who patched him up lets out a gasp of utter disbelief, because underneath, there's nothing. Not a single wound remains on his skin, leaving the old man speechless. He gives a satisfying stretch, feeling better than ever, as the doctor mutters about his miraculous recovery. Just then, the group's scarred leader stirs, his voice full of relief to see the boy awake. The man is overcome with gratitude, finally getting the chance to thank the boy for saving them all. But our hero just brushes it off, saying there's no need for thanks since he was fighting for himself, too. Then he pauses, a thought crossing his mind. What happened to that other human he fought alongside? Suddenly, the mohawked thug springs to life, yelling at them not to write him off so easily. He tries to puff out his chest and boast about his strength, only to immediately cough up a spray of blood. The leader then turns to the thug, thanking him as well, but asking the obvious question, why did he help them? The thug looks genuinely stunned when the leader asks if he isn't supposed to be a bad person. He's completely flustered, demanding to know what on earth would give them that impression. The leader calmly explains it's because of the whole gang of thugs that were following him around. At this, the thug absolutely loses it, denying any connection and shouting that they were the ones who had him all wrong. Has met by a new face, a girl who seems to be lecturing him before he's even fully conscious. She's muttering about not judging by appearances, a philosophy she seems to be borrowing from someone else. The prisoner groggily wakes up, catching a glimpse of the girl's flustered expression. Snapping back to the present, she checks on him, asking if he's okay. But her curiosity takes over, and she questions why he was sleeping here when he doesn't even look hurt. His quiet confusion only seems to annoy her more, and she snaps that she's only there because she wants to be. Just then, the old man steps in, telling the boy he should thank Haru for staying by his side to treat him. Haru's face flushes with anger and embarrassment as she denies everything. She claims she was just helping the old doctor, but her mind flashes back to a certain thug. She remembers him watching her, his eyes full of awe as he admitted she was incredible. Her mind races back to that moment, to his unbelievable speed. She thought he had to be possessed, moving like a ghost to dodge that monster. It felt like they were in two different worlds, just barely out of reach. The memory leaves her feeling strangely isolated and quiet. She brushes back her hair, lost in the thought of what had happened. The thug had been staring at her, completely dumbfounded by her skill, but his praise was just noise. Her attention had already shifted to the prisoner. The thug could only stammer in confusion he was complimenting her. So why did she look away? Back in the present, the prisoner's curious gaze meets her. Flustered, Haru immediately turns her head, avoiding his eyes completely. She keeps her head down, still flustered by the whole situation. The prisoner's gaze, however, is sharp, a distant memory sparking in his mind. He recalls a gentle voice from long ago, a girl with a kind smile. In the memory, she tells him that she doesn't care if he suspects her, but she gently insists that he should make up with someone named Haru. Hearing his voice again pulls the real Haru back to the present, her eyes widening. He asks her quietly, confirming if that name he just remembered belongs to her. She freezes, not expecting him to speak, let alone know her name. He waits patiently for her answer, watching as she keeps her back to him. With a quiet yeah, she confirms it and begins to walk away. The scene shifts to the grim reality of the survivor's shelter. A young student steps forward to give a formal, devastating report. He confirms that after recovering 43 bodies, only 12 of them are left standing. The group reels from the 80% casualty rate, though a researcher coldly corrects the math. But the student isn't finished. He mentions a strange discovery they made among the dead. He reveals that all the bodies were found drained and colorless, an unnatural shade of gray. They looked mummified, as if they had died a long, long time ago. Another survivor chimes in, suggesting it's the work of that disgusting monster they saw latched onto the corpses. She wonders what these creatures even are, bringing up dark rumors about government experiments. At the mention of experiments, Haru's eyes widen, a flicker of horrified recognition on her face. Another survivor pipes up, adding that he's also heard that rumor. The monsters supposedly just fell from the sky. Haru is stunned by the implication. From the sky? So are they aliens or something? But before that theory can take root, a burly man with a mustache interrupts them. He says there's a much more important issue to address: the identity of the boy sitting quietly among them. The other survivors look on, remembering the impossible feats they just witnessed. His raw power, and the chillingly precise way he knew exactly how to kill the monsters. Haru watches, her expression shifting from confusion to a mix of awe and suspicion. The boy finally looks up and speaks, calmly revealing his entire life has been one long training session for this apocalypse. He then holds up a worn photograph of his parents, explaining it's the only thing he brought with him. But the Gothic girl crosses her arms, a look of deep skepticism on her face as she prepares to speak. She calls him out immediately, stating that a single photograph isn't nearly enough to earn their trust. After all, a picture is something that could have been easily forged. She continues listing the holes in his story, like being trained in a secret basement his entire life, or the fact that he conveniently knew the apocalypse was coming before anyone else. Everything about his ridiculous story should make him an enemy, but his eyes remain steady, waiting for her to finish. Everyone's mind flashes back to the unbelievable power they witnessed firsthand. She turns to the group and admits that after seeing what he can do, there's not a single person who can truly doubt him. He seems genuinely surprised by her sudden change of heart. But the moment is shattered when the curly-haired researcher suddenly grabs him, her face a mask of sheer panic. She's stunned for a moment, He actually dodged her frantic grab with ease. The researcher immediately starts pleading, screaming that she believes his story and that she's sorry. Just then, the old man in the lab coat speaks up, lending his support. He recalls what he saw when treating the boy, a sight that clearly shook him. It wasn't just a few wounds. His entire body was a canvas of scars, an unimaginable amount for anyone, let alone someone so young. Haru overhears this and quietly asks how he could have possibly gotten so many. He turns to her, explaining calmly that he earned them from his repeated attempts to escape the basement. Her heart goes out to him. She murmurs that it must have been so hard, but his reply is a simple, cold no, leaving her speechless. He looks down at his hands, explaining that his scars aren't bad memories. They're proof that he fought. But his stoic explanation is cut short by a furious shout from the crowd. The man with the mustache steps forward, demanding to know why he didn't warn anyone if he knew the apocalypse was coming. He insists that with a warning, people could have prepared, could have saved themselves. Our boy doesn't answer, his mind instead replaying his father's one simple, brutal lesson. Humans are the enemy. He looks at the survivors gathered around him, admitting to himself that he doesn't trust them either, but something's changed. He remembers moments of true camaraderie, of people risking everything for him. His father's words echo in his mind, painting humanity as a faceless, evil horde. But then he thinks of these people, the ones who have stood by his side. The girl in the dark dress speaks for them all, her gaze steady, telling him that whatever his past, he's important to them now. She gestures to a box of monster cores, telling him that, since he's the only one here, who can actually take down the monsters, these belong to him. The thug with the mohawk chimes in, thinking out loud how useful it would be if he could just sense their weak points. He mimes a few wild swings with his bat, getting a little too excited at the thought of a perfect kill. The scarred leader adds a more serious point, suggesting that finding his mother might unlock vital information about the monsters. But the mustached man scoffs at long-term plans, asking what good information is when they don't even know if they'll be alive tomorrow. Outside, the ruined city is a silent graveyard, with strange new life forms floating ominously in the sky. The man explains that their one piece of luck is their location, hidden beneath the wreckage of a collapsed building. To even reach their shelter, one would have to descend deep into a dark, broken stairwell. It's a treacherous path, blocked by so much rubble that it's kept them safe from the horrors above. A person would have to navigate through all that destruction just to find their entrance. But the mustached man shouts that this is the only good thing about their situation. Their supposed luck is just a thin wall separating them from the monsters roaming the surface. And he reminds them there's no guarantee the creatures won't find their way down here again. But the thug with the mohawk cuts in, telling everyone not to be so pessimistic. After all, he says with a grin, they still have plenty of rations left to eat. He gestures towards the storage room, but his confident smile quickly falters. A quiet voice cuts in, stating the obvious. This isn't a storage room anymore. Our protagonist kneels down, his hand brushing across an empty, overturned food container. And then, in a blur of motion, he vanishes into the darkness. The Mohawk thug breaks down in tears as the grim reality of their empty food stores settles over the group. The old man in the lab coat steps up, stating the obvious. They need volunteers to scavenge on the surface. Eager for a fight, the Mohawk thug immediately volunteers, sick of hiding underground for over a week. But the scarred leader interjects, reminding the thug his wounds haven't healed, and offering to go instead. His bravado is short-lived, as a sharp jolt of pain shoots through his own injured arm. The old man immediately shuts him down too, telling him it's too early to be taking off his bandages. Frustrated, he asks if there's anyone who isn't hurt that's willing to go on the supply run. The question is met with immediate, silent panic from the curly-haired researcher, who shakes her head wildly. Another survivor calls it a suicide mission for idiots, a sentiment the goth girl quickly agrees with. Finally, the hooded figure gives a silent, decisive no, crossing their arms to end the discussion. The old man sighs, grimly announcing they only have enough rations to last about a week. But just as despair sets in, a quiet voice cuts through the tension. It's him, volunteering to go. The old man's face floods with relief. If their strongest fighter is going, there's hope. Of course, he has his own reasons for accepting the mission. He needs answers about that picture. And besides, he figures he can probably find a much better base than this dreary subway station. Without another word, he leaps onto the escalator, ready to head towards the surface. But as he ascends, he admits to himself the most important reason he's going. A fleeting memory of a small, bolted window flashes through his mind. Staring up at the light, he remembers just how much he truly hates being trapped underground. Suddenly, a voice from behind him declares that they're coming with him. He turns to see the two students he saved earlier have followed him. The young woman apologizes for freezing up during the attack, admitting she was just too scared to move. But seeing him fight with such courage has inspired her to be brave, too. The boy agrees, saying it's incredible that he'd risk his life to protect them. Our hero just gives them a deadpan stare, thinking they're fools for not running away. Meanwhile, the old man is still trying to rally more people, asking if anyone else will step up. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with utter shock. A familiar face emerges from the crowd. It's the quiet blonde girl, Haru. She takes a single, resolute step forward. Despite her entire body trembling with fear, she has volunteered for the suicide mission. The old man watches her, thinking to himself that this is just too much for a young girl. But Haru ignores him, clutching her backpack strap and solidifying her resolve. The other two students turn to our hero, asking with a smile if he's ready to go. Their enthusiasm instantly dies on their faces. He stares back, completely blank, wondering what their problem is. They're just now realizing he's planning to march out there shirtless. The two nervously suggest that maybe he should put on some clothes first. Just then, the quiet gothic girl steps forward, holding out a stitched-together shirt. He looks at her, surprised that she'd made him something while he was asleep. She proudly informs him that he should be honored. She was a first-rate designer, you know. She adds that people used to line up for her designs, though her clientele has thinned out recently. He just stares, the concept of fashion completely alien to him. The simple gesture of receiving clothes triggers a painful memory. He remembers asking his father why they could only wear the same torn, filthy rags. His entire life, the only choice he had was from a rack of identical, drab uniforms. His father would just chuckle, telling him not to be disappointed because they were one and the same. Back in the present, he looks at the gift, admitting that wearing new clothes was a dream he had for the surface. And with a faint, genuine smile, he offers a simple thanks to the human who helped him. The gothic girl is left speechless, her confident facade completely crumbling at his sincerity. As the group heads up, she quickly recovers, boasting that her work has now ruined all other clothes for him forever. But the gothic girl suddenly stops Haru, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. She pushes the blonde girl forward, who nervously calls out right as the prisoner is mid-change. Haru's brain immediately blue screens at the sight. He just stands there, pants around his ankles, innocently asking what she wants. She's completely frozen, unable to speak a single word. Meanwhile, the other survivors riding the escalator behind them are absolutely losing their minds. Even the tough-looking girl and the spiky-haired punk are left gaping in total disbelief. But poor Haru is just stuck, her mind a blank slate of pure shock. The reality of the situation slowly starts to sink in, her eyes widening with panic. And then comes the delayed reaction. A silent, blushing, internal scream of absolute mortification. Her brain reboots, and with a scream of pure indignation, she calls him a pervert and swings. But he catches her fist with zero effort, completely baffled as to why she's suddenly attacking him. The failed punch sends her stumbling forward, losing her balance completely. As she falls, the kid with the glasses notices something odd, a faint scar on her forehead. With a thud, she lands hard on the escalator stairs. Haru is now sprawled on the ground, face down, right at his feet. He just stands there, a perfect picture of innocence and confusion, wondering what just happened. She's trembling on the floor, too humiliated to even move. He asks why she isn't standing, but she just screams at him to hurry up and put on his clothes. He agrees, quietly thinking to himself that he will truly never understand human beings. Finally dressed, he walks forward, his mind already moving past the bizarre encounter. Meanwhile, the scarred leader and the old man wonder aloud how the monsters found their shelter. Suddenly, the curly-haired researcher notices something on the ground. It's the remains of a small campfire, evidence that someone was cooking here. And right beside the ashes, she spots a perfectly good lighter. With a triumphant cheer, she holds it up, claiming her new prize as our hero looks on. He calmly connects the dots for her. The monsters were drawn here because they're attracted to fire. The two older survivors are stunned by this revelation, a simple but deadly weakness they never knew. He warns her not to even think about lighting it, not even for a second. She stares at the lighter in her hand, the small object now feeling like a death sentence. Haru stares at the lighter, her face pale with dread, the warning echoing in her mind. But the researcher, completely oblivious, cheerfully offers it to her as a gift. She then happily sprints away, leaving Haru alone with the cursed object. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place for the blonde girl. The kid with the bowl-cut glasses pipes up, positive he knows her from somewhere. He calls her out as the famous track athlete from Gasang Middle School. Haru is stunned, asking how he could possibly remember that. He says he recognized her from a scar, proof he'd been watching her even back then. With a smile, he admits he always thought she looked incredibly cool when she was running. And just like that, the fire is lit within her, as she drops into a perfect sprinter's stance. Her fists clench, a silent promise to herself and the boy who remembered her. But as she prepares to run, a bitter memory suddenly floods her mind. The very scar he thought was so cool was nothing more than a mark of shame to her. She's pulled back into that awful day, remembering it wasn't cool at all. A time when she was just a normal student, laughing with her classmates. But this scar wasn't some trophy from a race. It was a brand from the day her legs completely failed her. A permanent reminder of the moment she froze in her tracks. The day that left her terrified, unable to bear the weight of anyone's expectations ever again. And in her memory, the other students all turned, calling out her name, Haru. The sound of a car horn only drew more attention to her frozen form. It was her family, trying their best to cheer her on for her middle school debut. Her little brother popped up from the back seat, full of energy, telling her to hang in there. But all their shouting just made her shrink, pulling her hood over her head to hide from the world. Her new classmates were just confused, wondering who this girl even was. They tried to be friendly, asking why she wouldn't even say hi, but she was completely paralyzed. Watching from the car, her family's encouraging smiles slowly faded into concern. Her father could only think about how energetic she used to be before that incident. Now, she was so scared that just getting through the day had become an unbearable challenge. The memory hits him hard. His daughter, just a little girl, held by a monster of a man. The crowd could only watch in frozen, helpless horror. Her attacker grinned, a cruel, predatory smile promising nothing but pain. But even then, a flicker of defiance burned in her as she tried to fight back. In an instant, she was thrown to the ground, her small struggles meaning nothing. The shadowy figure loomed over her, a mountain of pure menace. Tears streamed down her face, her spirit finally starting to break. But as the man turned, a blade was jutting from his back. She had done it, she had stabbed him to save herself, and the spray of his blood was the price she paid, a scar that would never truly heal. In the chaotic aftermath, her father's face appears, a mask of pure shock and horror. The memory is so vivid she wakes up screaming, trapped in a nightmare that won't end. Her family is there, relieved she's awake, but their voices are distant and warped. She's panting, drenched in a cold sweat, her body still reliving the fight. Her eyes are wide with a terror that sees right through them, locked on the past. Her father pulls her into a hug, trying to soothe her, telling her it's over and she's safe now. But his comforting embrace feels like a cage. She's completely frozen, unresponsive. All she can see are the terrifying moments replaying over and over in her mind's eye. The blood seeping through her bandages is a stark reminder that this wasn't just a bad dream, and in the silence that followed, a part of her simply went dark. Days turn into weeks, and she finds herself back in a classroom, trying to fade into the background. A classmate tries to break the ice, cheerfully talking about something that was really scary. But Haru isn't really listening. Her gaze drifts toward the classroom window. Her trauma projects a horrifying, shadowy figure scrambling against the glass. She shudders, the phantom terror chilling her to the bone. The girl, completely unaware, leans in and asks what Haru's biggest fear is. The simple question puts her on the spot, a spotlight she never wanted. Surrounded by her new classmates, she stammers, struggling to find a normal answer. With a dead serious tone, she admits she's most scared of dying, instantly killing the mood. A moment of panic, oh god, wrong answer, and she quickly tries to play it off, saying they were just talking about scary movies. But the bell rings for gym class, and the teacher calls the next group of runners to the line. The other girls immediately start whispering, and Haru is hit with a wave of cold, suffocating dread. Her breath catches, her heart pounding as she's forced to face one of her greatest triggers. She plants her feet on the starting line, every instinct screaming at her to flee. Her mind drifts back, remembering that ever since she got the scar on her head, it's felt like something dangerous was constantly stalking her, just out of sight. And whenever that terrifying feeling got too strong, whenever she was forced to run, her vision would completely white out, the world dissolving into pure panic. The sharp crack of the starting pistol fires, and the other students surge forward. But Haru is left behind, completely frozen on the spot, trapped in her own mind. Because for her, running isn't a sport, it's a desperate escape. It always drags her back to that day, to the terror of being chased. The heavy thud of footsteps behind her echoes in her mind, a phantom pursuit. One of her classmates, running ahead, suddenly senses something is wrong. He glances over his shoulder, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. In a flash, Haru rockets past him, a blur of motion leaving everyone in a cloud of dust. She finally collapses, gasping for air, her mind screaming at her. That's right, all she can do is run away. She's just a coward. But as a teacher checks the stopwatch, their expression is one of pure shock. It's a new record. The other students, completely stunned, erupt into cheers, amazed by her incredible speed. Her classmates rush over, stunned, asking if she's secretly a track athlete. Even the coach is blown away, seeing her raw potential and offering to make her the best. But for Haru, the offer brings a chill. If she runs, that memory, the trauma of her past threatens to swallow her whole. Yet, despite the fear, She clenches her fist and makes a decision. She'll do it. 2 years fly by, marked by shelves of gleaming trophies. A news article pops up, detailing the rise of a new track star who shattered records. Elsewhere, a man confirms the rumors the girl with the scar, the new legend, is here. And there she is, a seasoned athlete now, wiping sweat from her brow after a workout. The men approach, calling her the athlete of the hour, and asking for a picture. She agrees with a strained smile, trying to play the part of a rising star. The older man proudly takes the picture, telling her what an honor this is for him. But the camera's bright flash shatters her composure, dragging up a terrifying memory. He's stunned speechless by her sudden, violent reaction. She gasps, hyperventilating as the panic attack consumes her. Haru stumbles back against the wall, desperate to escape a threat only she can see. Unfazed, the man just lights a cigarette, complaining that she ruined his mood. His companion tries to apologize, explaining that she's just a bit strange. But Haru hears everything from around the corner. They think the famous rookie is just a coward. Meanwhile, across town, 3 men stand on a sunny street, pointing up at a building. A quiet family dinner is underway at Haru's home. Her father taps at his phone, frustrated that the internet isn't working. His wife gently reminds him to put his phone away while they eat. Changing the subject, he cheerfully asks Haru if her interview with the reporter went well. She remains silent, her expression unreadable behind her bangs. Her little brother, however, is just focused on stuffing his face. The father beams with pride, remarking that he never knew she had such a talent for running. He's just so excited to see his daughter on TV, completely missing the heavy atmosphere. But Haru finally speaks, her voice chillingly quiet, revealing her speed came from that incident. The cheerful mood instantly shatters, leaving a stunned silence hanging over the dinner table. And our protagonist listens as Haru's story finally spills out. She explains that whenever she runs, she's reliving that horrifying incident, using the memory to push herself faster. It's a bitter irony that's how her entire running career began. She had hoped that by running, she could somehow overcome the cowardly personality born from that day. But as her hand trembles, the truth becomes painfully clear. She looks down, admitting that after all this time she's still a coward. We see her daily struggle, her hands shaking as she nervously adjusts her uniform. She stands frozen against a wall, overwhelmed by anxiety, when his voice cuts through the silence. He simply tells her she doesn't need to fix it, that it's perfectly okay to be a coward. Haru looks up, completely stunned by his unexpected words of acceptance. But Haru can't accept it, insisting that he's wrong, it's not okay at all. She's always been treated like an outcast because of her personality, hated for running away from every little thing that scared her. She remembers overhearing the whispers, how even the adults thought something was wrong with the famous newbie. And in her darkest moments, she came to believe it herself. So she tries to shut him down, weakly claiming that everything is fine. She tells him he doesn't have to try and make her feel better, pretending his words don't affect her. But he doesn't let her walk away, instead pulling her into a sudden, gentle hug. He holds her close, explaining that he wasn't just trying to comfort her, he was simply telling her the truth. So what if she's a coward? He tells her that in his eyes, nothing fundamental has changed about her. Before the incident, after the incident, she is still the person he knows, and her family still loves her. With a gentle touch, he pulls her back slightly. He tells her that it's okay, she doesn't have to hide anymore. Looking her straight in the eye, he finally addresses the scar she's so ashamed of. That mark, he says, isn't a symbol of weakness. It's a medal, proof that she fought valiantly. And with those words, the dam she's been holding up for years finally breaks. She confesses through her sobs that she only tried to change because everyone hated her for being a coward. But a memory surfaces of her parents, their faces etched with love and concern. And she remembers her mother's smile, a look of pure, unconditional acceptance. But she wasn't entirely alone. She remembers that there were people who understood. She recalls her little brother, playfully calling her a crybaby, and her mother's gentle scolding. The memory of her father's words echoes in her mind. He had always told her that there was nothing wrong with who she was. Her mother would smile, always seeing the best in her. They taught her that it was okay to be a coward. Her father had once held out his hand, asking her to make a promise. He wanted her to promise she wouldn't cry the next time she felt that fear. And through her tears, she had managed to smile and agreed. This was her family, a group photo etched in her memory, a foundation of love she had almost forgotten. But that promise was made just moments before her entire world came crashing down. Her mother and brother could only stare into the abyss where their home once stood. Her father's face is a mask of pure, uncomprehending horror. In the chaos, a young Haru is struck by falling concrete, blood matting her blonde hair. She stumbles to her feet, survival instinct screaming at her to run. Adrenaline propels her forward through the crumbling landscape. An entire section of the city collapses in a massive landslide, swallowing everything. And high above the devastation, a titanic monster looms. The the cause of it all. Back in the rubble, her father gasps for air, his mind racing with panic. He throws all his strength into lifting the debris, desperate to find his family buried beneath. He finally struggles free, his eyes widening with a dawning, soul-crushing dread. But a voice cuts through the dust, and for a second, there's a flicker of hope as he sees Haru. His relief is fleeting as he scrambles through the ruins, screaming for his wife and son. Haru's own shock quickly curdles into a new kind of alarm. She sees the deep gash in his leg, the bloody trail he's leaving in his wake. He whirls around, roaring at her to stay back, to not come any closer. His eyes are fixed on a strand of familiar blonde hair peeking from under a massive slab of concrete. A gut-wrenching scream escapes Haru as she understands what he's found. And right next to the impossible sight of their mother is a small, still leg. It's her little brother, Soyul, now just a horrifying memory of a happy, smiling face. And in the darkness, a final, peaceful memory of her mother's smile. But it's swallowed by a tidal wave of trauma, happy moments violently torn apart. Her mind fractures, her entire world spiraling into a vortex of despair. She can only kneel in the dust, tears streaming down her face, utterly broken. That's when her father speaks, his back to her, declaring, "Hell, stay here with them." A raw scream of protest erupts from Haru's lungs. She begs him not to say such things, asking how she's supposed to leave him behind. With tears pouring down her face, she cries that he's the only one she has left. But his expression is grimly set. He refuses to run away. To flee now, in his mind, would be a sin he could never forgive himself for. For him, the memory is fresh, a scene of chaos and people dying. The screams of those fleeing the monsters echo in his ears. Fueled by desperation, Haru struggles to her feet. He turns his back on her, his decision made. He declares that he will never run away again, walking toward the ghosts of his past. These are the phantoms he feels he abandoned, the ones he couldn't save. A tremor of pure terror runs through Haru as she understands his intent. Her eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying light. An explosion of energy erupts, consuming her father in its glare, and she can only stand there, frozen, as the spectral figures claim the last of her family. His form dissolves into a pillar of blinding light. Haru can only watch, her eyes wide with unspeakable terror. The light intensifies, a silent scream of energy that erases him from existence. A cry escapes her lips, a sound lost in the aftermath. She turns and walks away, swallowed by the encroaching shadows of her past. A ghostly hand reaches for her, a final, desperate plea from the man she left behind. Her father's words echo in her mind, that it was okay to be a coward. But in this moment of clarity, she knows with all her heart that he was wrong. She had promised to stay, but in the end, she abandoned him, just like she'd abandoned her family before again and again. But as one story ends, another arrives, met with both fear and a thug's eager grin. The newcomer and his companion walk past, their destination set, ignoring the onlookers. His eyes are fixed forward, a silent intensity radiating from him. The old man watches them go, a look of dawning horror on his face. And in that moment, Haru's mind plunges back into a memory of being small and utterly alone. A time when someone stood before her in the darkness. She remembers the overwhelming terror, cowering with her hands over her head. Every fiber of her being was braced for more pain, more suffering. A hand reached down, pulling her up from the floor. She thought she'd always been abandoned, but someone was there for her then. As the small group of survivors rides the escalator up, our protagonist leads the way, but he stops short, a sudden intuition telling him something has changed. He turns, and for a fleeting moment, he sees a ghost of the past, a small, helpless girl. His eyes lock onto the person standing behind him, taken completely by surprise. It's Haru, panting heavily, but her stance is no longer one of fear. Her hand tightens, a silent vow to herself. She declares with newfound strength that she's not running away, she's going with them. The timid girl is gone, replaced by someone with fire and determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, outside, the city remains a hunting ground, with monsters watching from the rooftops. And now, their party is finally complete, crouched together and ready to face the horrors ahead. With their new party formed, they begin to move through the ruins, a tense silence hanging over them. But our prisoner suddenly halts, raising a hand to signal danger. He sensed something up ahead. Just around the corner, a grotesque monster feasts on a fresh kill, completely unaware of their presence. Haru's heart pounds in her chest, the raw terror threatening to overwhelm her, but she stays quiet. He quickly guides them down a narrow, hidden path, away from the creature's line of sight. Once they're tucked away in a safe alcove, he finally gives the all clear, assuring them it's safe to speak. The other students collapse in relief, admitting just how close they thought they were to being eaten. The boy with glasses then turns to Haru, asking how her assigned task is coming along. At the same time, the prisoner holds up a blank sheet of paper, reminding her of their plan. He explains that making a map is just as vital as finding food. It's the only way they can strategize and survive. Haru processes his words, her mind racing. An important task for her? Then, a surge of confidence hits her. She'll do it. After all, she knows this neighborhood like the back of her hand. But as she stares at the blank sheet, that confidence immediately withers away. She used to know this city, she explains. But now it's a complete wasteland. All the familiar, easy paths have been warped into treacherous, unrecognizable chasms of rubble. The other students then lay out their haul from the supply run, and it's not much. They look over the meager collection, admitting they walked for hours but found barely anything. The prisoner points out the grim reality. It's summer, the power's been out for 9 days, and most of the food has spoiled. Hearing this, a new plan begins to form in his mind. In that case, he starts, that they have no choice but to eat the most perishable food right now. The other students are shocked. One girl argues they should take it back to base first. But the bowl-cut student scoffs at that idea, reminding them the food will be rotten by then. Besides, he adds, they risked their lives for this, so isn't it only fair they get a reward? The girl is still against it, feeling a pang of guilt for everyone waiting back at camp. Haru quietly agrees, her expression troubled by the selfish suggestion. But while they were arguing, our prisoner has already started eating, declaring it's pretty good. This sends the bowl-cut student into a frenzy as he lunges to steal the food from Haru. Meanwhile, the prisoner watches calmly as the other girl, now on his side, offers him more. He's never tasted anything like this, musing that the slop he ate underground was just fuel. But this food from the surface is different, and a small smile forms as he realizes just eating can bring happiness. He then turns to Haru, reminding her of the bread they shared when they first met. She can't help but chuckle, admitting she thought he was a complete idiot back then. He flinches slightly, embarrassed by her calling him out for not even recognizing what bread was. A quiet, slightly awkward moment passes between the two of them. Suddenly, he shoves a pile of supplies into her arms, declaring that now his debt is paid. Haru stares blankly at the offering, completely confused by what he's even talking about. Seeing her reaction, he's just as baffled, wondering why she doesn't understand this simple transaction. A memory flashes back to when she gave him the bread, demanding he pay her back fourfold. But in the present, Haru just stares, her eyes wide with total confusion. He struggles to understand, did she want him to forget her words? A thought dawns on him. Maybe she never expected him to pay her back at all. She finally breaks her silence, looking up at him and simply calling him stupid. That, of course, sets her off, and she starts yelling that he has no room to talk. Their bickering feels small and pointless against the backdrop of the ruined world. With the argument settled for now, the small group continues on their way. But the prisoner walks in silence, a bead of sweat on his face as he processes the encounter. As they ride the escalator to the surface, he lays down the one, unbreakable rule. They must never, under any circumstances, get discovered by the monsters. He explains that even if he can handle one, the noise from a fight would be a dinner bell for every creature nearby. The group moves cautiously through the narrow, debris-strewn alleyways, but his lecture on stealth is already a failure, as a massive, clawed hand appears over a wall. A predator has them in its sights, and they are completely oblivious. Suddenly, he freezes, a sixth sense kicking in as he turns to look back. His eyes widen in absolute horror, the warning dying on his lips. They look up just in time to see the monster, his worst fears realized as it leaps down upon them. With a desperate roar, he throws himself forward, shoving her with all his might. A colossal, fleshy limb smashes down, pulverizing the very spot she just stood. He lands beside Haru, the grotesque arm now, a wall between them and the others. The students are frozen solid, but Haru's mind is completely fracturing, her eyes spiraling into a void of terror. His voice cuts through the chaos with a single, life-or-death command. Split up and run. But she can't move, her body completely seized by the crushing weight of her trauma. Seeing her frozen, he wastes no time, grabbing her arm and pulling her into a sprint. They race towards the blinding light at the end of the alley, a desperate escape. His grip on her wrist is the only anchor she has as he drags her from the jaws of death. Dazed and trembling, she looks back at him, the one who just saved her life. But he suddenly stops her, his expression hardening with a command to wait. His eyes narrow, a critical detail finally clicking into place. Up ahead, one of the other students notices it too, a small, grotesque creature, completely ignoring their presence. Another student trembles in disbelief, wondering how they could possibly have gone unnoticed. But then, a stray can goes tumbling across the pavement. The creature instantly snaps its attention toward the source of the noise, and in that moment, he understands it's blind. It hunts by sound. The terrifying revelation sends a fresh wave of panic through Haru, as a scream builds in her throat. Before a single sound can escape, his hand clamps firmly over her mouth. He puts a finger to his own lips. a silent, desperate command for absolute quiet. The other students can only gag in horror at the monster's mangled corpse. But he knows this is bad. A loud fight here will become completely uncontrollable. He has to take care of this thing in a single, decisive strike. Just as he prepares to move, a hand stops him, telling him to wait. An old man from the survivor group offers him a sturdy-looking rod. He takes it, completely confused by the sudden gesture. With a tap of his hammer, the old man explains that this is a weapon. He says he has no intention of going to the surface, but he crafted this after watching him fight. With a soft click, the rod reveals a sharp, piercing blade within. A perfect weapon, designed specifically to target the creature's weak spots. He grips the new weapon, its purpose clear and deadly. Across the way, two terrified students are cornered by one of the creatures. With no time to waste, he explodes into motion, a silent hunter closing the distance. The students can only watch in stunned silence as he descends upon the monster. He drives the blade deep into its tough hide, a surge of effort coursing through him. But as the creature dies, strange, dark tendrils flood his vision. His mind is suddenly overwhelmed by a blinding flash of white light. The light fades, replaced by the image of a serene full moon in a starry sky. A strange, rocky sphere begins to coalesce out of the darkness. Hess no longer himself. Hez seeing through the eyes of that other group's leader as a young man. The shared vision fades, leaving the rocky sphere hovering silently between the exhausted survivors. He sits up, his mind struggling to separate his own memories from the ones he just inherited. His hands instinctively grip his weapon, a simple metal rod he's come to rely on. It triggers a memory of his own past, reaching for a real weapon, a massive axe from a wall rack. But his father's voice cuts through time, a stern lecture about not depending on weapons. The young boy had asked if the enemies he needed to fight bare-handed were the humans on the surface. His father paused, a heavy silence hanging in the air before he admitted that was correct. Weapons don't suit people like us, Head said, promising the boy he would understand one day. Back in the present, he finds the logic completely backward. How could he possibly face these monsters without a weapon? And then it hits him with the force of a physical blow. In all that time, his father never mentioned monsters. And now, a grim understanding finally clicks into place. All that bizarre, inexplicable training his father forced upon him, all those years spent running in that desolate room under his father's cold gaze. It was never about fighting humans. It was all to survive these actual monsters. But even as the pieces connect, a cold knot of doubt forms in his gut. He remembers his father's cruel smile, the absolute promise that he would never leave the basement. So if that was true, why train him for a world he was never meant to see? His eyes widen in horror as a terrible possibility begins to surface. Was it all just a lie? Did his father never intend to send him out at all? The memory of his father's face twists into something nightmarish, a silent scream of betrayal. But the more he thinks, the more his father's face contorts into a mask of pure desperation. No, he can't accept it. He can't believe that his father's entire persona was just an act. He sits in the darkness, remembering that his father rarely ever lied except for that one time he said his mother was dead. His mind flashes back to that fateful day, the day the apocalypse began. The very day he finally escaped from that suffocating basement. He remembers running through the sterile halls, a blur of motion and hope. And then, a critical detail surfaces. The remote command on the security system. He realizes with a jolt that his father was the one who unlocked all the doors. It must have been a last-minute decision, because if he hadn't escaped when he did, the monsters that swarmed the facility would have found him trapped in that basement and torn him to absolute shreds. His mind reels with the knowledge that his father saved him, but that brief moment of clarity is shattered by a new, horrifying question. Why were all those monsters targeting the basement specifically? They were hunting for him. His thoughts race, spiraling towards an even bigger, more impossible truth. He pictures his father, standing at the precipice of the apocalypse. How did he know? How did he know the world was about to end? The scene shifts to the day before the invasion. A student examines a bizarre, brain-like object. It's impossibly hard. He can't even break it, so he casually tosses it to a curious classmate. She holds the strange thing in her hands, bewildered by its texture. Then, with a sudden shiver of disgust, she flings it away as a quiet boy watches from his bunk. The strange, brain-like object floats right in front of him. His eyes widen in alarm, a single drop of sweat tracing down his cheek. He can't help it. He's drawn to it, his hand reaching out instinctively. The moment his fingers brush against its surface, a flash of raw information seems to surge directly into his mind. The object drops, clattering onto his bunk with a dull thud. He's left sitting there, stunned into silence as it rolls to a stop. The noise draws the attention of the student with glasses, who asks what's wrong. But our boy can only stare back, his face a mask of pure shock. He slowly picks up the object, now understanding it's something far more important than it looks. He's just lost for words, staring at the strange sphere in his hand. The student with glasses gives up, suggesting they should just get some sleep. But our boy isn't listening, his eyes wide with a silent, dawning horror. In his palm, the strange artifact begins to crack and splinter apart. It crumbles completely, turning to dust that slips right through his fingers. He can only stare at his now empty hand, the revelation still echoing in his mind. Elsewhere in the shelter, Haru is lost in a restless sleep. Her dreams are haunted by fragmented memories of being pulled through chaos. She remembers trying to run away on her own, but she made a promise to herself, a promise fueled by the image of that terrified little girl, refusing to flee from the monster before her. A single thought pierces the darkness. He needs to apologize to her when he gets back. Our prisoner is fast asleep, but his mind is traveling somewhere far away. His eyes begin to open, not to the grim shelter, but to a golden haze. A fuzzy image begins to form, a ghost from a life he barely remembers. And then it sharpens his father, bathed in a warm, gentle light. What is this memory? It all comes back to him, a simple moment surrounded by books. He remembers a smile that wasn't cruel or calculating. This was a time when his dad was just normal. He sees his own face, young and full of innocent joy. A precious memory he had locked away. A past he'd almost completely forgotten. His father's voice echoes warmly, asking if he wants to hear this story. He explains that the book is from his homeland, written in a language he's never seen. It's a tale about a hero, his father says. A hero whose name is... But the memory begins to dissolve before he can finish the sentence. The warm, golden light shatters into a disorienting blur. His vision is suddenly blocked by a pair of panicked, downward-looking eyes. He's awake now, his own eyes snapping open in the dim, cold shelter. And he finds himself staring up at the blonde girl, Haru, who's right on top of him. Apparently, she'd been using him as a human heater all night. His brain short-circuits, completely unable to process the situation. Before he can even ask what's happening, her hand clamps over his mouth, silencing him. Haru's eyes are wide with terror, frantically pointing at something just out of sight. A rustling sound echoes from a pile of rubble nearby, sending a chill through the air. They're both frozen in this ridiculously compromising position, bracing for an attack. Her heart pounds in her chest as she glares into the darkness, expecting the worst. But the great, terrifying threat emerges, and it's just a tiny rat, scurrying across the floor. The girl's entire body deflates with relief, realizing she just panicked over nothing. With the danger gone, the only thing left is the thick, suffocating awkwardness of their situation. He finally breaks the silence, bluntly asking her to get off because she's heavy. And just like that, Haru's mind goes completely blank, hit by a wave of pure humiliation. Her face flushes a brilliant red, mortification overriding all other senses. From a high rooftop vantage point, he just scoffs, calling her a scaredy cat. Ignoring him, Haru gets to work, scouting the ruined cityscape with binoculars. Through the lens, a grotesque, spiny-headed monster looms over a distant building. The view pans to reveal more of them ape-like beasts crawling over the concrete jungle. She meticulously sketches every creature and their location, creating a map of the threats. He approaches from behind, asking how the map is coming along. He plans for them to leave soon. Annoyed, she says it's going fine, but tells him to stop calling her human. Her words trigger a memory another student, long ago, asking him for his name. He turns to her, his expression blank, and explains that he doesn't have one. Back in that classroom, his fellow students point out the obvious issue. The girl gets a bright idea, suggesting they should just give him a name right now. He's stunned by the offer. The very concept of being named is completely alien to him. But a younger, smug-looking Haru has her own suggestion. Call him stupid. The memory washes over him in the present. He'd truly never considered it before. Then, a thought sparks in his mind. A warm, fleeting vision of his father appears, smiling gently. The image of a book, filled with his father's writing, flashes through his thoughts. And with that inspiration, a single word escapes his lips. He turns back to his classmates in the past and gives them his name. Blue. His classmates stare back, completely dumbfounded by the name he chose. Haru is the first to speak, finding the name strange and asking if there's any special meaning behind it. He admits there isn't really. It was just a name he saw in a book when he was little. Seeing an opportunity, one of the students suggests they all finally introduce themselves properly. She goes first, smiling warmly as she tells him her name is Yujin. The boy with the glasses follows suit, happily introducing himself as Jihyun. Then it's Haru's turn, and she introduces herself with her arms crossed, adding that he'll probably forget it anyway. Blue is just stunned, caught off guard by this sudden, normal interaction. But they just wait patiently, a genuine moment of acceptance passing between them, a memory that now echoes in the silence as he sits alone in the present. A past self, hunched over a notebook, carefully writing down words he'd only read, practicing a phrase he never thought he'd get to use. And in the present, a tiny, hesitant smile forms on his lips. He takes a breath and finally says it aloud. His name is Blue. He hesitates for a second, feeling the weight of the moment. It's just like he practiced as a child, writing it over and over, hoping for this day. Then, he finishes the thought, telling them it's nice to meet them. Haru, for the first time, offers a small, genuine smile in return. Yujin and Jihyun's faces light up with warmth and acceptance. Together, they tell him it's nice to meet him too, welcoming him into their group. And for Blue, this moment is everything. Their simple act of kindness sends a shockwave through his memories. He remembers a time when the light was just something to reach for. A forgotten dream from his childhood suddenly comes rushing back. The dream he had while trapped alone in that dark, cold basement. He imagined what it would be like to walk freely on the surface. If he ever got out, if he ever saw the sun, all he wanted was to exchange a simple greeting with other people. Now, seeing their kind, welcoming faces, he realizes that impossible dream is finally his reality. He'd always wanted this, to just have a normal conversation, to be on the receiving end of such unguarded, friendly smiles, to feel the warmth of their acceptance, a light he'd only ever dreamed of. Because in the darkest corners of his mind, he held onto a fragile hope, but a sudden gesture of friendship jolts him from his memories. He remembers writing it down, a secret wish, that he might one day make friends. And now, Jihyun's voice cuts through years of silence, saying those exact words. For a moment, his world stops, the weight of that simple declaration hitting him, this outstretched fist, this simple offer. It's the son he's been chasing. And after a lifetime of pulling away, he finally starts to reach back. Hez so close, reaching for a connection has craved his entire life. His fingers tremble, just inches away from finally accepting that friendship. But a violent flash of memory pulls him back. The carnage, his father's face, a family portrait that feels like a lie. Jihyun waits patiently, holding his fist out, completely unaware of the storm raging inside him, and with crushing finality, his hand drops. The answer is a silent, heartbreaking no. The others, Haru and Yujin, can only stare in disbelief at the sudden rejection. In a world this broken and hostile, he knows that attachments are just another weakness. He turns his back on them, leaving Jihyun's friendly gesture hanging in the empty air. A single glance over his shoulder shows not anger, but a profound and lonely resolve. He's made his choice, to walk his path alone, through the ruins and the ghosts of the past. A quiet thought echoes in his mind. If not for this ruined world, he could have been their friend. He sees his parents in his memory, a fleeting, almost painful image of what once was. But finding his mother is the only thing that matters. Dreams of a normal life can wait. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the desolate streets, snapping him back to reality. He and Jihyun turn to see a man down in the rubble, not alone. A grotesque, spider-like creature has pinned the poor soul to the ground. The man desperately tries to pry open its horrifying maw, a cage of razor-sharp teeth. As Yujin instinctively moves to help, he grabs her arm, stopping her cold. What is she thinking? She turns back, horrified, pleading that the man will die if they don't do something right now. But Haru and Jihyun can only watch, paralyzed by the brutal scene unfolding before them. But he shuts her down with a cold, hard no. That scream is a beacon, and more monsters are already on their way. Yujin argues back, desperate, saying they can save him and get out before that happens. He cuts her off, reminding her of the warning he gave before they ever set foot on the surface. She made a promise to follow his lead, no matter what, in exchange for bringing her here. The weight of her words hits her, and for a moment, she's frozen by the cruel logic of their deal. But another blood-curdling scream from the man being mauled shatters any hesitation she had left. In a flash, Yujin breaks from cover, sprinting towards the chaos while he and Jihyun can only watch. He stares in utter disbelief, his frustration boiling over. That absolute idiot. She snatches a jagged piece of rebar from the ground, the victim looking up in a daze, and with all her strength, she brings the makeshift club crashing down onto the creature's skull. A wet crunch echoes as her makeshift weapon finds its mark. She follows through with the swing, sending the spider-like creature flying. It splatters against the concrete, its legs twitching one last time before going still. The survivor she just saved stares at her, asking in disbelief if there are others out here. Yujin quickly tries to reassure him, promising they'll get him to safety. But his expression shifts from relief to pure, undiluted terror. He screams a warning for her to look behind her as a new monster lunges from the shadows. A massive maw of needle-sharp teeth snaps shut, missing her by a hair's breadth. Just as it's about to strike again, their companion appears, unleashing dark, fleshy tendrils from his hand. But he wasn't saving her. The tendrils shoot past and wrap around the stunned survivor instead. Eugene confronts him, horrified, but he cuts her off with a single cold glare. He tells her she has no idea what she's just done. Her reckless heroism, he snarls, has put every single one of them in grave danger. The survivor, oblivious, pipes up that his leg seems to be broken and he'll need their help. A wave of frustration hits their companion. He knew this was exactly how it would play out. His eyes dart to the side, a flicker of movement catching his attention. Just as he feared, the sounds of their struggle have attracted more of these twisted creatures. The injured man turns to the others for help, but Ji-hyun gives him a flat, cold no. With a terrified Haru hiding behind him, he explains they've risked enough just saving him once. Yujin can only stare in disbelief as her friends abandon the man she tried to save. Blue turns away, his voice cold as ice. If she really wants to help that man, he doesn't care. But there's a condition. If she chooses the stranger, she can't follow them anymore. The brutal ultimatum leaves Yujin absolutely speechless. He reminds her of the promise she made to get to the surface that she would do as he said. To her shock, Ji-hyun grabs his attention, his own face pale with fear. He sides with Blue, telling her they just don't have time to be worried about others right now. Ji-hyun pleads, reminding her that people are waiting for them back at the base. The weight of the choice presses down on Yujin, her ideals clashing with their reality. Her hand clenches into a tight fist, the internal struggle finally reaching its breaking point. Defeated, she relents, whispering that she'll listen to him. But just as the decision is made, a voice cuts through the silence. The man they were about to abandon confronts them, demanding to know how they could dare leave him. Both Blue and Yujin whip around, stunned by the sudden accusation. He pleads desperately, crying that if they go now, he's a dead man. Blue's face twists with irritation, coldly agreeing that yes, this is murder. The man's desperation boils over into a raw scream, accusing them of killing him. That's the last straw for Blue. The noise is a death sentence for them all, and he roars for the man to be quiet. But it's far too late. Heavy footsteps are already pounding down the dark corridor. Something massive is charging straight for the source of the sound. The civilian's defiant screams die in his throat, replaced by a choked gasp of absolute horror. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue leads the frantic escape, pulling the students along. The civilian, however, remains rooted to the spot, his mind completely shattered by fear. He's paralyzed, a single drop of sweat tracing a path down his face as his doom approaches. Harris' voice cracks with panic, asking Blue what they're supposed to do now that they're surrounded. Blue stares grimly into the darkness, telling her this is far from the worst of it. They just need to escape. He reminds them that the path they came from was empty, so their only hope is to backtrack immediately. But just as they're about to move, the civilian calmly strikes a lighter, the tiny flame cutting through the gloom. The students turn back, absolutely stunned, asking what in the world he thinks he's doing. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, ignoring their wide-eyed panic completely. Then, he simply gestures towards a sign on the wall. This is a designated smoking area, after all. Ji-hyun frantically tries to explain that the man is practically ringing the dinner bell for monsters, but the civilian just stares back, coldly confirming he knows exactly what the fire will attract. The student's mind short-circuits if he knows the danger. Then why is he doing this? Without another word, the man flicks his lighter, and a small flame bursts to life in the darkness. In that instant, his mind is thrown back into a visceral, chaotic memory, a vision of a ruined city, of a world that has already fallen. He sees a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and endless debris, and the monstrous, furry beasts that were responsible for all of it, tearing through the streets. Back in the present, he stands frozen, the smoke from his cigarette rising like a ghost. His eyes are wide and empty, completely lost in the horrors of his past. And he thinks, in the face of certain death, he's at least earned one last smoke. The sky of his memory is filled with them monstrous beasts tearing human bodies apart like paper. A vision of a wide, toothy grin, an expression of pure, predatory hunger. He remembers a desperate scream from a kid with familiar green eyes, telling him to run. But it was too late. Something had grabbed him, yanking him back into the chaos. Yet even then, the young boy who would become the man before him stood his ground. He'd pulled a small blade, ready to fight monsters when he was barely a child. Snapping back to the present, that same man is now in motion, leading the charge away from danger. Ji-hyun sprints desperately, his mind struggling to process the sudden flight for his life. All he knows is the cold sweat of terror and the instinct to follow the man who just saved him. But Haru suddenly freezes, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes are wide, a horrifying memory flooding back to the surface. Ji-hyun is right there with her, equally paralyzed by the same sudden, chilling dread. The world dissolves into a vision of a desperate battle from their childhood. A much younger Haru is hopelessly swarmed by grotesque monsters in a ruined city. She looks over her shoulder, her mind reeling with a single, desperate question. Why? A young boy, our mysterious protector, screams at her, demanding to know why she isn't running. His words are cut short as a monstrous fist comes hurtling right for his face. But even then, he was a fighter, catching the blow and digging his small knife in for leverage. And just like that, reality slams back in, as the man he is now takes that very same hit. He faces down the hulking golem, its singular eye glowing with menacing power. A glint of cold focus in his own eye reveals he's found a weakness. There it is, the glowing core, right in the center of its chest. With a feral cry, he lunges forward, aiming his blade with everything he has. The knife plunges deep, striking the core with pinpoint accuracy. He slides back, using the momentum to try and tear the monster apart from the inside. But the creature doesn't even flinch, its twin eyes now burning with fury. And then, a sickening crack, his blade shatters against its impossibly hard hide. His face twists in shock. His only weapon is gone. Ji-hyun and the others can only stare in horror, their one protector now completely disarmed. Haru and Yujin are frozen in place, their faces twisted in absolute horror. He turns on them, his voice raw with fury, screaming at them for not running. But a defiant no rings out from the terrified group. He stops, shocked. They're actually refusing to leave him? Ji-hyun fires back, calling him out. He promised he'd run too. So why is he still standing there? The question hits him hard, and for a second, he has no answer. Why isn't he running? But while he hesitates, Ji-hyun finds his own answer, his hand closing around a steel pipe. A grim determination settles on his face as he prepares to stand his ground. He couldn't run, he realizes, because he knew his friends would die if he did. And with that thought, a strange, almost crazed smile spreads across his face. The coward is gone. With a defiant roar, Ji-hyun swings the pipe with all his might against the stony beast. But his eyes widen in terror as he realizes his attack has done absolutely nothing. A memory of Yujin, the very person he's trying to protect, flashes through his mind. And in that same instant, the monster's other head whips around, snatching her from behind. She can only let out a choked scream, trapped in the creature's crushing stone jaw. Haru watches the scene unfold, her body frozen solid with overwhelming dread. She's trembling, completely paralyzed by her past trauma as her friends face death. But before the final blow can land, the monster's heads suddenly shatter into pieces. A strange, dark energy, with a glowing core, whips through the air where they once were. And there he is, screaming at the students that he told them to run away. But Ji-hyun, filled with a sudden surge of courage, tells everyone that it's okay now. He thinks with the big one gone, they might actually have a chance to make it back alive. Oh, you sweet summer child, because that's when a new nightmare steps out of the dark. Blue stares at him, his expression shattering from anger into pure disbelief. His eyes widen in absolute terror. He recognizes this thing, and it's a death sentence. A deep hum fills the air as 4 glowing cores ignite within the creature. Its grotesque, crimson hands begin to clench and writhe with power. One of the hands slides across its featureless head, blinding it. Ji-hyun finally senses the dread, turning to ask his friend what's wrong. He's about to get his answer, reflected in the lenses of his own glasses. This is the memory that haunts Blue, a battlefield of twisted, ghoulish creatures, each one a unique and horrifying nightmare, and they all knelt before the true king of that hellscape. Ji-hyun's naive bravery finally evaporates into cold, clammy sweat. His mind screams the only logical command left. Run. He turns to his friend, expecting him to be right behind him. But Blue is already facing the monster, holding its freshly ripped out heart. With a sickening squelch, he crushes the core in his fist. Ji-hyun can only stare, clutching his bat, his mind failing to process the impossible. And in that moment of stunned silence, a hole is blown straight through his chest. Ji-hyun's body slumps to the ground, his glasses lying shattered beside him. The sight is too much for Haru, whose legs give out from under her. A broken scream tears from her throat, her mind refusing to process the scene. Yujin is frozen in place, screaming his name in absolute terror. Blue finally turns, his back to the monster he just annihilated. His eyes widen in shock as he sees what has become of his friend. But morning will have to wait, as a new shadow falls over him. A massive stone golem swings its fist down, aiming to flatten him completely. In a flash, Blue's arm rockets upward to meet the crushing blow. His own monstrous hand smashes through the rock, shattering the golem's arm like brittle clay. But the impact triggers a memory, a flash of a different monster, a different time. He remembers being thrown, utterly powerless against an overwhelming force. On the ground, gasping for air, he could feel nothing but sheer terror and exhaustion. He was beaten, coughing up blood, his body giving out. A crushing blow had shattered his ribs, the pain searing through his memory. But even then, something within him refused to break. He recalls the grotesque form of his enemy, a creature of bandages and raw flesh. He remembers the moment it began to fall apart, pieces of it dropping, defeated, to the floor. A memory of his own power awakening, tearing his foe to shreds from the inside out. But the memory shifts from that victory to an earlier, darker time. He remembers a slender, featureless creature, wrapped in grotesque red arms. It wasn't alone. A hulking golem of rock and burning light charged right beside it. He was just a kid, standing before a nightmare horde. Behind him, his friends could only scream in abject terror. The look on Haru's face, pure, undiluted fear, was seared into his mind. With blood trickling from his lips, he roared at her to run. His feet dug into the ground, refusing to give a single inch. He would be the shield. He had to be. He turned his back on her and walked forward, ready to face them all alone. Watching him walk away, Haru is completely paralyzed by sheer terror. Visions of a past massacre, a bloody, fleshy nightmare, flood her senses. Her heart hammers in her chest. Every instinct screams at her to flee. But a thought cuts through the panic. She can't run away. She remembers the faces of the people she couldn't save last time. She remembers his back as he faced the end for her. If she runs now, she'll be abandoning someone precious all over again. And with that realization, her fear gives way to a hardened resolve. She lets her heavy backpack slide from her shoulders, casting it aside. Her hand grips the wall, steadying herself, ready to turn back. With a guttural cry, she throws herself forward, brandishing a broken pipe. Her mind flashes back to him, beaten and bloody from a fight he couldn't win. His eyes then held the same desperate, haunted look she feels now. He remembered being helpless as a monster, closed in on his friend. He could only watch as the creature's arm plunged straight through Yujin's back. The sight left him paralyzed, his mind shattering in pure horror. Haru feels that same terror grip her heart, the fear of being too weak to save someone. In that memory, he could only choke out a weak apology. It was all his fault, he thought, the weight of his failure crushing him. But even as she died, Yujin whispered that she was the one who put them all in danger. And so he was left kneeling over his friend's body, broken glasses glinting on the ground. His trembling hands gripped the monster's arm, a desperate resolve forming in his mind. With blood streaming from his lips, he begged for the others to at least survive this. He ripped his own hand free from the grotesque creature that had killed his friend. Then, he rose to his feet, each step a testament to his unwavering will. As Haru watched the memory unfold, she saw him walk toward the monsters, telling everyone else to live. The memory flashes with a violent spray of blood. It was Yujin's last moment, her dark hair whipping through the air as she fell. Back in the present, his eyes are wide, still trapped in that horrifying day. The memory fades to a simpler time, a ghost of his two friends smiling, forever lost to him. But the memory wasn't over. A new, bandaged horror stepped into the fray. It moved through the carnage, standing over the beasts he had just fought. Then, without warning, a brilliant flash of energy lanced down from the darkness. It slammed into the ground with devastating force. Tendrils of raw power erupted from the point of impact. The true predator revealed itself, a many-armed creature absorbing the others to fuel its own strength. And watching this hellish scene was the young boy, frozen in utter disbelief. His mind struggled to process the sight of monsters devouring monsters. His hands trembled, desperately clutching a metal pipe as his only weapon. He bit down hard, the sharp pain a reminder that he was still alive, and he still had to fight. Haru's face twists in horror as the boy suddenly shoves her back. He turns his back on her, his voice cold and resolute with a single command: run. Her eyes widen, trembling with confusion and fear. Run? Without him? He warns her through gritted teeth that this is her one and only chance. His mind flashes back to the bloody carnage he's already witnessed. He knows exactly what that many-armed creature is capable of, and he won't let it touch her. Lost in a haze of terror, Haru can't process his words, asking what he's talking about. He doesn't answer, his focus locked entirely on the impending threat. Finally, her fear erupts into a furious, tearful scream. She yells that he was the one who planned their escape, so why is he abandoning it now? He doesn't turn around, simply admitting that she's right, their plan was the correct one. But that only confuses her more, her voice cracking as she demands to know why he's giving up. His answer is quiet, almost a whisper, yet it hits her like a physical blow. It was fun. Haru stares, completely stunned, the tears freezing on her cheeks as his words sink in. He's not talking about the escape anymore. His mind is somewhere else entirely. He remembers the simple act of eating with them, sharing food like they had no cares in the world. He remembers their smiles, their easy company, these tiny pockets of normalcy he'd never had. Even just the awkwardness of them all introducing themselves for the first time. He can still see their bright, hopeful faces from that day. And in that moment, Haru begins to understand. For him, those memories were worth everything. He continues, his voice distant, explaining that every time they connected, every moment of understanding, it just reminded him of the simple joys he'd only dreamed of back in that dark basement. Haru can only listen, her heart breaking as his logic unfolds. And then, his tone shifts as he stands barefoot on the cold, hard ground of his memory. He states the brutal truth he learned that day. It's all over if you die. He remembers Eugen's bright, confident smile, and the horrifying finality of death. If they die, he realized, they can no longer talk to each other. All those moments, her pointing and laughing, would just be gone. They could no longer call each other's names, their existence reduced to a bloody memory on the floor. And with death, all of it would just end. He remembers his friend Jihyun trying to fight back, a futile gesture of defiance. But in the end, he just lay there, broken and bleeding out on the cold ground. The memory fuels a grim resolve, his hand trembling as it clenches into a fist. If they become friends, if she gets close, this is the only future he can offer. He recalls being asked a long time ago, back at the base, if he'd ever felt the sadness of losing someone precious to him. Back then, the concept was alien, a feeling he couldn't comprehend. But now, looking at Haru, he thinks he finally, truly understands. And so, with all the weight of his past, he begs her to please, just run away. Tears streaming down her face, Haru can only choke out her refusal. She doesn't want to. Her tear-filled eye shows her unwavering refusal to abandon him. He finally breaks, screaming that he can't bear to see anyone else die for him. Overwhelmed by years of repressed grief, he completely falls apart. Haru watches on, heartbroken by the raw pain he's been hiding. His mind flashes back to the carnage to Eugen, lifeless on the floor. He remembers Jihyun, his glasses shattered, another friend he couldn't save. But a sudden, sharp crack cuts through the tense air. Haru's expression instantly shifts from sorrow to disbelief. Her eyes widen, locked onto something happening right behind him. As he turns, a shadowy specter of his trauma seems to dissipate into thin air. He turns back, his eyes lost in a memory she knows all too well. For Haru, a chilling realization dawns. It's happening just like last time. Her mind flashes back to that day, to a small boy standing alone against the encroaching shadows. The memory brings a fresh wave of terror and regret to her face. She remembers him turning his back, preparing to face the monsters by himself. His expression then was the same as it is now, a grim, selfless resolve. Back then, he had told her just one thing: run away. The echo of that moment hits her with the force of a physical blow. Why is he trying to make the same sacrifice all over again? But this time, she screams in defiance. No, she's made up her mind. She's not leaving. Her words hit him like a shockwave. She wasn't going to run away this time. For Haru, that single decision triggers a cascade of unwanted memories. A moment she has spent her entire life trying to forget. She sees herself as a little girl, frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. The memory of abandoning her own father rushes back to the surface. Her eyes widen, reliving the horror of that day. She remembers his face as he prepared to face the danger alone. Even then, he had held her tight, trying to calm her down. He told her it was okay to be a coward, that none of this was her fault. But all she could ever feel was the crushing guilt of leaving him behind. All she could remember was the feeling of being so scared. A single, haunting question has poisoned her mind for years. What if her father hated her for being a coward? What if, in his final moments, his face was not one of love, but of resentment? The thought shatters her, the tears of that little girl still fresh on her face. But in the present, Blue watches her breakdown, a bead of sweat on his brow. He can't believe she's not running. Haru is completely lost in the past, her eyes wide with remembered horror. And then, a slow, knowing smile spreads across Blue's face. He gets it now. He knew it. He sees right through her. She's the type to carry her losses. The words snap her out of her trance, stunned that he could understand her so perfectly. Her eyes fly open as the true memory finally breaks through the fog of fear. It wasn't resentment she saw on her father's back that day, but the silhouette of a man facing his own inevitable end. His face, once just a blur shaped by her own guilt, sharpens into focus. The tears of that terrified little girl stream down her cheeks once more. But this time, she remembers his hand resting on her shoulder. She remembers he turned to her not with anger, but with a gentle smile. A profound sense of relief washes over her. A lifetime of weight finally lifted. Even in his last moments, he hadn't blamed her at all. And armed with that truth, she turns to face the monster standing before her now. In his final moments, her father had one last thing to ask of her. He made her promise not to cry the next time she felt like a coward. His words echoed in her memory, washing away years of misplaced guilt. He offered this final lesson with a gentle, reassuring smile, and the terror in her heart began to harden into resolve. Through her tears, she smiled back, accepting his final wish. Their pinkies interlocked, sealing a promise that would define her future. In that moment, a bond was forged that even death could not break. As the memory fades, Blue watches, sensing a profound shift in the air. The trembling girl from moments ago is gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. A familiar, weary look crosses Blue's face. He mutters to himself that it's all over if they die here. He can't stand to watch another person fall. But before he can sink further into his despair, a foot stomps forward. Haru's voice rings out, filled with a defiant fire, asking who he thinks is going to die. Blue is completely floored, staring at her in utter disbelief. She promises him she will live no matter what, so it won't be over. With a sharp kick, she knocks over a can of gasoline. If they live, she explains, they'll be able to talk more, to call each other by name, to finally have a future worth fighting for. Blue's mind is completely reeling, unable to process this sudden turn. But Haru just gives him a tearful, determined smile, offering a simple promise. They can become friends. With a flick of her thumb, a tiny, defiant flame sparks to life in her hand. Meanwhile, the monsters are still a very real threat, tearing another victim apart just meters away. He can only stare, mouth agape, asking what in the world she thinks she's doing. She pleads with him not to give up, her voice filled with a desperate conviction. Her promise to live, no matter what, hangs in the air as her fingers release the lighter. She's done running for herself. From this moment on, she fights for a future. The lighter hits the gasoline, and the ground erupts into a roaring inferno. She stands firm as the flames engulf the floor around her, creating a blazing circle of death. Her feet wreathed in flame, she's no longer running away, she runs for others. The sudden explosion of heat and light immediately draws the monster's attention. She gives a confident smirk, telling him she'll see him back at the base. Blue can only watch, stunned into silence by her reckless bravery. And just like that, the entire ravenous horde turns towards the new threat. Their previous targets are forgotten, their gaze completely fixed on the girl. With a collective roar, the stampede of grotesque beasts begins to move. And she's off, a blur of motion drawing the tidal wave of death behind her. She leads the chase, pulling the entire swarm away from the station. All that's left behind is a trail of fire, marking her desperate path. Her feet burn across the pavement, a desperate gambit in full swing. She pushes herself faster, knowing even a moment's hesitation is death. For a flash, the terror of it all shows on her face. The weight of 1,000 lives on her shoulders. But it's instantly replaced by a sharp, focused glare. There's no time for fear. Just as she thinks she has a rhythm, a monster lunges from the side, a blur of claws and malice. She drops low, a slide so smooth it almost looks practiced, dodging the fatal blow by inches. Using the monster's own momentum, she kicks off the ground, flipping clean over its head. As she lands, she's not empty-handed, she's ripped off its bladed arm in the process. With a brutal twist, she swings her new makeshift weapon right into the face of another pursuer. The creature crumbles, but she doesn't stop, gaze locked forward on the path ahead. Her feet barely touch the ground, leaving trails of fire across the shattered landscape. She's successfully pulling the entire grotesque horde away from the city center. With every stride, she becomes a blur of pure, burning velocity. Each step scorches the earth, her eyes fixed forward, a human lure against a tide of death. But elsewhere, a new threat emerges from the shadows, its clawed hand-crushing stone. A creature wrapped in countless grasping, crimson hands blocks the path forward. Its fleshy, unsettling feet plant themselves firmly on the ground. The monster focuses on Blue, its voice echoing, asking where he thinks he's going. But Blue's eyes flare with cold light as he declares, "Your opponent is me." Meanwhile, Haru's desperate gambit continues, leading the swarm ever onward. But her desperate run is interrupted by a sudden, terrifying realization. Back at the choke point, Blue's gaze sharpens, his breath catching in his throat. Before him stands the grotesque creature, an unholy sculpture of flesh and hands. Haru can't afford to stop, her feet still blazing as she pushes onward. But this new monster isn't moving an inch, its strange feet rooted to the spot. It questions him, its voice echoing from the darkness, asking where he's going. A crimson hand covers its featureless face, as if focusing all its attention on Blue. But our boy doesn't even flinch, his jaw set in cold defiance. With eyes glowing like embers, he makes it perfectly clear, he's not going anywhere. The two now face each other, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. He immediately understands this creature is on a completely different level, but his special sight cuts through the monster's form, revealing the glowing seeds of power within. The life force overflowing from them is almost overwhelming. He coughs, the sheer pressure of its presence taking a physical toll, and for the first time, a chilling realization grips him he has no idea how to win. His eyes widen in a cold sweat as the terrifying reality sinks in. But then, his gaze falls upon a sharp piece of debris on the floor. A desperate, almost manic grin spreads across his face as an idea sparks. He lunges, snatching the makeshift weapon from the ground, and with a powerful kick, sends the sharpened spike hurtling towards his enemy. But the monster is faster, its limbs slamming down with brutal force. It doesn't strike him, however it pulverizes the very weapon he just threw. He can only watch as his one chance is shattered into useless fragments on the floor. A cold dread washes over him. This thing knew exactly what it was doing. It intelligently identified and eliminated the only real threat to it. Now disarmed, he knows he has no way of reaching its hidden weak spot. But in that moment of despair, a memory of his father's face flashes in his mind. He remembered being warned never to depend on weapons. His father had told him that their kind simply wasn't suited for such things. As a child, he could only wonder what those cryptic words were supposed to mean. A sinister smile spreads across his father's face in his memory. He had told him that even without the weapons lining the walls, their kind were, and always would be, the strongest. And suddenly, it all makes sense. His dad never once used a weapon. Facing the monster, he instinctively sinks into a low, powerful posture. This stance, it feels so familiar, a forgotten part of himself. His arm extends, muscles coiling with a purpose he hasn't felt in years. The memory sharpens, his father, demonstrating the very same form. It was something he called the human stance. But the lesson wasn't over. His father warned that this was merely the setup. His father's voice cut through time, explaining a fundamental truth about the world. Every organism carries a life force, from the humans on the surface, to the beasts in the wild, and the very plants in the ground. It was a power that flowed through his father, he explained. And, most importantly, it flowed through him, his own son, as well. A raw, untamed energy binding all things together. With a knowing smile, his father urged him to learn how to use this power. He taught him that his hand was the conduit, the gateway for that very force. The lesson was simple. Focus all his will on the ends of his fingers, and pull that latent life force there until it manifested, glowing with raw potential. And with that power, his father's lesson continued. He explained that one must learn to command it, to make it bend to their will. The ultimate goal was to freely manipulate that raw life force. But back then, a young and skeptical Blue couldn't make it work. He felt nothing, accusing his father of lying about the whole thing. His father simply smiled, cryptically promising that a day would come when he'd need it. That day arrived years later, when Blue was broken and bandaged. He planted his feet, his mind racing back to that long-forgotten lesson, focusing everything he had, just like his father had once shown him. The memory of his father's voice echoed. When you finally feel your life force, you must learn to use it to fight. In that moment, something finally clicks. A brilliant teal light flares to life within his eye. An electrifying energy, raw and untamed, surges through his senses. His father's words echo from the past, promising this very power would become his. And now, in the present, the ground cracks beneath his feet from the sheer force. He's stunned. What is this intense heat spreading through his body? It feels like his very veins are on fire with this newfound strength. He recalls asking his father what would even change if he learned to use it. And all he got back was that mysterious, all-knowing smile. He stares down the monster, this new, searing power still a stranger in his own body. His father's voice echoes in his memory, promising that hell finally be able to move. In a flash, the creature is gone, leaving nothing but a shattered crater in the floor. His glowing eyes can't comprehend the impossible speed he just witnessed. The memory of his father's voice continues, calling this newfound ability just a fractional piece of a much larger puzzle. The monster reappears as a blur, a phantom streaking across his vision. It circles him at an impossible velocity, a very tiny taste of true power. He's at the heart of a vortex, a storm of flesh and speed. And his father's face surfaces in his mind, grinning, saying this just makes him a little bit more like him. The monster lunges, its talons reaching to tear him apart. But Blue is no longer standing still. He explodes into motion. He channels all of this newfound velocity into a single, devastating punch. The impact is immense, his fist sinking deep into the creature's core. A sonic boom echoes as the monster is blasted backward from the sheer force. It digs its heels in, carving a deep trench into the concrete floor. But the momentum from that one hit is just too much to handle. Its entire body begins to tremble, the powerful frame starting to break down. The creature is stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden reversal, and Blue stands his ground, breathing heavily, the power coursing through him as he glares at his weakened foe. In this state of heightened perception, Blue realizes he can see it all. He can track the creature's every move, and his body is finally fast enough to react. To him, it feels as though time itself has slowed to a crawl around them. But this incredible power comes at a steep price. His entire body is on fire, every vein and muscle screaming in agony. He grits his teeth through the searing pain, enduring the backlash. But with this power, he's certain he can finally fight this thing on an even playing field. Across from him, the bandaged monster plants its foot, having recovered from the blow. It looms over the boy, ready to re-engage the fight. The creature stomps forward, each step shattering the ground as it charges. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a grim determination etched on his face. The monster throws a wild swing, but he's already gone, a phantom slipping past its reach. It lashes out again, a blur of motion, yet he's still one step ahead. But just dodging won't win this. He sees an opening and grabs its arm mid-swing. His grip is like a vice, shocking the monster with his unexpected strength. He plants his feet and pulls with all his might, yanking the hulking beast off balance. He begins to spin, using the creature's own massive weight against it. Round and round he goes, turning the monster into a living projectile. He hurls it away, but the creature recovers instantly, lashing out with a powerful kick. The blow connects, sending him skidding across the ground, but he's still on his feet. The monster attacks again, its grotesque arms slicing through the air. But he's like a phantom, weaving through the deadly barrage with grim focus. He ducks under one final, heavy swing, seeing the perfect opening. In the next instant, he leaps forward, closing the distance between them. He pivots, channeling all of his power into his right arm for a counter. His fist connects with a thunderous impact right against the creature's head. A sickening crack echoes as its skull gives way under the force. The monster's head completely shatters, sending fragments flying everywhere. He lands, turning to face his opponent, expecting it to be over. But he's left panting and in shock, desperately wondering if it was enough. But his hope dies as he sees the monster's clawed feet still planted firmly on the ground. Its grotesque, fleshy appendages begin to whir and shift around its headless torso. They cross over its chest, forming a shield to guard its true core. He grits his teeth, realizing it's now protecting its only weak spot. The attack that shattered its head, it won't be enough to break that defense. To get through, he knows he needs to find more power, and fast. He clenches his fist, his mind set on a dangerous path. A grim resolve settles over him. There is a way. Thankfully, it's a method he already knows how to use. All he has to do is push past his limits, and draw out more, much more. He grits his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will to draw it out. The power crackles around his hand, but he knows it's not enough. He needs more. His eyes snap open, glowing with a desperate, terrifying light. The cost of failure flashes before him, a memory of his friend, dying on the cold floor. He remembers being frozen in fear, watching helplessly as they were cornered. He remembers another, Haru, forced to fight all alone against a sea of monsters. All that regret, that weakness, he thinks he should have harnessed this power long ago. He should have been ready for this moment, so that the past would never repeat itself. Fueled by that bitter resolve, the energy finally erupts, surging up his entire arm. Blue lightning engulfs his body, the immense power matched only by the agony on his face. The pain is excruciating as every cell in his body screams under the strain of this new power. But through the agony, a cold, unwavering resolve settles in his glowing eyes. He lowers his head, the chaotic energy finally bending to his will. Now, standing alone in the darkness, he is ready for what comes next. His gaze locks forward, issuing a silent challenge to whatever lurks in the shadows. And something answers. A grotesque creature unfurling a forest of spidery limbs from its back. The bandaged horror sprints forward, a blur of unnatural speed and contorted appendages. It towers over Blue, its many arms creating a terrifying cage as it closes the distance. All of its limbs converge into a single, colossal strike, aimed to crush him into dust. But Blue just looks up, completely unfazed, ready to meet the hammer of death head-on. He meets the colossal strike with a single, crackling fist of his own. As his knuckles connect, a glowing fragment of the monster's core is absorbed into his flesh. The result is absolute annihilation, a gaping hole blown straight through its chest. But as the creature falls, Hez haunted by a single thought. No one would have died if Hed been this strong. The victory is short-lived as a sharp pain throbs through his head, the new power turning on him. He wobbles and crashes to the ground, his body struggling to contain the foreign energy. The backlash leaves him completely drained, gasping for breath against the floor. He flinches, a ghostly silhouette from his past appearing before his weary eyes. Cursing his weakness, he notices the monster's remains begin to quiver behind him. He was wrong, a piece of the core is still alive, glowing menacingly in the dark. The pulsing light triggers a nightmare, the phantom pain of a past failure. He remembers a woman being lifted effortlessly, her life draining away before his eyes. Helpless on the ground, he begs the ghost of the monster to stop, to just leave them alone. The vision sharpens, showing the creature's true form, its back writhing with parasitic limbs. A gaping maw of flesh and teeth opens where its spine should be. He's ripped from the memory by a familiar, crushing weight on his own shoulder. With what little strength he has left, he tries to pry the monstrous hand away. The regenerated creature stands before him, a terrifying mirror of the past he just relived. It leans in, its featureless, bandaged head filling his vision. and through the wrappings, a wide, malicious grin spreads across its face. The grotesque, red hand reaches for him, and all he can do is stare, paralyzed by fear. An image burns in his mind, his friends, lying dead on the cold floor, just like before. His glowing eyes reflect the monster, his spirit utterly broken. He doesn't know what to do. But then, the despair in his gaze begins to harden into something cold and empty. His mind is going hazy, the world around him blurring into nothing. He feels himself falling backward, tumbling into an endless, silent abyss. All conscious thought drains away, leaving only a single, sharp focus. The taunting, grinning face of the monster that destroyed his life. He lands softly in a sea of encroaching darkness, his body limp and defeated. With a final, weary breath, his eyes close, and he lets the blackness take him. But in that void, something new begins to twist and take form. The image of his tormentor, the bandaged monster, rises in his mind. This time, however, his eyes snap open, and they are burning with crimson rage. He grabs the creature's arm, not with fear, but with crushing certainty. The monster barely has time to register its shock, as a torrent of raw, untamed power explodes from the boy's body. It's thrown around effortlessly, a mere plaything in his grasp. His fingers dig in, squeezing with enough force to shatter bone. A sickening crack echoes through the darkness, and with a final, violent twist, he rips its head clean off. He calmly holds the last remnants of the creature he just obliterated. With a clench of his fist, its head crumbles into nothing but dust. The memory of another fight, another scream, echoes in his mind. It was a time when this crimson power first truly awakened within him. A feral, terrifying grin had stretched across his face. He became the epicenter of a swirling vortex of pure, destructive rage. The bandaged monster he'd been fighting could only stare in horror. Its final, desperate shriek was swallowed by the overwhelming darkness, as the memory and the sound of heavy boots echoes through the desolate streets. A small search party follows a crumpled, hand-drawn map, hoping they're in the right place. But tensions are high. The Mohawk, wearing muscle, is losing patience, and the scrawny kid wishes they'd never left camp. Suddenly, the nervous lookout spots something. It's a person, lying motionless in a crater of rubble. They've found him. The leader rushes to his side, relieved to find him breathing, though completely unconscious. The Mohawk punk, however, is less concerned and more horrified by the surrounding scene. As the leader looks up from our boy's still form, his eyes go wide. The entire city block has been annihilated, and a lone, severed hand floats ominously in the distance. They've walked into the aftermath of a truly monstrous battle. As they retreat, the group's priorities become clear. The punk is already yelling about his cut of the rations. The scrawny kid is already drooling, fantasizing about the feast he's going to have. The Mohawk punk surprisingly offers to help carry the load, and the kid happily agrees. But as he hoists the bags up over a ledge, he conveniently loses his grip. He turns back with a smug grin, telling the horrified kid there's no need to thank him for his help. The punk taunts him to catch him, but the leader, carrying our boy, tells them to shut up before they attract attention. Suddenly, a weak groan comes from his shoulder. Their package is waking up, confused about where he is. He looks down at his hand, clutching a crumpled, hand-drawn map. A jolt of pain, a fragmented memory, flashes through his mind. He grabs the leader, his eyes wide with desperation, asking if she survived. The leader simply turns back, giving him a calm, knowing smile. The leader explains that the place they found him was a complete disaster, and his memory is blank after grabbing onto that thing. A sudden, chilling thought hits the boy. How is he even still alive? Just then, the ground rumbles as a hulking monster smashes through a wall, catching the group by surprise. The tusked beast lets out a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. But the Mohawk survivor just grins, grabbing his bat. He was getting bored anyway and happily challenges the creature. Before he can act, our boy calmly steps right past him, moving to face the threat himself. The others look on, shocked, realizing he doesn't even have a weapon on him, but he doesn't need one. A faint blue energy begins to crackle around his bandaged hand. He stands firm as the monster bears down on him, ready for the inevitable charge. Then, with a burst of speed, he launches himself forward to meet the beast head-on. He meets the monster's charge not with a weapon, but with a single, devastating punch. The other survivors can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. Even their seasoned leader is completely stunned by the raw power on display. The creature's rock-hard body cracks and shatters under the impossible force. In an instant, the entire beast dissolves into a cloud of dust and fading light. The backlash of his own attack leaves him breathing heavily, the energy still swirling off him. The Mohawk survivor rushes over, grabbing him by the shoulders, completely bewildered. He can't even form the words, his mind reeling from what he just witnessed. All he can wonder is if the kid standing before him is even human. With the monster gone, The path forward is clear. An escalator leading up to an exit. Back at their shelter, another group of survivors is hard at work. Their leader approaches, asking if they've had any luck finding a radio signal. All their hopes are pinned on a salvage transmitter they've set up. But the man working on it can only shake his head in frustration. He reports that it's useless. Every single frequency is completely dead. The leader tries to keep spirits high, urging patience for a government signal. But his calm facade falters as he admits his real concern. The other team should have been back by now. Elsewhere, Haru sits huddled in a corner, her wrists bound. She hasn't slept a wink since she returned, waiting desperately for the young boy. Her hands tremble uncontrollably, gripped by a terrible, silent fear for his safety. Suddenly, the mustache technician looks up, a flicker of surprise on his face. A voice cuts through the tension, announcing with relief that they're finally back. Haru's eyes snap open, a jolt of hope and fear striking her all at once. She sees him, the boy she's been waiting for, his eyes closed, utterly spent. The rest of the team emerges, the leader carrying the unconscious boy on his back, while the Mohawk survivor grins behind them. The leader gently sets him down, letting him know they've made it back safely. But the boy's legs give way, his body wobbling with sheer exhaustion. Before he can fall, Haru is there, throwing her arms around him in a desperate embrace. He can barely keep his eyes open, weakly murmuring that he's alive. Tears of pure relief stream down her face as she holds him, just thankful he's safe. The leaders watch on. A wave of relief washing over them. He ran, but he survived. The other survivors collapse in exhaustion, the mohawk-haired man proudly presenting their haul. They had successfully brought back 2 bags of precious supplies. It's a small victory in this broken sanctuary, a moment of peace after a brutal fight. The leader's thoughts drift back to their very first supply run, into the heart of the ruined city. He remembers the fear on their faces as they ventured out into the unknown. The mohawk-haired man had tried to keep spirits high, wiping sweat from his brow. But even his forced optimism couldn't hide the grim reality of their situation. They had found only 7 days of food, a meager reward for the sacrifice of 2 of their own. And back then, the boy they now carried had a chillingly different look in his eyes. Harris' voice cuts through the haze, telling him he's finally awake. A faint, peaceful smile touches his lips as he recalls the feeling. He murmurs that he had a dream where someone was holding him close. Haru freezes, her eyes wide as he adds how warm the embrace felt. She practically shouts that it was definitely a dream, maybe a little too forcefully. But her flustered denial makes his own eyes widen in sudden realization. His gaze drops, landing on the fresh wounds covering her legs. Embarrassed, she turns away, insisting she's fine and that he's the one who's a total mess. He scoffs at her claim of healing fast, asking if she's some kind of monster. The ironic question hangs in the air as a heavy silence falls over them. Haru breaks the silence, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. He watches her, a similar expression on his face, curious about where this is going. Turning away, she admits that they are complete opposites. Her life has always been about running away, a constant retreat from the monsters. But he has always chosen to fight head-on, no matter what stood in his way. The blunt honesty of her words catches him off guard. She confesses she's spent her whole life hiding and denying her own cowardly nature. But now, clenching a fist, she's decided she's going to accept that part of herself. With new fire in her eyes, she proclaims that she is a coward, but she's going to be a coward who fights back. Her sudden fierce resolve leaves him stunned as she vows to keep working to change for the better. And with that vow, she finally turns to face a ghost from her past. A memory materializes before her, a little girl she left behind. The phantom of the child she abandoned seems to recognize her. Confused, tears stream down Haru's face as she finally apologizes for her cowardice, for running away. But instead of judgment, the little girl's hand simply reaches out. She offers a small hairpin, leaving Haru utterly speechless and confused. The girl from her memory asks if the pin she found belongs to Haru. With a warm smile, she calls it a present, meant to keep Haru's long bangs from her eyes. Haru is floored, stammering how she could possibly accept it after she fled without her. But the girl's kindness is unwavering, simply saying it's okay, she has another one for herself. Haru stares at the small pin, a token of forgiveness from the ghost of her past. And after so long, a small, genuine smile finally breaks through the gloom. The little girl then points, noticing the faint scar on Haru's forehead. But Haru doesn't hide it this time, a newfound strength blooming within her. Wearing the pin proudly, she calls the scar proof that she fought to survive. Her companion, Blue, can only watch, completely stunned by this sudden transformation. She playfully asks if she looks pretty, a flicker of her old confidence returning. This small moment of light shines brightly within the cold concrete walls of their shelter, a grim reminder of the harsh reality they still face. But watching from a distance, their leader observes that despite their recent losses, perhaps there's still hope. The leader reflects that even amidst the crushing feelings of frustration and doom, they must continue to find their own small sparks of hope. For Blue, that hope seems to be a single, glowing strand of hair. It's a tiny anchor to keep him moving forward in this desolate world. But just as he's lost in thought, something new shatters the silence. A sudden crackle of static cuts through the air. His eyes dart towards an old radio as a voice begins to test the connection. Haru and the little girl join him, all of them frozen in utter disbelief. The voice on the other end gives a brief warning before counting down. And then, a nervous survivor's face appears, his voice echoing from the speaker. The voice on the other end decides to cut right to the chase. He makes an almost unbelievable claim. He knew the apocalypse was coming, and he's prepared for it. Blue listens in the dark, his eyes wide with skepticism. Prepared for this hell? The broadcaster, with a shaky but determined grin, says it's up to them whether they believe him or not. He introduces himself as List, offering a few words of encouragement to anyone still out there. Simply surviving this long without any warning, he admits, is an incredible feat in itself. And now, for all the scattered survivors listening in, he has a proposal. The radical idea echoes over the ruins of the city. He wants everyone to share their locations with each other. His logic is simple: if they're going to survive against the monsters, humans have to band together. The leaders group stands on a high rooftop, listening as List drives his point home. List already knows the question on everyone's mind. Just how are they going to do this? He raises a hand, holding the answer. Their method will be simple, and hopefully safe. Light. He issues a stern warning, hoping no fools out there try to use fire and attract every monster in a mile radius. The plan is synchronized. At the stroke of midnight, for just 10 seconds, all survivors will activate their light signals across the ruined city. The moment arrives, and his companion counts down with bated breath. 2-1 now. With a click, a single brilliant beam cuts through the darkness. And somewhere else, hidden away, Haru's head snaps up in shock. A beacon of light reflects in her wide, disbelieving eyes. From their rooftop perch, the group watches as the city below them begins to sparkle. The leader can't believe his eyes, there are so many of them. A wave of relief washes over the others. They are not alone in this nightmare. Across the horizon, dozens of lights answer their call, a network of hope in the ruins. The leader wonders aloud, could the man who organized this really have known the apocalypse was coming? Perhaps he even knew our protagonist's father. The mustache technician agrees. It's highly likely he's telling the truth. To pull off a broadcast of this scale would take military-level gear and weeks of preparation. The boy's hand clenches into a fist. He knew only his father was aware of the impending doom, but if this stranger also knew, a shocking thought hits him. He might know where his mother is. And just as this hope ignites, somewhere else, a cold blade is pressed against a throat. And not only that, the leader explains, their own location is now the brightest beacon on the horizon, a rally point for all survivors. With a confident smile, he wishes everyone luck, his part of the plan now complete. But Blue isn't waiting around. He's already zipping up, ready to move. He slings his pack over his shoulder, a silent mission burning in his eyes. Before he can leave, however, the Mohawk survivor stops him with a yawn, asking to tag along. Annoyed, Blue grumbles to himself he was trying to sneak out quietly. He tells the man to stay back, but his new acquaintance simply doesn't care. Blue freezes, his voice turning cold as he rejects the offer. He can't let him come along. He might end up dead, just like the others from last time. But instead of arguing, the Mohawked man just pats him on the head. The gentle pat turns into a rough, playful hair ruffle, catching Blue completely off guard. Annoyed, Blue grunts and tells him to knock it off. But the man isn't messing around anymore. He gets serious, telling Blue he's not as weak as he thinks and the others chose to come. The words hit Blue like a truck, his self-righteous guilt shattering in an instant. The Mohawk survivor continues, explaining their friends knew leaving the base could mean death. He says trying to carry all the burden alone is just doing a disservice to their memory. Seeing he's gotten through, he smirks, telling the kid to stop overthinking everything. He reminds Blue that when things get rough, he can lean on them, because they're comrades. Blue just stands there, silent, the unexpected wisdom leaving him speechless. The Mohawk survivor grins, amending his statement they're more than just comrades now. He throws a thumbs up, laughing as he tells Blue to just call him Big Bro from now on. Blue turns and silently heads for the escalator, finally relenting that he won't stop them from following. But he can't resist a parting shot, calling the guy Chicken Comb. The good mood shatters as the punk erupts, screaming that it's a Mohawk and demanding he take it back. Suddenly, their argument is interrupted by a new voice from behind. Haru appears, panting but determined, announcing she's coming along as their guide. She looks Blue dead in the eye, making it clear she is not asking for permission. With a smirk on his face, Blue looks back just as she insists she's coming whether he likes it or not. To her complete surprise, he simply says he won't stop her. and she lights up with relief. Meanwhile, the group's departure hasn't gone unnoticed, as the mustache technician wakes up early. He finds the bespectacled leader already up, explaining that it's his turn for guard duty. The technician blinks, still trying to piece together why everyone is moving so early. Then he spots a weapon case, remembering that Paran forgot the shotgun he'd just made for him. But the leader calmly informs him that he probably won't be needing it anymore. A wave of suspicion crosses the technician's face, trying to read the man's expression. The leader turns away, his mind clearly elsewhere, focused on the boy leading the expedition. He admits to the others that the young man, Blue, never ceases to amaze him. He flashes back to when they first met, witnessing a mere kid take down a full-grown adult. And then came the monsters, creatures they all thought were invincible, which Blue tore apart with ease. Hell, recently the kid's movements in combat were damn near superhuman, leaving the technician asking what he's even trying to say. The leader can only wonder to himself, who exactly is this young man? And what other terrifying talents is he hiding up his sleeve? Meanwhile, out in the ruins, the Mohawk survivor tries mimicking one of Blue's poses, asking if this is the secret to becoming strong like him. He throws a punch with all his might and gets absolutely nothing, screaming in frustration that he's being messed with. Blue calmly explains that he understands the skepticism, but to use his power, one must first feel their own life force. Life force? The concept is completely alien to them, but Blue clarifies it's simply the energy of one's own body. The thug presses him, asking when he first started feeling it, and for a moment, Blue seems to genuinely have to think about it. But then he freezes, his senses picking up something no one else can hear. He warns them that something is here. Hera's face drains of all color, her voice trembling as she asks if it's a monster and if they should run. But Blue corrects her with a grim certainty, it's not a monster. What he's sensing, what's approaching them right now, is a person. And from the shadows, a terrified young woman stumbles out from the ruins. With wide, desperate eyes, she explains her family was fleeing monsters and got trapped under rubble. The whole group is taken aback, unsure how to react to this sudden, frantic plea. She continues, her voice trembling but determined as she makes an offer. She promises that if they save her family, she will do anything, absolutely anything to repay them. The weight of her desperate words hangs heavy in the air, the group staring in silence. But the Mohawk thug's eyes light up, a greedy thought crossing his mind as he repeats her offer. Anything? Flustered but resolute, the young woman confirms it, a blush spreading across her dirt-streaked cheeks. A truly brilliant, and utterly sleazy, idea strikes the Mohawk thug like a bolt of lightning. Haru flinches away, completely disgusted by his predatory excitement. He laughs, trying to get Blue on board, while Haru demands to know why he's so eager. But Blue isn't listening to them. His sharp eyes are locked on the desperate survivor. He calmly cuts through the noise, asking if they are truly the only ones who could possibly help her. The girl stammers, insisting they are, but Blue's unwavering gaze tells him something is off. He turns away slightly, a single thought echoing in his mind. That's strange. It's especially strange, he considers, as his eyes scan the desolate ruins around them, because from every window and every shadow, dozens of other survivors are silently watching. The woman's desperate facade melts away into a predator's grin, admitting he caught on quick. She admits the plan was to lure them to their base and kill them, a confession that leaves Haru stunned while Blue remains unreadable. From the shadows, the rest of their crew emerges, led by a thug with a mohawk complaining that their work just got harder. But he's not worried about the fight. He's genuinely furious that he can't ask for any favors in return now. He whines that his one favor was going to be asking for 10 more, causing Haru to groan at his absolute idiocy. Another thug steps up, laughing at the Mohawk for being dumb enough to fall for the woman's act in the first place. His mocking expression quickly hardens into a serious glare. It's clear the time for games is over. The woman leading the trap smirks, finally laying out their true demands. They are to hand over everything they've got. That includes, she adds, the very clothes on their backs, a demand that leaves Haru sputtering in disbelief. But while she's still arguing, Blue is already approaching the Mohawk thug, who has casually started taking off his shirt. Haru is absolutely losing her mind, screaming in a flustered panic. She can't believe it as Blue actually starts to undress, dropping his bag without a word. The woman leading the trap smirks, turning her attention to Haru, telling her she's next. The threat finally hits home, and Haru is paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Her fear only seems to amuse the other thugs, who creep forward with disgusting smiles. Meanwhile, the furry-vested thug is barking orders at the Mohawk, demanding his weapons and the bag, but he watches in confusion as the Mohawk just drops his own shirt. It lands softly on the grimy floor. The thug scoffs, thinking he's got him. Too scared to even hold on to your own things? That cocky thought is immediately silenced by a vicious kick straight to the face. The mohawked brawler casually rips the vest off his downed opponent, thanking him for the new threads. He then turns to Paran, cheekily asking how he looks, while his partner just stretches, limbering up. Their leader is absolutely furious, screaming at her men to kill these two before any real monsters show up. One of her goons takes the order to heart, rushing Paran with a knife, vowing he'll be the first to die. But the blade stops dead, caught effortlessly in Paran's bare hand, his expression unbothered. A single, solid punch sends the thug stumbling back, completely disoriented. Paran spins the captured knife with practiced ease, his fist clenching with a thud. A moment later, the weapon is buried right in the attacker's shoulder. The woman who set this trap can only stare, her mind struggling to process what just happened. Meanwhile, her other men are getting absolutely wrecked by the Mohawk, who laughs like a maniac, loving every second of it. Their leader is absolutely livid, screaming that they're messing around with just two people. She points a trembling finger at Haru, deciding to take out the weakest link first. Her thugs obey, swarming the terrified girl with pipes and knives raised high. Haru can only watch in horror as the weapons come swinging down on her, but in that frozen moment of fear, something else, some long-dormant instinct, awakens in her eyes. A sudden whoosh cuts through the air, a blur of motion too fast to track. Haru is now a whirlwind, effortlessly weaving between her attackers and whipping them with a strap from her bag. The desperate woman who ordered the attack stares in utter shock, her mind short-circuiting. Just like that, the trio stands united, leaving their enemies to wonder who in the hell they just provoked. But their standoff is violently interrupted as actual monsters pour in, forcing the thug leader to scream for his people to run. The woman's arrogance evaporates into pure terror. There's no time for fighting humans when these things are on the hunt. From a hidden location, someone watches the desperate survivors scramble through the ruins, their every move tracked through a scope. The watcher's attention then shifts, the crosshairs settling on our peculiar trio as they navigate the chaos below. Their perch is a weathered, desolate building, a silent watchtower overlooking the end of the world. Inside, a gaunt man with gray hair peers through a window, holding a flashlight, his expression cold and calculating. He turns away from the carnage, having seen enough, a silent figure in a dark room, unaware they were being watched. Our protagonist finds a door, deciding it's time for them to rest for a moment. But as they step inside, the mohawked thug can only gape at the wreckage, wondering what kind of battle tore this place apart. The mohawk thug figures the place is empty, and Haru seems to agree. After all, when the survivors were signaling, this entire area remained ominously dark. But our protagonist freezes, his senses telling him something is dangerously out of place. His eyes scan the room, lingering on the piles of debris and overturned furniture. His sudden tension puts his two companions on edge, their relief turning to confusion. It clicks in his mind. This mess wasn't made by a fight. It was arranged to hide something or someone. Just as he pieces it together, a foot unknowingly steps into the loop of a hidden rope trap. He spins around, shouting for them to stop, but his warning comes a second too late. With a sudden jolt, Haru and the thug are yanked upside down, dangling helplessly from the ceiling. Haru dangles helplessly, her immediate concern being her dignity, not the danger. Her thug companion, meanwhile, is having a full-blown panic attack, screaming in confusion. But before our hero can even move to help them, a figure drops down from the rafters with a soft thud. He casually steps past the struggling captives, completely unfazed by their predicament. The trapper positions himself perfectly between his two new prizes. As our protagonist glares, he realizes these aren't just random survivors, they're uninvited guests. The man's intentions become crystal clear as the cold gleam of a knife fills the room. With a smug grin, he finally speaks, recognizing them as the morons who ran away earlier. Our protagonist's eyes narrow, a cold sweat breaking on his brow as he assesses the situation. The captor presses the gleaming edge of his blade right against the girl's throat. He sneers, warning that one more step means she dies right here, right now. The poor girl's eyes widen in absolute terror, a silent scream caught in her throat. But our boy doesn't flinch, retorting that the same goes for him if he dares to lie. The thug ignores the threat, instead demanding to know why they even came to this place. Annoyance and anger flash across our protagonist's face as he clenches his jaw. Walking forward slowly, the thug explains they were just following a radio broadcast. Hez stunned. They heard it too? Then why didn't they just follow the signal light? The thug just scoffs at his question, as if it's the most naive thing he's ever heard. With a smug grin, the thug asks if he's foolish enough to actually trust that broadcast. He calls him naive, questioning how he knows it isn't just a trap set by a group of thieves. In this world, he explains, and besides, the claim that they predicted this apocalypse is just a laughable joke. But our protagonist cuts him off with two simple, unwavering words. It's true. The thug is stunned into silence, completely thrown off. Excuse me? Our hero reveals that he's also been training his whole life for this very apocalypse. Because of that, he's willing to believe there's a chance they're telling the truth. But the thug's patience has run out, asking if he simply didn't hear him earlier. He presses the knife to the girl's throat, reminding him that one more lie means she dies. The thug presses his advantage, but for a fatal instant, the blade slips on her skin. In that single moment, our hero explodes into action, seizing the thug's wrist. The goon smirks, thinking he's got him anyway, as he thrusts until he sees the flash of a blood-red eye. Because our hero isn't where he's supposed to be, having already dodged the clumsy attack. But a flicker of shock crosses his face. This thug is faster than he looks. He has no choice but to bring his hands up in a desperate, last-ditch block. The blade is stopped, cold, caught between his palms just inches from his own throat. He spins out of the hold, slamming a powerful kick into the thug's side. Yet as he lands, panting, his opponent simply takes a steady step back, barely even flinching. Before he can even process it, the thug is already countering, whipping a strap straight for his neck. He's too slow to dodge, and the strap slams hard into his side. The thug gives him no room to breathe, immediately following up with a vicious knife swing. But our hero ducks under the blade, pivoting with a desperate counterpunch. The thug is left staggering, utterly shocked that he managed to dodge yet again. He slowly turns, the initial cockiness completely gone from his face. A glimmer of respect appears in his eyes. This kid is nothing like the other thieves he's dealt with. Frustrated, our hero yells, "You know back that they're not thieves," all while Haru hangs helplessly in the background. But a bead of sweat rolls down his face. This opponent is far more dangerous than he looks. The thug coolly analyzes him, realizing there's something strange about his movements. His attacks aren't swift, he thinks, stepping on a bottle to launch himself into another assault. He stumbles, completely thrown off balance by the simple bottle trick. But the thug finally puts it together. This kid isn't dodging. He's reading his every move. A blade whizzes past his cheek, almost as if confirming the thug's theory. Our hero plants his feet, realizing his secret is out. So if that's the case, the thug thinks, it's time to test this little precognition ability. A new resolve flashes in our hero's eyes. Hell just have to be too fast to be read. He unleashes a punch with blinding speed, a desperate gambit. For just a moment, the thug's eyes widen in genuine surprise at the velocity. But the flurry of follow-up attacks all hit nothing but empty air, because the thug is casually kneeling, tying his shoe, effortlessly dodging every single blow. Still kneeling, the thug casually tilts his head, another punch whistling past his ear. A cold dread washes over our hero. This isn't just a dodge. In a blur, the thug is on his feet and closing the distance. He's too fast, the gap shrinking before our hero can even process it. Suddenly, the thug is right there, his eyes glowing with an unnerving red light. His pupils constrict, blood vessels flaring as he focuses. Hez not just looking at our hero, Hez looking through him, into time itself. Through his eyes, every possible future punch is laid bare as a red phantom. He sees the exact trajectory, the precise moment of impact, and meets the incoming fist not with a block, but with a perfect, calculated intercept. His punch connects, but it doesn't send the thug flying, it just stops him cold. Our hero grunts with the impact, but the thug's eyes gleam, already moving on to his next step, because while one hand was busy predicting, the other was pulling a knife. The shock in our hero's eyes is met with the cold, bloodshot certainty of his opponent. But before a fatal blow can be struck, a heavy thud echoes from outside the room. Both fighters pause as a monstrous silhouette fills the window frame. An enormous creature, all bone and sinew, casually stomps through the ruined city streets. Our hero's attention is instantly broken, his face twisting in alarm. The thug, however, barely even glances over, a calm, almost bored expression on his face. A sudden swoosh of air whips past our hero's ear as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. The thug smirks, seeing not a threat, but an opportunity to end this right here. A series of lightning-fast slashes cut through the air, aimed to kill. But our hero can only block, realizing a powerful counterattack would just summon the monster. Hez trapped small moves won't let him get close, but a big one means certain death from outside. And his opponent knows it. Calmly stepping forward to press his advantage. For a moment, doubt creeps in, but it's immediately crushed by grim determination. With no other choice, he takes the gamble, leaping across the room in an instant. The thug's smug confidence shatters, his eyes widening in pure shock. Our hero drops into a low stance, focusing his power for one precise, explosive strike. His enemy can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden, all-or-nothing gambit. He gathers his focus, channeling all his power into a single point. A faint blue energy crackles at his fingertips. This has to be perfect. The thug's eye widens, a flicker of terror finally replacing his arrogance. In less than a heartbeat, A streak of light tears through the darkness. And just like that, he's behind him, a cold blade already pressed to his throat. The thug can't even process what happened. His mind is blank with fear. A single finger raises to his lips, a silent, chilling command. Don't make a sound, or this all ends right here. Suddenly, a rope snaps clean in two, and his allies stumble, feeling dizzy. But their confusion quickly sharpens into focus as they realize what just happened. Now the tables have turned. With the thug tied up and at their mercy, he asks what they're going to do. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts them, wondering if they actually have it in them to kill him. But the Mohawk survivor and Haru just exchange a silent, knowing glance. Their faces suddenly break into wide, unnervingly cheerful smiles, confusing him completely. And then they're spinning him around like a top, laughing that this is what he gets for his attitude. Dizzy and sick, he screams at them, demanding to know what they want from him. Stepping forward, our hero flatly tells him they want nothing, just as he'd told him before. The thug can't believe what he's hearing. None of this makes any sense. The Mohawk survivor casually explains they were just looking for the radio broadcast and grabbing some supplies. They'll rest for a bit, he's told, and then they'll untie him when they leave, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The thug mutters that he's not about to risk going through that a second time. He still remembers the chilling speed, the glowing eyes appearing behind him in an instant. Now, tied and helpless, he just has to know how did he move so fast. It was like he vanished. Our hero just stares back, a little surprised by the sudden question. He gives him a deadpan look, clearly having no intention of explaining his powers. But before he can dismiss him, a sound from above catches his attention. What in the world is up there? Haru and the Mohawk survivor whip their heads around, their playful mood vanishing instantly. Even the captive thug looks up towards the ceiling, a new kind of fear dawning on his face. On the floor above, they find the source, the back of some huge, spiked creature, stained with blood. It's a massive horned monster, laid out on a bed with its entire chest cavity ripped open. The Mohawk survivor loses his mind, yelling that they're living with a monster. But the white-haired man calmly tells them not to worry. She won't attack and she isn't a monster. His eyes are filled with a grim, world-weary resolve. He turns to the bed and clarifies the situation for them. She's his little sister. Haru is speechless, barely able to process what he just said. His younger sister? Our hero just watches from the side, taking in this bizarre family reunion. But his attention drifts back to the corpse, to the glowing wound still burning in its chest. The little girl on the bed, the one with horns, is somehow, impossibly, still alive. Haru's brain finally connects the dots, the horrifying implication hitting her all at once. The brother simply looks at her, confirming her unspoken fear. He knows. He begins to explain the impossible sight before them. His sister should have died from those wounds. But according to his grim hypothesis, something else is at play. The monster is extending her lifespan, keeping her in a state between life and death by feeding on her body. Haru is speechless, realizing this isn't truly living. It's something far, far worse. A fleeting memory of a happy childhood flashes by, a stark contrast to the grim reality. Haru can only look down, her heart aching for the girl's miserable state. The Mohawk-haired survivor, ever the pragmatist, asks why he doesn't just pull the monster off her. He's tried, the brother answers, but its tendrils are rooted too deep inside her body to remove. His companion then offers the next logical, brutal step. If you can't remove it, then why not just kill it? The brother looks over the massive corpse, the cold suggestion still echoing. A hollow laugh escapes him. Kill the monster, they say as if it were that simple. Mohawk guy chimes in confidently, saying every monster has a core and that Blue can back him up on that. Blue hesitantly agrees. Yes, that's usually the rule. But the brother just scoffs at their textbook answer. A core? His expression turns manic, almost unhinged. He can't believe their naivety. He tells them he's tried everything, but this specific monster doesn't have the kind of core they're talking about. That revelation hits them like a truck. No core? That shouldn't be possible. But as Blue stares at the creature, a new, horrifying possibility begins to dawn on him. His gaze locks onto its blood-stained maw, realizing the answer might be somewhere else entirely. Blue confirms it with a grim look. The man is right. This monster has no core in its body. With his back still turned, the white-haired brother coldly tells them to just leave. Haru absolutely erupts, furious that he's dismissing them after all this trouble. But with a sudden, sharp motion, the man effortlessly snaps the ropes binding his hands. He grabs Haru by the wrist, much to her shock, and simply says it's time for them to go. He then leads the dazed group out of the building and into the ruined streets below. Yet, the perspective shifts. He's actually watching them from a window high above. A lone figure in a dusty attic, looking down as they walk away. The camera pulls back, revealing a dark, cluttered room. He's reporting to someone unseen, dismissing them as just some idiots who came by. He continues his report, listing the pathetic intel he gathered from the group he just let go. A dry, humorless laugh escapes his lips. He can't believe how naive they were. He glances over at the sleeping girl on the bed, asking if she heard their ridiculous stories too. In the quiet of the attic, he sits by her side, the discarded ropes lying forgotten on the floor. His expression softens for a moment, a flicker of something weary and sad in his eyes. But the smile quickly fades, replaced by the grim reality of their situation. His gaze then lands on a small, forgotten object across the dusty room. A stuffed rabbit. He silently rises to his feet, drawn towards it. He gently picks up the toy, a relic from a different time. Holding it close, his face is a mask of unreadable emotion, hinting at the life they lost. But then, a faint clinking sound cuts through the silence. It's followed by the taut snap of a wire the trap. He whips around, clutching the toy, wondering if the survivors are back already. But what he sees isn't human at all. A grotesque, lanky creature slowly unfolds itself from the shadows. It stalks forward, step by agonizing step. His gaze darts to his sleeping sister, completely vulnerable on the bed. He immediately draws his own blade, his grip tightening. Dropping the rabbit, he stands as the last line of defense. All sentiment is gone, replaced by pure, cold killing intent. A sudden, violent flash of a memory that isn't his own, a bloodshot eye filled with rage. The vision shows three grotesque figures emerging from writhing, bloody tendrils. One of them rushes forward, a distorted blur of hunger and malice. He snaps back to the present, a cold sweat breaking out. He's in deep trouble. The memory was of that other boy, the one who stood alone amidst the carnage he'd wrought. But his own fight is far from over as the monster's hand tightens around his neck. Hes too weak. Its grip is like a vice, and a strange, consuming energy begins to glow from its skin. He can feel something vital being drained from his body, his consciousness starting to fade. But through the haze, his eyes find the toy rabbit on the floor. He remembers his promise, a vow to his sister, a simple gift he swore he would deliver. He can't die here. That promise echoes in his mind, a memory of him walking down the street with her gift. He was on the phone, reassuring his sister that he wouldn't be late for her party. But her voice was small and scared, asking him what the chances were of something going wrong. He paused, the cheerful facade dropping for just a second. Then, with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, he told her the chances were 0. A flicker in his gaze reveals the source of that absolute confidence. He always knew he had an advantage, a secret weapon that others couldn't comprehend. A memory surfaces of him sitting before cameras, calm and collected under immense pressure, while his opponents could only stare in disbelief, sweating over a game already lost. Because he possessed the overwhelming ability to simply see how it all would end. His eyes strain, blood vessels flaring as his mind lights up. He sees not one move, but all of them, every possibility, every outcome, played out in an instant. The announcer shouts that Gu Jin has taken yet another victory, while he just stares blankly, already over it. His opponent slams the table in frustration as a reporter screams into the mic, asking why he isn't celebrating. Gu Jin turns with a tired, almost bored expression. He simply states the obvious. It's because he already knew he would win. Elsewhere, that same interview plays on an old television set. His sister watches impatiently, urging him to hurry up so they can see it together. Back in the present, he's on the phone, reassuring her that he's on his way. To him, it wasn't hard. He just ran a simulation of all the factors in his head. And just as he thinks that, a panicked rider comes barreling down the street, his scooter's brakes completely shot. But for Gu Jin, this isn't a surprise. Had already seen it coming. Leaping into action to pluck the kid from the vehicle, he lands with barely a sound, setting the shock driver down as the scooter smashes to pieces behind them. A bystander rushes over, completely stunned, asking if he's all right after that insane maneuver. But as he stands up, a single drop of blood trickles from his nose. He realizes with a quiet sigh that using his predictive ability too much comes with a price, a splitting headache. The city seems to move on, unaware of the small miracle that just happened on its streets. From a rooftop, someone calls out about the loud crash. But Gu Jin's companion calmly tells them not to worry. He's back on the phone, probably with his sister, as she asks what in the world he went out to buy. The answer lies on a calendar, where a date is circled with a doodle. A very important birthday is coming up. He finishes the call with a soft smile, clearly happy with how the conversation went. Tucked in his other hand is the birthday gift, a small, white stuffed animal. But just as the call ends, a sharp static cuts through the air. His expression immediately hardens, the warmth draining from his face. Something's wrong. He lowers the phone, a prickle of unease running down his spine. It's not just him. A flock of pigeons suddenly takes flight, scattering in a panic. All across the street, the bustling city noise fades to a stunned silence. People stop in their tracks, their eyes drawn upward by some unseen force. Gujin follows their gaze, his own eyes widening in disbelief. Because suspended impossibly in the sky is a colossal, silent sphere, blotting out the sun. It wasn't a sphere at all, but a horrifying, living island of twisted bodies and glowing eyes. He would later remember this as the first time reality had truly broken. A sight so impossible, so alien, it defied all understanding. What were these things? A grotesque tapestry of nightmares hanging over their heads. Panic finally erupted on the streets below, screams replacing the stunned silence. He pulled out his phone, quickly realizing their city was the only one reporting this. And then, just as suddenly, the signal died. They were completely cut off. The mass in the sky began to move, descending like a fleshy, twisting tornado. In that instant, as the world was about to end, something inside Gujin ignited. With a deafening roar, the column of monsters slammed down onto the city streets. A strange energy coiled around him, a new sense of power he'd never felt before. His eyes widened, pupils shifting into complex patterns as his mind began to race. The world around him slowed down, the chaos of the monstrous invasion snapping into focus. Screams echoed as people were torn apart, a horrifying symphony of the world's end. He looked down at the small toy in his hand, a reminder of what he had to protect. Standing amidst the carnage, the blood and death didn't seem to faze him. Instead of fear, his mind was flooded with questions. What was their motive? Were they just here to kill humans? But then he saw it, the body of a dead animal, also torn to shreds. So, what was the goal? To wipe out all life? Or was this indiscriminate slaughter just a step towards something else? His thoughts were cut short as one of the beasts broke from the pack and lunged right at him. But without a second thought, he slips past the creature's attack, his mind already elsewhere. The calculation is instant. 50 meters forward, and he can confirm his sister is safe. Suddenly, another monster hurls a chunk of debris right at his predicted path. He whips around, the projectile shattering a nearby building, another variable in this deadly equation. His eyes widen, but it's not with fear. Something is different. The world is clearer. A single red line slices through his vision, tracing a path through the destroyed room ahead. It isn't just sight, as processing everything: the temperature of the air, every detail of the space in front of him, the exact layout of the wreckage. Even the sounds around him are feeding into this new, heightened state of awareness. All these factors converge, allowing him to perfectly anticipate what's about to happen. This red line isn't just a path forward, it's a thread pulling him back into his own dark history. His senses overload, and a forgotten trauma flashes before his eyes. He's suddenly standing over the body of a little girl, her head crushed by a monster. The memory hits him like a physical blow, his face sinking into a grim shadow. He remembers the beast, the sound of it tearing into her flesh. In that moment of pure horror, his younger self had grabbed a knife. He'd raised it high, ready to end it all, his face a mask of cold fury. But the scene was already one of shattered innocence, a blood-soaked toy lying nearby. And it wasn't the blade that did the work, it was his own hands, ripping the monster apart. The violent memory fades, leaving him frozen in the present, utterly shaken. The memory of one monster's teeth gives way to another's twitching maw. Back in the present, the sun rises over the ruins of their world. The next day, a different survivor begins to tell his own tale. He explains that one morning, the alien world in the sky had simply vanished, but the monsters it left behind still roamed, forcing him to barricade his home. In all the chaos, however, there was one thing that defied all logic. His sister, skewered by a creature, somehow still had a beating heart. A wound that should have killed her instantly was being sustained by the monster itself. It was clinging to her life, a parasite refusing to let its host die. He could see the damn thing pulsing, keeping her suspended in a state worse than death. He recounts how his sister's hand would occasionally twitch, a grim parody of life. Her body would tremble, trapped in the parasitic monster's unyielding grip. All he could do was stare at the horrifying state she was in, his heart sinking. He admits that he'd already tried to save her once before. It was a desperate, brutal attempt to just rip the creature off her, but it had failed. Still, he refused to give up, his mind racing for another way. He had to free her from this torment, no matter what the cost. The biggest problem was the monster's incredible regenerative ability. This led him to a crucial question. What were the limits of that power? Where did it draw its energy? A new, more calculated plan began to form as he stepped into uncharted territory. He starts with a fundamental truth. Every organism needs energy to live, but he knows it's not as simple as them eating humans. He's seen plenty of monsters that kill without consuming. The real key is their behavior. They're creatures of instinct, repeating the same patterns over and over. And with that, his grim strategy was born. If he could force them into a constant loop of regeneration, he could drain their energy and finally kill them. This wasn't just a theory, had put it to the test once before, in the ruins of the city. He remembers pushing himself for 5 straight days without rest, locked in a desperate battle. But even after all that time, the monster's regeneration showed no sign of slowing down. He was beginning to lose hope, wondering if his plan was nothing more than a fool's errand. A sudden twitch from the girl jolts him back to the present. There's no more time to waste on memories. His expression hardens with resolve. There is no other choice. He steps forward, leaving a trail of blood that marks his violent path. He quietly promises the girl that he'll take care of everything soon, but his mind reels back, knowing that his old plan wasn't enough. He needed a more definite possibility. He remembers staying up nights, desperately searching for a way to suppress their endless healing. He'd even tested using fire, observing the creatures through his scope. They were drawn to the flames like moths, sensing it from hundreds of meters away. But it wasn't a real solution. There had to be another, better way. Then he recalls it scoping out the area. He'd spotted a unique monster among the horde. A quick trip to a metal plant nearby gave him the key. Hydrochloric acid, a perfect counter to their regeneration. Even with the acid, the creature wasn't truly dead. Its life force lingered, leaving behind these strange, bloody tendrils. He remembers explaining to Eugen how he'd acquired the test subject. He'd used the acid to dissect it, desperately searching for a vital spot. But the creature simply didn't have one. It was another failed experiment. He tried freezing it with liquid nitrogen, but that didn't work either. He hammered nails through its flesh, another desperate, useless attempt. Over and over, he tried everything he could think of, but its life persisted. Finally, he was forced to admit that he had no answer. All he wanted was to free her from her pain, but he was completely powerless. His hand trembles with the weight of his final, crushing conclusion. He can't kill it. He's completely alone, adrift in an abyss of his own failure. He turns to the sleeping girl beside him, his voice barely a whisper, asking if she can hear him. If she can, maybe there's still some hope left in this world for him to cling to. But a sudden, sharp twang echoes through the quiet room, a wire snapping taut. His eyes widen in alarm. That wasn't a sound he was expecting. He spins around, looking up into the darkness, completely baffled by what he's seeing. 2 teenagers are hanging from the ceiling, unconscious and bound, like bait in a trap. And from the shadows, the fisherman reveals itself a silent, sinewy creature with a hammer for a head. The monster slowly clenches its fist, orange light glowing from within its rocky hide, ready for a fight. The leader is trapped in his own mind, reliving a moment of utter helplessness. A dark memory where he was too weak to act, too weak to save anyone. He stands frozen on that line between action and despair. The paralyzing thought that he can't do anything echoes in his head. Meanwhile, the monster springs its trap, cutting the wires and sending the teens plummeting down. But they're caught mid-air by Blue, who hangs from the ceiling with a casual, almost bored expression. The sudden shift in the room snaps the leader out of his stupor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Blue just hangs there, giving the creature a look that says, "Did you really think it would be that easy?" He calmly gathers a bright, crackling energy into the palm of his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he fires a brilliant blue bolt straight at his target. The bolt of energy pierces straight through the monster's torso. Its entire body instantly unravels, shredding into a chaotic storm of biomass. Blue lands softly on his bare feet, the job seemingly done. But as the creature vanishes, a small, glowing core falls right into the leader's hand. Blue immediately turns his attention to him, his eyes cold and demanding. He wants that core. The leader is frozen in sheer terror, completely outmatched by the boy's power. But that fear ignites something else within him, and his eye flares with a dangerous crimson light. A wave of raw, red energy erupts from his body, a power he's kept hidden until now. The core he was holding clatters to the ground, now a solid, dark sphere. With a newfound confidence, the leader faces Blue, demanding answers. A trickle of blood runs from the leader's nose, his composure completely shattered. He stares at Blue, demanding to know how any of this is possible. His mind flashes back, not to this fight, but to the day it all began. He remembers being with his friends, shocked and helpless when they first encountered a monster. He can still hear Blue's voice explaining the secret. You have to aim for the core, a weak point most people can't even perceive. But the leader interrupts the memory, his voice firm in the present. He could see it. Blue's calm facade breaks, caught completely off guard by the impossible claim. The leader admits he doesn't understand why he has this ability, but he remembers seeing it clearly. A burning light, the very heart of the monster. And tragically, he saw that same ethereal glow fading from his sister's body as she lay dying. The leader realizes that strange light he saw must have been the monster's core. Blue and his friend are stunned, with the Mohawk kid admitting he can't see anything at all. But the leader's expression turns grim, haunted by a disturbing question. Why was that core burning inside his sister's body? The horrifying implication starts to dawn on him. He asks if that meant, to get the monster off her, he would have had to kill her. Blue's face is stone cold as he confirms the awful truth. He explains that as long as her heart keeps beating, that monster won't die. It was living off her, tethered to her very life force. As he processes this, his sister's hand twitches, a final, faint sign of life. The leader's voice cuts through the silence. He will be the one to do it, with his own hands. Blue gives a silent nod and steps back, leaving the boy to face this impossible choice alone. His friends can only stare, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. He kneels down, gently taking his sister's small, blood-stained hand into his own. Beside her lies a stuffed rabbit, a tragic memento of a childhood that was stolen away. His heart aches as he whispers a late, broken happy birthday to her. She looks so peaceful, the monstrous parasite still fused to her chest as she lays dying. He stands over her, a lone shadow steeling himself for the final, terrible act. He raises a crude blade, positioning the tip directly over her heart, and with a sickening finality, he plunges it down, ending her life to set her free. A faint light flares from the parasite's core before it withers into nothing. She's finally at peace, her small body still, the monstrous growth now just a dead husk. His hands tremble uncontrollably around the hilt of the blade, the weight of his sin settling in. But his mind flashes back to a happier time, a memory of them planting a sapling together. He remembers sharing a simple meal, watching her happily slurp her noodles. He remembers carrying her on his shoulders, her laughter the only thing that mattered in the world. But those memories shatter, replaced by a single, hollow laugh escaping his lips. Standing over his sister's body, the laughter continues, growing more broken. It's the sound of a man who has lost everything, his sanity cracking under the strain. His knuckles are white as he grips the knife, the only thing left in his new, empty reality. The hollow laughter fades, leaving only the cold reality of the blood-soaked knife in his hand. But then, his eyes snap wide with disbelief. He heard a voice that shouldn't be there. He looks down at his sister, looking so peaceful, almost like a doll clutching her favorite toy. The last of his strength leaves him, and the knife slips from his trembling fingers. He asks the silence if she's been listening this whole time, and in his mind, he hears her gentle reply, a simple, yeah. He finally tells her it's over. She doesn't have to pretend to be okay anymore. The dam of his resolve finally breaks. All the madness melts away, replaced by the pure, gut-wrenching sorrow of a broken man. He stands over his sister's body, utterly lost, admitting he has no idea what to do anymore. But his moment of despair is cut short by a noise from the ladder above. 3 figures peer down into the gloom, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. The boy in the white jacket descends alone, coming face to face with the grieving survivor. The man's face is a mask of shadow, his sorrow so heavy it's almost a physical weight. Then, in his heart, he hears his sister's voice one last time, telling him to do what he truly wants. His eyes widen, a flicker of new understanding cutting through the haze of grief. What does he want to do? He turns, barefoot and broken, and begins to walk towards the light. Our protagonist watches him go, his own expression hardening with grim resolve. With his head bowed, the survivor finally leaves the past behind him, ready to move forward. The memory is sharp and brutal, the image of his sister, her head crushed, lying dead before him. His face remains hidden in shadow, but a decision has been made. As he makes his choice, our protagonist and his friend are outside, facing down a towering new beast. But another one creeps up behind them, a writhing mass of tentacles, catching them completely off guard. Back in the darkness, the survivor's voice is a low whisper, a single thought consuming him. His expression hardens, the grief in his eyes calcifying into something much, much colder. It's a look of pure, unadulterated resolve. The shadows deepen around him, a prelude to the storm he's about to unleash. He finally lifts his head, his eyes glowing a terrifying, furious red. In his mind, he's back in that moment, holding her body, vowing to rip apart every monster responsible. He remembers holding her small, broken body, clutching a blood-stained teddy bear. The bloody knife on the floor was a testament to his failure to protect her. A single tear carves a path through the grime and blood on his face. She looked up at him, a faint, tearful smile on her face as she accepted her fate. Her last wish wasn't for him to grieve, but to survive and to avenge her. And now, in the present, that vow echoes as our hero prepares for the fight of his life. His friend with the mohawk squares up, baseball bat at the ready, but his eyes widen in panic as he spots another creature scuttling in from the side. That vow for vengeance explodes, and the survivor's body begins to warp and twist. His very flesh contorts, erupting into a grotesque weapon fueled by pure rage. His grief and rage manifest, tearing through the monster in a blur of golden light. The others can only stare, completely stunned by the raw power they've just witnessed. From the shadows, a strange, white-haired boy with a blank face steps forward. He introduces himself as Gujin, pleading with them to take him along. Meanwhile, in an abandoned subway station, a lone survivor with glasses sits quietly. She had dozed off, a small bubble of saliva popping as she stirs from her uneasy rest. The sudden sound of footsteps echoes through the cavernous, silent hall. Her eyes snap open, instantly alert and on guard. At the top of the escalator, she sees our protagonist's group beginning their descent. He and his friend move cautiously, their eyes scanning the new, unknown territory. Haru and the Mohawk teen follow cautiously, their eyes wide with uncertainty. The woman with glasses is relieved, calling out that they've made it back, but then she spots the stranger with them. Before anyone can get the wrong idea, the newcomer steps forward to speak. He introduces himself as Gujin, though he says they can just call him Jin. Sometime later, the group has reconvened inside their makeshift base. Haru stands before the others, giving a report on them. They've secured about a week's worth of rations and, more importantly, medicine for one of the elders. Unfurling a hand-drawn map, she points out their progress towards a nearby radio station. There's just one massive problem. A huge cliff has collapsed, completely blocking the road ahead. At a desk, their new companion Jin listens intently, thinking to himself that this base is surprisingly well equipped. Jin then asks a chilling question. Why haven't any of the other survivor groups attacked them yet? The others are baffled, wondering what he means by other groups. He confirms their fears, casually explaining that he's aware of 3 major factions out there. One of those groups, he warns, is especially predatory, known for setting traps and ransacking others. Then, he drops the other shoe, revealing it's the very same group Haru's team already encountered. The mohawk-haired survivor shouts in alarm, and Haru's face drains of color as the memory hits her. She recalls their disturbing, twisted faces, a group of dangerous people she hoped to never see again. But Jin isn't finished, stating bluntly that to get past the collapsed cliff, they have to pass by them. Haru and her friend absolutely lose it at the thought of facing that crew again. She desperately asks if they can go around, but Jin shuts it down. A detour is too long and no safer. Meanwhile, the other survivors deliberate, with an old man worrying while a smug strategist says any plan is fine as long as he's not involved. But their scarred leader cuts in, dismissing the enemy as mere misfits and assuring everyone that he has a plan. And the central piece of this strategy, he declares, is Blue. He tells Blue that he's their hidden joker, and there's no need to reveal his strange background or his unique upbringing. The leader's instructions are simple. Just try not to talk while they're out there. Blue seems unfazed by the request, thinking it doesn't really matter anyway. But this display of authority sets the smug strategist off, who suddenly shouts, demanding to know who made him the boss. The leader takes a beat, letting the challenge hang in the air. Then he delivers his cold, simple answer. He's in charge because he's the smartest one here. A woman with dark hair smirks, clearly impressed by his sheer confidence, and says she likes him. The story then cuts away, deep into the memories of a grim, solitary basement. We see Blue, drenched in sweat, his body pushed to its absolute breaking point. He strains under an impossible weight, a training regimen that would kill any normal person. The leader watches him from the doorway, a silent observer to this display of raw power. He finally breaks the silence, asking how in the world Blue managed to build a body like that. Blue, without stopping, explains it was all thanks to the training he did back in the basement. But the leader isn't satisfied, pointing out that his physical strength isn't the only thing that's abnormal. Blue pauses, a bead of sweat tracing his face, and gives a chillingly simple answer. It's because they're all weak. This only deepens the leader's curiosity, who now presses for every detail about his training and his past life. But the questions are too much. And Blue just wants him to stop. The memory's clearly too painful to revisit. The leader interrupts Blue's training, carrying supplies and another burning question. Blue glares back, annoyed that he was found in this secluded corner he chose for privacy. The leader's answer is strange and direct. He simply followed Blue's light. He's been able to see it for some time now, ever since that fateful day. It's an aura that emanates from both monsters and humans, and Blue's is impossible to miss. A flicker of understanding crosses Blue's face. He knows what he's talking about. It's life energy. The leader is taken aback. How could Blue's father have known about such a concept? But Blue just deflects, taking a long, silent drink, clearly unwilling to discuss his dad. The leader's mind races, connecting the dots between the bunker, the insane training, and this new secret. He looks down at Blue, concluding that since he's a madman, his father must have been one too. But as Blue stares into his cup, the memories begin to surface. He finally speaks, telling the leader his father wasn't always like that in the beginning. His mind flashes back to a time when he was just a small, happy child. There were moments, he recalls, when the man actually felt like a real father. He remembers his dad smiling, pointing at pictures of the city on the surface. He was promised he'd be let out soon, a promise that made him dream of the world above. But at some point, his father changed, declaring he would never go to the surface to prepare for the apocalypse. And that, Blue reveals, is when he started to rebel against him. The leader is stunned by the implication if he knew about the monster's weaknesses and the apocalypse. Blue quietly admits his father might have known, but his expression says there's so much more to the story. The leader sighs, realizing he can't ask the man himself for answers anymore. He turns back to Blue, a crucial question forming on his lips. He needs to be absolutely certain, is his father really dead? Blue flinches, the question clearly striking a nerve. He begins to recount the memory, a fall from a cliff so deep he couldn't see the bottom. His father, overwhelmed by a tide of grotesque monsters, was swarmed and pushed into the endless abyss. Blue remembers the look in his father's eyes just before he disappeared from sight forever. But back in the present, the leader is still waiting, sensing there's more to it. Blue avoids his gaze, the memory clearly leaving room for a sliver of doubt. But the leader plants a seed of doubt, a vision of his father crackling with power, suggesting he could still be alive. Back in the stark reality of their storeroom, he voices the thought aloud, watching Blue carefully. Blue's eyes remain downcast, the hope being offered feeling more like a new kind of poison. The leader's gaze is sharp, analytical, taking in every flicker of emotion on the boy's face. Finally, Blue begins to argue back, his voice low and strained. He reasons that if his father were truly alive, he would have moved heaven and earth to find and protect him by now. The logic is sound, and it hangs in the air between them. The leader seems to concede the point, acknowledging that Blue is probably right. Exhausted by the conversation, Blue just stares at the supplies in front of him, sweating. With the emotional test over, the leader changes tracks, stating he had a different reason for seeking him out anyway. The leader gets straight to business, asking Blue just how he managed that impossible burst of speed earlier. Blue is a bit confused, wondering which movement he's even talking about, so he gives a quick demonstration, vanishing in a blur of motion that leaves the leader completely stunned. The leader's eye widens, the afterimage of Blue's power reflected in his gaze. Blue begins to explain the technique, saying he has to focus his life force and drag it to his fingertips. But before he can even finish, the leader interrupts, his voice low and certain he can already feel it. Blue stares in disbelief. What does he mean? It's not a skill you just pick up instantly. A faint, crackling energy begins to gather around the leader's own hand, his fingers trembling with power. He clenches his fist, confirming that he felt the energy flow so clearly that he understands it completely now. His eye suddenly flares with a menacing red glow. This guy is an absolute prodigy. And there it is, a crackling orange energy now dances on his own fingertips. Blue sees the immense strain on his face and cautiously asks if he's all right. But the leader grits his teeth, pushing through the pain, convinced he can handle this. All he can think about is his burning need for power to wipe out every last monster. That singular, obsessive thought seems to ignite the very air around him. He needs it more than anything. Suddenly, his mind is flooded with a vision, a memory that isn't his own. His eyes go wide with shock as he watches a younger Blue, eyes glowing with a brilliant light. It's not just a memory. He's experiencing it, feeling the raw power from Blue's past. A torrent of crimson energy erupts as he's forcibly shown the life that made Blue who he is. His eyes burn with obsession. He needs that power. The power Blue wielded to create new possibilities. The psychic backlash is immense, a storm of red energy tearing through his consciousness. His mind goes blank as the sheer weight of the memories overwhelms him completely. Even in the past, Blue looks on, stunned by the strange mental intrusion. And with that, the leader's body finally gives out, collapsing onto the floor before the vision fades. He groans, his head pounding as he slowly drifts back to consciousness. An old man is the first thing he sees, looking down with relief and telling him he had a nasty fever. Still dazed, he weakly asks why the man is even here. But a smug voice cuts in from the end of the bed, with his mohawk sporting friend claiming it as his personal property. The old man sighs, done with the jokes, while Blue just watches the whole chaotic scene unfold. Blue cuts through the chatter, informing the leader he was out cold for 3 hours. The news hits him like a physical blow, his mind reeling from the lost time. He clenches his trembling hand, a surge of frustration coursing through him as he realizes he can't use his power. Later, after getting himself together, he makes his way up an escalator from the subway's lower levels. A burly survivor, the group's blacksmith, greets him, saying the weapon he asked for is finally finished. He starts to explain that Blue had originally requested a similar wedge-shaped weapon from him. The kid figured it would be perfect for efficiently striking monsters' weak points. But, the blacksmith adds, his tone shifting ominously, the weapon he just forged for their leader is different. It wasn't designed for killing monsters at all, hinting at a far more grim purpose. The leader, Gu Jin, holds the sleek, newly forged katana, its edge gleaming under the dim light. The blacksmith's words hang heavy in the air. This weapon is shaped to kill people. With a soft click, Gujin secures the blade, his expression unreadable. He's warned not to use it on monsters, as the fine edge would break far too easily. Gujin scoffs lightly, pulling out a thick combat knife, assuring him he'll use this for the creatures. Blue suddenly appears, asking if Gujin is coming along on the mission as well. Of course he is, Gujin replies coolly. After all, he was the one who made the plan. As he speaks, a dangerous red glint flashes in his eyes, a sign of his unwavering resolve. Blue clenches his fist, marveling at how their leader can seemingly kill monsters with any weapon. A grim thought settles in his mind. Unless he becomes that strong, he'll never avenge his sister. Blue is taken aback, his mind reeling from the revelation. He finally asks why Gujin would go to such lengths just to help him achieve his goals. But Gujin coldly clarifies that this isn't about helping Blue, it's for himself. By helping, he hopes to finally uncover the true nature of the monsters. He then turns the question back on Blue, asking why he's so desperate to find a mother he's never even met. For a moment, Blue is speechless, before giving the only answer that matters to him, because she's his mom. The simple, heartfelt reply seems to catch Gujin completely off guard. Suddenly, their serious conversation is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A boisterous fighter with a mohawk arrives with a terrified-looking Haru in tow, asking if they've been waiting. Blue stares in disbelief, shocked to see them here, and wondering if they're coming along too. The mohawk-clad fighter is buzzing with excitement, declaring this will be fun, while Haru tries to convince herself it'll be okay. Gujin coldly assesses the group, realizing they're still one person short for this mission. And as if on cue, their final member appears out of the darkness. A terrified student, literally being dragged along by Blue while screaming that he doesn't want to go. Back at the shelter, two of the senior members watch the team depart, praying for their safe return. The newly formed squad ascends the escalator, leaving the underground to face the world above. Everyone has their own reasons for walking into this desolate, monster-infested wasteland. For Haru, it's about finally confronting her past instead of running from it. For the Mohawk fighter, it's nothing more than a thrilling, adrenaline-fueled good time. But for their leader, Gujin, it's all about one thing: avenging his family. And for some, it's a desperate mission to find someone precious to them. With that resolve, their journey into the ruins finally begins. The small team looks out over the vast, shattered landscape, knowing they have to move on if they want any chance to live. One of them even walks barefoot across the cold, broken ground. They stand together, taking in the sheer scale of the city's destruction. A sprawling, silent graveyard of steel and stone stretches to the horizon. And it's not entirely empty. Strange creatures now wander the rooftops. But somewhere else, a cold, menacing voice echoes in the darkness. He furiously asks if his target not only failed, but left his men behind to die. A terrified survivor stammers out her report to their unseen boss. As she speaks, the leader calmly sharpens a knife, preparing for a meal. She explains that this new group wasn't like the usual idiots who fall into their traps. One of them saw through the plan, another was impossibly fast, and one was some mohawk-wearing fool. Her companion foolishly chimes in, still mad that the chicken comb moron stole his clothes. Annoyed by the whining, the leader finishes their meal and casually flicks the knife. It zips through the air and embeds itself right in the loudmouth's temple. The woman can only shriek as his body slumps to the ground, dead before he even knew what happened. The leader finally steps into view, a figure with a chilling smile, apologizing for the man being so loud. Another subordinate, trembling, asks the obvious question. What if their targets come back to finish the job? The leader just scoffs, dismissing the idea that anyone would be stupid enough to attack their hideout. But, she muses, picking up a piece of their grim meal, if they do happen to come back, well, she grins, licking her lips, she'll just have to eat them too. Meanwhile, Gujin gathers his own group, explaining the new plan. He grabs their attention, unfolding a crude map he's drawn. Their destination is just past the looters' territory, and they'll sneak through to avoid a fight. The path is divided into 3 zones they must cross undetected. The Mohawk fighter is absolutely thrilled, yelling about their awesome infiltration mission as Haru tries desperately to shut him up. Blue, however, is far less optimistic, knowing this stealth plan is a lot harder than it sounds, especially with this crew. Gujin turns back to them with a smug, all-knowing look. He assures them that of course he has a plan. All they need to do is follow his orders. The Mohawk fighter panics, realizing this means they'd have to get caught to find weak spots. But Blue interjects. He explains that he could always sense life force, even when he was locked away in the basement. The Mohawk fighter is still a bit skeptical, thinking something feels off about all this. He asks the others if they feel like they're missing something as the nerdy student starts to wander away. Gujin snatches the kid back, asking with a grin just where he thinks he's going. He points towards the ruins ahead, declaring that the looters' territory starts right there. He knows this place inside and out, so they'll use hand signals to avoid getting caught. A simple point of the finger means go, telling them to keep moving and hiding no matter what. A curled hand signal means to attack, but only if they have no other choice. A thumb pointed sideways is the signal for retreat if the odds look bad. Then he adds a final, more cryptic signal, touching his chin. Blue is immediately wary, asking why they would possibly need a signal that means he's lying. Gujin just shrugs it off as a just-in-case measure and announces it's time to go. The Mohawk fighter is pumped and ready, but poor Haru is already shaking in her boots. They step out into a desolate street, a graveyard of shattered buildings and rubble. The small group begins their careful trek through the apocalyptic landscape. Gujin leads them to cover behind a massive chunk of fallen debris, peering ahead. He and Blue scan the silent ruins, the tension immediately setting in, and just ahead, they spot two other survivors, looking relaxed and unsuspecting. The pair are completely absorbed, having just found a hidden supply box. Gujin sees his opening. They're distracted, so his team can slip by unnoticed. But the Mohawk fighter interprets the signal with a bit too much enthusiasm. Gujin can only watch in utter disbelief as his stealth plan completely unravels. The heavy thud of charging footsteps shatters the quiet of the ruins. The male scavenger whips around, startled by the sudden commotion. Before he can react, a brutal punch connects squarely with his face. His partner can only stare in horror, her mind reeling from the sudden attack. Blue is right on his heels, now committed to the fight that just erupted. The female scavenger, now on her feet, screams with murderous intent directly at Blue. But after the initial chaos, a tense quiet falls over the ruined cityscape. The group's nerdy strategist is absolutely losing it, calling his teammate a complete idiot. He gestures to the two scavengers, now bound and helpless, reminding him the plan was to pass quietly. The Mohawk fighter just smirks, claiming he thought pointing at them was the signal to attack. So simple-minded. Gujin rubs his temples in frustration, but concedes that at least they didn't attract any more enemies. His expression hardens, though, as he concludes they can't be left alive. These two have to be eliminated. Blue and Haru overhear the chilling verdict, their faces frozen in pure shock. Haru can't believe it, stepping up to Gujin and demanding to know if he really means to kill them. In response, Gujin simply takes a slow, deliberate step forward, his silence a terrifying answer. Gujin's eyes are cold and empty as he confirms his deadly intent with a single word. He raises his blade, ready to carry out the sentence without a shred of hesitation. But just as he's about to strike, a voice cuts through the tension, calling his name. It's Blue, his hand clamped firmly around Gujin's arm, stopping the killing blow. He stares at his leader, desperately insisting that they don't have to do this. Gujin looks back, genuinely confused by this display of mercy. He thought they were the same. He asks if Blue is actually feeling guilty, reminding him that looters would kill them without a second thought. Blue can't deny the cold logic. Killing them would prevent future trouble, but his grip only tightens, admitting that despite all reason, he just doesn't want to kill them. He explains that whenever death is close, this awful, indescribable feeling just fills his chest. Gujin's voice cuts low and sharp, questioning his subordinate's sudden intervention. He twists the knife, asking if Blue is willing to jeopardize his entire mission and the search for his mother over something so trivial. The threat hits its mark, but Blue still insists there's a way to do this without killing them. They can just leave the looters unconscious and be gone before anyone wakes up. Haru and the other survivor quickly chime in, agreeing that since they've already won, there's no reason for more bloodshed. Gujin listens to their pleas, his face an unreadable mask of cold consideration. He slowly turns his back on them, his decision made in the heavy silence. A sudden, vicious slash cuts through the air behind him. Without even a glance back, he simply says it's fine, and that it's time to go. But his thoughts are laced with pure contempt, disappointed that Blue's resolve is so pitifully weak. As the team ventures deeper, they discover another, much larger group of survivors. Hera's eyes widen in panic. She realizes they've stumbled right into someone else's territory. Treading carefully, Blue attempts to lead them past without a sound. But it's too late. A voice rings out, and the entire group freezes as they're called out. Blue flinches, caught completely off guard by the sudden confrontation. The new survivors stare them down, their leader noting he's never seen their faces before. Gujin assesses the situation grimly. They're surrounded, and a fight here would be disastrous. But the new leader seems confused, asking why they're all ducking in fear. Haru and the other survivor look absolutely petrified, and it's not because of the guys in front. A punk grabs Haru from behind with a maniacal grin. They walked right into a trap. The punk declares they're on a very important mission, but the buzzcut kid is just lost, asking who he even is. And this is a mortal insult. The punk is furious, asking if his glorious mohawk means nothing to him. The kid just stares back, his face a perfect picture of "I have no idea who you are." He tries to laugh it off nervously, but it's painfully obvious he's never seen this guy in his life. Suddenly, the punk gets an idea, slinging an arm around the boy and suggesting they have a private talk. As they're led away, Gujin mutters that this chicken comb might have his uses, while Blue fears the worst. But Gujin reminds him of their plan. They agreed to meet at the base if separated, so he'll be fine. With that settled for now, Blue turns to Haru, needing to reorient themselves in the ruined city. Haru looks up from her notes with a grim expression. They've just arrived at the center of Zone 1. The weight of that sinks in for Blue. They're only a quarter of the way to their destination. A heavy door groans open, revealing a dark, foreboding interior. Blue steps through with Haru and another student, immediately feeling a chill run down his spine. Gujin confirms his suspicion. The iron bars and cold stone mean they've just walked into a prison. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes from the darkness, snapping Blue to attention. Behind a cell door, a terrified man begs for his life, promising them anything if they'll just get him out. Haru is stunned, and the other girl frantically tries to shush the prisoner, terrified of what might hear him. He stares at them, a spark of realization in his eyes. They aren't with them. From the shadows, more faces appear, a wave of fragile relief washing over the captive survivors. The man pleads again, his voice cracking with fear, warning that they have to escape before they come back to eat them. Gujin's expression remains unchanged as he calmly asks if He's talking about monsters. But the man shakes his head in terror. "It's not monsters," he gasps, "but a crazy woman. A woman who calls herself the Predator." As the group moves on, the sterile concrete prison stretches around them. Haru desperately asks how they can help, but her friend points out the whole place is crawling with sentries. Gujin doesn't even hesitate, stating flatly that they don't have time to save them. Haru is floored, reminding him of his promise, but he just scoffs. He was obviously lying to keep them quiet. The weight of his words sinks in. Those poor people will just wait for a rescue that will never come. Suddenly, she smacks Blue's hand away from his mouth, disgusted that he's been chewing on his own fingers. He looks genuinely confused, admitting it's a habit he's always had, prompting her to ask if he was starved in the basement. His gaze darkens as he turns away, explaining that it was never about hunger, it was just instinct. Before Haru can make another sound, Blue's hand clamps firmly over her mouth. She struggles against his grip, muffled protests lost as he tries to show her something strange about his own hand. But their squabble is cut short when Gujin silently raises his palm, freezing them in their tracks. The gesture is clear, a non-verbal command to stop all movement and sound. His fingers then curl into a distinct shape, a silent, urgent signal to retreat. Haru and her friend's eyes widen in terror as the meaning dawns on them. Gujin glances back, his face hard with grim certainty. They've walked into a trap, because high above them on the rocks, another group has appeared, their leader sniffing the air curiously. A predator's smile curls on her lips as she announces she smells something yummy nearby. Hidden in the shadows below, the group realizes with dawning horror that they are the prey. One of her subordinates rushes in, frantically reporting that their farm in Zone B3 has been completely destroyed. The leader seems utterly unimpressed, letting out a soft heh as she asks what all the noise is about. He explains that monsters suddenly attacked, breaking the fences and letting all their precious livestock escape. Her playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold, shadowy rage. The thug flinches back, realizing he said something very, very wrong. But instead of exploding, her lips curl into a terrifying smile, revealing a set of sharp fangs. She gives a simple, cryptic order: "Bring her eyes." Immediately, her entire crew gears up and begins to move out. From their hiding spot, the students watch the armed group mobilize, wondering what fresh hell is about to unfold. The answer is grim. A bound man, blindfolded and trembling, already prepared for whatever twisted purpose they have for him. The captive's legs tremble violently, bound and utterly helpless. Behind the blindfold, he grits his teeth, bracing for whatever horror comes next. Then, the cloth is ripped away from his face. The fanged leader leans in close, her voice a menacing purr as she asks him where it is. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. A memory, or perhaps a real-time vision, floods his mind. A chaotic battle in the city ruins. He sees his former comrades fighting and dying against a lumbering rock golem. With a hand forcing his chin up, he begins to stammer out the information she wants. He describes the golem's weak point with surgical precision, a glowing spot on its upper leg. A cruel, satisfied smile spreads across her face. She's found her eyes, and now she wants to know everything. Sweating bullets, the captive specifies the weak point is around 14 centimeters. His fanged captor just grins, leaning back with a casual air of menace, telling him it's fine even if he's wrong. After all, she can just eat his other arm as a penalty. Meanwhile, Gujin leads his small team through the facility, Sensing the security has been weakened, they move quickly, taking advantage of the chaos to make their escape. But a frantic figure suddenly darts out, startling Haru and the others. It's another survivor, babbling with relief, explaining he escaped when a monster tore down the cell bars. Haru connects the dots. That's what happened to the others. She muses that this buys them time, since their enemies probably don't know how to kill it. The man looks at her, confused. Kill them? What a strange thing to say. He just urges them to run. But his warning is cut short as a fork suddenly embeds itself deep into his head. Gujin and his companion whip around, stunned by the sudden, brutal kill. A small, tightly wound ball arcs through the air back towards its owner. It lands in the hand of a new figure, a scarred woman with wild white hair. She inspects her tools with a cold, almost bored expression. Clearly the killer. Standing over the body, she turns to Gujin's crew, demanding to know who they are. Then they see what she's holding. The ball is a monster's core, wrapped in sinew. With a chilling smirk, she asks why they just stood by and let the livestock escape. Gujin glares back, retorting his orders were to capture or kill them, not just watch. The horrifying truth dawns on Haru and Blue. These weren't rescuers, but another group of captors. Gujin's red eyes glint with a chilling lack of empathy. The term livestock sinks in, a brand placed on the dead and the living alike. A smug, knowing smirk finally breaks through his facade. He confesses their little rescue attempt was just a performance. The white-haired woman listens, her face a blank mask of indifference. Gujin muses that it's a shame she killed him so fast. He was about to talk. To prove his point, he suddenly grabs the girl with glasses from his own team. A cold look passes over his face as he turns his head. He was just trying to see if any other livestock had scattered. The white-haired woman sighs, crushing a piece of debris in her hand. Fine, she gets it. She was under the wrong impression. Unimpressed, she tells Gujin to go on then, and find the other livestock himself. But something about him is nagging at her. She asks if they've met, admitting she doesn't remember a face like his. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. He agrees that her face isn't one you'd easily forget, either. Turning away, he tells her to make sure she remembers his from now on. From a distance, somber prisoner, Haru, and their friend watch the tense exchange unfold. Gujin seems to sense their gaze, turning his head slightly with a curious expression. In a flash, a crimson spike of energy materializes, aimed with lethal precision right for his eye. The attack slams into him with a sickening thud, zipping right past a terrified Haru just below. His friend Ji-hyun can only stare in utter disbelief. But it was him, somber prisoner, already armed and ready for round 2. He glares back, annoyed, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Meanwhile, the white-haired survivor isn't focused on the wounded Gujin, but on a familiar scent in the air. A predatory excitement washes over her, as she realizes exactly who was responsible. Gujin furiously asks why they were attacked when they're supposed to be on the same side. But she just licks her lips, giving him a chillingly simple reason. They all look so yummy. The words leave him speechless, unable to comprehend what he's just heard. Before he can react, she lunges forward with a feral scream, desperate for just one bite. Gujin reacts instantly, swinging his own arm blade to counter her ferocious attack. He unleashes a rapid series of slashes, desperately trying to create some distance. But she's too fast, effortlessly weaving through his offense. With a terrifying grin, she catches his blade with her own transformed arms, stopping him cold. He can't believe it. His attack was completely neutralized. Before he can even pull back, another one of her blades is already at his throat. She just laughs, telling him his attacks are completely useless against her. Then, suddenly, she pivots and sprints away, chasing a new, more appetizing scent. Gujin is left completely stunned, unable to process the sheer madness of the situation. Gujin's eyes widen as he sees her new target. The quiet, bandaged boy, crouched and waiting. The boy simply stares back, extending a hand, as if inviting her to try her luck. Nearby, Haru and Ji-hyun can only watch in absolute terror as the situation escalates. The feral woman just scoffs, finding his battle stance utterly hilarious. With a gleeful shriek, she fires off a volley of hardened spikes directly at him. The deadly projectiles whistle through the air, converging on him from all sides. She's sure she's got him, but in a split second, he's already a blur, zipping past a stunned Haru. His hand moves faster than the eye can see, plucking one of the spikes right out of the air. And then another, and another, catching the entire deadly barrage with an air of pure, unadulterated annoyance. And for the final spike, just to add insult to injury, he catches it cleanly between his teeth. The feral woman's overconfidence completely evaporates, replaced by pure, slack-jawed disbelief. He calmly gathers her entire volley of projectiles into a single, neat bundle. Then, with a casual flick, he fires them all straight back at her, turning the tables in an instant. Before she can even blink, He's in her personal space, a single spike held delicately to her throat. He seizes her wrist, his grip like a vice, shutting down any hope of a counterattack. The brief, violent struggle ends in the blink of an eye. With her arm twisted behind her, she's completely at his mercy. But as his companions watch, she looks up not with fear, but with a giddy smile, realizing at last who he is. Her eyes widen, a strange blush on her cheeks as she declares that he smells delicious. Haru and Blue are completely lost by this comment, until she suddenly notices a faint smell of burning. His head snaps to the side, a jolt of pure panic hitting him as he recognizes the scent. It triggers a vivid memory of a single match being struck in the dark. The flame is then dropped, hissing as it's extinguished on the wet ground. The scene shifts to Gu-jin arriving moments too late, a grim look on his face. But back in the present, his captor is still lost in her predatory trance, urging him to struggle. The memory floods back in the frantic scrambling of monstrous limbs, and the horrifying moment he and Ji-hyun were cornered by a horde of ravenous beasts. The memory fades, returning us to the grim reality of these desolate city ruins. The fanged woman holding the captive grins, noting that this group is different from the others. Her eyes widen with a crazed, predatory excitement. She can see it in her captive's face, that pure, unyielding desperation to survive. And with a drool of anticipation, she demands that he show her what he's got. In a sudden blur of motion, she shoves the terrified boy forward. Her face is a mask of pure, unhinged ecstasy as she watches. He's been thrown directly into the path of a ravenous horde of monsters. But Gu-jin and our boy have seen enough of this twisted game. They erupt into action, knives drawn and powers flaring, to crash this deadly party. The two of them move as one, a storm of crackling energy and cold steel. The white-haired woman can only stare in disbelief, her sadistic game instantly shattered. Her cronies rush in, finding their fearsome leader already neutralized on the ground. But just as victory seems certain, a cold blade is pressed against Haru's throat. A desperate survivor grabs her, demanding to know who these newcomers are. Both Blue and Gu-jin freeze, their rescue mission suddenly spiraling into a hostage crisis. The boy screams for them to surrender, threatening to kill his own friend if they take another step. His terrified companions immediately drop to their knees, begging for their lives. Gu-jin coolly orders Blue to take the shot, but it's not that simple. Blue knows he can't close the distance in time, as Haru trembles under the knife. Blue hesitates, sweat beading on his face as the impossible choice weighs him down. The white-haired woman mocks him, whispering to a terrified Haru that he must not be a real friend. But Blue's body coils, a dangerous energy building within him. His hand clenches tight, a silent vow to end this one way or another. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widen in terror. She can feel his power and screams for him to stop. To prove her point, the blade presses deeper, drawing a line of blood on Haru's throat. She warns him that if he tries that lightning-fast move again, she won't hesitate to kill the girl. Gu-jin, however, is furious, demanding to know if Blue is actually considering surrender. He insists Blue must attack before she can react, using the same speed he used to take down their leader. The captor cuts them off, her voice cold as she begins a countdown 3 seconds, or the girl dies. But Blue is frozen, a crippling doubt seizing his mind. What if he fails? The other survivors can only watch, their faces hardening with resentment and fear. Gu-jin suddenly steps in, placing a firm hand on Blue's shoulder. He leans close, his voice a cold whisper, insisting a small sacrifice is necessary for their greater goal. The ruthless logic of his words sends a wave of horror through Blue. As if on cue, the captor's voice rings out, starting the final countdown. 3. The rest of the group looks on, completely powerless. Her hand remains steady as the count continues. 2. Haru trembles, the cold steel digging into her skin, her eyes wide with terror. Tears finally break free as the pain and fear become too much to bear. With a twisted grin, the captor screams the final count. 1. But before the blade can strike, Blue's hand darts out, catching the leader's wrist. The sharp edge of the weapon bites into flesh. A single, perfect drop of blood forms on the steel and falls to the floor, breaking the tense silence. Gu-jin stares, his mind reeling in disbelief and rage. He can't believe it. Blue dared to interfere, now standing before him with hands raised in surrender. A cruel smile spreads across Gu-jin's face as he gives a simple command. Get him. The other survivors can only watch, frozen, as Blue offers himself up. Haru looks on, tears of horror streaming down her face, her savior now a captive. With a heavy thud, his hands are bound behind his back. Blue is thrown into a cold, dark cell, completely alone. He tests his bonds, realizing he can't move, his thoughts immediately shifting to the others. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he worries if they were locked up separately. But then, the heavy door creaks open, and a new face appears in the doorway. The white-haired woman looks down at him with a strange intensity, uttering a single word: survive. Blue stares back, completely baffled by her cryptic message. A small, disappointed smirk plays on her lips. She sighs, frustrated that he doesn't seem to understand the hint she was told he would grasp. But he cuts through her theatrics, his voice sharp as he demands to know where his friends are. She puts a finger to her lips, a playful glint in her eye as she asks about the kids he arrived with. Then, with a deadpan expression, she delivers a soul-crushing blow. She killed them. The words hang in the air, and for a moment, Blue is frozen in disbelief. His mind fractures, the world dissolving into static as pure, unadulterated horror floods his eyes. He grits his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest as the shock turns to murderous rage. But the woman just laughs, revealing it was all a joke and mocking his terrifying expression. The sound of straining metal fills the room as Blue pulls against his restraints with all his might. He's seething, sweat pouring down his face as he chokes out her name with pure hatred. Her grin widens, her little test a success. His reaction proves just how precious they are to him. Her mind flashes back to a different time, holding a terrified Haru, regretting not acting sooner like Gujin would have. Her words send his mind reeling back to another impossible choice, a 50/50 shot. He remembers taking a similar gamble back then, his own life hanging in the balance. The memory of cold steel in his hand, knowing failure meant someone would die. It all came down to a single bullet, a fraction of a second. In the past, he was too weak to save anyone, a failure that haunted him. But now, he has power, a terrifying, absolute focus, and a new kind of dread takes root. What if his strength makes him the monster? He stares at the bars of his cage, lost, with no clear answer. His father's warning never made sense until this very moment. If Head never cared for them, he wouldn't be here, trapped like a fool. The white-haired woman smirks, admitting that for a moment, she was actually scared by his speed. She stalks toward him, demanding to know how he pulled off such an impossible feat. Getting right in his face, her gaze is intense, analytical. Then comes the real question. How did he know the monster's exact weak points? Her eyes widen with a sudden, dangerous suspicion. Was he told? Or, she wonders, is he one of those people, a question that makes him flinch back? Hess completely lost, having no idea what she's talking about. She quickly dismisses it, feigning nonchalance, deciding he's just ignorant. But the question hangs in the air, echoing in her mind. How did he know? Suddenly, he turns it around on her, a spark of realization hitting him. If she asked if someone told him, does that mean someone told her? A cold sweat breaks as he realizes she might be just like his father. But before he can even process the thought, a fist slams into his face. Blood trickles down his cheek, but his defiant gaze remains unbroken. She flips the script, demanding to know how he is aware of them. He glares back, snarling that he has no intention of telling her anything. A predatory smile spreads across her face. She's got all the time in the world. She changes tactics, glancing around their grim surroundings with a new question in mind. Her voice drops as she asks him a simple but loaded question. Where did they come from? His eyes widen slightly, the question clearly hitting a nerve. She inspects him, noting his well-fed appearance, and demands to know where their base is. He lowers his head, muttering something just out of her earshot. She leans in closer, confused, unable to make out his words. With a sudden burst of rage, he lunges forward, teeth bared to bite her, but the heavy iron shackle around his ankle stops him dead in his tracks. He's yanked back hard, crashing to the cold floor, his attack a complete failure. She grabs a fistful of his hair, a mocking smile on her face, asking if he really wanted to eat her that badly. Her smile turns vicious as she informs him he's completely misunderstood the situation, he's just livestock. Her eyes go wide, driving home the chilling reality of his position. His defiance finally shatters, replaced by cold sweat and dawning horror. The scene then cuts away to the cold, silent walls of their base. Elsewhere in the facility, a different prisoner is being ruthlessly interrogated. His captor, the white-haired woman, is in disbelief, demanding to know if he's even human after his wounds healed in minutes. The terrified man can only look back at her, weakly asking what she thinks he is. She presses him about the unique ability he claimed to have, the power to see a light coming from humans. He confirms it, stammering that every person has a light and that he can see one coming from her too. A cruel smirk plays on her lips as she asks him to take a look at their other guest. Her gaze shifts over to the somber prisoner, still bound and sitting silently against the far wall. The man turns, his eyes focusing on the quiet figure in the corner. His expression contorts in sheer terror as he explains the light isn't just strong, it's absolutely blinding. And just like that, the survivor's smug confidence completely shatters into wide-eyed shock. He stammers that the light is so intense, anyone would be able to spot it from a mile away. From his perspective, the prisoner isn't a man, but a miniature sun of pure, blinding energy. The white-haired survivor's mind races, finally putting a name to this phenomenon life force. Her shock gives way to a dark, predatory excitement, so that's why he smelled so appetizing. But her enforcer cuts through the moment, reporting that their group is running low on rations. He continues, mentioning complaints are piling up about the recent fight and the fact they haven't executed the culprits. His message is clear. They need to stop wasting time and find the enemy's base. She snaps that she understands, grabbing the prisoner and demanding to know where his group is hiding. He looks up, his expression unreadable after enduring so much in silence. Then, with a quiet resolve, he finally agrees to talk. But she smiles, a wicked idea forming in her mind. It doesn't matter if he answers, he can just entertain her instead. He looks up, confused by her sudden shift in tone. Entertain her? What does she mean? Before he can process it, a sharp, searing pain rips through his shoulder as her blade digs deep into his flesh. With a crazed grin, she reveals her true intention. She's curious about the limits of his regenerative powers. The other prisoner can only watch in abject horror, realizing this isn't an interrogation, it's a sadistic experiment. Hours begin to drag on inside the cold, gray cell. He grits his teeth, enduring blow after blow, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a scream. The light outside the barred window shifts from day to the warm orange glow of sunset, and then from sunset into the cold, desolate blue of night. Through it all, the brutal sounds of her entertainment echo relentlessly through the darkness. He lies broken on the cold stone floor, the night offering no end to his suffering. But then, the soft scuff of footsteps echoes in the corridor. Someone is approaching. A hushed, urgent voice calls out to him, and he slowly lifts his weary head. Peeking around the corner is the other prisoner, terrified of being caught. He stumbles into the cell, frantically explaining that he's not a henchman, but another one of her captives. He was just livestock, he says, until they found a different, more twisted use for him. The memory of the white-haired woman's sadistic grin still haunts his every waking moment. They subjected him to some horrific experiment, forcing a strange, glowing apparatus onto him. From that day forward, his eyes were changed, cursed to see a strange, ethereal light in everything. Our hero puts the pieces together. The man isn't just seeing light, he's seeing life force itself. The man quickly brushes off the comment about life, insisting that's not what matters right now. With a desperate look in his eyes, he promises he'll help our hero escape this place. He reveals he's not alone, there are others helping him, and a plan to free everyone is almost ready. As he turns to leave, our hero stops him with a question. Has he seen a girl with blonde hair? The man looks confused, admitting he doesn't remember seeing anyone like that down here. But his answer is cut short by a bone-chilling presence appearing right behind him. It's Gu Jin. He's thrown to the floor. Her henchman protests, but she coldly retorts they can always make a new eyes. She yanks our protagonist up, her voice dripping with mock disappointment that he'd want to run away. He stares back, defiant, telling her that her torture is nothing compared to what he endured in the basement. Gu Jin's expression shifts to a sly, calculating smirk. If he's not afraid, maybe he's curious about the fate of his friends. And with that, his world shatters as another captive is brought forward. It's Haru, the very girl he was searching for, looking weak but unbroken. A wicked glint appears in Gu Jin's eyes. She claims to have a brilliant idea. She takes our hero's hand, isolating one of his fingers with chilling purpose. The ultimatum is laid bare for Haru to see. If she won't talk, Gu Jin will simply break her friend's fingers, one at a time. Without hesitation, a sickening crack echoes through the room. He grits his teeth, enduring the blinding pain without a single scream. Haru is horrified, her voice cracking as she begs for the torture to stop. But Gu Jin just smiles, her eyes wide with glee, asking if she's ready to cooperate now. Seeing Haru about to break, he roars at her, pleading for her not to say a single word. But his defiance only provokes Gu Jin to deliver another sickening snap. He grits his teeth, silently enduring the torment, as Haru's eyes widen in pure horror. Outside, a couple of guards grimly note that these horrible sounds have been going on for days, and so the torture continued, a relentless cycle of pain within the cold stone walls. Then, one day, Gu Jin leans in with a predatory grin, fascinated that his finger has grown back. To her, this isn't a miracle, it's a feature. One that means they can do so much more with him. But through the haze of agony, his will isn't breaking. It's sharpening into cold, hard resolve. He needs to escape, to kill her, but a glance at his shackles reveals they're strangely meticulous. With dawning dread, he realizes they were custom-made to restrain his fingers, sealing his life force away. Meanwhile, another prisoner recalls our hero's power, admitting he was terrified by that impossible speed. He just couldn't understand how could someone move like that without any apparent ability. Back in the torture chamber, Gu Jin dangles a tempting offer before him. All of this pain could end, she purrs, if he just tells her the location of his base. He lowers his head, the thought of release flickering in his mind, but then, his resolve hardens. His thoughts drift back, not to the fighting, but to the people he was protecting. He remembers their faces in moments of sorrow and fear. And he remembers their smiles in times of simple, everyday happiness. He can't go back to a time when he didn't know what was at stake, what he was fighting for. Realizing her words are useless, Gujin picks up a pair of pliers, ready to start the next round of agony. But through the haze of pain, a different memory screams out Haru, calling his name in terror. Back in the present, Gujin decides she's had enough fun for one day. With a chilling smile, she tells him she'll see him tomorrow for the next session. He's left alone in the oppressive silence, head hanging in defeat. His fractured mind drifts, conjuring a vision of Haru, her face filled with worry for him. A faint, bitter smile forms on his lips as he sinks deeper into the memory. But the vision is warped by the sudden appearance of his father, looming behind him. The old man's voice echoes in his head, mocking him for being an idiot. He warned him, didn't he? The closer you get to humans, the more you'll get hurt. And as Haru's tears fall in the memory, he remembers the exact moment he learned that lesson. His mind throws him back to a dark, rainy day. It was the moment he truly began to understand humanity, seeing Haru huddled and afraid. Back in the present, the weight of that memory crashes down on him. His hand clenches, knuckles white with regret and self-loathing. If only he had never met her. He blames himself, believing all her suffering is his fault. But his spiral is cut short by a voice announcing that the next session is about to begin. Gujin strolls back into the room with a casual, terrifying swagger. Last time she took his fingernails, she chirps, so how about his toenails next? Her sadistic smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of utter shock. But from the corner, a muffled voice speaks up. A young girl, bound and gagged, declares that she'll do it. Gujin whips her head around, her sadistic game interrupted. What did she just hear? Our prisoner's eyes widen in disbelief. Haru? The girl forces the words out, trembling, saying she can't bear to see him in pain anymore. Gujin's shock melts away, replaced by a shadow of cruel understanding. Her lips curl into a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin as a new, twisted idea forms. Oh, she purrs, mockingly asking if Haru actually has a little crush on her prisoner. Haru looks away, her pained silence a confession Gujin can practically taste. Well, it doesn't really matter, Gujin says, turning her back on the girl. She was getting bored of his reactions anyway. The implication hits him like a freight train she's not stopping. She's just changing her target. Tears stream down Haru's face as she whispers that this is all her fault. With a sudden, vicious movement, Gujin kicks the girl to the floor. She grabs Haru's foot, pulling out a pair of pliers, and announcing that the fun is starting again. Our prisoner's mind completely shatters, screaming in pure terror for her to stop. The cold metal jaws of the pliers press against the girl's toenail, but a voice cuts through the horror. One of Gujin's own men declares that they'll cooperate. His eyes are wide, a look of desperate resolve on his face. Somber prisoner stares back, sweat pouring down his temples, completely stunned. Gujin whirls on her subordinate, demanding to know where he's been all this time. The man doesn't flinch, stating plainly that hell tell them exactly where the base is. The prisoner can only stammer out a single word, his mind reeling from the sudden betrayal. Gujin casually lets go of Haru's foot, the immediate torture halted. A cruel smirk spreads across her face as she taunts him for finally changing his mind. But it's not relief he feels, it's rage. He screams at his comrade, asking if he's gone insane. Without a word, the white-haired man steps forward with cold purpose. He moves like lightning, striking the prisoner with a vicious backhand that sends him reeling. Looking down at the stunned captive, he reveals his name is Blue, and declares he's no longer useful. He had hoped, he explains, that Blue might hold a clue to the true nature of the monsters. But now, seeing his weakness, the white-haired man admits he's deeply disappointed. And as he speaks, a dangerous blue energy crackles to life in the palm of his hand. He scoffs at Blue, mocking him for having such immense power yet barely using it. The final verdict is delivered with a cold glare. Blue is incompetent and pathetic. Elsewhere, another captured survivor looks down, a quiet decision made. With chilling resolve, he confirms his intention to betray his own people. Blue can only stare in utter disbelief, horrified at what he's just heard. But before he can protest, the white-haired man clamps a hand over his mouth, silencing him for good. Turning his attention to the traitor, he casually asks what prompted this change of heart. The young man calls it the logical choice, as Gujin smirks. Noting he lasted longer than his friend, she gestures to the other captive, a flustered girl who apparently agreed to cooperate instantly. The girl sheepishly admits she can't help anyway, since she never even read their map. The white-haired man listens intently, as the traitor lays out his cold-blooded strategy. The turncoat insists they should bring everyone possible to crush the base in a single, decisive strike. A wicked grin spreads across the white-haired man's face impressed by such utter heartlessness. Meanwhile, the very people he's betraying continue their journey, completely unaware of the doom awaiting them. With weapons in hand and their guard down, they walk right into the jaws of the trap. One of Gujin's men questions the logic of dragging their prisoners, Blue and Haru, along for the ride. The two can only hang their heads in defeat, forced to march with their captors. But Gujin just flashes her sharp teeth, admitting her reasoning is simple. It's fun. She wants to watch their faces, to see the moment hope dies as they witness their home get torn apart. With a chilling smirk, she savors the cruel entertainment to come. Gujin's man notes that it's a shame. Blue is completely unresponsive, as if he's broken. The two prisoners are forced to trudge along with their captors. Haru finally breaks the silence, trying to reach him, guessing he doesn't want to talk to her. With tears welling in her eyes, she confesses her guilt. It's because of her he was captured. They continue their march, two defeated figures against a desolate landscape. But Blue remains completely still, lost in his own world of despair. Haru looks on, her heart aching at his silence. The weight of her responsibility is crushing her. She whispers a quiet apology, her hands bound, taking all the blame for their fate. And still, he just walks, barefoot and unresponsive, a prisoner in more than just chains. But then, Blue finally breaks his trance, a shadow falling over his face as he stops. Haru's apology dies in her throat, her eyes widening in sudden alarm. He turns to her, and for a moment, she has no idea what he's about to do. Then he just spits something out, a strange and unsettling gesture. Haru is left completely stunned, her mind racing to understand what just happened. Elsewhere, a new leader with stark white hair surveys the desolate landscape. Gujin reports to him with a feral grin, confirming she's gathered everyone he asked for. Their massive group of survivors trudges forward in a long, weary line. They navigate the treacherous, broken earth, a new herd being led to an unknown fate. The white-haired man watches them, pleased that it's all going according to plan. But then, the white-haired man grinds to a sudden halt. The abrupt stop catches Gujin completely off guard, her eyes wide with confusion. Behind them, the other survivors murmur nervously, wondering what's happening. They question his decision to stop the entire group in such a barren wasteland. One of them anxiously agrees, his eyes darting around the desolate ruins. Their leader calmly explains their tactical nightmare. No buildings to hide behind, completely exposed. He points out that there's only one narrow path for escape, a perfect kill box that would be incredibly dangerous if they were attacked by monsters. A subtle, predatory smirk spreads across Gujin's face. She understands the hint perfectly. The leader turns with feigned shock, asking what she means as she reveals her hidden blade. The white-haired leader turns to his subordinate, ready to establish the rules of engagement. He begins to lay out a series of simple hand signals for the upcoming operation. A pointing finger, he explains, means to hide and keep moving forward if they encounter an enemy. He then clenches his fist, moving on to the next command. A simple thumbs up is the signal for retreat. Blue calmly relays this to the rest of the group. Fall back if a fight seems too dangerous. But the leader has more to add, raising a beckoning finger for the next instruction. Blue's expression remains stoic, knowing the most important signals are yet to come. Finally, the most critical gesture, a hand touching the chin. The leader's eyes flash a dangerous red as he explains this last, ominous signal. This final signal, the leader explains, means that he's lying. It's a direct warning. He is going to betray every single one of them. The declaration throws the group into chaos, with Gujin being held back as she screams. But the leader seems to be enjoying the pandemonium he's created. Haru can only stare in utter disbelief, her mind reeling from the sudden turn. He then grabs Blue by the collar, telling him to shut up, there's nothing left to discuss. His eyes burn with an intense, unspoken message. Blue is completely stunned, trying to process the sudden hostility. But as the leader holds him close, he feels something being secretly passed to him. This wasn't a threat at all, it was a covert handoff, delivering a small key. Haru's eyes widen in shock as the realization hits her. The white-haired leader then raises his hand, giving a subtle two-fingered signal. He barks out an order to attack, but clarifies it's only if fighting is unavoidable. Gujin stares in utter confusion, not understanding the double talk. But Haru gets it, quickly using the key to undo Blue's restraints. With a soft click, the locks on his heavy shackles disengage and fall to the ground. Blue steps forward, his gaze fixed and determined, now completely unburdened. A cry of pure panic erupts from the crowd. The boy is free. With a sharp crack, the chains around his wrists shatter into pieces. The last of the restraints fall away from his ankles, leaving him ready for action. One of the survivors tries to stop his overconfident leader, stammering that he's right to be afraid. But the leader isn't listening, and his subordinate can only watch in disbelief. With a burst of idiotic courage, the leader declares that he'll handle this himself. No, his subordinate screams. a look of pure terror on his face. He knows what's coming. The leader shouts back that he doesn't understand a thing, as Blue firmly plants his foot on the ground. With a deafening crunch, the very earth shatters under the impossible force of his step. His face begins to twist and contort, a crimson glow building as he lets his power surge. The onlookers, including Haru, are frozen in a state of collective, primal fear. In an instant, Blue explodes forward, a whirlwind of destructive energy aimed right at the foolish leader. The attack is a blur, over before it even began, leaving only the lingering trails of his immense speed. The leader's body is sent flying backwards, his pathetic challenge ending in a single, brutal impact. He crashes to the ground, unconscious, as the survivors stare at the utterly one-sided result. They can't believe their eyes. One hit? What just happened? His white-haired subordinate curses under his breath, furious at the predictable, idiotic outcome. But this was all a distraction. High above, the other leader raises his hand, giving a silent command. The signal is sent from a hidden vantage point, overseeing the entire battlefield. A lookout with binoculars spots the gesture, his voice tense as he speaks into his radio. Now, his thumb slams down on the detonator, triggering the next phase of their plan. A massive explosion erupts from the ground, catching everyone completely by surprise. The truth of the situation becomes horrifyingly clear. A ring of fire now encircles them all. The survivors stare in disbelief, wondering how their enemies set the ground ablaze so quickly. One of them turns on Gujin, screaming her name, the betrayal raw in his voice. But the fire was just a cage, and now the true executioners emerge from the shadows. Realizing the trap has snapped shut, Gujin frantically orders everyone to retreat. It's too late. As they turn to run, their only escape route crumbles into dust. One of her men screams that the path is gone, that they're completely boxed in. Gujin clutches her head, overwhelmed by the pressure of their hopeless situation. Gritting her teeth, she makes a desperate call, demanding they bring in their secret weapon, eyes. But her subordinate has other plans, turning to his men with a cold command, kill them all. Gujin's eyes widen in sheer horror, realizing her gamble has just gone terribly, terribly wrong. Haru is frozen in shock as the subordinate's attention turns directly to her. A wicked, predatory grin spreads across his face, promising nothing but pain. He declares that she'll be the first to die by his hand, and her heart nearly stops. But in that moment of absolute terror, something inside her finally clicks. Fear is replaced by a cold, deadly focus as her eyes begin to glow with power. She meets his attack head-on, though he still manages to land a brutal blow across her face. A traumatic memory flashes through her mind, a younger Gujin holding her at knife point. It mirrors the memory of another, a boy who once vowed he would never be captured again. She remembers the person she used to be, a girl completely ruled by her fear. But that was then and now. Everything is about to change. She declares that she won't overcome her fear, she will use it as fuel. The white-haired thug is stunned, wondering where this sudden nimbleness is coming from. She seethes with regret, realizing she should have just crippled Haru from the start. But the gap in experience is still too wide, and Haru finds herself on the ground, helpless. Just as a foot comes crashing down, a hand intercepts it. A familiar face appears. It's Blue. The attacker looks up from her would-be victim, her confidence instantly evaporating into confusion. And what she sees looking back is not a man, but a terrifying monster of pure shadow and teeth. Every instinct screams at her to run, and she scrambles away in a blind panic. But she barely makes it a few steps before tripping, completely at Blue's mercy. He watches her with cold, merciless eyes, his very presence an overwhelming threat. His mind flashes back to a brutal past, a life spent in chains. He remembers facing down crazed attackers, his body moving on pure instinct. This was his training, to become a monster who could hunt other monsters. And the killing intent radiating from him is something Gujin has never experienced. It's a pressure that goes beyond skill, the chilling presence of a true predator. But Haru snaps them back to reality, her voice trembling as she grabs onto him. She can hear it, the sound of countless monsters closing in from all sides. Even Gujin is paralyzed, the approaching horde a far greater threat than the boy before her. Blue looks back, his expression grim. He knows she's right, they have to run. But for Haru, on the verge of a breakdown, he needs to make it quick. He looks at her and agrees. He'll handle it. The white-haired subordinate is completely lost, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Before a word can be spoken, Blue buries a kick straight into his face. The man is sent flying, the sheer force of the blow knocking him senseless. With one problem out of the way, Blue gives a triumphant little smirk. Haru lights up, cheering him on, momentarily forgetting the real danger. The subordinate tumbles across the ground, a crumpled heap. He struggles to his feet, desperately trying to warn his boss about the approaching horde. But it's too late. A monster's clawed hand erupts from below, seizing one of their men. The brutal reality hits Haru like a truck, and she grabs Blue, screaming for them to run. The subordinate is swallowed by terror, the monstrous horde closing in, his mind screaming for someone to save him, but his leader, Gu-jin, is in no position to help, frantically screaming for eyes as if her life depends on it. Suddenly, a figure closes the distance between them in a flash. It's Blue, and his eyes widen in shocked recognition. The subordinate spots him first, barely managing to call out his name. But Blue's gaze is fixed on the leader, a name escaping his lips, Gu-jin. Then, with no warning, he pivots and drives his fist straight into the subordinate's face. The man is sent flying, the punch landing with a brutal thud. Haru is stunned, asking what's happening. As Blue stands over the man he just decked, he glares down, his voice cold with accusation, realizing they couldn't have known about his life force unless someone told them. Gu-jin's expression remains completely unfazed by his accusation. Yeah, she admits it, she was the one who told them to restrain his fingers, specifically. The confession hits Blue like a physical blow, the betrayal sinking in. He roars at her, demanding to know why she let him get tortured, but she just calls it the best strategy. Her ice-cold reasoning cuts right through his anger, leaving him speechless. He stares, his mind reeling, asking if she really meant what she said back then. For a long moment, she's quiet, her face unreadable. Then she looks back at him, her gaze sharp and unwavering. She confirms it, then adds a simple, brutal truth: she just doesn't like him. And that personal venom hits Blue harder than any tactical betrayal ever could. Gu-jin doesn't stop there, twisting the knife by blaming his indecisiveness for their problems. She scoffs that his power is wasted on him. In her hands, it would be truly effective. The insult barely registers as Blue grapples with a glaring contradiction in her story. He looks her dead in the eye, asking if she dislikes him so much, then why didn't she avoid it? He reminds her of the opening he gave, the attack she could have easily dodged. The punch he landed, she took it willingly, and he needs to know why. For a long moment, she's utterly silent, her cold expression unreadable. Then comes the confession that shatters everything. Because I need you. The words hang in the air, and Blue's mind goes completely blank with shock. All he can do is let out a shaky breath, trying to process the impossible truth. Gu-jin finally breaks the tension, her voice tight with emotion, calling him a frustrating guy. But Blue, his own mind a whirlwind of confusion, just throws the accusation right back at her. And in that moment, his memory flashes back to a battlefield of ash and fire, reaching for a fallen ally. He remembers the pure carnage, the monstrous jaws ripping through flesh and bone. He'd stood over the white-haired boy, demanding he get up unless he planned to die right there. The subordinate stared up at his hand, the harsh words cutting through his shock. But then, a defiant smirk crawls onto his face as he gives his answer. He takes Blue's hand, pulling himself up, insisting he has a better plan in mind. A plan they desperately needed against the massive rock monster looming over them. The memory is a snapshot of hell, a handful of survivors against a tide of stony beasts. The memory shifts to another desperate moment, a shared grip in the heat of battle. Gu-jin screams orders to her group, desperately asking when eyes will arrive. Then, a sudden wave of relief washes over her as she spots their backup. The sound of his boots on the ground meant salvation was at hand. But we learn becoming the eyes isn't a power you're born with. It's a role someone has to volunteer for. Gu-jin lights up with manic pride, eager to see which one of her brave boys stepped up to the plate. With anticipation, the bandages begin to unravel from the volunteer's face. It's a thug with a mohawk, who blinks his eyes open and declares that he can now see. The source of this sight, however, is a grotesque creature, bound and pulsating with unnatural energy. An overseer coldly explains the price. Fail to withstand the monster's mental assault, and its instant death. The overseer gives him one last chance to back out, casually mentioning this is a job for disposable livestock. But the thug's mind is filled with images of his rivals, the ones always a step ahead. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He's made his choice. He's not about to fall behind. Not now. Not ever. And just like that, the connection is made. His vision floods with information as he exclaims that he can finally see. Through his newfound sight, he zeroes in on the lumbering monster, instantly spotting its weakness. Gu-jin screams at him from the battlefield, demanding he relay the weak spot immediately. But the new eyes just looks around, dazed and confused, asking who she's even talking to. A moment later, sheer terror replaces his confidence as he begins to scream, wanting no part of this anymore. Gu-jin can only watch in utter shock as her secret weapon mentally shatters before her very eyes. Gu-jin can't believe what she's seeing. This man is completely unhinged. Suddenly, one of her own men looks on in shock, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He yells out that this is the same guy who attacked him before, not some loyal volunteer. Her men scramble to apologize, admitting they just assumed he was one of their own people. The terrible reality sinks in for Gu-jin. Their last hope is gone. They have no more eyes. And all the while, The grotesque creature waits, a grim reminder of the price of failure. But then, with a heavy stomp, Gujin steps forward, catching her subordinate by surprise. She looks up, a fire of pure desperation in her eyes, deciding she has nothing left to lose. If no one else can do it, she'll become the eyes herself, throwing her body onto the monster. She grits her teeth in agony as its fleshy tendrils begin to painfully fuse with her. And as the fusion begins, a single, brutal memory surfaces in Gujin's mind. For those who lose, there is only death. A flashback to a desperate time when her subordinate coldly told his team that he chose the best option for them. He reminds his horrified followers, a younger Haru and somber prisoner, that since the other group surrendered, the only path forward was to lure them out of their camp and feed them to the monsters. Haru furiously grabs him, screaming that his plan was reckless and could have gotten them all killed, but he simply turns back, his resolve unshaken, questioning if it was truly so rash. A strange power flares in his eye as he prepares to explain his grim calculus. This brutal sacrifice, he tells them, was the only thing that increased their possibility of survival. With that, he plants his feet, the true objective now directly in front of them. The monster they sacrifice so many lives just for a chance to fight. But the monster doesn't target the fighters. A bladed tendril lashes out. It's not aiming for Haru, who can only stare at the grotesque creature. Instead, it finds a different target one of the other survivors brought along as fodder. Her terror is cut short as the creature's maw slams directly through her chest. The young somber prisoner watches, his mind reeling. This was never the plan he agreed to. For a moment, her lifeless body just stands there, impaled and empty. Then, a dark, corrupting energy begins to spread from the fatal wound. Her entire being dissolves into a torrent of power, feeding the giant rock monster. Surrounded by death, somber prisoner finally understands the true cost of this mission. With the sacrifice complete, the white-haired leader coolly presses the detonator, and we're thrown into a memory, a different time, a different team. A young boy with white hair asks if they're ready. He takes a firm step forward, unflinching in the face of the encroaching danger. Behind him, a much younger Haru tries to sound brave, saying she's as ready as she'll ever be. But the third member of their little squad needs no such reassurances. A young, somber prisoner stares ahead, his eyes glowing with cold focus. Of course, he's ready. He steps in front of the others, blue energy crackling around his fists as monsters swarm them. With his friends at his back, he becomes the sole shield against the encroaching darkness. He claps his hands together, unleashing a blinding wave of destructive power. The monster directly in its path is instantly torn apart, its jaw ripped wide in a silent scream. His teammates can only stare, stunned by the sheer, overwhelming force he just unleashed. But their third member, a young Gujin, isn't so lucky, taking a hard shot right to the face. Meanwhile, somber prisoner moves like a storm, shattering another beast with a single electrified blow. His eyes are blazing with an unnatural blue light, a sign of the immense power coursing through him. But even he can be caught off guard as a bladed limb whips past his head. The follow-up strike sends him skidding across the dirt, a rare moment of vulnerability. As another grotesque, two-headed creature rises from the chaos to join the fray. That's Haru's cue, a flash of fire and speed as she dives in to cover her downed teammate. This brutal teamwork, it turns out, was forged in even more brutal training sessions. Young Gujin learned to channel his own ferocity, charging forward with twin blades hungry for blood. His eyes burned with a different kind of fire, not raw power, but a wild, desperate will to survive. During these brutal sessions, he learned to move with a vicious grace, his blade an extension of his will. Each strike was precise, a clean and brutal tear through flesh. He danced through the horde of training monsters, a whirlwind of deadly focus. In his mind, it was simple. He could see every possible attack, dodging them with ease. All he had to do was find their cores and this pathetic fight would be over. But as he closed in, the monster's back split open, revealing an unnatural, dark void. Gujin's confidence shattered in an instant. This wasn't part of the plan. A strange, veiny orb emerged from the creature's body. It began to pulse with a sinister red energy, a feeling that prickled at his skin. A wave of cold recognition washed over him. He knew this feeling, he'd felt it before. It was the same feeling he had back then, a memory of pure, unadulterated terror. The monster's core pulsed with that same sinister energy, ready to unleash hell. But before Gujin could even react, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A searing red light flashed from behind him. It wasn't aimed at the monster, it was aimed directly at him. The beam of energy pierced straight through his stomach, a sudden, blinding pain. He looked down to see the impossible. It was Haru, his own teammate. With a grim expression, she shoved her hand deeper, using his body as a conduit. The fiery attack erupted from his chest, blasting forward with incredible force. This was how they fought. A brutal, desperate dance of shared pain and sacrifice. Still reeling from the attack, Gujin can only ask how she managed to get behind him. Haru screams back, her reason simple and desperate because he looked like he was in danger. A memory flashes in his mind of a younger Haru doing the exact same thing. The sudden realization makes him tighten his grip on his sword. His eyes narrow, a grim understanding dawning on his face. He turns his attention back to the golem, recognizing the aura it's giving off. It's the power to create possibilities, revealing a core that pulses with energy beyond his wildest estimates. This is a level of power he knows he can never hope to possess himself. But that doesn't matter. He steels his resolve, promising to do whatever it takes to kill it. The monster's core glows ominously, as if accepting his challenge. He meets the creature's massive, furry fist head-on, his own power flaring to life. The sheer force of the impact sends the hulking beast staggering backward. But the strain is already showing. He knows this level of power is burning through his reserves. A chilling memory flashes in his mind the last time he pushed this hard. He was left completely helpless. He can't let that happen again. This has to end. And it has to end now. With renewed resolve, he blitzes forward in a blur of motion. His fist connects squarely with the monster's hidden core, the sound of impact cracking through the air. Fissures spread across the glowing weak point, a sign his all-or-nothing gamble paid off. But the monster isn't dead yet. Its arm suddenly splits open, transforming into a bizarre new weapon. The fleshy appendage contracts, coiling like a spring for one last, desperate counterattack. But Blue meets the attack head-on, his arms erupting into hardened biomass blades. He throws himself forward, desperation fueling his counter. The impact is immense, a shockwave blasting outwards as flesh and bone collide. Energy crackles around him as he pushes with everything he has left, locked in a brutal stalemate. But a new danger emerges as the monster's core glows, and from the sidelines, the white-haired subordinate's eyes widen in alarm. A piercing beam of crimson energy fires straight from the monster's body, aimed right at the occupied Blue. Before anyone can react, the subordinate is already a blur of motion. He knows in an instant that attack is far beyond what they were told to expect. He slides into the beam's path, his sword raised to intercept the torrent of destructive energy. With a defiant stand, he plants his blade, successfully blocking the lethal blast and saving his comrade. Having deflected the blast, he doesn't waste a single moment, pivoting on his heel to counter. The monster's chest splits wide open, presenting the perfect target, its glowing core. Seeing the opening, he surges forward, blade aimed for a decisive strike. He closes the distance in a blur, putting all his strength into the attack. The warrior brings his blade around, aiming to pierce the very heart of the beast. With a solid thud, his weapon sinks deep into the creature's flesh. But something is wrong. His eyes widen in absolute shock. The tip of his blade grinds to a halt, stopped just short of shattering the core. He can't believe it all that force, and it still wasn't enough to break through. Frozen in place, he stares at his embedded blade, his perfect counter completely nullified. His confusion turns to horror as a foot, crackling with energy, suddenly blocks his path. It's Blue, catching the blade with the sole of his foot, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The monster's core finally shatters, and with it, the blade, freeing Blue completely. He's gone in a flash, leaving his would-be captor standing there in stunned silence. The subordinate doesn't even have time to react before the monster's tendrils erupt and wrap around him. Hearing the struggle, Haru glances back with a look of pure shock. She can only watch as the warrior is completely consumed by the writhing limbs. With a sickening crunch, the creature slams him into the ground, his fate sealed. Blue is already by Haru's side, pulling her away as they make a desperate run for it. But their escape is cut short by the screams of other survivors, pleading for help as monsters close in. One of the survivors, a young woman, is pulled to her feet, mumbling her thanks. But her relief evaporates as she recognizes her savior's face. It's the Mohawk thug, and he's not here to be a hero. He leans in, reminding her she made a promise. He helped her, and now he wants his wish granted, a chilling look in his eyes. His intentions become terrifyingly clear, twisting her expression into one of pure dread. She recoils in horror, pleading with him, asking why he would force her to do something so awful. Her desperate screams echo through the chaos, a sound of pure anguish. Gritting her teeth, she chokes back her disgust, realizing she has no choice. Fine, she'll do it, but in return, he has to get her out of this hellhole, a deal he gleefully accepts. Meanwhile, the captured subordinate is crushed mercilessly, his body breaking under the monster's immense pressure. His broken form lies on the ground, a grim testament to the deal that was just made. As Gujin stares, sweat beading on her face, a horrifying thought begins to form. She sees the thug and the survivor together, and the bitter truth sinks in she's been betrayed. But amidst the despair, something shifts within her. Her eyes flare with a new light as she begins to perceive the invisible, the very flow of life force. Suddenly, she understands how that boy, the somber prisoner, moved with such impossible grace. Fumbling for her communicator, she activates it with a crackle of static. A wild, desperate smile spreads across her face as the call finally connects. She's waited so long for this. With a manic intensity, she declares into the device that she has the eyes now. All she needs is for the person on the other end to tell her how to use her life force. And as she makes her desperate call, the last of the grotesque monsters lies defeated and still. Blue immediately checks on his friends, trying to ignore the heavy toll the fight took on him. He grits his teeth, forcing out ragged breaths, insisting he's fine and can keep fighting. The white-haired swordsman watches him, a deep sense of shock and unease on his face. They stand together for a moment, surveying the field of fallen creatures they just barely survived. But there's no relief for the swordsman, only the crushing weight of his own perceived failure. He thinks to himself that he was completely useless, that Blue could have done all this alone. He remembers his own fierce resolve, the promise he made to wipe these monsters out. Yet now, clenching his fist, he feels like nothing more than baggage holding the real hero back. And as he drowns in self-doubt, he fails to notice Blue looking over, sensing his quiet despair. The swordsman finally admits it to himself. He was the pathetic one all along, but the sounds of chaos snap him out of his downward spiral. The blonde survivor starts to panic, crying out that they're trapped by fire. But he's calm, revealing he's already secured an escape route for them. She's stunned, asking how, and he explains he found other survivors to work with. He remembers coordinating with another captive, promising to get everyone out. Blue looks over, a flicker of realization in his eyes, so that's what he was up to. The swordsman stays silent, his hardened expression confirming everything. She can hardly believe it. He planned this entire breakout while they were locked away. His gaze is now fixed forward, self-pity burned away by pure, focused resolve. Blue looks back, still trying to process the sheer audacity of this plan. But there's no time to think as the white-haired swordsman leaps them all across the fire. They sprint for their lives, leaving the burning prison facility far behind them. As they race through the canyon, a desperate shout echoes from behind, pleading for them to wait. The lookout they'd coordinated with looks on in surprise. He didn't expect extra company. And who else but the Mohawk thug and his partner, grinning like they've just found old friends. The blonde girl is horrified, pointing and screaming that these are the ones who tried to kill them. The thug just laughs, dragging another terrified student who's begging to be saved. Their leader just massages his temple, already exhausted by this new level of complication. His new ally shoves a blade in his face, promising a swift end if he dares betray them. With no time to argue, the newly formed group continues their desperate escape. They press on through the narrow canyon, the white-haired man taking the lead. He slides down a steep embankment with practiced ease, barely breaking his stride. With a few quick steps, he bounces off the canyon walls, showing off his superior agility. Our prisoner isn't quite as graceful, but he lands with a ground-shaking thud, ready for more. But their mad dash comes to a sudden halt as the blonde girl looks up in sheer terror. Peeking over the cliffs above them are the grotesque forms of several monsters. They've run straight into an ambush, and the creatures are crawling into position. One of them wastes no time, leaping from the ridge to intercept them. A panicked scream rips through the air. He yells for them to keep running as the horde descends. The white-haired subordinate knows this is a trap. Getting bogged down in a canyon fight is suicide. Their path is immediately blocked by a grotesque creature with a spinning buzzsaw for a face. The saw-headed monster revs its blade, ready to slice them to ribbons. The leader shouts for the others not to stop, promising he'll take care of it himself. But before he can even draw his blade, a flash of blue energy zips right past his face. In a blur of motion, our prisoner lands a devastating punch, shattering the monster's body. He glances back, tendrils of energy coiling around him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The blonde girl is completely stunned. That impossible speed. A one-punch kill. What is he? But their brief moment of victory is cut short as more monsters begin leaping down from the cliffs. It's a full-blown avalanche of claws and teeth, and the horde is swarming them from all sides. The monsters screech as they pour down into the ravine, but the prisoner just snaps his fingers, and a torrent of blue energy crackles to life. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, unleashing dark tendrils that shred through the horde. Landing amidst the carnage, he doesn't even pause to catch his breath. Gujin can only watch from behind, his mind reeling from the impossible sight. The prisoner turns, sweat beading on his face, urging them to keep moving forward. For a moment, the hardened leader is completely speechless, his confidence shaken. Our boy knows the secret to his power. He gets stronger every time he burns his own life force. By pouring that vital energy into his body, he can maintain a massive power buff for a short time. This means he's at his absolute peak right now, at the very start of the fight. He explains that by charging his life force for just a moment, he he can deal far more damage. The result is a strike that can shatter even the toughest monster defenses. Blue energy crackles across his body, a visible sign of his life force being converted. The longer he charges this power, the more overwhelming the result becomes. But the trade-off is brutal. It means he's also burning through his own lifespan that much faster. He remembers a time when 2 minutes was his absolute limit before complete exhaustion. Shaking off the memory, he shouts at Gu Jin, demanding to know the way to the base. The white-haired leader, still supporting his friend, urgently points them in the right direction. But a moment later, he freezes, looking at Jihyun in utter shock, questioning how he knew. The realization hits Gu Jin like a punch to the gut, completely stunned by this new development. But there's no time to process that betrayal as the ground cracks and shatters beneath his feet. Blue spins around, his face a mask of horror as the entire canyon begins to violently collapse. The other students are sent tumbling into the chaos, screaming as the very earth gives way. Massive cliff faces shear off and fall, the entire landscape caving in around them. He slams a hand down, trying to find some purchase amidst the crumbling rock. The exertion is already showing, the toll of his power drain hitting him hard. Nearby, Jihyun gasps for air, realizing with a cold sweat that he was almost crushed flat. Blue's gaze snaps sideways, his attention caught by another desperate sound. One of the survivors, the blonde girl, is trapped, her leg pinned painfully under a heavy slab of rock, and without a moment's hesitation, he's already rushing to her side. He helps the injured student up, asking if she can walk, but she cries out in pain. Their brief moment is shattered as Jihyun spots a hulking rock monster on the ridge above. Overcome with terror, he turns and runs for his life, screaming that he doesn't want to die here. Blue tries to follow, but his own body gives out, collapsing from exhaustion. Elsewhere, the other group of survivors slowly gets to their feet amidst the dust and debris. One of the women panics, asking their leader where the strong kid went, fearing he was crushed. The white-haired man calmly notes they're alive, but simply separated by the rockfall. That's no comfort to her. She's convinced that without Blue, they have zero chance of survival. Sensing an opportunity, the Mohawk thug steps in with a smug grin, promising he'll protect her instead. She can only stare back, completely stunned by this guy's delusional confidence. He even tries to lighten the mood with their leader, reminding her of some dumb promise about a Mohawk, but she just yells at him to shut up. Just then, a terrible cracking sound erupts from the wall right next to the woman he swore to protect. She turns, her eyes wide with confusion, a single sound of disbelief escaping her lips. In an instant, a monstrous, drill-like arm smashes through the stone and impales her clean through the torso. Blood spatters across her face as the light begins to fade from her eyes. The Mohawk thug can only stare, his cocky grin wiped away by sheer, frozen horror. A hulking, furry beast now stands where the wall used to be, looming over its fresh kill. Their leader, Gu Jin, screams out his name, a desperate warning to snap out of his trance. Jolted back to reality, he whips out 2 pistols and unleashes a volley of rounds at the creature's chest. But the beast doesn't even flinch, simply raising a massive fist to bring it crashing down upon him. But as his life flashes before his eyes, it's not his triumphs he remembers. It's the moment of his greatest failure. He recalls 2 students, trapped in a narrow ravine with monsters crawling from every direction. The girl, Haru, was completely paralyzed by fear, her legs shaking too much to even stand. Her companion, the boy known as Blue, knew they were done for if they stayed on the ground. So in one swift motion, he scooped her up into his arms. She could only stare in wide-eyed shock at his sudden, decisive action. He planted his feet against the sheer cliff face. Then, in an incredible display of agility, he began to scale the canyon wall. He shot upwards like a rocket, carrying her away from the grasping claws below. But his desperate climb is brutally cut short by a fist to the face. A furry beast had been waiting for them, ambushing them from an alcove above. The sheer force of the blow sends them hurtling back down into the chasm. They slam into the rocky ground with a bone-jarring thud. Shaking, Blue pushes himself up, his mind racing to check on Haru. But their brief moment of recovery is shattered by a new, horrifying enemy. He's done playing defense. A faint blue energy crackles around his hands. He lunges, punching clean through the plant-like monster's core in an explosion of gore. Yet, for every one he puts down, 2 more shamble forward to take its place. He stands over Haru, panting, as they both realize they are utterly surrounded. But they weren't the only ones trapped down here, as the chasm walls crawl with monstrosities. A bladed limb whips through the air, aimed for a new target. Another survivor digs his heels into the dirt, refusing to be pushed back. It's Gu Jin, the white-haired leader, realizing he's in way over his head against this many. He grits his teeth, knowing that just dodging will only burn through what little stamina he has left. A snarling beast closes in, and all he can think about is the sheer power Blue possesses. If he had that kind of strength, he wouldn't be trapped here, fighting for scraps of survival. But just as the monster's jaws are about to clamp down, a heavy pole smashes it square in the face. Golden light flares from the weapon, wrapped in strange, ribbon-like tendrils. And standing before him is the Mohawk thug, arriving at the last possible second to save his skin. The Mohawk thug's mind drifts, thinking of a girl they once knew, a mutual friend from long ago. But Gujin can barely process it. The man before him feels like a completely different person. His savior turns, his voice firm as he calls out Gujin's name to snap him out of it. He tells him not to even think about fighting alone because they're friends. And that one word, friends, hits Gujin like a physical blow, leaving him utterly stunned. As if to seal the promise, the strange weapon in the thug's hand begins to writhe and contort. It transforms into a monstrous, oversized blade, as he asks if Gujin is truly prepared. They'll need to be, because the entire chasm below is crawling with an endless horde of monsters, and far away from their desperate battle, Blue grits his teeth, focusing his own immense power. Massive biomass spikes erupt from the ground, forming a violent, protective cage around him. His body trembles with contained energy, ready to unleash absolute hell. The grotesque creatures in his path can only let out a final, horrifying shriek. With an explosive burst of speed, he becomes a blur of pure destruction. His fist connects with a sickening crunch, sending shockwaves through the monster's flesh. He gives it no time to recover, following up with a brutal, bone-shattering kick. But this incredible power is burning through his very essence at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion hits him, and his eyes widen in dawning horror. He can feel that his life force is rapidly and dangerously depleting. A sharp pain seizes his body as he staggers, the power beginning to fail him. He looks down in shock as his own arm starts to crumble away into dust. Even as his body crumbles, he pushes her back, telling her to save herself. She frantically pleads with him, seeing that he's on the verge of death himself. But he plants his feet firmly on the ground, making his final stand. Her mind reels in confusion, unable to understand why he's doing this. Her desperate cry triggers a sudden, stark memory from his past. He recalls another confrontation, a time when he saw humanity differently. Tears stream down her face, crushed by the guilt that he's dying because of her. But for him, this moment is a revelation, a memory of when everything changed. That was the time he truly began to learn what it meant to be human. And without ever meeting her, he would have never found this reason to fight. He admits to himself that this path, this ending, would have never happened otherwise. The girl's voice cracks, overwhelmed by grief, screaming that this is all her fault. Her words hang in the air that their meeting is the sole reason he's suffering like this. As his very body begins to break down, she can only watch in frozen horror. And with a quiet resolve, he simply agrees with her. He confirms her deepest fear. If he hadn't met her that day, none of this would be happening. Her face falls, crushed by the weight of his apparent blame. But then, his voice cuts through her despair, stating he doesn't regret it at all. Her eyes widen in disbelief, completely caught off guard by his sudden turn. Because meeting her, he reveals, is what gave this sacrifice its purpose. He remembers the kindness he learned from a little girl with freckles. He recalls the strange connection he felt even with the mohawk-wearing thug. And most importantly, the warmth he experienced when someone truly worried about him. Because of these moments, he realizes that he can finally trust humans again. A quiet step forward marks his decision. Not just humans, he corrects himself. A flicker of an old, painful memory surfacing. He can trust people, all the people who showed him a different way. Suddenly, a monstrous, rock-skinned arm smashes through the air. It hurtles directly towards the blonde girl, who is frozen in sheer terror. But in an instant, he's there, catching the devastating blow with his bare hands. Gritting his teeth, he strains against the rock monster's immense power, screaming for her to run. But the girl is frozen, her mind reeling not with fear, but with a single, burning question. Why? Through her tears, she asks why he would risk everything just to protect her. And in that moment, he sees it all: her past, her smiles, the vibrant life she used to live. He roars back his answer, a cry straight from the heart, because she is precious to him. His words hit her harder than any physical blow, leaving her utterly speechless. With a surge of newfound purpose, he shoves the monster back, creating a sliver of distance. But as he fights, a cold shadow from his past looms over his shoulder: his father. The man's voice echoes in his mind, a chilling question that cuts deep. Does he really trust humans now? His father's warning follows, a promise that this path will only lead to more suffering, just like it always has. The venomous words continue, a promise that he'll only get hurt, that he'll be betrayed by the very people he's trying to save. And the scars from that betrayal will eventually consume his very soul. But as his father's memory dismisses his feelings, something inside him snaps. He stands against the phantom, declaring that he trusts their kindness. He trusts the warmth and the truth they showed him, something his father never could. From this moment forward, he decides he doesn't care if he has to suffer. With a defiant scream, he vows to walk a path completely different from his father's. Back in the real world, he unleashes a primal roar, exploding with newfound power, and in a flash of blue energy, he charges forward to meet his destiny head-on. Haru plummets into the abyss, her eyes wide with terror as a monstrous wave closes in. But a streak of blue lightning cuts through the darkness, a hand crackling with raw power. He carves a path through the horde, a blur of motion leaving only shredded monsters in his wake. In a heartbeat, he's there, wrapping his arms around Haru to shield her from the blast. She stares up at him, tears streaming down her face, unable to process what just happened. He screams her name, a desperate, soul-deep vow that he will never let her die. But the moment is fleeting. They're surrounded, a sea of creatures closing in from all sides. His fear vanishes, replaced by a cold resolve as his eyes begin to glow with chilling blue light. He moves, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through flesh and bone to keep her safe. He becomes a storm of pure energy, a one-man army standing between her and an endless tide of death. He screams, pouring every last ounce of his power into one final, desperate attack. The entire battlefield is cleansed, leaving only the dead husks of the monsters behind. But the victory costs him everything, and he collapses, his body completely spent. Haru can only call out his name as he staggers, his legs giving out from under him. He hits the ground hard, the last of his strength finally abandoning him. Lying there, helpless, his eyes shoot wide with a sudden chilling dread. A new shadow looms over them, cast by a figure far more terrifying than the horde. It's a grotesque, multi-headed creature, its very presence radiating pure malice. Haru freezes, her brief moment of safety shattered by absolute terror, and he realizes with sinking despair that he has nothing left in the tank to protect her. As he lies broken on the ground, his consciousness drifts away. Suddenly, he's a child again, sleeping peacefully in a long-forgotten bed. The memory of his father surfaces, his voice echoing with a grim warning. He was told his heart was just like his mother's, too kind for its own good, a kindness that got her hurt, and the very reason his father refused to send him to the surface. He couldn't bear to watch that tragedy unfold a second time. But back in the present, his eyes snap open, the memory burning through the exhaustion. His father's voice continues. A final piece of advice from the past: if he still chose to chase after that world, he would face the consequences. He sees Haru, paralyzed with fear, and he understands now, as he watches her face the towering monster alone. His father's final command echoes in his mind. He had to get stronger. He remembers the training, the pure exhaustion of being pushed past his limits. The lessons were never gentle, just brutal and efficient. He was thrown against monsters, forced to adapt or be crushed. The goal wasn't just survival, it was to become even stronger than his father. A rock crashes into his younger self's face, a sharp, painful reminder. But even then, he refused to stay down. He looks up through the pain and blood, his eyes burning with defiance. This was the only way to forge a power that could protect his weak heart. And now, he summons that same power, focusing it into a single sign. He extends his hand, raw power arcing across his skin and making the very rocks float. His father's harsh lessons echo in his mind, a promise to prevent others from suffering, and a command to keep his own convictions locked down tight. With that resolve burning in his eyes, he slams his palm straight into the ground. A cataclysmic shockwave of energy erupts, shattering the earth in all directions. The world drops away, leaving him and Haru alone at the bottom of a massive crater, and trapped inside with them is the towering, multi-headed beast, its escape route gone. His glowing eyes lock onto the target. This is his arena now. He launches himself like a missile, aiming for the monster's colossal chest, and with a single, devastating punch, he blasts a hole of daylight clean through the titan. Clutching the monster's core, he feels the raw energy thrumming in his hand. This, he realizes, is the true potential of his bloodline, the power of the blue flame. High above, looking down into the crater, the others can only stare in disbelief. They saw him strike the beast's core with impossible precision. One of the thugs turns to their mohawked leader, demanding to know how he knew the weak spot. He calmly explains that after the test they put him through, he can just see it. Looking at his own hand, the pieces click into place, its life force, just as Blue had described. Suddenly, another one of the smaller rock monsters lands right in front of them, a perfect chance to prove his new theory. With a newfound purpose, he lunges forward, aiming to shatter its core in a single blow. But instead of a clean, precise strike to the core, he unleashes a furious barrage of blows all over the monster's body. He's just beating it down, not even trying for a quick kill. His subordinate can only stare, completely baffled by this bizarre strategy. The other survivors are equally stunned by the sheer brutality. A grim satisfaction settles on the mohawked thug's face. Hez not just trying to win, Hez making this thing suffer for what it is. When the golem swings back, he weaves around its clumsy attack with impossible ease. He's practically dancing around its strikes, moving with an unnerving confidence. And his second-in-command realizes the truth. He's not dodging because he's fast, he's just not afraid of getting hit. To his second-in-command, he's like a wild beast, completely consumed by the fight. But the white-haired thug just sees a stupidly reckless strategy that's bound to fail. Suddenly, the mohawk thug throws up a hand, not at the monster, but at someone else. He roars at Gu-jin to stay back, claiming this monster is his personal prey. Gu-jin is just frozen in place, utterly confused by the sudden territorial display. That split second of distraction, however, is a fatal mistake. The golem's stone fist connects with a sickening crunch, sending him flying. From the sidelines, Gu-jin can only curse the fool for looking away mid-battle. For a moment, the rock monster looms over the aftermath of its powerful strike, but the thug is already pushing himself up from the crater, laughing, demanding to know if that's all it's got. As his chaotic power swirls around him, his mind begins to drift. A single, painful tear escapes as he recalls a memory he had long suppressed. It was from a time when he was just a child, sleeping without a care in the world. He remembers his father's constant warnings, his fear of him ever getting close to other humans. Blue never understood it back then. What could have happened to make his dad so afraid? Then another memory hits him. A moment of weakness, collapsed on the ground, completely paralyzed. His father's voice echoes, reminding him why he was locked away in the basement. It was a twisted form of protection, all to ensure his son would survive the apocalypse. But his father confessed there was something more, a secret he had never revealed. Blue now remembers this. Clearly it was the day his father told him the truth. But Blue remembers now he wasn't actually sleeping that night. His father's voice trembled, admitting he doubted his son would even believe him. A part of Blue was just curious, another part was rebellious, even if he didn't understand. So he lay there perfectly still, listening without saying a word. His father confessed that all this time, he wasn't trying to protect him from the apocalypse. The real danger, the true reason for the basement, was other humans. He warned that the moment people learned of Blue's existence, every single one of them would come hunting for him. His father leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. It was all because of what was hidden deep inside of him. But as Blue tried to recall his father's final words, the memory began to blur. A dark, shadowy form loomed over his younger self, a detail he couldn't place. In the present, he realizes with a jolt that he can't hear the rest of the warning. The memory is severed. A sudden, agonizing thirst grips him, a deep, primal craving from his very core. He can feel his life force crackling and withering away, his body shutting down. But through the haze of pain, his eyes lock onto a potential solution. Lying just a few feet away is a bundle of bandages, a familiar source of power. He forces his trembling arm forward, every inch a struggle against his failing body. His fingers stretch out, straining to reach the precious biomass within. The moment his fingertip makes contact, a dark energy swirls as the absorption begins. But the moment the energy flows, his world warps into a dark, swirling void. His eyes widen in panic. This isn't just absorption, it's something else entirely. Before him, a figure begins to materialize from the chaotic tendrils of biomass. It's a haunting, humanoid shape, a phantom born from the very power he craves. The creature's arm extends, a silent invitation or a terrifying threat. He instinctively grabs onto it, a desperate attempt to gain control, to understand. But the connection is jarring, and he finds himself face to face with this dark echo. A chilling realization dawns on him. Is this a memory, or a monster from within? Suddenly, a voice screams through the chaos, telling Blue to get a hold of himself. His focus shatters, the vision receding as he's violently pulled back to reality. Snapped back to reality, Blue finds himself on his knees, a monster's sharpened limb descending upon him. Damn it, he's too slow, too weak to dodge it from this distance. This is it. But just inches from his face, the lethal strike is suddenly caught. Not by his hand, but by a tangle of whip-like tendrils that erupt from seemingly nowhere. Blue can only stare in disbelief as the immediate threat is neutralized. A new voice cuts through the tension as a woman with glasses arrives, asking if she's late to the party. Meanwhile, on another front, the true scale of the invasion becomes clear as monsters swarm the cliffs. The rest of the team is locked in a desperate struggle, carving through the endless tide. But the white-haired subordinate feels his strength failing, sensing he's dangerously close to his limit. He knows they're not like Blue. If they get surrounded out here, it's over. He screams that they have to get out of there, right now, before the worst happens. His mohawked companion gives the signal, yelling for him to make a break for it. The brawny fighter roars, charging forward to carve an escape path. With his back covered, the white-haired subordinate sprints past the chaos. but another creature leaps into their path, blocking the only way out. He freezes in his tracks, a sudden, sickening sound stopping him cold. Behind him, a grotesque hand clamps down hard on his companion's shoulder. The man with the mohawk is caught, and he yells at his friend to run. He tells him not to die like everyone else did, a grim smile on his face. The subordinate can only stare, the selfless command echoing in the sudden silence. He can't process it, his mind reeling as he asks why his friend would go this far for him. The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for an explanation that makes sense. But the man with the mohawk just grins, declaring he doesn't need a reason because they're friends. The word hits the subordinate like a physical blow, stunning him into silence. What an idiot, he thinks, his mind twisting in cynical disbelief. To die for friendship? His knuckles turn white as his grip tightens on the hilt of his blade. He comes to a bitter realization. He's surrounded by fools willing to die for others. And right on cue, the monster's grip intensifies, its grotesque limbs crushing his companion. The mohawk thug grimaces, the immense pressure threatening to snap him in two. All hesitation vanishes as the subordinate spins around, screaming a warning to be careful. With a deafening roar, the monster's limbs crash down around the subordinate. For a terrifying moment, his mind goes completely blank. Then he sees it a single, shining path forward. He could just abandon his friend, run away before they're surrounded, and survive. The choice is so simple, so logical, but something holds him back. A memory surfaces, a thought of what Blue would do in this situation. He remembers that unique, crackling blue energy that always surrounded him. Blue wouldn't just take the easy path of possibility, he would carve out his own. He had the sheer, monstrous power to do just that. And the subordinate remembers seeing that power up close, a sight that now changes everything. And it wasn't just then, it was a pattern he's lived his whole life. He remembers watching Blue's back, a figure of overwhelming, path-forging power. Back then, all he could do was stand by and watch in awe and helplessness. He's so tired of it, of chasing possibilities instead of creating them. He remembers his sister, how he gave up when every logical path had been exhausted. What if the path he's always been walking was just a trail of tragedy? Was he just supposed to keep walking it until the bitter end? He bites down hard on his lip, the sharp pain a catalyst for change. No, not anymore. His eyes snap open with a newfound resolve. With a desperate cry, he plunges his blade down, carving out a new possibility himself. A tremor runs through him as he plants his feet, refusing to back down another inch. He grits his teeth, consumed by a single, bitter thought. If only he had Blue's power. If he were that strong, he screams internally. He could have created his own possibility. The memory of his comrade's last moments flashes in his mind, the man screaming at his leader for not running away. And so he stands before the monsters, blades drawn, trying to channel that same heroic spirit. He lunges forward in a desperate assault, trying to be the hero he so admires. But the fire in his charge quickly dies out, replaced by the cold weight of exhaustion. The hard truth settles in his eyes. He's powerless. He collapses to his knees, surrounded, realizing he is not Blue and he can't carve out a new fate. With his will broken, he lifts his blade, preparing for the only thing he believes he can still do. He was always told to walk the path of possibility, the one carved by the strong, but staring at the hulking monster, he sees no path forward. His blade strikes the creature's unyielding hide, and shatters, the tip uselessly ricocheting off into the dirt. Suddenly, a memory floods his mind of his other comrade, the one with the mohawk. He recalls the man's desperate eyes lighting up with a sudden, radical idea to survive. Surrounded by those same monsters, his friend had found a glimmer of hope in the mud. Survive. The word feels alien to him now, a concept he'd already abandoned. But now that he thinks about it, he remembers exactly what happened next. He asks himself, why was he so desperately trying to live? And then a memory cuts through the fog, a young girl's face, her voice echoing a promise. The vision confronts him, and his eyes widen in sudden, sharp recollection. It wasn't a promise of survival, it was a promise of vengeance. He had sworn to her that he would kill every single monster. He remembers her standing alone, swallowed by a writhing sea of those very creatures. With that memory, his footing on the battlefield becomes solid and sure. The confusion is gone, replaced by a cold, unwavering purpose. He grips his remaining blade, realizing he'd forgotten the only thing that ever mattered. The faces of the fallen flash across his blade, the very reason he has to live on. His stance becomes ironclad, rooted in this newfound clarity. He charges forward with a single, burning thought. He lives to kill them all. If he wasn't strong enough before, then hell simply gets stronger now. He grits his teeth, vowing to find a way, no matter what the cost. His eyes blaze with a terrifying, almost insane dedication to his cause. He'll slaughter them by the dozens, by the hundreds. No, hell do it 1,000 times if that's what it takes to win. And in his hand, a strange power crackles to life, the first step on that path. This strange energy surges through his veins, a familiar yet alien sensation. And in that moment, he understands. He can't fight like Blue. He was never meant to. Their life forces, their very essence, were fundamentally different. He remembers sensing it before, the nature of his own power. A burning, chaotic energy he'd first felt when facing that monstrous core. His opponent stares from the ground, trembling as the boy just stands there, unmoving. He can't understand it. Why hasn't this kid run away in terror yet? But the boy isn't thinking about running. He's focused on the power gathering in his hand. With newfound clarity, his arm begins to warp, biomass twisting into a monstrous new form. His legs finish their monstrous transformation, stomping past the defeated thug. He remembers Blue's instructions. Focus the life force into his fingertips. As he channels the energy, a blistering heat builds in his fist. Is this right? It feels so hot, so chaotic he needs to gather more. No, this is different from when he first felt it. That power was sharper, stronger. A burning resolve fills him. It has to be enough to kill the monster, enough for revenge. He pushes past the pain, desperately needing more, needing it. The power to create new possibilities, to carve out a new future. The absolute, overwhelming power to kill every last one of these monsters. And so he stands before the golem, crackling with a power he barely understands. But the sheer force of it is agonizing, a desperate gamble that threatens to tear him apart. Uncontrolled energy spills from him, scorching the ground beneath his feet. He stumbles, his body screaming in protest, about to give out under the immense strain. Then, a memory surfaces, a young girl he vowed to protect, her face etched with worry. He can almost feel her small hand grabbing his arm, trying to steady him. A silent plea, a reason to endure, a focus in the storm of his own power. The chaotic energy suddenly snaps into focus, coalescing into a deadly, crackling aura around his fist. With newfound purpose, he launches himself forward, ready to unleash everything he has. He stomps down, raw power scorching the ground as red lightning erupts from him. For a split second, it's as if he's running alongside Blue, a mirror of two boys forged in pain. But his focus is absolute, his glowing red eyes locked on the target before him. With a hand crackling with energy, he makes a simple, deadly promise: to rip it apart. The massive rock golem swings down, its colossal fist meant to crush him into dust. But a pinpoint blast of crimson energy meets the attack head-on, a starburst of pure force. The golem's entire arm explodes into rubble, while Gujin sits casually amidst the fallout. On the floor, the Mohawk thug can only stare in utter shock, sputtering his name in disbelief. But this power wasn't a gift. It was born in agony, a memory of being restrained and broken. And now, the Mohawk thug is the one who finds himself pinned, staring up at a monster he can't comprehend. A memory flashes through Gujin's mind, of a past where he was the one chained and experimented on. Even then, broken and bound, he found the strength to grasp a weapon, his will hardening like steel. He was forced to fight for his life, thrown against hulking golems in a cruel, endless trial. But from that agony, a new power ignited. His eyes burning red as raw energy surged through him. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a torrent of crimson light against his monstrous captors. The energy beam tears through solid rock as if it were paper, a testament to his focused rage. He became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down the beasts that were meant to break him. Back in the present, the Mohawk thug is completely buried under the golem's remains, a victim of that same power. As the dust settles, a new day begins in the desolate canyon. Slowly, a few figures trudge through the debris. The glasses fighter struggles, supporting both her weary companions and instantly regretting her decision to return. But then she looks up, her eyes widening in disbelief. Standing before them is the white-haired thug, just as shocked to see them alive. He looks them over, admitting he barely survived himself, and only because of Gujin. Hearing that name, the glasses fighter immediately asks where Gujin is now. The thug's sudden, heavy silence is a chilling answer. A wave of dawning horror washes over the blonde survivor's face. Reading the room, the glasses fighter knows they need to get out of there, fast. The thug starts to panic, realizing his unconscious friend was their only guide back to base. But surprisingly, the glasses fighter pipes up, casually mentioning she knows the way. The blonde survivor is floored. She knew all along and kept quiet about it? Suddenly, a cold voice asks if that's so, and Gujin appears, blocking their path. The thug's bravado completely vanishes, his face contorting in pure fear. The students can only stare in shock, wondering how in the world she found them. Gujin takes a slow, deliberate step forward, her disappointment palpable. She admits she trusted the glasses fighter precisely because she seemed like an idiot, but she was just a traitor. A dark, bloody image flashes through the blonde survivor's mind. With a predatory grin, Gujin promises to show them the grim fate that awaits all traitors. But the Mohawk thug's eyes narrow with defiance, taking personal offense at her words. The glasses fighter, propped up by her terrified friend, screams back, demanding to know who Gujin is calling an idiot. She tries to project some bravado, reminding the lone leader that they have the advantage in numbers. Gujin's response is swift and silent. A volley of throwing knives cuts through the air. Reacting in a flash, the Mohawk thug pulls the glasses fighter behind him, taking the full impact himself. Gujin's voice is cold, warning them not to talk down to the one they betrayed. The sharp projectiles dig deep into his arm, a painful price for his loyalty. Gritting his teeth, he roars back that she was their friend to the very last moment. A chilling, mocking smirk spreads across Gujin's face, finding his sentiment pathetic. She spells out the simple, brutal law of this world. You either hunt or you get hunted. Fueled by rage, the Mohawk thug roars that he won't be taken down so easily. The memory of a fallen friend flashes through his mind, stealing his resolve. He remembers looking down at his comrade's lifeless body, a failure he refuses to repeat. With renewed fire, he screams at Gujin to bring it on if she dares. A dark, predatory grin spreads across her face as she happily accepts his invitation. She casually grips a metal pipe, her weapon of choice for this little execution. Suddenly, golden energy crackles to life across her entire body as she thanks him for the meal. The thug's bravado instantly shatters, his face contorted in pure, unadulterated shock. In a blur of motion, she unleashes a devastating swing, the air itself seeming to warp around the attack. The pipe connects with brutal finality, sending blood flying as his defiance is crushed in a single blow. His scream is cut short as the raw life force pulps him into nothing. But this power is new, a technique she only just mastered over a crackling transmission. Her mentor's voice had explained it was merely the most basic way to reinforce one's energy. The voice on the other end was confused. How did she even discover this power? Had she met another user? A predatory grin had spread across her face as she confirmed it, mentioning a boy with impossible movements. A memory flashes of seeing Somber Prisoner, his raw power on full display, and she was instantly obsessed. In that moment, watching him, she had made up her mind. Her philosophy was simple. To hunt strong prey, you must become even stronger. Back in the present, the thug's body has been reduced to strange, seed-like husks on the ground. Gujin glances around the ruined cavern, realizing her little warm-up has taken them far from where they started. Then it clicks. The lookout mentioned a blue blaze, she'll just follow that. But her mentor's voice crackles back to life on the radio, suddenly sharp and alarmed. Did she say blue blaze? The command is immediate and laced with panic. Stop right now. Gujin freezes, completely bewildered by his sudden change in tone. He warns her that this is not a problem she can handle, but his words don't seem to register. Her shock gives way to a simmering defiance. With a quiet scoff, she cuts him off, ignoring his desperate pleas not to hang up. She glances down at the pathetic corpses of the thugs. They were nothing. Why was he making such a fuss? Her gaze then falls upon the last survivor, and she takes a steady step forward. The terrified girl scrambles backward, begging the monster in front of her not to come any closer. But Gujin doesn't give her the chance, lashing out with a limb that whips through the air. The strike catches the blonde girl from behind, a brutal blow that sends her stumbling. Yet Haru is shockingly fast, turning the fall into a desperate sprint for her life. Gujin watches her go, a flicker of genuine annoyance crossing her face. Golden energy crackles along her arm as she mutters, realizing this girl really is a pain. In a flash, she's on her, grabbing a fistful of blonde hair and yanking her back. As she holds the struggling girl, Gujin feels a trickle of blood from her nose, wondering if this power has a price. But any concern is wiped away by a malicious grin. She remembers a promise she made to herself. Her hand tightens around the cool metal of her pipe. Shed regretted not cutting the girl's tendons before, and now she's going to make sure Haru never runs again. But just as the pipe is about to descend, a hand catches it mid-swing, and Gujin freezes in utter shock. It's him. Hez awake, and her mind struggles to process the impossible. With a grunt, he shoves her back, freeing the terrified girl who crumples to the ground. His head hangs low, his voice a low growl as he admits he's been waiting for this, another chance to fight her. His eyes lift, filled with a cold, predatory light. It's time to see who the real monster is. Before she can even react, he's on her, burying a bandaged fist deep into her stomach. But the blow only seems to excite her, a twisted grin spreading across her face as golden energy sparks to life. She easily parries his next attacks, laughing that the tables have turned. She can use life force now too. Spreading her arms wide, she demands he entertain her, calling him the only human she ever saw as her equal. He takes a clean shot to the jaw but grits his teeth, refusing to back down from the challenge. He's sent staggering back from a brutal blow, the impact rattling his entire body. He collapses to his knees, utterly spent, the fight seemingly knocked out of him. But she's not done with him yet. Offering some sick form of motivation with a wide, cheerful grin, she promises she won't kill his friends, but shall gladly cut off their limbs so they can't escape. Then she'll feast on their flesh in public, or maybe just use them for monster experiments. Her gaze drifts over to his helpless companions, one by one. This, she muses, would be fair compensation for him killing her boys. His fists clench, and his body begins to tremble, not with fear, but with a deep, volcanic rage. The girl he rescued watches in absolute terror, realizing this fight is far from over. With his head bowed, he pushes himself up, a silent tremor running through him. The rage finally finds a focus as he slowly clenches his fist. And across from him, Gujin's face splits into a wicked, ecstatic grin. This is what she wanted. She eggs him on, demanding he pour every last drop of his being into this fight. Her eyes are wide with manic delight, savoring the moment he finally snapped. But he doesn't charge. Instead, a strange power begins to gather at his fingertips. He forms a quiet, deliberate hand sign, and the air itself seems to shift. Gujin's ecstatic smile finally vanishes, replaced by a flash of genuine confusion. She watches, her brow furrowed, letting out a short, sharp breath of anticipation. Then, wordlessly, her hand closes around the grip of her own weapon. The time for games is over, but before he can even finish his technique, his arm is sent flying through the air. A disappointed sneer crosses Gujin's face. This was not the fight she was promised. His severed limb lands uselessly in the dirt as he collapses to the ground. Haru can only scream his name, her eyes wide with horror at the bloody stump where his arm used to be. Gujin tightens her grip on her axe, utterly unimpressed by the outcome. This is no fun at all, she thinks, remembering a very different boy from their past. Back then, his eyes burned with a desperate will to survive, a fire she had longed to see again. But now, looking down at his vacant expression, she sees nothing but a man who's already given up. In that moment, Haru's grief and terror twist into pure, unadulterated rage. And with a furious scream, she lunges forward, slamming her fist right into the monster's face. But her punch is clumsy, fueled by rage and nothing else, and Gujin barely even flinches. She openly mocks the girl, sneering that she's just a coward who only knows how to dodge. A single, casual backhand is all it takes to send Haru crashing face first into the ground. She trembles, trying to push herself up from the dirt, every muscle screaming in protest. But through the pain and tears, her eyes lock onto the monster, vowing she won't get away with this. A sadistic grin spreads across Gujin's face. This is exactly what she wanted. She encourages Haru to thrash around more, to fall deeper into despair before she's killed. But just as she savors the moment, a sudden, oppressive stillness falls over the canyon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the white-haired thug lies paralyzed on the ground. The mohawked brute is the same, trembling not from injury, but from an overwhelming, unseen pressure. The mohawked thug can only stammer out a single, horrified name, Blue. And not far off, the source of this suffocating pressure lies in a pool of his own blood. Blue is on the ground, barely conscious, his arm a mangled ruin. His gaze is unfocused, the world around him fading into a dull haze. The light narrows as his eyes finally begin to close, surrendering to the darkness. But a tiny, insignificant buzzing sound near his ear pulls him back from the brink. His eyes snap open, and for the first time, he truly registers the state he's in. He stares at the bloody stump where his hand used to be. The gruesome reality of his injury finally sinks in. But as the fly hovers, a phantom limb of pure biomass begins to form, reaching out. A thin tendril of energy lashes out, wrapping around the minuscule fly. The phantom limb draws its prize back, the biomass solidifying with purpose. It closes into a fist, absorbing its first tiny morsel of sustenance. That same buzzing annoyance zips past Gujin, who still has the student in her grip. It lands right on her nose, and her expression darkens with irritation. But this triggers a flashback, a child's hand, crushing a bug in the same way. We see a much younger Blue, instinctively licking the remains from his fingers. He immediately recoils, his face scrunching up at the bitter, disgusting taste. A stern voice cuts through his disgust, his father, asking why he's doing such a thing. The boy looks up, startled, and promises he'll stop if his father thinks it's gross. But his father corrects him, explaining he wasn't scolding him, just wondering why he did it. The simple question hangs in the air, making the young boy pause. Why? His answer is innocent, yet deeply unsettling. He did it because they kept moving in front of him. Behind his glasses, his father's eye seems to gleam with a strange, calculating realization. The memory dissolves, snapping us back to Gujin looming over the captive student. The girl is on her knees, panting, completely at the mercy of her tormentor. A sadistic, sharp-toothed grin spreads across Gujin's face. She's savoring this. She announces that playtime is over, promising to do the same thing to her that she did to that boy. But then, a bare foot calmly steps onto the dusty ground nearby. Gujin's taunt dies in her throat, her expression shifting to one of pure confusion. And there he is, a battered, bandaged figure, standing silently before a stunned Gujin. Her smug grin vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? But the figure's head stays down, a dark, simmering rage beginning to boil over. A violent crimson energy starts to swirl around him, a storm of pure killing intent. It concentrates in his arm, the flesh and bandages twisting, warping, preparing to erupt. His biomass contorts into a grotesque, pulsating mass of spiky tendrils. With a sickening crunch, it fully transforms into a monstrous, bladed weapon. A second one bursts forth, his arms now lethal instruments of destruction. He stands before them, no longer a boy, but a terrifying monster ready for a slaughter. The captive girl can only stare in horror, a name escaping her lips in a choked whisper. Blue? The Mohawk thug is frozen on the ground, his tough guy act completely shattered. His white-haired subordinate can only stare, his mind snapping at the sight of this new predator. And a strange memory surfaces in Blue's mind, his younger self, talking about things that buzz around. In the present, a cruel, knowing smile begins to form on his lips. His body continues to warp, biomass exploding from him as he fully gives in. He remembers his father's face, the source of this dark impulse, smiling that same wicked smile. The lesson was simple. If you see something you want, a monstrous, inhuman laugh escapes his transformed jaw. Of course, you have to catch it and eat it. And in the blink of an eye, the lesson is put into practice, leaving a severed head rolling on the floor. Blue glances down at his arm, now a blood-soaked, crystalline weapon. The other survivors can only stare, their faces pale with absolute terror. But Blue just grins, a monstrous, joyful expression plastered on his half-transformed face. Just then, a lumbering rock monster stomps towards him, ready to brawl. It swings a massive, stony fist, aiming to pulverize this new threat. But with a casual raise of his hand, Blue stops the attack, dead in its tracks. The sheer force of the impact shatters the very ground beneath them. Shockwaves ripple outward as the golem's power is completely negated. Blue's arm, unimpressed, begins to twist and morph into something far worse. A grotesque, fanged maw opens along his limb, hungry for its first meal. With a savage crunch, Blue's arm maw devours the golem's fist, shattering solid rock like glass. The remaining thugs can only watch, frozen in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the scene. Then, in the oppressive darkness, a single, menacing red light ignites. The Mohawked thug looks up to see the void is now filled with dozens of these crimson stars. They all emanate from Blue, whose aura has become something truly, overwhelmingly monstrous. The white-haired leader, Gu Jin, finally voices the thought on everyone's mind. Is he even human anymore? But then, a flash of red in her own eye marks a sudden, furious realization. Her body surges with power as she screams, understanding he's been hiding this strength all along. She points and unleashes a barrage of energy, firing it directly at the transformed boy. But Blue simply crosses his arms, deflecting her full power attack, without even flinching. The energy beams crash against his monstrous form, doing absolutely nothing. One of Gujin's subordinates can only stare, his mind refusing to process what he's seeing. The attack dissipates, leaving Blue without a single scratch. And in the next instant, he's right in the man's face, a silent, terrifying predator. Before the subordinate can even scream, Blue's arm morphs into a wicked, flesh-shredding blade. It punches straight through his chest with sickening ease. His life drains away as Blue holds him aloft, a gruesome trophy. Then, he's slammed to the ground, crushed under a foot that's no longer human. The Mohawk thug who'd volunteered earlier can only shriek in pure terror as Blue turns to him. A monstrous hand clamps over his mouth, silencing his screams for good. A vicious biomass blade erupts from his back, impaling the thug with brutal finality. He discards the corpse without a second glance, his monstrous feet stalking forward. His glowing red eyes lock onto the next survivor, the blonde girl frozen in sheer terror. Before she can even flinch, a tendril of living flesh snaps out, wrapping around her neck. The grip tightens instantly, a crushing, suffocating force meant to end her. She chokes, blood spilling from her lips as the life is squeezed out of her. His monstrous face leans in, maw wide open, ready to devour her whole. But through the pain, a flicker of defiance sparks in her eyes as her hand clenches the dirt. With a final surge of strength, she shoves her hand right into the monster's face. She screams his name, a desperate plea for Blue to fight the monster he's become. Her voice cuts through the haze, and for the first time, the monster flinches. The girl struggles to breathe, blood trickling down her chin, but she doesn't look away. That desperate touch, that final plea, it's somehow reaching the boy buried inside. The hardened biomass around his face begins to fracture and peel back, and in a flash, the crimson glow of rage is replaced by a single, terrified human eye. His consciousness is thrown into a memory of a desolate, rocky prison under a harsh sun, a place of isolation and pain that forged the very monster he's become. Back in the present, the grotesque transformation recedes from his body. Blue gasps, his mind crashing back into reality, horrified at the scene before him. The monstrous flesh withers and falls away, revealing the trembling arm of a man, not a killer. He sees the first body, the white-haired thug, lying motionless in the dirt. Then another, the bandaged leader, just as still and broken. His gaze sweeps over the carnage he wrought, finally landing on Haru's crumpled form. The reality of it all crashes down on him. The blood, the bodies, what have I done? He collapses to his knees beside her, his voice barely a whisper as he calls her name. But a small pebble suddenly clinks against his leg. A pathetic little attack. He flinches, his head snapping up from his grief, confused. Across the clearing, another survivor is stirring the girl with the glasses. She pushes herself up, shaking uncontrollably, her eyes reflecting the monster she sees. Scrambling away from him, she tells him to stay back, that he's a monster. The girl's words echo in his mind, and the horrible truth finally crashes down. I did all that? But his moment of despair is being watched from a distance. Through a pair of binoculars, a lookout is trembling, absolutely terrified of what he's just witnessed. He scrambles to his radio, complaining that no one ever told him they'd be dealing with a monster. But his panicked whispers are interrupted by footsteps approaching from behind. He freezes, trying to shush the newcomer, but it's too late. A man in a white lab coat emerges from the shadows, his expression cold and calculating. He pays the boy no mind, his gaze fixed solely on the broken figure of Blue. With a flick of his wrist, he opens his coat, revealing an entire array of medical tools and supplies. Has not here to fight, has here to collect. But as the doctor prepares his tools, another man, a survivor, cautiously steps toward Blue. He has to ask the question burning in his mind. Are you a monster? Watching from afar, the lookout can't believe it, the fool is actually approaching that thing. He tries to warn him off, but a sudden presence beside him cuts him short. A dark, hooded figure stands silently at his shoulder, and from the shadows of that hood, an impossibly wide, predatory grin spreads across its face. The lookout freezes in terror. This newcomer, he's enjoying this. It turns out the doctor and the other man were evacuating the last of the survivors, carrying the wounded on their backs. And now the small, battered group stands before Blue, the very creature who just carved their path to freedom. Blue just stares back, his eyes vacant, as the man in the vest finally starts to explain the situation. He tells them he met Gujin back at the looters' base, where they struck a deal to help each other. The terms were simple. He would rescue Blue, and in exchange, Gujin would free his men from the looters. His men? The lookout is confused, but the tough guy with the mohawk confirms it. They came from the very place Blue is trying to reach. A sudden jolt of shock hits the lookout as he processes this new information. He glances at the injured survivors, questioning if they should even be up and moving around. But the mohawked man just scoffs, proudly declaring this is nothing for someone as tough as him. The doctor, completely unimpressed, immediately shuts him down, calling him Chicken Comb. The ridiculous nickname sends the tough guy into a flustered rage, sputtering in protest. Trying to recover, he turns to another survivor, telling him not to push himself and that he can rest if he needs to. The man with the bandaged cheek remains silent, taking in the conversation. He simply listens, his expression unreadable. Another survivor connects the dots, asking if this means they came from the source of the radio transmissions. The lookout confirms her suspicion, guessing Gujin hadn't filled them in yet. This revelation sends a ripple of shock through the other survivors. They immediately erupt with questions, wanting to know everything about the place and the man on the broadcast. Overwhelmed, the lookout admits it's too complicated to explain. He tells them his team was scouting for survivors when they were ambushed and captured by looters. The doctor steps in, asking if his guys are all right. He reassures the anxious lookout that they're safe, just a little starved, and breathes a sigh of relief. But the lookout's mind is on something else entirely, demanding to know what happened to Gujin. She quietly asks him what he means, prompting him to recall the chaos with that boy, Blue. He recounts in horror how Blue transformed, killed someone, and even turned on his own allies, acting no different than a monster. The word monster hangs in the air, echoing in Gujin's thoughts. The doctor chimes in, realizing Blue's abnormal healing might be linked to monstrous traits, a theory the Mohawk thug excitedly confirms. The lookout sighs, admitting he's at least grateful Blue killed that ruthless woman. He adds that Blue seemed completely unaware of his own terrifying power. But then he turns his gaze, his tone shifting from recounting to questioning. He looks straight at Gujin and asks, What was that red power that came from her? Gujin simply states that she was using her life force, a term that draws a complete blank. The lookout is stunned, asking what life force even is. He can't believe she's never heard of it. He throws his hands up, baffled, explaining that his group doesn't fight monsters, they hide. The Mohawk thug chimes in, sneering that they're the weird ones for even trying to fight. He admits someone named List once mentioned a weakness, but it wasn't enough to change their minds. The mention of that name catches another survivor's attention, asking if he means the person from the radio. Suddenly, the lookout recalls List mentioning a special move, a lethal technique to kill monsters instantly. He looks over at Gu Jin, a wave of realization hitting him. Maybe those stories were true after all. But when she asks what he means, he just deflects, saying she'll understand when she meets him. The Mohawk thug just laughs, pointing out how the lookout used to think the idea of life force was a joke. The conversation finally shifts to the one question that started it all. Where did the monsters come from? Gu Jin calmly explains the horrifying truth: a planet just appeared in the sky one day, bringing them all. She continues, revealing that it orbits the Earth every 6 days, endlessly spawning more creatures. One of the survivors panics, realizing the world must be completely overrun by now. But the lookout's mind lands on a different problem, asking what happened to the boy who became a monster. Gu Jin looks away, cryptically stating that he's somewhere close, yet also far away. The lookout is left speechless, trying to decipher her meaning. Another survivor with glasses steps in to clarify, confirming that Blue refuses to return to the base. He's staying away on purpose, terrified that he might lose control and hurt the very people he wants to protect. The lookout thanks him, admitting he never would have come if he knew Blue was around. He turns to their host, asking Gu Jin if she knows anything more about the monster boy. Gu Jin's face remains a stone-cold mask, giving nothing away. She then lies through her teeth, claiming she barely knows him at all. The doctor and the fighter can only stare, caught off guard by her dismissive answer. Meanwhile, the students they rescued are finally getting some much-needed rest. But the lookout is no fool. A cold sweat breaks out as he senses something is very wrong here. Gu Jin pulls her subordinate aside, quietly ordering her to keep Blue's true nature a secret. They can't trust these newcomers yet. For all they know, their kindness is all an act. Until they can confirm who these people really are, they will remain on guard. The lookout confirms that yes, he's talking about the guy they just brought in, but the glasses fighter just laughs it off, claiming she barely knows him, while the Mohawk thug looks completely lost. The lookout can tell she's either lying or clueless, so he decides it's time for a proper introduction. He states his name is Huimin, hoping to build a fragile alliance while they're still breathing. But his friendly demeanor drops as he gets right back to the point. He asks where the other person went, and suddenly the doctor and his companions freeze. His question triggers a memory in Blue, who sits alone, huddled in a dark corner. He's thinking of the one who helped him when he was injured, a towering, hooded figure whose face was lost to the shadows. The memory sends a chill down his spine as he recalls his own terrified question. Who are you? But the figure offered no answer, simply pulling his hood tighter to remain a mystery. Blue remembers the feeling of those hands on his collar, a mix of salvation and pure terror. He just stood there, a silent shadow looming over him in that desolate hallway. Back in the present, Huimin impatiently clarifies that he's talking about that very man in the poncho. They all remember him, the one who simply vanished after the fight. Blue is the first to speak, admitting the man was unnervingly silent, which made his sudden help even more shocking. Gu Jin agrees from her seat, a thoughtful look on her face. He was definitely weird. She explains that she has a special ability. She can see the very flow of life force in people. She could see it in everyone else, a vibrant, crackling energy, but when it came to that man, her eyes narrow, recalling the chilling truth. There was nothing there at all. It was as if he had no life force to see at all. Back then, a younger, more battered Gu Jin could only stare in shock, wondering what kind of creature he was. The mysterious man's hands moved to his collar, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he pulled back his hood. Beneath it wasn't a monster, but the face of a calm, unsettlingly handsome young man. She could only look up from the ground, weakly asking who he was. He didn't answer her question, just let a faint, confident smile creep across his face. Then he began to speak, but the words were an alien tongue she couldn't possibly comprehend. Gu Jin was left completely stunned, the strange sounds meaning nothing to her. He just continued on, speaking that unknown language as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And the memory continues, with the strange man smiling as he speaks that alien language. But the listener is just a child, a young Blue, desperately yelling that he can't understand a single word. The man's calm demeanor finally breaks, his eyes snapping open in surprise. A flash of realization. He understands the problem now. Without another word, he hastily pulls the hood back over his face, plunging himself into shadow. He turns to leave just as two figures step out from the end of the hall, A man in a tactical vest and an older doctor stop in their tracks, finding him here. They tell the hooded man they've been looking for him, questioning what he's even doing in this place. But young Blue isn't listening. His world is falling apart as he looks around in a panic. His mind screams for his friends, for Gujin, and for Haru. The doctor explains that Gujin is awake and receiving treatment. But on the other hand, Haru is still unconscious, though her injuries don't seem life-threatening. The words hit Blue like a physical blow. It's all his fault. His mind hurtles back to that moment, drowning in his own tendrils of power. He remembers his consciousness being completely shrouded, lost in the chaos. But as his vision cleared, he saw her, and now he's sure of what happened. The memory floods his senses, his face contorting in pure horror. He realizes with sickening clarity that he was about to attack Haru. Snapping back to the present, he finally understands that revolting feeling. It's something he's felt since he was a child, not guilt or rage, but something else entirely. The horrifying truth crashes down on him. That feeling, its pleasure. His mind spirals back to a man with glasses from a time long past. He remembers screaming, warning everyone to stay away from the monster he was becoming. He was terrified of his own power, of what he might do if he lost control. But then, a firm hand caught his arm, stopping him cold. Young Blue could only stare, shocked and breathless. The man's voice cut through the panic, telling him that he was trusted. Another researcher stood by, agreeing they had seen it with their own eyes. They saw his true strength, the kind he displayed when he conquered his own rage. They saw his kindness, his instinct to protect others even when he himself was hurting. The old researcher insisted that as long as he had that heart, he could never be a monster. But another voice from his past cuts through the kind words, a cynical smirk on his face. This man had seen the truth about people who only look like people, but are no different from the monsters roaming the surface. Young Blue could only stare, that brief moment of hope already shattering. Suddenly, another boy steps forward, his voice dripping with venom as he calls Blue a monster. The two researchers who had just offered comfort now recoil in absolute terror. He reminds them of the unforgivable sin they all witnessed. Blue attacking and eating a human. Grabbing one of the men, he snarls that Blue is even worse than that woman ever was. Because he doesn't just look like a monster, he truly is one. The old researcher is completely baffled, asking why Jin would say such awful things. But the white-haired boy simply turns away, ignoring the question. He takes a deep breath, his entire demeanor shifting in an instant. Looking down at the broken Blue, he makes a stunning reversal. Despite everything, they need him. Blue looks up in utter disbelief, unable to process the sudden change. Jin explains that Blue's power, his knowledge, his very existence, it's all vital. He admits frankly that he doesn't trust Blue one bit, but he does trust in the possibilities that a monster-like human can create for them. Just then, another prisoner with a red mohawk casually drapes an arm over Blue's shoulder, telling him not to worry. He jokes that a man can turn into a monster sometimes, trying to get a rise out of an annoyed Jin, who just tells him to forget it. The mohawk prisoner suddenly gets an idea, asking if this means they can finally go to that place, the source of the transmission. Hess practically buzzing with excitement to meet the person who, like Blue's dad, had prepared for the apocalypse. The sudden mention of his father sends a jolt through Jin. Blue himself is completely taken aback by the suggestion. Jin quietly confirms it, yes, the preparations are finally complete. His gaze turns grim, adding that the true nature of this catastrophe is closer than they think. A spark of hope ignites in Blue's mind. Maybe this person has a clue about his mother. But that hope is quickly smothered by guilt over the people he hurt, and the monster inside him he can't control. He grits his teeth, pushing the fear down with a silent, steely vow. His eyes burn with resolve. He will never let that happen again. But a dark, guttural voice from within mocks his resolve, asking if he's really sure about that. A searing pain erupts as crimson biomass bursts from the side of his head. The others can only watch in absolute shock and horror at the sudden transformation. Blue stumbles back, his body contorting as the monstrous flesh begins to take over. Jin grits his teeth, his hand already crackling with energy, preparing to end this. The red mohawk prisoner grabs his arm, trying to stop him from acting rashly, but Jin breaks free, unleashing a powerful punch straight into the side of Blue's head. The impact seems to jolt him, and Blue claws at himself, fighting the parasitic growth. For a second, the crimson tendrils seem to wither and fall away. Yet his eyes are still wide with terror, locked in a desperate struggle for his own body. But that brief moment of clarity is gone, swallowed by a crimson hunger. Jin doesn't hesitate, landing another brutal blow right across Blue's face to snap him out of it. The red mohawk prisoner screams at him to get it together, yelling that this time is different from before. The others join in, pleading with him to fight back, reminding him that they're all here to help. But the monster inside only sees his friends as prey, its voice whispering a horrifying command. Kill them, and then, a second, more primal urge, eat them. Yet, somewhere deep within the corruption, a flicker of Blue's true self absolutely refuses. He remembers how hard they're fighting for him, vowing not to let anyone precious get hurt again. He doesn't know what this parasitic creature is, but he grabs hold of the fleshy tendrils, and with a final, desperate surge of will, he begins to tear them from his own body. He screams with every last fiber of his being, vowing this monster will never get its way. But the darkness inside him simply sneers back, a gaping maw of flesh promising that it will. His defiance shatters into pure terror, as a monstrous hand of biomass erupts and crushes him in its grip. He's completely helpless, a prisoner inside his own body as the parasite takes over. But then, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupts from the struggle. A silent, powerful burst that seems to vaporize the immediate threat. When the light fades, Blue is on the ground, looking up at his friends with burning red eyes. Their faces twist in absolute horror at what they're seeing, and as they reel back in shock, a new figure calmly steps into the room. This new figure immediately grabs the spectacled man, whose face drains of all color. The blonde girl watches in horror, her mind struggling to process the chaos. But her fear turns to resolve as she screams at Blue, begging him to fight back. Her voice, her presence, it seems to be reaching him through the parasite's haze, and in a desperate, final act, she erupts in a blinding flash of golden light. The monstrous biomass shatters off Blue's body, leaving him stunned and confused. The scene then cuts away entirely, shifting to a quiet, well-stocked storeroom. A conversation is underway about their supplies, which seem to be in good shape. A woman with a clipboard confirms they have a month's worth of rations, all thanks to two particular scavengers. The old man then arrives, asking for an update on someone named Haru, who is still unconscious. The doctor explains that she's still suffering from the deep trauma she received. She's haunted by the memory of Blue's monstrous transformation. Lying in bed, she's trapped in a feverish nightmare, reliving every terrifying moment. He admits it was a miracle she was even able to move that day, let alone fight back. We flash back to the immediate aftermath, with Haru collapsed on the ground and Blue kneeling in a daze. The old man shudders, thinking about what would have happened to them all if she hadn't arrived. Blue could only stare, his mind reeling, completely unable to process the carnage he'd almost caused. Just then, Jin and the other members of the scavenger team enter the room. He looks around at the other survivors, asking if they're all feeling better now. One of them smiles warmly, confirming they've recovered thanks to the group's attentive care. One of the rescued women speaks up, her voice laced with worry, asking when they can finally go home. The team leader flashes a reassuring grin, telling them not to worry. Preparations are almost complete. He then gestures toward Jin, formally introducing the man who saved them back at the looter's den. Jin, looking as stoic as ever, offers a curt but polite greeting. He then announces he'll be escorting them to their base, immediately capturing the hearts of the female survivors. But before they can get too excited, Jin abruptly turns and says it's time to leave, catching everyone by surprise. As they walk, the leader pulls him aside, commenting on how Jin looks worse every time they meet. He correctly guesses the cause, asking if Jin's been pushing himself with training again. Jin doesn't even bother to look back, his gaze fixed forward as he walks toward the exit. The leader warns him that this life force is dangerous, but Jin doesn't care. He can finally wield it, and that's all that matters. Jin makes a silent, resolute vow to himself. There will be no more excuses for being weak. The leader watches him go, letting out a weary sigh, his concern growing by the second. It's only been a month, but he's already this worried, a fact his companions are quick to tease him about. Elsewhere in the base, two artisans are taking stock of the recent mission's losses. The woman stares in shock at the returned equipment. A piece of gear she'd crafted as a masterpiece has come back as nothing but bloodied, tattered rags. She sighs, complaining that at least this one item was recovered, unlike the gear of those who fell. Her partner grimly remarks that while they can fix weapons, they can't do the same for people. She smirks, finding it strange for him to be so worried, but he just gets flustered. He angrily shouts back that he has to do whatever he can to earn his place in their group. The artisan explains that by staying back and fixing things, at least has not worried hell die out there. A sudden, fleeting memory surfaces two young faces from the past, looking down with innocent curiosity. His female partner just smiles, conceding that he's probably right about that. Meanwhile, on a quiet set of stairs, a shadowy figure stops, catching someone's attention. Our silent protagonist has found a nerdy-looking survivor and is asking for help. He wants to be taught how to speak. The kid stares, realizing that's why the hooded man has been quiet all this time. He must be a foreigner or have a speech issue. He's still a bit baffled, though why pick him? Then it dawns on him. It must be because he looks smart. With his ego suddenly inflated, he confidently promises to get his new student talking in no time. And so, the most unlikely tutoring session begins, the two of them sitting awkwardly on the steps. The eager new teacher leans in, asking his silent student what word he'd like to learn first. Without a voice, he can only gesture, pointing up and then at himself. The nerdy kid's face lights up with realization. He gets it now. Feeling like a true genius, he tells his student to simply repeat after him. And the first word he chooses for this lesson is, of all things, apocalypse. Beneath the shadows of his hood, a strange, difficult smile forms on the prisoner's face. The sound is a struggle, his expression contorting with the sheer effort of forming the word. As he finally says it, his mind is thrown back into a dark memory. He remembers losing control, and how only Haru's voice managed to pull him back from the brink. His hand trembles and clenches. If not for her, he would have put everyone in danger again. But he knows he can't just rely on her. There's no guarantee she can save him next time. He understands that when his life force drains, a dark shadow within him tries to seize control. With cold determination, he vows to master his energy so that it never gets that chance again. But he also remembers that moment with Haru, when he felt an explosive power unlike anything before. Now, whenever he tries to tap into that same strength, it just slips through his fingers. He focuses, desperately trying to recall that specific sensation. It wasn't the agony of his body burning out, it was a strange, all-consuming warmth. He crouches low, trying to mimic the exact posture, the exact feeling from that moment. If he can just recreate it, he might finally have the power to stop losing people. With a sharp breath, he explodes forward, pushing his body to its absolute limit. He needs more speed, more power, until he can finally make that strength his own. His mind screams for more, every muscle fiber straining at its breaking point. He has to move quicker, more powerfully, to seize that fleeting sensation of true strength. He becomes a blur of pure, desperate will, a shadow cutting through the air. Scraping the ground, he puts everything into recreating that explosive, life-saving movement. He swears to himself he'll master this power before the next expedition begins. And just like that, under the pale sun of a ruined world, that day arrives. A small team of survivors ventures out, navigating the skeletal remains of the city. Among them are familiar faces, their expressions grim and focused on the path ahead. Even their resident brainiac looks tense, with a hooded Blue shadowing him from behind. The leader and his small crew scan their surroundings, the air thick with unspoken dread. The leader holds up his small totem, a grim look on his face. The monster nearby isn't leaving. Just then, a clumsy survivor stumbles, kicking a can with a clatter that echoes through the silence. A hulking stone beast erupts from the quiet, its massive fists ready to pulverize him. But before the blow can land, pillars of rock shoot from the ground, forming a perfect shield. It was Jin, his hand outstretched as crimson energy crackles around his fingers. The other survivors can only stare, calling his name in disbelief, wondering what that power was. He wipes a trickle of blood from his nose. The strain is real, but he can finally handle it. The team leader is stunned, speechless, his mind reeling. How is that even possible? His eyes widen as he sees red energy flaring up, a sign of an even greater danger. Jin's confidence shatters as he screams at the leader to get out of the way. Now, the leader barely has time to process the warning, his eyes widening in confusion. But then he sees it, a monstrous, spiked fist blotting out the sky. A jolt of pure terror shoots through him. Oh no, a chilling realization grips him. There's absolutely no way to dodge this. In the moment you sense your own death, everything seems to grind to a halt. Time, the wind, the chaos around him, it all fades into a silent, terrifying still. His teammates can only scream, their faces contorted in pure, helpless horror. They watch, paralyzed, as their leader is about to be erased from existence. But just as the world stops moving for him, something else starts to move for them. Boulders rise from the ground, positioning themselves to meet the deadly blow. The wall of stone shatters against the storm of obsidian spikes. But the leader feels no pain, only the cold sweat of a man who just cheated death. Someone else took the hit, a shoulder meeting the deadly points meant for him. An explosion of blue energy erupts, not just stopping the attack, but forcing it back. It's Blue, who appeared out of nowhere to stand between the leader and his demise. With a single push, he shoves the entire monstrous limb away, the air cracking around him. His eyes glow with an icy power as he reaches forward, his intent clear. He drives his fist deep into the creature's flesh with a thunderous impact. But he's not just punching it, he's extracting something, pulling a golden light from its very being. The leader watches, stunned, as Blue kneels with the glowing core of the monster in his hand. The scavenger leader is speechless. He didn't even see the boy move. While the old man is bewildered, the red mohawk punk can't help but grin, amazed by the spectacle. The other survivors turn to Jin, asking what that light was, how he tore the monster apart. But Jin's focus is singular, his eyes locked on the one who just saved them all, Blue. He asks the question on everyone's mind. Has Blue gotten even stronger? Blue turns with a wild, confident smile, admitting he's finally getting the hang of his power. But his smile fades, replaced by a dark memory of chains and captivity. A younger, more desperate version of himself knew then what he had to do. He had to become stronger, clenching his fist with resolve, because that's the only way to protect the people who matter to him, no matter the cost. With a new plan in mind, Jin announces their next destination, the source of that transmission. They're going to find the man who claimed he was prepared for the end of the world. Jin's expression is serious. He believes this could be their best lead on the apocalypse's secrets, and his gaze drifts over to Blue, noting that they have someone who might hold the key to it all. The scene shifts, showing us exactly who Blue is fighting for as he watches over a sleeping Haru. She's resting peacefully, bandaged, and recovering from her ordeal. He quietly wishes her well, a moment of profound and gentle concern, promising her that he'll try his best to control his power, even without her there to guide him. His vow hangs in the air, a testament to his determination. After all, he's trained his life force for this very purpose to master the monster within. He grits his teeth, forcing the monstrous power down as his head screams in protest. His very eyes bleed with the strain, the monster within fighting back with everything it has. The other prisoners can only watch on, their faces a mask of shock and fear. Even Jin seems unnerved, staring at the raw, untamed energy pouring off the boy. He's just one person kneeling in the street, yet has become the terrifying center of their world. But then, the violent trembling begins to subside. Slowly, deliberately, Blue rises to his feet, his head still bowed. The chaotic aura vanishes, replaced by a cold, quiet pressure. Hess done it. Hess in control. The old scientist can't believe his eyes, shouting for him to wait, to stop what he's doing. But Blue simply clenches his fist, his resolve now absolute. The mohawked boy calls out his name, his voice laced with genuine concern. But the look he receives in return is chilling, a single red eye burning with contained power. Blue is now facing the entity within him, the monster he just wrestled for control. It's a faceless, swirling mass of raw biomass, the source of his terrifying strength. And with a quiet resolve, he finally seems to accept this power as a part of himself. The crimson glow fades, leaving behind a gaze that is terrifyingly clear and focused. This is the world they live in, where monsters appeared, and everyone now survives for their own reasons. And so their unlikely crew continues their journey through the desolate, broken city. For some, the goal is to stop running from a painful past. But for others, it's simply about the fun of the fight. For the scavengers, it's about enduring, to simply survive as long as they possibly can. For others, it's a desperate, almost noble mission to save the people of this broken world. A mission fueled by the memory of a cherished loved one, a promise he can't break. Some are driven by pure vengeance, a burning need to avenge their fallen family. And for Blue, it's a quiet, resolute vow to protect those few he holds dear. So with their own burdens, their own reasons, and their own pasts, this unlikely band of survivors, those left behind by the world, they all take another step forward, united by the simple need to live. Their path cuts through the skeletal remains of a city that has long since fallen. Ahead lies an unknown future, dwarfed by the sheer, crushing scale of the apocalypse. Their journey takes them into a desolate, rocky canyon, a testament to the world's decay. And there, lying in the dirt, is a familiar pair of shattered glasses. As footsteps draw near, a survivor comes across the forgotten relic. He stops, his boots just inches from the broken lenses. With a curious hand, he reaches down and picks them up from the ground. One of the newer members of the group decides to try them on for himself. He lets out a small gasp of surprise. These things aren't just damaged. They're completely shattered. All around them, the aftermath of a battle lies waiting to be collected. His teammate yells at him to stop messing around and help gather the cores, but he just whines that he was on break. But his teammate stops him, a serious look on his face, asking where he got those glasses. The spiky-haired survivor just glances back, casually explaining he found them on the ground. For the other man, however, a horrifying thought clicks into place. Could it be? He suddenly erupts, screaming for everyone to stop what they're doing and return to base immediately. The rest of the scavengers are stunned, questioning why they'd ever abandon a field so rich with cores. But now the spiky-haired survivor recognizes them too, the metal rims, the chain. There's no doubt who they belong to. Another member of the group turns pale, realizing he's seen the owner of those glasses from afar. It all connects in a flash of terror. The sheer number of cores, the traces of an overwhelming battle. This isn't a jackpot. He panics, shouting that they have to tell the others that he's still alive. A grim understanding settles on the group as they realize whose territory they've just stumbled into. But his desperate plea is met with a booming, mocking laugh from one of his crewmates. The man who saw the truth can only stare in disbelief, his face slick with panicked sweat. Soon, the entire group joins in, howling at what they see as pure foolishness. They scoff, asking if he's completely lost his mind to suggest leaving a score like this. He shouts back, insisting they can't possibly understand the danger they're in. But they just dismiss him, reminding him that he was the one who told them to gather the cores in the first place. The bald scavenger figures it out, or so he thinks, accusing him of trying to hoard the loot for himself. Suddenly, a different sound starts to bubble up, a quiet and unnerving giggle that cuts through the mockery. The bald man's laughter dies in his throat, a flicker of confusion on his face. It's the other man who recognized the danger, now laughing hysterically, completely broken by the sheer terror of it all. The scavengers can only stare, completely unnerved by their leader's breakdown. The man with the glasses looks on, his mind struggling to process the scene. His eyes go wide with a dawning, soul-crushing realization, because now they all see him, a lone figure standing against the sun, the true source of the laughter. The sound continues, a low and deeply unsettling cackle. It stretches into a wide, predatory grin that promises nothing good. With eyes closed in sheer amusement, he soaks in their fear. The leader's manic laughter finally shatters into a raw scream of terror. The figure begins to unravel the bandages on his arm, wondering if it's time to let them know. He takes a step, contemptuously crushing their precious monster cores under his boot. But his display is cut short, as a new figure drops from above, landing with a heavy thud. This one has a completely different energy, a manic grin plastered on his face as he dismisses the entire situation. The group's former leader is now a blubbering mess, frantically trying to claim it was all just a joke. But the newcomer isn't listening, instead dangling a familiar pair of broken, chained glasses. His eyes lock onto our boy, and with a sneer, he contemptuously crushes the memento, disgusted by his face. Strangely, our protagonist doesn't react with rage, but with confusion, staring down at his own trembling hand. The other scavengers are a mix of terror and aggression, but the shirtless man just grins, repeating his question. Then, another scavenger puts a knife to his leader's throat, demanding to know if they were being pursued. But the terrified man has no answers, only able to stammer out the same question on everyone's mind. The shirtless man seems to process this, his expression shifting to a knowing smirk, as if he's figured it all out. He adjusts his broken glasses, casually stating that their little problems are none of his concern. He plants his feet firmly, his intentions suddenly feeling very, very final. And then comes the chilling sentence. They've all seen him now, so he can't let any of them live. To punctuate his point, his hand begins to crackle with an unmistakable, terrifying blue energy. The scavenger's bravado instantly shatters. They know that glow blue life force. The bald man's face drains of all color. He knows that power belongs to only one person. Their former leader's mind completely breaks, and he stumbles backward in utter terror. He turns and screams at his crew, a desperate validation of all his earlier fears. It's him, the very monster they should have never, ever provoked. But it's the bald man who takes charge now, roaring for everyone to prepare for combat, their faces pale with dread. Combat, he asks? The shirtless man smirks, almost pitying their futile defiance. He scoffs. Then what do you call this? As raw blue energy explodes from his body, his power flares, and in that blinding blue light, a memory begins to surface. We're pulled back to the day the world ended, when a great vortex tore a hole in the sky. From that swirling abyss, monsters began to pour down upon the earth. Helpless civilians could only watch in utter horror as their reality was torn apart. The creatures were merciless, and humanity instantly became the prey. They were hunted and slaughtered in the streets with no hope of fighting back. In the face of this new, terrifying predator, humans were forced into hiding, living like vermin in the ruins of their own world. The few who survived would come to call this catastrophe the Great Calamity. Now, monsters of all shapes and sizes roam the skeletal remains of civilization. In the distance, a colossal beast sits dormant, a silent mountain of potential destruction. From a hidden outpost, a survivor watches through binoculars, wondering just how long their luck will hold. His companion, Leha, reminds him it stopped moving 2 days after the world ended. But that's little comfort. She knows if that thing ever decides to take a stroll, they'll all be turned into pancakes. Despite the grim reality, her fanboy is in awe of her courage, calling her cool for even thinking of a fight. But Leha brushes it off, annoyed, stating they're just hiding because they're too weak to face what's outside. Her eyes burn with a deep, simmering frustration. She wishes she could just charge out and fight. But the memory of helpless people fleeing is still sharp in her mind. Because she saw it all firsthand, the monsters tearing through the city. She watched them take hit after hit, only to regenerate in the blink of an eye. So while she hates hiding, she'd hate dying for no reason even more. She stands on the edge of their rooftop hideout, looking up at the sky, her boots firmly planted on the precipice of their broken world. Suddenly, she turns to her companion, asking him why he even wants to live. She presses him, saying in a world this bad, there has to be something keeping him going. The question catches him completely off guard, his mind going blank. A reason for living, he's never actually considered it before. He finally stammers out his simple truth. He wants to live just because he wants to live. Leha deadpans, repeating his answer back to him, clearly unimpressed. But he doesn't seem to notice, gushing that meeting her is what makes him feel alive, though she quickly shushes him. As they climb through the debris, he turns the question back on her, asking what she lives for. She stops, her gaze hardening. For her, the answer is simple. She only has one reason. He leans in with a curious smile, waiting to hear her great purpose. He thinks he knows the answer, reaching for another handhold as he begins to speak, when a blade violently bursts straight through his chest from behind. The boy's eyes go wide in disbelief as he's impaled on the spot. Leha freezes in pure shock as an attacker grabs her companion, silencing his last pained gasps. A twisted scavenger with crooked glasses licks his lips, excited that it's been a while since Hayes had fresh meat. His fellow scavengers join in, casually discussing how to prepare their catch. One adjusts his glasses, wondering if induction grilling would work since fire is a no-go. Another chimes in, suggesting they just eat him raw, like a fresh tartare. But their leader silences them, grabbing the terrified boy with a manic grin and calling dibs on his legs. Leha's blood runs cold as it all clicks. These are the cannibal scavengers she's heard rumors about. The cannibal shushes his victim's muffled cries, warning that any more noise will get the girl killed next. Suddenly, a sound from the shadows makes the entire group freeze in their tracks. The barrel of a gun is pointed directly at them. A policeman, trembling but resolute, steps forward, having heard every last disgusting word. The fanboy thinks they're saved, pleading for help, as the officer condemns the demons before him. But the officer's desperate plea isn't for justice, it's to demand they leave the legs for him. The captured boy stares in utter disbelief, his last flicker of hope instantly extinguished. The cop tries to bargain, saying he's fine with any other part. He just isn't a fan of dry meat. Amused, the cannibals press a knife to the boy's throat, asking what exactly the policeman intends to do about it. All the fanboy can do is tremble, realizing no one is coming to save him from these monsters. Watching from the shadows, Leha lets out a sigh of pure disgust for this rotten world. She steps out into the open, offering herself up and telling them to get it over with already. With the heavy clang of a closing gate, the scene abruptly changes. We find Leha inside a cell, now a prisoner herself. Her captors chat nearby, wondering when their boss will return after taking all the combat units with her. One guard laments how the world is now, with monsters in every corner forcing them to live in silence. He complains their boss makes things worse, especially since she left them without a proper watchman. Another one peers into Leha's cell, his stomach growling, wondering how long it's been since they ate. The two guards grumble that if their boss hadn't taken all the food, they wouldn't be this hungry. They reminisce about their last meal, admitting their former comrades were quite tasty. Suddenly, one of them turns his attention to their new prisoner, feeling like he's seen her before. He recalls the other captive, the fanboy, mentioning she was the lead singer of a rock band. With a flash of recognition, they both rush to the bars, confirming it's Leha, the one from YouTube. But one guard scoffs, saying he can't stand her type, all talk about killing and destruction in her lyrics. The other chimes in, calling it insincere, pointing out how helpless she is now that reality has hit. Their morbid debate is cut short when another scavenger arrives, announcing he's brought in some new acquisitions. He explains to the surprised guards that the new captives were snooping around but folded the moment he threatened them. One guard's eyes light up with a wicked grin. It's going to be a meat feast, and he asks who they should prepare first. Without a second thought, his partner grabs the fanboy, deciding he should be first on the menu before he gets less fresh. As has dragged away, the terrified boy can only cry out Leha's name, his last wish spilling out. She looks on in horror as he confesses he just wanted to hear her perform one last time, but his desperate plea is met with a brutal punch that knocks the wind right out of him. The guards tell him to shut up before he attracts monsters, deciding to just get it over with and butcher him now. They begin tearing off his clothes, preparing their meal right in front of everyone. And just like that, the fanboy is laid out on a sheet, beaten and bloodied, awaiting a horrific end. The two guards stand over their victim, cleaver and hammer ready to begin the gruesome work. But just before the first blow lands, a calm voice calls out from a nearby cell. They turn around, annoyed and confused. Who dares interrupt their feast? It's Leha, and she has a simple question for them. What about me? The guards just stare back, completely dumbfounded by her audacity. She's still a prisoner, her hands bound tightly above her head. Then she makes her play, offering herself as the first course instead of the fanboy. A disgusting, predatory smile spreads across one of the guards' faces. He saunters over, teasing her about being so eager for her turn, not realizing he's walking right into a trap. But as he leans in, he finds his own hands are suddenly tied the predator, instantly becoming the prey. With a sudden twist of her body, Leha is on his back, her legs wrapped around him. The guard's smug grin melts into pure panic as she locks him in a chokehold. The ropes he thought were binding her snap with ease. They were never meant for her. A swift kick to the temple sends him crashing to the floor, out cold. Leha just casually blows on her fingers, as if she was just dusting off some dirt. His partner can only stare in utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events. He sputters in rage, unable to process how their helpless prey just took one of them down. But that rage quickly twists into a psychotic, greedy smile. Now there's even more food. He thanks her for getting rid of his annoying partner, seeing this as a great turn of events. Then he lunges with a knife, declaring that her meat is the cut he's been waiting for. But her eyes dart to the side, spotting an unusual guitar case in the corner of the room. Before she can ponder it, the goateed guard comes screaming at her, knife ready to carve. She doesn't even flinch, simply planting her boot right into his surprised face. The sheer force of the kick sends him flying backward, completely shutting him down. But another guard ambushes her from behind, grabbing her in a tight hold. She pivots instantly, driving a vicious elbow into his gut, shattering his confidence and his ribs. Just then, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rings through the hideout. The cannibal leader has the green-hooded kid, a knife pressed deep enough to draw blood. Leha freezes, the guard she just decked clutching his broken nose as the threat sinks in. And a painful memory floods back, a time she hesitated, and ended up bound and helpless herself. Her captors mockingly admitted they were surprised she could fight so well. But even so, they subdued her, gagging her to finally get some quiet. With a heavy clank, they locked her away in a dark cell. The memory of their chilling promise echoes that her turn was coming next. Snapping back to the present, she's once again bound. But this time, she's not alone. Her allies are already gathering intel, confirming there are over 20 hostiles in the area. A masked man beside her quietly asks about the item they came here to find. They're looking for a walkie-talkie, and he's certain the cannibals have spares somewhere. He glances over, silently asking if it's time to make their move. Leha watches as he reconsiders, deciding that no, the time is not yet right. But Leha can only stare in disbelief, wondering how these monsters can be so casual. The cannibals grin with sick delight, debating which part of their new victim to cut off first. With a decision made, one of them presses a heavy saw against an already bleeding arm. The masked man can't watch this, immediately turning to his partner and asking if it's time. But the hooded figure is unshakable, calmly stating that they still haven't received the signal. His partner insists they have to move now, but the leader repeats that the timing isn't right. He leans in close, reminding him that if they act rashly, they'll risk the entire mission and lose their chance of finding what they came for. They're forced to stay put, watching as the cannibals get to work inside the cage. The saw bites deep, and the price of their patience is paid in another prisoner's blood. The sickening crunch of steel on bone echoes through the room. An inhuman shriek of agony is the last sound the poor fanboy ever makes. Watching from the shadows, the masked man finally reaches his breaking point. He mutters a quiet apology to his partner for what he's about to do. He can't just stand by. He has to act, and a faint blue energy sparks around his tied hands. The crackling power intensifies, straining against the thick rope. In a flash of light, the restraints are obliterated into nothing. Leha's eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to process what she's just seen. His stunned partner watches as he reaches up, grabbing the hat and bandages concealing his face. The disguise falls away, revealing the determined glare of the somber prisoner, ready for war. Leha can only stare, her mind racing. Who in the world is this guy? Even his partner is floored, wondering if he shattered the thick ropes with sheer strength alone. But the somber prisoner simply looks forward, his decision made, his path set. The scene shifts as another memory plays out, focusing on a single, cracked walkie-talkie. We see a glimpse of the past, with Jin desperately trying to help the terrified old man escape the chaos. He remembers the device lying on the ground, dropped from the hand of a fallen comrade. Back in his own timeline, Jin explains to his crew that he recovered it from the girl's body. One of his crewmates chimes in, remembering how she'd use it to talk to someone once a day. Jin puts the final piece of the puzzle in place. The person on the radio taught her about life force. And that chilling realization dawns on them all: they're dealing with someone who is anything but ordinary. The group realizes this mysterious voice is like Blue's father, someone with deep knowledge of the apocalypse. The Mohawk scavenger can't believe there are more people like that, but Jin clarifies it was a different voice from the last signal. There's just one problem. He holds up the walkie-talkie, revealing it's completely smashed. It broke during the last battle, and since it was made with special parts, Jin admits it's impossible to repair. Their focus shifts to the journey ahead, as the leader recalls a bypass they used to take to the radio station. Unfortunately, that shortcut is now crawling with the remnants of the old looter group. He sighs in frustration, having thought they'd wiped all of them out, but some stragglers clearly survived. Looking to Jin for a decision, he points out that trying to sneak past with their numbers is just asking to get caught. He suggests the obvious alternative: go around them. It'll take longer, but it's the only safe option. But Jin's response is cold and immediate. No. They're taking the shortcut, right through them. The leader stares in disbelief, but Jin's logic is cold and clear. Every second on the surface is a gamble. He'd much rather fight predictable humans than the monsters that lurk in the dark. With a swift motion, he draws his blade, declaring their intent to ambush the looters. Not only that, but he figures they can solve their communication problem by relieving them of a spare walkie-talkie. He tells the crew to prepare themselves for a fight, and the mohawk-wearing scavenger cracks a grin, ready for action. Jin turns his back, ordering them all to follow his lead to ensure the mission is clean and swift. But elsewhere, our other prisoner has found his own trouble, calling out to a group he's cornered. He's got 3 pathetic-looking thugs trapped in an alley, clearly out of their depth. But as he glances at the one they seem to be following, his eyes widen in complete shock. It's Jin, hidden under a hood, sighing in annoyance. All he wanted was to keep a low profile, not lead a band of misfits. The guards are stunned, wondering how he broke free, with one cynically guessing it was just a shoddy knot. But the prisoner just looks at them with disdain, simply calling the guard a dummy. His captors are left completely speechless by his absolute lack of fear. Leha, still gagged, is fuming. If he was free, he should have helped them first so they could escape together. The goateed man tries to play it cool, brushing him off as a doofus, and telling his men to just ignore him. He scoffs, convinced this is all just a cheap trick to stall for time. But the young man isn't talking to him. His eyes lock onto another target, calling out Baldy. The insult hits its mark, and the bald scavenger erupts in a furious scream. In a flash, he's face to face with the prisoner, a cold blade pressed against his throat, asking if he wants to be first. With the man frozen in terror, he finally gets to the point of this whole encounter. Where is the walkie-talkie? The goateed man is completely lost, wondering what on earth he means by a walkie-talkie. His lackeys just snicker, deciding there's an 80% chance their prisoner has gone insane. Even Jin, the white-haired prisoner, sighs, thinking there's no way they'd just hand it over. And right on cue, one of the guards mockingly holds up the device, asking if this is what he wants. Jin's condescending expression wavers for a moment, sensing something is deeply wrong. Because Blue wasn't asking for the radio, he tears open the other guard's jacket and announces he's found it. Before anyone can react, he plunges his hand into the goateed man's arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The sickening sound of tearing flesh and snapping bone echoes through the room. He doesn't just disarm the man, he rips the entire limb clean off and swings it like a club. The guard is sent flying as Blue calmly turns away, leaving absolute carnage behind him. The last conscious guard scrambles for his radio, screaming a panicked warning about an intruder. His desperate alert echoes through the compound, putting every scavenger on high alert. Blue, however, seems entirely unconcerned, shedding his outer jacket as if preparing for a light workout. Another group of scavengers hears the call, their confusion turning to pure shock as they finally see him. That's the guy the prisoner their boss had so much fun breaking just moments ago. Thinking this is an easy win, 2 of them roar and charge forward to put him down for good. Armed with a crude spear and what looks like a golf club, they swing with everything they have. But Blue simply ducks, their wild attacks sailing harmlessly over his head. In that same instant, his feet begin to twist and warp, transforming into monstrous clawed appendages. He launches into a brutal spinning kick, catching both of them in a blur of motion that sends them flying. He lands in a crouch, eyes cold and focused, ready for the next move. The remaining guards scramble away in pure terror, one of them making a desperate break for it. Jin screams for Blue to chase the runner down, but Blue freezes, a thought striking him. He realizes these men are different, that runner has the same model of walkie-talkie as the girl. Undeterred, Jin yells for him to go, promising to take care of the thugs left behind. But Blue doesn't move. Instead, he kicks off his shoes, a knife lying on the floor. He turns his attention to the bound and gagged Leha, who stares up in terror. Her eyes widen, a mix of fear and utter confusion at his sudden change in priority. Blue then glances back, his gaze locking onto Jin with a silent, intense question. Jin can only ask what's wrong, completely unaware of the suspicion now pointed directly at him. Blue turns on Jin, his voice dripping with ice as he says he can handle these thugs himself. Besides, he adds, it's not like Jin seemed to be in any hurry to help their captured companion. Jin's rage is cut short by his own panicked shout, desperately warning Blue not to break that walkie-talkie. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his cheek, his guilty conscience practically on full display. Without another word, Blue leaps into action, a blur of motion as he dismantles the remaining thugs with brutal efficiency. Jin watches, stunned, a single question echoing in his mind. Who is this guy? But the thought is fleeting, because it doesn't matter anymore. A new crew has just stepped out of the shadows. Their leader adjusts his glasses, a chillingly confident smirk spreading across his face. He lays out the odds for our heroes. A 99% chance they're about to die right here. Meanwhile, Leha struggles furiously against her bindings, only for her hooded captor to mock her, telling her to shut up. Her captor leans in, his voice a low growl, asking if she's looking for a quick death. He mocks her struggle, daring her to show him she can actually break free. Grabbing her bound hands, he cynically suggests they should work together to survive this. But then he abruptly lets go, coldly telling her to stand back. Leha is left completely bewildered by his sudden shift in attitude. The scene cuts away, focusing on his hands as they come together. He forms a finger gun, a simple yet oddly familiar gesture. We jump to Jin, recalling that same motion as he aimed at a lone soda can. He sits alone, lost in thought, desperately trying to understand why his power won't respond. A memory flashes of his younger self, arm crackling with energy, unleashing that very same technique. He remembers blasting the other prisoner, connecting it to the past. There must be a common denominator, a single key to unlocking his power. His eyes snap open with sudden, terrifying clarity. Something is different this time. The soda can sits there, his new inanimate target, and then it hits him. The trigger was pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. A clear abhorrence for the target, a resolve to utterly destroy it. He has to evoke that feeling again, but this time, control it. With a flick of his wrist, he aims his finger, channeling that lethal energy. The power erupts, piercing straight through the can in a flash of light. It clatters to the floor, smoking and mangled, but not completely vaporized. He understands now using too much power is a burden, and he must learn to adjust the output for each target. Hez not just destroying targets anymore, Hez now making the can levitate. The first rule is clear. He can manifest this power within a 15 centimeters radius of his hands. Leha can only stare in disbelief, her mind reeling from this impossible sight. He calmly continues the experiment, aiming at the floating can. He realizes the energy isn't just limited to his left hand. His right hand crackles with the same power, confirming his control is ambidextrous. He prepares for his next test, his focus absolute. Clenching his fists, he gathers the energy into his knuckles, making them glow. As long as the object stays within that 1-5 centimeter zone of control, he discovers he can unleash the attack from any point on his hand he chooses. He focuses his power, not on some can, but on the very ropes binding him. With a brilliant flash of energy, they instantly disintegrate into dust. He rises to his feet, completely free, as Leha stares on in utter disbelief. The scavengers can only scream, their minds failing to comprehend how he escaped. One lunges with a blade, but Jin's eyes flash red as he sidesteps with impossible speed. He pivots, slamming a brutal backhand across the mustached man's face, and follows up with a crushing fist for his terrified companion. As the others swarm him, he calmly picks up a crude blade from the floor. In a blur of motion, he begins to systematically tear through their ranks. But amidst the chaos, a shocking sight emerges: another scavenger with the exact same power. Jin's eyes widen as a glowing red spearhead streaks toward his face. He instinctively raises his blade, and with a flash of light, the empowered weapon shatters on impact. He can't even believe it himself. Did he just do that? The spear-wielding scavenger is thrown back violently from the sheer force of the rebound. She crashes to her knees, utterly defeated in a single, impossible move. Leha rushes to his side, breathless, demanding to know how his power works and if he can use it on people. He takes a moment, catching his breath before giving a grim confirmation. Yes, he can, but he admits it's not ready yet. He needs time to recharge for an attack like that. Testing a wooden club, it snaps uselessly in his hands. He needs a real weapon. Now, on the run, he shouts that his weapon must be here somewhere, just as Leha spots it in the distance. But his weapon isn't an object, it's a person, held hostage by a frantic guard screaming at them to stop. Leha can only watch from the side, her eyes wide with shock at this insane development. The guard gets more desperate, threatening that one more step means he'll kill the hostage without hesitation. To prove his point, he presses the blade into the man's chest, drawing blood. But Jin is completely baffled, wondering why isn't the guard moving anymore? The awful realization dawns on him as he sees Leha, completely surrounded by a pack of grinning scavengers. They grab her from behind, pulling her back into the shadows before she can even scream. Meanwhile, the hostage-taker looks down at his own hand in confusion, unable to understand what's happening. And then, the horrifying truth. The hostage himself is guiding the blade, forcing it into his own body. He coughs up a spray of blood with a serene look, a willing sacrifice in this twisted game. The guard can only stare in disbelief, realizing the hostage willingly turned himself into a distraction. Leha watches in horror as her fan, impaled on a table, tells her not to worry about him. With a pained but determined smile, he urges her to keep going, to fulfill the promise of her song. His words ignite something within her, and her hand clenches into a tight, bloodied fist. A fire lights up in her eyes as she roars, ready to crush them all. In a flash, she grabs the scavenger holding her shoulder, her grip like iron. The men holding her cry out in shock, their hold completely shattered by her sudden strength. She throws her captor aside with ease, landing on her feet with deadly grace. Staring down the remaining scavengers, she reminds them that she lives for one reason only. The distraction worked perfectly, and Jin seizes the moment, demanding his weapon be thrown to him now. But what lands in her hands isn't a sword or a spear, it's her bright red electric guitar. Jin's jaw drops in utter disbelief. What is she possibly thinking at a time like this? Her grip tightens around the neck. To her, it doesn't matter if the world ends, she will always rock on. A brief memory flashes through her mind, asking her #1 fan what song he wanted to hear. The lead scavenger holding Jin hostage bursts into a fit of mocking laughter. Pushing up his glasses, he sneers at their stupidity for choosing a musical instrument over a real weapon. Leha just gives him a knowing, dangerous smirk. With a sharp twist, she cranks a hidden dial on the guitar, and the sound of whirring gears fills the air. The instrument begins to shift and reconfigure, its body glowing with a powerful, otherworldly light. Oblivious, the scavenger is still laughing, gloating that their chance of survival has just hit 0. He screams with manic glee. His odds of success are now 1 to 1,000%, but his words are cut short as a massive force shatters his face mid-laugh. Leha swings with all her might, her instrument now a monstrous, spiky battle mace. With a single devastating blow, the scavenger's head is gone, and the mace transforms again into a bloody battle axe. The other scavengers, and even Blue, can only stare in stunned silence at the brutal display. A slow, mocking smirk spreads across Blue's face. What an idiot. But another scavenger steps forward, sneering that they've walked right into the tiger's den. That phrase catches Blue's attention. He remembers hearing it somewhere before. A dark, dangerous glint appears in his eyes as he thinks. He'll show them how that phrase is really used. The new leader's smug face is instantly crushed by an unseen, overwhelming force. His mind flashes back to a lesson from his father about the saying of the tiger's den. A saying his father mockingly called a fantasy for the weak. The only truth, he preached, was to simply be stronger than your prey. It doesn't matter if you're wary or scared out of your mind. With a crack of his knuckles, he drove the point home. The strong simply overpower the weak. In the present, Blue's own hand mirrors the memory, the lesson deeply ingrained. But his father also warned against overkill, scoffing at using a cannon to hunt a rabbit. A young Blue could only listen, sweat dripping as he absorbed the brutal worldview. His father then began a practical lesson on modern fighting methods, starting with boxing. And the first lesson was a forced one, guiding Blue's own fist into another man's jaw. Whether it was taekwondo or any other style, the lesson was brutally simple. Learn to use your body. Karate, Muay Thai, each was just another weapon in the arsenal. With the training dummies scattered, his father's philosophy was made clear. Master everything. Back in the present, one of the guards completely snaps, screaming at the others to smash his face in. But Blue is a statue of calm, watching the man charge forward in a blind rage. The attack is over before it begins, the guard slumping forward, completely neutralized. He spots a radio on the fallen man, a potential way out, but it cracks under his grip. And elsewhere, Jin and Leha are locked in their own chaotic fight for survival. Jin calmly sidesteps a wild swing, completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Leha, on the other hand, is a whirlwind of destruction, carving through enemies with her weaponized guitar. He can't help but mock her, wondering aloud if a guitarist should treat their instrument with more respect. Her eyes light up with a smirk. She knew he'd recognized her, teasing him for pretending otherwise. Jin just scoffs, dismissing her and blaming his ridiculously accurate memory. "Oh yeah?" she challenges, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Then do you know how many we've killed?" Without missing a beat, he answers, 13.5. Leha looks back, confused. What's the half for? The grim answer lies at Jin's feet, a man literally cut in two at the waist. And as the bloodshed continues, a hand tightens its grip, ready for the next kill. Jin flicks blood from his arm, coolly updating the kill count to 14. Leha can't help but be impressed, sarcastically admitting his memory is as good as he claims. But the banter dies as Jin realizes their mistake. They got too distracted and needed to end this faster, because suddenly, a hulking rock monster smashes its way through the crowd. It crashes through the prisoners, a force of pure destruction. Jin watches in horror as a man is violently torn apart, wondering if they're already too late. The monster's rampage continues, grabbing another terrified prisoner by the head. Meanwhile, Leha is frustrated, forced to only incapacitate her foes when killing them would be so much easier. Seeing the monster, she screams for the others to forget the fight and use this chaos to escape. But Jin refuses to run, his hand crackling with energy as he declares this the perfect time to strike. Leha's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing he's about to use that same dangerous power from before. She warns him that the beast will just regenerate, but his gaze is locked, unwavering and certain. With a surge of power, he fires a piercing beam directly from his fingertips. The attack carves a trench through the ground as it rockets towards the lumbering giant. It slams into the monster's leg, blasting a hole straight through its rocky exterior. The creature stumbles but remains standing, its attention still fixed on the children it holds captive. But the attack wasn't meant to destroy it from the outside. A glowing core was planted deep within. From that single point, a mass of fibrous tendrils erupts, ensnaring the monster from the inside out. The tendrils retract, and the creature crumbles, leaving only a small, fibrous ball behind. Leha is completely stunned, her mind reeling as she tries to understand what just happened. Nearby, the other scavengers are freaking out, their leader screaming that Blue is far too dangerous. His rant is cut short by a hard smack from a new arrival with a wild mohawk. This newcomer casually greets Jin, teasing that Blue's show just ruined their plan to lay low. Jin, however, seems to relish the chaos, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Meanwhile, another scavenger group turns on itself, a sharp slap echoing in the tense air. The panicked leader is suddenly grabbed, a heavy hand clamping down on his shoulder. He lets out a terrified shriek, completely overwhelmed by the man's impossibly strong grip. And elsewhere, another panicked scavenger stumbles away from the chaos, knife drawn. He finds a frail-looking old man and immediately assumes he's part of Blue's monstrous crew. But the old man is completely calm, pointing out the scavenger's wound and offering his help as a doctor. He leans in for a quick diagnosis, thoughtfully concluding that the boy will require anesthesia. Then, he slowly clenches his fist, his definition of anesthesia becoming chillingly clear. The scavenger barely has time to register his confusion as the doctor's hand moves. A single, precise chop to the neck sends the loudmouth straight to the floor, out cold. With the distraction handled, the doctor's true companions are revealed, watching over their own tied-up prisoner. Two of them look on, one startled by the body, the other sneering that these scavengers are demons who deserve far worse. Leha nervously asks Jin if he knows these new arrivals, and he calmly tells her to lower her weapon. But their greeting is the cold, black barrel of a gun. A shot rings out, and the group of survivors looks on in horror. One of their own collapses, a bullet tearing clean through his neck, fired by a lone policeman. And this is no ordinary bullet, it's a massive, heavy-caliber slug. But Jin's reflexes are on another level entirely, as he snatches the projectile from the air. He pushes forward, unfazed, as a hail of bullets harmlessly clatter around him. Leha moves in perfect sync, her massive blade deflecting a shot aimed right at his head. Jin shouts that he's fired 6 shots, catching the officer in a moment of panic as he fumbles to reload. The remaining survivors can only stare in disbelief at their fallen comrade. Their leader lets out a roar of pure fury, vowing to kill the officer. But someone else is already on the move, a mohawked scavenger closing in with startling speed. He pops up right behind the terrified policeman, bat raised for a finishing blow. At the same time, Jin decides he's seen enough, charging his finger with just enough power for one clean shot. 3 figures move at once. The leader lunges, the scavenger swings, and Jin fires. The leader grabs for the officer's gun just as the bat arcs towards the man's skull. But before it can connect, a blinding flash of energy erupts from the side. Jin's projectile smashes the bat to splinters, a perfect shot that leaves the Mohawk punk utterly stunned. But the leader's charge is met with a brutal knee to the gut, the officer fighting back with surprising force. Jin can only watch, completely stunned by this unexpected turn of events. With a face contorted by rage, the policeman snarls that they just made a huge mistake underestimating him. He whips his revolver around, pressing the barrel right into the Mohawk scavenger's temple. The leader screams, telling him to wait, realizing things have just spiraled out of his control. But there's no hesitation as the officer's finger squeezes the trigger. In that split second, Jin understands the speed, the finality. There's no dodging a shot like that. A deafening gunshot rings out, the bullet tearing through the wooden pillar just inches from the scavenger's head. Blood splatters across the punk's face, his eyes frozen wide in the sheer terror of his brush with death. But the bullet never connects, stopped cold, as Jin's hand intercepts it mid-flight. It wasn't his speed, though it was Blue, who brutally shoved him directly into the bullet's path. The projectile embeds itself in Jin's palm, but he doesn't even flinch, his grip tightening. With blinding speed, Blue is already moving on to his next target, the entire motion a blur. The policeman can only stare in disbelief, his mind refusing to process what he just witnessed. Before his finger can even twitch for another shot, a calm hand wraps around his revolver. Blue effortlessly twists the gun, disarming the officer and sending the weapon flying. Seeing his chance, the scavenger leader lunges forward, tackling the shell-shocked policeman. He slams the officer face first into the dirt, desperate to end this chaotic standoff. Pinned and humiliated, the policeman can only scream about his authority to a crowd that no longer cares. With a sickening crack, the scavenger leader twists the policeman's arm behind his back. He snarls at the disgraced officer to shut up, threatening to break it right there. Amid the chaos, the Mohawk scavenger ignores the spectacle, his eyes fixed on Blue with concern. Blue finally looks down, his gaze settling on the bloody wound in his own hand. The hand trembles uncontrollably, the injury clearly more severe than he let on. And as he stares at his own blood, his mind is suddenly thrown back to another time. A memory surfaces of a fellow survivor timidly offering him a piece of food. A younger Blue had refused, insisting he was full, but the man was persistent. His hands shook, not with fear, but with a deep, earnest gratitude. He explained that Blue had saved them all, and deserved it, especially since Jin was so strict with rations. Then, a young woman joins in, telling him not to hog all the good deeds for himself. She wraps an arm around his shoulders, insisting he take her share too, since he's still a growing boy. The other man presses forward, determined to give his portion away no matter what. They both hold out their meager rations, their faces etched with a desperate, sincere kindness. A younger Blue stares at the small pieces of food, momentarily stunned by their generosity. He looks up at them, and they watch him with hopeful, expectant eyes. Seeing him hesitate, they both break into warm, gentle smiles, just happy to help. So he finally relents, accepting the food from their hands. But the memory shatters, and that small token of kindness falls to the cold, hard ground. Lying next to it is the woman, her eyes empty, a pool of blood spreading from her head. The other survivor turns, his face twisting in absolute horror at the sight. He's met by the cold, empty gaze of a younger Blue, whose mind has clearly snapped. A hand slams down on the man's head, gripping him with terrifying force. He can only stare up in pure terror as Blue's fingers dig in, ready to end him. In a control room, researchers watch the brutal event unfold on a monitor, aghast. A raw, inhuman scream rips from Blue's throat as his power surges wildly. The man's own agonized cries are lost in the storm of Blue's uncontrollable rage. But suddenly, another prisoner appears, grabbing Blue from behind and demanding he stop. He pleads with him, asking if he's already forgotten the promise they made. The grip loosens, and the man collapses to the floor, gasping for air, saved at the very last second. But Jin's method is brutal, pressing a cold blade to the very man Blue was about to kill. He glares, his voice cutting deep, asking if Blue intends to become a monster and doom them all again. The words finally break through the haze of rage, and Blue can only look down, ashamed. He knows. With the situation under control, Jin asks for the team's walkie-talkie, and Blue quietly tosses it over. Jin almost cracks a smile, remarking that this must be the first time Blue has ever followed one of his orders. His surprise quickly turns to alarm as the device crumbles into dust right in his hand. He was too late to hear what was happening on the other side, a call for help from their other team. A mission that had clearly ended in a massacre, with bodies littering the ground. Blue's face is grim, the memory of his comrades flashing before his eyes. They were completely unaware that the real monster was already inside the survivors' camp, preying on the weak. And as Blue processes the loss, his mind flashes back to other bloody days, to the endless ruins of this broken world, where survival was a moment-to-moment struggle, where hiding in the rubble was the only way to see another sunrise. He remembers Jin, always the protector, shielding a terrified father and daughter from a monster just outside. Back in the present, Blue ignores his teammate, completely lost in the past. The faces of the fallen, the weight of his failure, it all triggers something deep within him. He pulls out a worn, fractured piece of a photograph he's kept all this time. On it, a faint image of his mother and father, smiling in a world that no longer exists. The memory sharpens, showing the picture as it once was pristine and framed on a wall. And there he was, just a small, innocent boy, looking up at his parents with a happy smile. Then, the sound of footsteps. He jumps, fumbling a cup and spilling its contents everywhere. His heart sinks as he looks up, barely managing to stammer his father's name. The imposing figure of his dad looms over him, his expression completely unreadable. But instead of the expected punishment, a hand slowly reaches out toward his face. His father gently takes his small hand, a gesture he can't quite understand. The boy is frozen in disbelief, asking if he isn't mad about the mess. His father's gaze remains fixed on him, a strange calm in his eyes. A slow smile spreads across his lips as he reassures his son that of course, he's not. He points to a picture of them, his mother and father standing in a lush garden. His father's smile widens into something chilling as he utters a single, loaded word: family. A bright, genuine smile lights up the young boy's face, a memory of pure, simple joy. His father sits by his bed, a book open as he begins to impart a lesson. He explains that no matter what, family is always there to support you. And even if you get upset with them, you have to hold it in and communicate. The boy, confused, asks what exactly he's supposed to tell them. His father leans in, a thin smile on his face, telling him to share what made him angry. He claims that as long as they share their feelings, they can understand anything. A pause hangs in the air as his father's eyes glint behind his glasses. That, he says, is what his mother always used to believe. When the boy asks what she was like, his father calls her the person who loved him most. The boy looks up from his book, his eyes shining, telling his father that he's the one he loves the most. For a split second, the man seems genuinely stunned by this pure, childish affection. But the moment passes, his expression hardening into something unreadable, almost cold. The boy, however, is still insistent, saying he really wants to see his mom, that he has so many questions for her. A strange, knowing smirk plays on his father's lips. He gently breaks the news that seeing her right away is going to be difficult. Confused, the boy asks why, and his father explains she's very far, far away from this basement. The hopeful question hangs in the air so they can't see her, but his father just turns his back, saying it's time for bed. A heavy clanking sound draws the boy's gaze upward to the metal grate above. Then comes the final, chilling sound of a bolt sliding shut, locking him inside. Heavy footsteps echo as his father walks away without a second glance. In the darkness, the boy clutches his blanket, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. A small hand reaches out into the empty air, his mind screaming in terror. Tears stream down his face as he begs, pleading for his father to stay with him. But the man's shoes just keep moving, leaving him utterly alone. He's trapped in the basement, with only a single bare light bulb for company. Yet, the memory softens, shifting to a time when he slept with a peaceful smile. Because in those moments, his father was right there, holding him protectively through the night. An older voice recalls the lessons he received in that very room. His father would tell him stories of the world above, describing its beauty with a warm, gentle smile. He'd even promised that one day, his son would be allowed to go there. But for the young boy, the promise of the outside world didn't really matter. His entire existence was confined to this single, stone-walled room, a lonely cell, viewed only through the small porthole of a heavy metal door, trapped beneath a dark, desolate surface he could only dream of. His days were a blur of monotony, eating the same bland meal over and over, until, on rare occasions, he'd hear the sizzle of something different being made. Moments when his father would personally cook for him, a small act of care. The food itself wasn't very good, but he cherished the warmth it held. And his world, though small, was also filled with towering shelves of books. He especially loved his dad's journal, a book filled with endless, fascinating stories. And on nights when he heard scary things, his father would stay right by his side. He remembers that gentle, reassuring smile so clearly. Looking back, he realizes he was happy in that basement, perfectly satisfied. So whenever his father reached out a hand, the young boy would always take it without a second thought. After all, his dad was his entire world. But that world was just one room at the end of a long, dark corridor. A lonely hallway his father would walk down all by himself, striding forward with a purpose the child could never have understood. A man whose calm exterior hid a world of pain. Suddenly, the facade cracks, and the anguish spills out. He clutches his head, trying to hold back the memories flooding in. The single light in the hallway bears silent witness to his torment. His hand trembles, unable to contain the overwhelming despair. A fractured memory of a smiling face haunts the darkness of his mind. The young boy could barely process what he'd just heard his father mutter. He had mumbled something about an apocalypse, a word the child couldn't grasp. An apocalypse? The concept was completely alien to him. But a promise was a promise, and his dad had sworn they would play today. He stands before his father, confused but still hopeful for the game he was promised. But the man's posture shifts, leaning down with a sudden and chilling seriousness. His face hardens, the warmth from moments ago completely gone. Instead of a game, his father announces that it's time for his training to begin. They're not in the living room anymore, but a cold, sterile basement. The empty space is illuminated by harsh, unforgiving lights. The father's expression is unreadable, his glasses reflecting the stark overhead lamps. Within moments, the young boy is panting, already pushed past his limits. He collapses to the floor, begging his father to stop, crying that he doesn't understand. But the man is unmoved, simply stating that he'd already warned him. Something dangerous is coming. Through tears, the boy screams that his father has never mentioned anything like this before. But the man's voice is ice, telling him the training isn't over. His command is simple and brutal. Get up. The boy can only stare back in horrified disbelief. He remembers a time when his father's hand would have helped him to his feet. But now, that same man coldly tells him he must learn to get up on his own. His hand drops to his side, offering no comfort. Trembling, the boy forces himself to his knees, agreeing to do the training. His father looks down, ready to proceed with his grim lesson. With a final sliver of hope, the boy asks if they can at least play together when this is all over. The man's face contorts, his son's innocent request seemingly breaking something inside him. To the boy, his father was no longer the man he knew, but a towering, cold stranger. He remembers this was the turning point, when his dad began raving about a coming apocalypse. And with that warning came the start of an endless, agonizing training regimen. Every single day was a new kind of hell. His body dragged to the breaking point and beyond. Even in his own bed, he couldn't find peace, his small frame trembling with exhaustion and fear. His father's voice would cut through the dark, ordering him to be awake at dawn for the next session. With a heavy thud, the hatch to his room would close, sealing him in with his dread. All the boy could do was look up, a single tear of despair rolling down his cheek. He knew that on the other side of that door, his father was waiting, impassive and unyielding. The man would turn his back, his presence alone filling the room with a heavy silence. And the boy could only watch, a small child staring up at an unmovable wall. His father would reveal his instrument of torture, a simple stopwatch to measure his son's suffering. With a click, the training began, forcing the boy to run until his limbs felt like lead. He gasped for air, pushing his small body far beyond its natural limits. Across the sterile room, his father stood perfectly still, observing without a hint of emotion. He'd mark another tally on the wall, his only command a cold, simple order, to be faster. Even in his sleep, the boy found no rest, his body trembling from the day's ordeal. Nightmares plagued him, the ghost of his father's training seared into his mind. The memory snaps back to the endless cycle of pain, his face contorted in a desperate grimace. Sweat pours from his brow, his body screaming for him to stop. But his father simply marks another tally, his only feedback a single, chilling word: faster. Even when the sun sets, the torment doesn't end. He hides beneath the covers, a child broken by the weight of this cruel expectation. The memory blurs back into the frantic pace of the training, a silent scream caught in his throat as his lungs burn for air. Then comes the familiar click of the stopwatch, resetting his suffering. He runs, a tiny figure dwarfed by a wall covered in the scars of his endless trials. His father stands like a statue, his gaze unwavering, his expression unreadable. In this sterile prison, there is only the runner and the warden, and the boy knows he can never stop. The grating sound of his cell door rattles through the sterile room. But in his cot, the boy isn't sleeping. He's wide awake. His eyes burn with a sudden, defiant clarity. It's enough to startle his father, who can only ask what's going on. The boy's mind screams with his father's own words, a promise that family would always be there to support him. All the pain, the exhaustion, the endless suffering flashes through his mind. A desperate, broken plea finally escapes his lips. But his fractured thoughts betray him, showing him a time when his father held him close. He remembers learning at his father's side, surrounded by books and warmth. He remembers a photograph of his parents, standing together in a world that now feels like a lie. And with a raw, desperate scream, he rejects it all, roaring that this man is no family of his. The memory of his father seems to physically recoil, stunned by the sheer venom in his son's words. His features begin to warp and distort in the boy's mind, dissolving into a hollow, empty silhouette. A monstrous shadow with vacant white eyes is all that's left of the man he once knew. But his mind betrays him again, dredging up a forgotten warmth freshly baked cookies from his father's hands. He remembers laughing and splashing with water, his father watching over him with a genuine smile. He remembers the feeling of safety, being carried to bed after falling asleep in his father's arms. The simple, quiet moments of care, a warm meal set down just for him. He even remembers being tucked in at night, a feeling of absolute security he can no longer deny. But even those warm memories are poisoned, twisted around a single, chilling object. The boy stands before that hollow silhouette once more, the truth of his past undeniable. And he remembers this was the exact moment everything went wrong. Tears of pure terror and betrayal stream down his face. His small fist clenches, a seed of hatred taking root in his heart. Because the man smiling at him that night wasn't a father, it was a monster. A strange, unnerving laughter filled the room, a sound that would haunt him forever. The figure turns its back, leaving the boy alone in the suffocating darkness. He's frozen in his bed, drenched in a cold sweat, absolutely paralyzed by fear. His father leans in, that cruel smile never leaving his face. telling him to sleep well for the harsh training that awaits. That night, the boy's terror hardened into a silent, burning resolve. But sleep offered no escape, only a descent into a cold, sweat-soaked nightmare. He tosses and turns as a faint creak echoes from just outside his door. He opens his eyes to a familiar silhouette sitting right there at the edge of his bed. For a terrifying moment, his blood runs cold. He's back. A hand reaches for him, and every muscle in his small body tenses for the worst. But he's only grasping at empty air, reaching for a ghost in an empty room. He recoils from the phantom touch, his mind lost in a haze of fear and confusion. His memory flashes back to a different time, when that same man held him with genuine warmth. And the question tears through his very soul: how could that person have changed so completely? He cries out in his sleep, asking why his own father would torment him like this. Why would he laugh at the sight of his son's suffering? He begins to wonder if this monstrous version was his father's true self all along. If so, why did he ever show him such a warm, caring side? The boy clutches his pillow, realizing that if he had never known that warmth, he wouldn't feel so agonizingly cold now. His thoughts drift to the very meaning of family. He remembers his father's words. That family is there to support you no matter what. But lying there, heartbroken, he questions if such a thing truly exists in this world. A deep-seated doubt begins to fester in his young heart, and his eyes drift to a faded photograph of his parents from a happier time. He remembers his mother's gentle smile, a warmth he had almost forgotten. A new resolve hardens in the young boy's gaze. He would hold on to the hope that somewhere out in this broken world, there was still a place he could reach, a place where the idea of family wasn't just a lie. The scene shifts, cutting to the desolate ruins of a forgotten city. Here, a group of scavengers waits nervously for an arrival that's long overdue. Their navigator realizes with a dawning horror that this isn't the location from the radio. His companion explodes in frustration, asking why he's only admitting his incompetence now. But their leader just tells them all to shut up, their loud bickering a beacon in the silence. One of the women warns them to be careful, reminding them that everyone they sent here before simply disappeared. A cocky scavenger dismisses her fears, thinking their missing friends are just relaxing somewhere. But the word missing hangs in the air, and a cold dread begins to dawn on another member. Their eyes fall upon the source of their unease, the severed torso and head of a fallen comrade. They notice his skin has turned a sickly gray, the telltale sign of a monster's handiwork. But before they can even scream, a silent blur slices through the air, and the woman's head is sent flying. Another follows in a crimson spray, the remaining scavengers looking up in total shock and confusion. The older man is frozen solid, his brain completely unable to process the sheer speed of the attack. A moment later, his own head is tumbling through the sky, over the desolate ruins. Something is moving between them, a phantom predator too fast for the human eye to even track. It's a whirlwind of death, a storm of black blades tearing through the ruins. The remaining scavengers can only watch in horror as heads fly past them. Two are left, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. And then one more is gone. The man with glasses decapitated in a flash of spiky biomass. The last survivor stands utterly alone, his mind struggling to catch up with the carnage. The predator finally comes to a stop, its body a grotesque armor of black spikes. It turns its featureless head, locking onto the final, trembling human. The scavenger's brain short-circuits, completely overwhelmed by the monster before him. He's frozen stiff, every nerve screaming, but his body refuses to obey. All he can do is beg, pleading for the creature not to come any closer. His shirt carries a grimly ironic message for his final moments, and with a sickening crunch, his head simply ceases to exist. The last body hits the ground, the scavenger crew now completely wiped out. With the immediate threat gone, the creature bounds to a cliff, overlooking the dead city. It remains perched, a silent and spiky gargoyle surveying its domain. The desolate landscape stretches out for miles, a concrete graveyard. But its gaze isn't random. It's focused on a specific place, triggering a memory. A flashback to when he was just a small boy, staring up at the sky. He remembers the day the world broke, when monsters swarmed from a fleshy, hellish orb. He remembers the screams as people ran for their lives, trying to escape the impossible. Carnage filled the streets as abominations tore through the panicked crowds. A single, cracked photo frame falls, the image of a once happy family now lost to the light. People trip and fall, left behind in the mad scramble for survival. The air burns in their lungs, but they can't stop. They can never stop. Among them is a father, his face a mask of sheer terror for the life he's trying to save. His hand trembles, but his grip on his son's arm is an iron vice. The little boy, Mir, looks up with tear-filled eyes, asking where his mom has gone. The father's heart shatters, unable to give an answer, unable to even look back. His free hand clenches into a fist, a silent vow of grim determination. He turns to Mir, his voice cracking as he screams for his son to stay right beside him, no matter what. But there's no time to think, as monstrous creatures swarm the ruined streets. The city crumbles around them, vehicles tossed aside like toys by alien flesh. He trips, shielding his son with his own body, as the world explodes in blood and debris. And up above, a grotesque harvest is underway, people cocooned against the walls like living trophies. One of the beasts, a hulking bipedal hunter, lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with malice. The father scrambles into an alleyway, pulling Mir close, praying they haven't been seen. They hold their breath, every distant scream a potential death sentence in the suffocating silence. But just as they think they're safe, Mir's eyes widen in disbelief. He thinks he sees his mother. A pair of boots steps deliberately past their hiding spot, unhurried and impossibly calm. The father looks up, his terror twisting into utter confusion. Who could be walking through this hell? A sudden, violent blast rips through the concrete right where they were hiding. The mysterious figure calmly steps over the fresh crater they just created. The father's blood runs cold. Mir is gone. He screams his son's name in pure panic. He scrambles out from behind cover, eyes wide, scanning the dust-choked ruins. His face is a canvas of pure horror. Where is he? Where did his son go? Adrenaline surges through him as he claws his way desperately over the rubble. He fights for every breath, pure, primal desperation fueling his every move. But before he can take another step, a second explosion erupts right at his feet. The ground gives way beneath him, and he's sent plummeting into the darkness below. Powerless, he falls, watching the chaos of other survivors scattering far beneath him. His mind plummets back into the memory of that day, the day it all began. He was just another face in the crowd, a grim survivor pushing through the panicked masses. Everyone was running, shoving, a tide of pure animal instinct. Amidst the chaos, he spots a little girl, crying and lost, completely alone. She's fallen to the ground, calling out for her mom as his own feet step past her. He couldn't stop, not even for a second, forced onward by the desperate stampede. But the crowd's desperate cries suddenly shift to screams of pure terror. It had found them a monstrous creature looming over the helpless child. With a vicious snarl, the monster swings its bladed arm down to end her. But at the last possible moment, a hand grabs her shoulder, yanking her to safety. And the man who saved her was none other than his own father. He grits his teeth in desperation, the little girl staring up at him in pure terror. Grabbing her, he screams at her to get it together, that she absolutely has to survive. From the sidelines, his younger self watches this desperate plea unfold. The girl is stunned into silence by the sheer intensity of his command. The boy can only stare, a silent witness to this brutal lesson in survival. The memory shifts, showing his father now with the girl before a group of scavengers. The leader asks if she has a parent, and his father quickly confirms they're at their base. A flicker of recognition crosses the scavenger's face. He remembers hearing something. A parent searching for a little girl with a blue headband and a red ribbon. A perfect match. The scavenger puts it all together, the blue headband, the lost child, the circumstances match up perfectly. Still, he can't help but think how incredibly dangerous it was to bring a little girl out here. The leader agrees, telling the father that right now is the best chance he'll get to return her. He glances back, a silent acknowledgement of the muscle standing with them. With fighters like Blue in their ranks, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. And it's not just them. Another faction, led by a calm, white-haired man, is also poised for all-out war. The father ignores the tension, looking out at the ruined cityscape with one question on his mind. He asks how far their base is, and the leader points, saying it's just over 2 hills. But as another scavenger reviews the map, he points out a serious problem. Those hills are tall. The white-haired leader listens, realizing their only option is to split up and find a way through. The decision triggers a memory, a time when the white-haired Jin confronted a younger Blue. But that thought quickly dissolves, leaving him alone in the present, staring out at the strange, moonlit sky. The silence is broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. It's one of his comrades, a man with spiky hair, who quietly asks if he's not sleepy either. Blue's hand tightens around a crumpled old photograph, a ghost from his past. He brushes off the concern, saying he simply remembered something. The other man seems to understand, admitting his own mind races at night, before asking what's troubling Blue. That question sends him spiraling into another memory, a more heated one, with his comrade demanding to know why he broke their promise. It flashes back even further, to a terrified child trapped behind burning wires, his power sparking out of control. Back in the present, Blue's expression is a cold, unreadable mask, haunted by a past he can never escape. This memory plays out, his comrade praising Blue's impeccable timing, a strategy that guarantees the best results. He thanks him, relieved that Blue's cold calculations are on their side, but Blue's response is a flat rejection. That's precisely the reason he hates it. His friend is left completely stunned, unable to process the sudden turn. Blue's hands tremble as he explains the guilt he feels for accepting sacrifices before they've even tried to save everyone. He insists there has to be a better outcome, a way to win without losing a single person. His comrade's expression sours. He calls Blue's hope ambitious, a dangerous fantasy in their brutal reality. The conversation then turns into a sharp accusation, reminding Blue that his foolishness led to the deaths of two of their own. If he'd only stuck to the plan, his friend spits, those two would still be alive. The weight of that failure crashes down on Blue, leaving him speechless, gritting his teeth in silent agony. Memories of the fallen haunt him. Head just started getting close to them, and his weakness is why they're gone. But his grief sharpens into fury as he glares at his friend, demanding he stop lying. His comrade's face remains a cold mask. He wasn't just accepting their sacrifice, he was expecting an even greater one. And in that ruthless logic, Blue sees a chilling reflection of his own father's methods. With that realization, he declares their partnership over. They can't possibly be friends. His comrade scoffs, agreeing completely. He had no intention of befriending a monster anyway. He admits it plainly. Their lives meant little to him, as they weren't beneficial to the mission. A bitter certainty flashes in Blue's eyes. He knew it. He suspected it all along. But he tells his former friend there's one thing he's completely misunderstood. His comrade clarifies his position. He doesn't like meaningless deaths any more than Blue does. But his former comrade just sneers, telling Blue his impulsive actions only put more lives at risk. The bitter memory fades, leaving our hero standing silent, stewing in that old conflict. But a voice cuts through the quiet, thanking him for what he did back then. It's Leha, and she's looking at him with genuine appreciation for saving her life. And not just hers, she adds, gesturing towards the others. She explains that if it wasn't for him, the sick young boy they rescued would have surely died. With a small, knowing smile, she tells him that deep down, he's a good person. Blue is completely thrown off, caught off guard by the sincere praise. He tries to deflect, saying it wasn't about being good, he just knew he'd regret doing nothing. Leha's smile falters, her expression turning to curiosity. What kind of regret is he carrying? Blue's mind flashes back to a painful memory, a time when he failed to save someone he should have. He explains that the weight of that failure is why he acted now. He couldn't bear another death on his conscience. He insists to Leha that he isn't the good person she thinks he is, he did it for himself. But Leha cuts straight to the heart of it, asking if he truly regrets his actions. He hesitates, his gaze falling as he admits that maybe, just a little bit, he does. She presses on. If he could go back, would he do it differently? No, he replies. It was the best he could do. A knowing smile spreads across Leha's face. She claps him on the shoulder, breaking the tension and telling him to quit his moping. With a firm, encouraging gaze, she tells him to trust the version of himself that made that choice. He quietly accepts her words, but can't shake the lingering thought if only he had been stronger. He laments that if only he'd been faster, everyone would have survived. A curious idea pops into Leha's head, a reward to cure him of his regrets. With a sly grin, she tells him to state his wish, as she can't stand being indebted. He's completely thrown off, muttering about how sudden her offer is. Seeing his hesitation, she winks and offers a simple alternative. Just let her touch him. The sheer audacity of her request leaves the Mohawk scavenger absolutely flabbergasted. But the word wish has already sent his mind spiraling back to a single memory, a book. The phrase "let me touch you" echoes from his past, a time when he was just a confused boy. He remembers his father's hand slamming the strange book shut. The man had snatched it away, murmuring that it was something he should never be reading. Blue simply shrugs, admitting he can't think of a wish on the spot. Leha stretches, seemingly unbothered by his hesitation and ready for anything. A mischievous grin spreads across her face. She thought he was just a kid, but he's pretty daring. Without another word, her hand shoots out and grabs him by the belt. She pulls him closer, leaning in and asking exactly where he wants her to touch him. He looks away, flustered but firm, insisting that he can't tell her right now. His response sends the Mohawk scavenger into another fit of shock, as Leha realizes the implication. Her surprise quickly turns into eager excitement, suggesting they can talk later at the base. He blankly confirms his name is Blue, then innocently asks for her name in return. She's completely baffled, asking if he's been living under a rock to not know who she is. The Mohawk scavenger is left utterly speechless, his mind trying to process what just happened. He stares at Blue, the kid who just casually propositioned the infamous Leha. His shock melts into pure, unadulterated respect as he flashes a thumbs up. This kid's a real man. Meanwhile, another group of survivors is facing a critical logistical nightmare. Their leader explains the problem. They must cross one of 3 side roads, but only one is actually open. Normally, a scout would radio in the correct path, but they lost their walkie-talkie during their escape. The map reader starts to panic, realizing they have a 1 in 3 chance of being forced to backtrack. Another member shoots down any hope of asking for help, stating their base is far too strict for exceptions. The idea of just waiting it out is also dismissed. Who knows how long that could take? When questioned why he waited so long to reveal this, the leader just shrugs it off, doubting it would have changed a thing. The leader tries to sell them on a plan of just hoping for the best and trying their luck together. But his idea is met with a sharp, immediate rejection. Jin calmly labels the plan for what it is: far too dangerous. He explains that the longer they take, the higher the risk, and the gates themselves could change. This grim possibility hadn't even occurred to their so-called leader. He can only stammer, admitting he didn't think that far ahead. Jin cuts through the excuses, asking why he's in such a desperate rush to get back anyway. The direct question throws the leader for a loop, leaving him speechless. He hesitates, visibly uncomfortable with revealing his true motives. Finally, he admits it: there's someone he's worried about waiting for him. Jin's expression remains cold, unimpressed by the leader's flimsy excuse. The leader misreads the silence as hesitation, getting in Jin's face and asking if he's planning to back out. He even tries to get a rise out of him, questioning if he's scared. But Jin just sighs, completely over the pathetic display, as the leader calls him a coward before scrambling to say he's thinking of a plan. Too bad for him, Jin was already 10 steps ahead, pulling out a pair of walkie-talkies. He lays out a simple, effective strategy. They'll split into 2 teams to search the paths. The others look on, shocked. 2 teams? The basic idea seems to have completely eluded them. With a new plan in place, the group begins to move out. One of the younger scavengers quickly puts the logic together, realizing that if both teams hit a dead end, the third path must be the correct one. Jin's eyes narrow slightly, confirming the kid is sharp. The plan is officially in motion. The kid begins to enthusiastically break down the logic for the rest of the group. He lays out the simple facts. There are 3 possible roads: A, B, and C. At the end of each path is an entryway, but only one of them will be open. He points out the critical flaw of moving as one group. If they check path A and it's a dead end, there's a chance the true path could open up behind them the second they turn their backs. That's why they'll split into 2 teams, using the radios to check paths A and B simultaneously. Jin chimes in with the final contingency. If both of those paths are blocked, everyone converges on path C. The kid's eyes widen slightly, fully grasping the efficiency of the plan. It's the safest way forward. Jin just watches, letting the kid process the simple, elegant logic. With a newfound confidence, the kid smirks at Jin, telling him his thoughts are surprisingly easy to read. The kid finally relents, admitting that maybe, just maybe, they think alike. Jin wastes no time, immediately assigning him leadership of one of the teams. The spiky-haired kid's team forms up, a motley crew ready for Path A, while Jin takes the lead of the second, more cautious-looking group for Path B. Leha, left behind with the old man and the injured boy, demands to know their role. Jin bluntly states that with an injured person, they'd just be a burden on the front lines. The insult lands, and Leha immediately bristles. A burden? Is he looking down on them? But Jin calmly clarifies his true intention. It's not a dismissal, but a request. He needs her to escort the 2 non-combatants safely back to their base. The sudden weight of responsibility leaves her speechless. Then she just erupts in flustered frustration. Leha finally relents, admitting to herself that she can't see weak spots anyway. She sighs, accepting her escort mission as Jin explains the path is already clear. But just as they're about to part ways, Jin's attention is caught by something unexpected. The injured boy in the green hoodie is gesturing wildly, trying desperately to say something. A cheerful kid with glasses chimes in, translating that the hooded boy wants to go with Jin's team. Jin immediately shuts it down, saying that would be difficult, as the spiky-haired kid watches from behind. But the translator boy is persistent, grabbing onto his friend and insisting he's needed as an interpreter. The spiky-haired kid cuts to the heart of it, asking Jin if this is really about a lack of trust. Jin doesn't deny it, coldly stating that this mission is far too dangerous for any unknown variables. And yet, he trails off, acknowledging the boy has been at their base for a long time just like the others. Jin concedes the point. It's true, the boy has been with them for a while. He flashes back to the day the kid arrived, just another face among the desperate survivors. But his thoughts are shattered by a panicked warning someone's shouting for him to look out. Before he can react, a scythe whips past, and the green-hooded boy slams into a would-be attacker. Jin and the spiky-haired kid can only stare, stunned, as Jin admits he had a bad feeling. His companion just smirks, finding the whole situation darkly amusing. He mocks Jin for using such a vague excuse, earning a sharp command to shut up. But then, his own expression hardens as he confesses he also felt something was off. He could never sense any life force from the boy, as if he were an object, not a person. And now, That chilling observation is snapping into sharp, terrifying focus. The scene shifts, cutting to a memory of the old scientist in a meeting with a young translator. But he's interrupted by a troubled-looking Blue, who seems to need a word. The boy's eyes are wide with a lingering fear, his thoughts clearly somewhere else. He can't shake the haunting image of his companion, Haru, bloodied and broken. Nor can he forget the sight of her lying still, bandaged and unconscious. His voice is heavy with worry as he finally asks the old man when she will wake up. The scientist turns to him, his expression softening at the boy's concern. He offers a reassuring smile, promising he wouldn't have left the base if her condition was worsening. A flicker of naive relief crosses Blue's face, a small smile breaking through his anxiety. But the moment is fleeting, replaced by the somber realization that he never even apologized. He looks at the scientist, asking him to tell Haru he's sorry for getting her hurt. But the words feel hollow, and he pauses, his guilt weighing him down. No, he changes his mind. That's something he has to tell her himself. The old man's response is a simple, smiling no, leaving the boy completely stunned. He then chuckles, saying he'll pass on the message, but only on one condition. Leaning in with a warm, mischievous smile, he tells Blue to call him Grandpa from now on. Blue is utterly speechless, his mind struggling to process the sudden, paternal request. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as he looks away, contemplating the strange offer. He then asks if the scientist can at least check on Haru when he gets back to the base. But he's still reeling, muttering the word Grandpa as if trying to understand what it means. The old scientist simply closes his eyes and smiles, content with his new grandson. He playfully ruffles Blue's hair, teasing that he finally looks like a kid, much to Blue's flustered annoyance. The tender moment is interrupted as the other scavengers announce that the team is all geared up and ready to go. The mohawk-wearing scavenger throws a friendly arm around Blue, hyping him up for their little adventure. But Blue's mind is elsewhere, a sliver of hope flickering inside him. Maybe now he'll finally find a clue about his mother. Suddenly, his eyes fly open in shock and he collapses, dropping to his knees without warning. He clutches his abdomen, his body trembling uncontrollably as a sharp pain rips through him. His mohawk-toting companion stares in utter confusion, trying to process the sudden breakdown. His first brilliant diagnosis? He asks if Blue seriously needs to take a dump right now. But as Jin watches with a grim expression, the scavenger's tone shifts, fearing it's something far worse. Is it his monster again? Jin's voice cuts through the chaos, questioning Blue's promise that he could control his power. Blue can only grit his teeth, the pain searing through him as he struggles to regain his composure. The other scavengers watch with wide-eyed concern, completely lost as to what's happening. With a surge of willpower, Blue clenches his fist, fighting back against the internal agony. He forces the words out, trying to convince them and himself that this is not a problem. Jin just shrugs with a smug look, casually accepting the shaky explanation. If he says so, who is he to argue? With the little drama seemingly resolved, the group prepares to move out under the bright sun. They take their first steps into the ruined city, the mission finally underway. Jin turns to the others, deciding that if Blue is ready, then it's time for them all to get moving. The team stands united, with a determined Blue and an eager Mohawk scavenger ready for whatever comes next. They step into a graveyard of steel and concrete, the air heavy with silence. The Mohawk scavenger, however, is obnoxiously cheerful, looking at a torn map. He points off into the distance, loudly declaring he's found their landmark, much to Blue's annoyance. But as they round a corner, all three of them freeze, their eyes widening in unison. The Mohawk guy, ever the clown, waves his arms around, trying to get someone's attention. Standing alone amidst the rubble is a small child, a little girl who shouldn't be here. Then, just a few feet away, they make a grim discovery, the mangled corpse of another scavenger. The playful mood evaporates instantly, replaced by sheer, cold shock. Because lurking in the shadows between the buildings is something massive, something inhuman. The group stands paralyzed, the weight of their mistake crashing down on them. This isn't a simple salvage mission. Before anyone can make a fatal mistake, Blue's hand clamps down, stopping them cold. The entire group is frozen solid, their eyes wide with a primal fear they can't suppress. Because the thing in front of them is a nightmare, a multi-limbed horror with a detached, floating torso. It's already claimed a victim, its twisted form crawling up a wall past a fresh corpse. The map reader and the little girl can only stare, sweat pouring down their faces. But while they're trapped in their fear, a single foot quietly touches the ground. A blur of motion streaks past the stunned scavenger before he can even process what he's seeing. Blue has already launched himself into the air, soaring directly toward the monster. His mind is racing, instantly identifying the creature's two separate visual organs. His plan is simple. Stay in its blind spot and take it down before it even knows he's there. He channels his power, slamming a palm strike directly into the monster's limb. A flash of light erupts, and for a brief moment, Blue wonders if that was all it took. But the victory is short-lived, as the deadened limbs suddenly spring back to life. They wrap around him, pulling him up towards the ceiling against his will. The other scavengers watch, paralyzed, as the tendrils reel their savior in like a catch. What they thought was the monster's body was just a lure for a gaping, spiked maw. Blue struggles futilely, completely entangled in the creature's fibrous grip. Panic sets in as he's pulled closer and closer to the darkness above. He finally understands this wasn't one monster, but two, a hunter, and its bait. Down below, the scavengers realize he can't win this alone and debate jumping in to help. The jagged teeth of the ceiling maw descend, ready to crush Blue entirely. But down below, a memory sparks of a different hero, with a mohawk and crackling golden energy. A flashback shows him saving a terrified child, roaring that he could feel the monster's every move. The map-reading scavenger remembers his own near-death experience, his own terrified scream. He'd been cornered, the very walls transforming into a closing, tooth-lined trap. He only just managed to leap back, as the stone jaws slammed shut with bone-shattering force. Even then, another vine-like monstrosity had been waiting for him just around the corner. But that's when his mohawked friend arrived, casually telling him he almost became a pancake. The brash hero then handed him a heavy case, complaining about having to lug it around. With trembling hands, the scavenger opens the very prize they'd risked it all for. He clicks open the heavy case, revealing not some treasure, but a tool for the job. The map-reading scavenger grips the deployable shield, looking to his partner to confirm their plan. His mohawked friend just grins, ready for a combat scenario where their ace isn't around to save them. The strategy is simple. Since he can't find a weak point, the scavenger will act as the tank, and his cocky partner will be the one to swoop in and finish the monster off in style. Even the little girl they rescued pipes up, asking if her only job is to watch them look cool. With a reassuring shout, they turn to face the grotesque creature skittering towards them. The scavenger plants his feet firmly on the ground, steeling himself for what's to come. Then, with a shared battle cry, the two of them charge forward into the fray. He immediately takes the first hit, the monster's heavy claw slamming into his shield with brutal force. His partner winds up, putting all his strength into a powerful swing. The weapon connects with a brutal crack against the monster's hardened flesh. But instead of shattering, the limb splits open into a grotesque, fanged maw. Unfazed, the mohawk scavenger just laughs, laying into the creature with a flurry of blows. He thinks he has it on the run, taunting it for seemingly retreating from his assault. But his friend frantically spots the real target, a glowing weak point near its head. Hearing the call-out, the brawler immediately changes his tactics with a grin. If that's the case, hell, just take its entire head clean off. His partner can only watch, a little stunned by his friend's reckless confidence. But before he can land the blow, a limb whips out and traps him in a crushing grip. His partner screams in terror, unable to comprehend his friend's reckless struggle. The brawler's bravado evaporates as the creature easily disarms him, his spiked bat sent flying. Suddenly free, he lands on the ground only to realize the weak point is now completely out of his reach. But the monster had a different target in mind all along, its shadowy tendrils swarming someone else. In an instant, the somber prisoner is ensnared, caught totally off guard by the ambush. He tries to fight back, a faint glimmer of his power sparking between his fingers. But the tendrils squeeze tighter, a suffocating grip that seems to choke out his energy. He stares in horror at his own hand, a surge of panic rising, as he feels something terribly wrong. This thing isn't just holding him, it's actively siphoning his power, absorbing it right out of his body. The creature's own flesh begins to pulse, glowing with the stolen energy it just devoured. Hess dragged helplessly into the monster's mass, his struggles completely meaningless. The fight drains out of him, his head slumping forward in defeat. The creature holds him aloft, a limp trophy showcasing its absolute victory. A disgusting, flower-like maw opens up right in his face, ready to devour him. Hess pulled into the darkness, his body disappearing into the monster's flesh. Silence falls over the ruined cityscape. Not a single soul is around to witness the grim event. Inside, there is only an endless, rushing void. But from the center of the abyss, a crimson light begins to pulse. The prisoner's eyes snap open, blazing with a furious red glow. This fight isn't over. Deep within the monster's core, he's surrounded by a suffocating, fleshy prison. But with a surge of defiance, he literally tears his way out, bursting from its chest in a spray of gore. The monster recoils, stunned by the impossible escape. It writhes in agony, not understanding what just happened. He lands on his feet, a little surprised himself. The creature just let him go? How clumsy. A smug grin spreads across his face as he realizes it also missed his precious ring. He doesn't waste the opportunity, driving his mutated left fist straight into the monster's hide. But the blow feels awkward. He admits to himself that practicing with his left hand still has a long way to go. As the creature flinches back from the weak punch, an idea sparks. Well then, if the left isn't working, maybe it's time to use the hand he's actually confident in. Elsewhere, another scavenger is at his breaking point, his shield cracking under immense pressure. Suddenly, a sharp sound from behind snaps his attention away from the fight. A little girl stares at a single, ominous nail planted in the ground before her. With a burst of energy, the nail detonates, unleashing a wave of dark power. The secret lies in a pouch full of ordinary-looking nails. Each one is hammered into a heavy club, turning it into a vicious, spiked weapon. And its wielder, a punk with a wild mohawk, proudly calls it his +99 enhanced club. His grand entrance is cut short as a massive tendril smashes him and his weapon into the ground. But he's not out yet. Using the shattered handle to vault right onto the monster's limb, he's a blur of motion, leaping and dodging between the whipping tendrils with a manic grin. His ally can't believe what he's seeing. He's altering the monster's trajectory. The mohawk isn't just dodging, Hez dancing with death, leading the beast on. With a powerful leap, he uses the monster's own body as a springboard. He jams the broken club deep into its flesh, creating a gruesome foothold. Then, with a savage grin, he uses his weight to slam the monster into the wall. The creature impales itself on its own spikes as its core glows brightly, defeated. He raises his club in triumph, feeling like he's finally fought like his hero, Blue. But the victory is short-lived. They remember they need to find their leader. They rush to find Blue standing alone, his back turned to them. The mohawk's triumphant smile fades into shock as he gets a closer look. The source of his horror is a strange, fibrous ball of flesh clutched in Blue's hand. He finds Blue drooling, about to take a bite, and asks him what on earth he's eating. This triggers a memory, a time when the scavenger crew found a younger Blue sitting all alone. The mohawk scavenger had playfully chided him for not saying he was hungry, bringing him plenty of food. The others had offered their shares too, always grateful for his protection, but Blue had politely refused. But snapping back to the present, a chilling realization dawns on the scavenger. Blue wasn't planning to eat that, was he? Blue, caught red-handed, mumbles a pathetic excuse that he was just going to taste it. The mohawk scavenger's expression hardens. This isn't just a weird appetite anymore. He lowers his voice, his tone shifting from shock to serious, hushed concern. Leaning in close, he whispers a question. Is that monster, the one that talks to him, still by his side? Blue looks him dead in the eye and denies it. The monster's gone, he claims. But his two friends, the mohawk scavenger and the other, aren't convinced in the slightest. A cold sweat gives him away. His forced composure is cracking under their gaze. Because in the reflection of his own eye, the twisted truth is always staring back. And the voice is right there, a dark whisper he can't escape, reminding him it can still be heard. It taunts him, asking how much longer he can pretend it's not a part of him. His mind flashes back to the beginning, a lonely boy huddled in a dark room. He remembers the fearful footsteps of those who dared to approach. Even a kind gesture from a translator boy was laced with terror, leaving food at a distance. The kid then bolts, screaming that he doesn't taste good, leaving Blue alone with the pitiful offering. Alone in the dark, Blue shoves food into his mouth, a desperate attempt to quell the hunger. He sits isolated amidst the discarded wrappers, a brief moment of peace that won't last. Suddenly, a sharp glint of red in his eye signals the fight is far from over. A wave of agony crashes over him, forcing him to clutch his chest as the monster inside stirs. He reaches for another bite, trying to ignore the presence growing stronger. But he can't. The pain is too much, and he grits his teeth against the internal assault. He turns, finally seeing the dark, swirling mass that has been haunting him. Blue confronts the entity, demanding to know what it is and why it's here. The monster whispers of its insatiable hunger, but he screams back that his friends are not its food. It scoffs at his questions, revealing it has always been inside him, a part of him since the very beginning. The creature states a terrifying truth, claiming that it and Blue are one and the same. He furiously demands to know why it's only speaking to him now, but the monster simply says it was sleeping. This intense, gnawing hunger, however, was enough to wake it from its slumber. It reminisces about its first meal, a massive life force, an entity capable of spawning countless others. A horrifying realization dawns on Blue back when he blacked out during that fight. It was the monster who took over. He recoils as the terrible truth sinks in. Suddenly, a sharp pain grips his stomach, and the monster mocks him, saying that eating scraps won't help. It whispers that to satisfy their hunger, they need something alive, something moving and fresh. He tries to shut the voice out, desperately stuffing his mouth with food, but it keeps prodding, asking where the other life forms went. The monster clarifies with a chilling question, wondering about the ones Blue called his friends. The monster's voice echoes in his mind, whispering that his friends looked absolutely mouth-watering. With a sharp crack, Blue crushes the food in his hand, his patience completely gone. He screams at the parasitic voice to shut up, telling it not to even think about touching them. He will never let it out again. He refuses to let it hurt anyone else. The shadowy form before him seems to twist, a dark void opening where a mouth would be. It looms over him, its tendrils glowing ominously, asking if he can truly hold back this growing hunger. Suddenly, a crippling pain seizes Blue, his stomach twisting in agony. The more the hunger intensifies, the worse the pain becomes. He feels it trying to take him over, but he fights back, desperately clinging to his promise to protect others. But the monster's true nature whispers its simple, brutal command. Follow your instincts, kill, and absorb. But through the haze of pain, a memory suddenly flickers in his mind. A flash of a face, someone precious he once knew. The image of a young woman named Haru burns brightly in his thoughts, and as he clings to this memory, the excruciating hunger begins to subside. He plants his hands firmly on the ground, pushing himself up. Blue rises to his feet, his eyes now clear and filled with a cold resolve. His inner monster is taken aback, demanding to know what he just did. It observes that whenever he thinks of that lifeform, his hunger vanishes. Blue glares back, his voice cutting through the silence. She is not a lifeform. Her name is Haru, he declares, and the monster ponders this new, interesting fact. And so, Blue stands firm against the darkness within him. The monster mocks him, hissing that if Haru were gone, the hunger would completely take over. But Blue's expression doesn't waver for a second. Suddenly, Hez pulled back to reality by a mohawked scavenger asking why Hez been spacing out. He answers plainly, admitting he was just thinking about Haru. The scavenger is completely baffled by this unexpected response. Blue explains that for some reason, thinking about her makes the hunger go away. He knows that to keep the monster under control, he has to either eat something, or, just as he's been doing, keep thinking about Haru to forget the hunger entirely. He reflects that every time he broke free, she was there, confirming that his desperate hope was the answer all along. Of course, he admits to himself, thinking of her doesn't make the hunger vanish completely. It just gives him a reason to fight it, leaving a strange, wistful look on his face. The mohawked scavenger snaps him out of it, asking what's with that creepy expression. Blue just crosses his arms, his mind sinking into a darker place. He can't stop picturing Haru, injured and unconscious. He knows it's his fault, she's been hurt so many times, and he fears she'll just avoid him if they ever meet again. But a far worse thought paralyzes him. What if she never wakes up at all? The image of her still, sleeping form fills his mind, a fragile piece that could so easily be permanent. Then, as if in answer to his deepest fear, her eye flutters open. With a long, groggy stretch, Haru finally returns to the world of the living. A mustached man greets her, asking if she's feeling all right now that she's awake. But her attention drifts downwards, a question forming in her mind. What is she wearing? She looks at her bandaged arms, trying to piece together what happened. The man casually explains they changed her clothes, a statement that sends a jolt of pure panic through her. Just then, a calm voice cuts through the tension as Leha appears, clarifying that she was the one who helped. Overwhelmed with relief, Haru clings to her, just glad to see a familiar face after so long. Leha jokes that she had to keep a close eye on the gloomy old man while she was out. He scoffs at the accusation, indignantly stating he has absolutely no interest in such things. His only love is the magnificent, beautiful gleam of his perfectly polished equipment, and both women just stare. But the conversation fades as a single, urgent thought consumes Haru. She tries to bolt, but Leha steps in, telling her she can't just run off yet. Panicked, Haru asks where everyone has gone, only for Leha to explain it's just the two of them on guard duty. She adds that with one of the teams returning soon, they need to keep the base secure. But Haru isn't listening. She just mutters that she has to find Blue, leaving Leha confused. She has to tell him, she insists, that getting hurt wasn't his fault because she knows he's blaming himself for it. Leha seems skeptical, remarking that the boy she met didn't exactly seem like the gentle, caring type. Haru looks down the empty hall, explaining that Blue is one of the strongest people she's ever known. No matter how beaten down he gets, he always rises again, bearing his struggles in silence, all on his own. But that strength is also a weakness. He's foolishly selfless, caring more for others than for himself. She recalls the different faces of Blue, the quiet boy, the fierce fighter, the selfless protector. Leha listens, her expression unreadable as she takes in this surprisingly deep description. But Hera's tone shifts, her hands trembling as she admits she only got hurt because she was weak. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that Blue getting covered in blood was entirely her fault. The weight of her guilt seems to press down on her. Leha just watches her with a knowing, almost gentle smile. Haru is lost in her own thoughts, vowing to never be a useless burden again. If only she had the strength to face her fears instead of constantly running away. Suddenly, her legs give out, and she collapses to the cold floor. Leha rushes over, reminding her that she was right, Haru hadn't fully healed yet. But as she's on the floor, Haru cries out, a sudden, sharp pain lancing through her eyes. Her vision blurs, a strange golden light pulsing from the center of her pupils. Everything looks different now. She can see Leha and the mechanic outlined in a strange, crackling energy. Then her mind is ripped away, thrown into a vision of a desolate city nestled in a deep canyon. She's seeing the ruins from above, a forgotten graveyard of steel and stone. A memory she tried so hard to bury is forcing its way back to the surface. Her perspective plummets down the side of a skeletal building, into the shadows below. And there, in a broken alley, she sees him, a single, unmoving figure. It's Blue, his face pale and slack against the dusty ground. He's lying motionless in a rapidly growing pool of his own blood. His eyes are wide and empty, staring into the abyss of death. But the vision doesn't stop with him. It flashes to another gruesome memory. Then another face, frozen in shock as their life drains away. And another, a relentless cascade of the dead. The memory spares no one, flashing past the face of an old man. Even the smug confidence of this scavenger was wiped away in an instant. She sees their final, desperate struggles, their weapons shattered beside them. A couple, clinging to each other in their last moments of shared terror. One by one, the faces of the fallen flicker through her mind's eye. And finally, her own face reflected in this river of blood, twisted in agony. The faces keep coming, one after another, their eyes empty and lifeless. This one almost seems to be smiling, a chilling final expression. The parade of the fallen is endless, a silent, damning accusation. Each face is a testament to the brutal, overwhelming power that swept through. But the vision isn't just showing her the scavengers she knew. It shows her that even the animals weren't spared from the slaughter. A cat's wide, terrified eyes in its final moment of life. And a child's lollipop, cracked and forgotten amongst the carnage. She sees a mountain of severed heads, the true scope of the massacre. And at the center of it all, the one responsible, the spiky-haired prisoner. But the vision shifts, rewinding time to show us the boy he was before the massacre. He leads his own team of scavengers into the desolate Badlands, hunting for their prize. A sudden chill runs down his spine. A bead of sweat tells him something is terribly wrong. And then, in the distance, a figure emerges from the blinding sun. A towering monster made of pure, thorny biomass rises to meet them. Its jagged maw drips with the blood of its last victim, ready for its next meal. In a blinding flash, the hunt is over before it can even begin. The entire team is thrown to the ground, broken and gasping for air. One of the survivors can only stammer in terror, his mind shattered by the creature's power. The battlefield is a graveyard, littered with the bodies of a team that never stood a chance. But amidst the carnage, the monster calmly adjusts the chain on his glasses. He lets out a casual sigh, wondering aloud where his son could be. The survivors on the ground freeze. A son? This creature has a son? His expression immediately hardens. The brief moment of humanity gone. He leans in close to one of the men, his voice low and dangerous, telling him he just heard something he shouldn't have. The last conscious survivor can only scream in terror from the sidelines, completely helpless. With a sickening smash, the man who overheard is permanently silenced, his head driven into the dirt. The killer turns, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he spots the final witness. He pins the terrified scavenger down, offering to spare his life but only on one condition. The boy swears hell keep the secret, but the man just chuckles, grabbing his throat and saying that's not it. With a wicked grin, the man leans in and gives his one condition. Go tell everyone that he's here. The scene then shifts, flashing back to a brighter, sun-drenched day in the ruins. A beat-up baseball flies through the air of a collapsed building. It bounces clumsily off a heap of rubble and debris. Someone is trying to play catch, but it's not going very well. The ball smacks against the frame of a shattered window. Another wild throw. Nearby, another scavenger and a little girl are focused on a map, planning their route. The stray ball finally rolls to a stop right in front of someone's boots. A man with a mohawk laughs, teasing Blue for being an amazing fighter but awful at playing catch. Even his inner monster chimes in, calling him clumsy, but Blue just snaps at them to shut up. The mohawk scavenger picks up the ball, confused why Blue is searching for a mother he's never even met. But Blue's reason is simple and unwavering, because she's the only family he has left. His friend poses a deeper question. What does Blue even think family is? Blue hesitantly suggests it's just about blood ties. The scavenger just laughs at the naive answer, reminding him that blood relatives can be your worst enemies. That thought seems to strike a nerve with Blue, the word family now feeling heavy and uncertain. A grainy, static-filled memory surfaces a small, innocent boy next to the distorted silhouette of his father. The scavenger then proposes another idea. Maybe family are the people who give you strength, no matter what. He seems to mull over the profound thought for a moment, weighing its meaning. But then, a sly, mocking smirk spreads across his face. He scoffs, saying that definition just makes you a pushover, leaving Blue annoyed and without a comeback. But the scavenger smirks, admitting he likes that answer a lot better than the first one. He gestures towards a man and a little girl nearby, pointing out that they look like family despite not being related. As a baseball rolls to a stop, the scavenger mockingly notes that Blue missed his throw. Blue ignores him, his voice low as he finally reveals his own motivation. He has to find his mom. The question triggers a memory his father's voice, explaining that his mom is the one person who loves him most in the world. He clutches the baseball, his own thoughts echoing the sentiment she's the only one who could ever truly love him. The memories flood in, warm and gentle, of his father waking him up with a soft touch. He remembers his father smiling beside him, teaching him, sharing a moment of quiet happiness. And finally, a memory of being held safely in his father's arms as he slept, completely at peace. The weight of these lost moments crashes down on him, his eyes wide with a pain that cuts deeper than any wound. His hand tightens around the baseball, trying to crush the memories along with it. He grits his teeth, telling himself those memories were lies he agreed to forget. The pain is too much. He never wants to remember that life again. Because they can never see each other again anyway, the connection is broken. And with a surge of rage, he hurls the ball, smashing it right into the scavenger's face. The Mohawk scavenger stumbles back, yelling if Blue is trying to kill him, only to get a mumbled apology. But instead of fighting back, he picks up the ball and asks a serious question. What does Blue think family is? He turns the baseball over in his hands, his earlier shock replaced by a thoughtful expression. For him, he explains, the act of playing catch is what feels most like family. The Mohawk scavenger tosses the ball back, beginning a simple lesson. He explains that if you throw too hard or too soft, the connection is lost. To get it right, you have to consider the other person, and that effort, he muses, is what feels like family. Blue stares at the baseball in his hands, completely floored by this simple, profound idea. Seeing the light bulb go on, the scavenger points, urging him to try again, but this time, for real. Flustered and uncertain, Blue winds up, putting his all into the throw. He lets it fly, and with a joyful shout, his companion leaps through the air to make the catch. For a moment, they stand together, a silent understanding passing between them. And just like that, the memory shifts, revealing the monstrous chaos where their bond was truly forged. The memory takes him back to a time spent patrolling the high walls with his crew. Suddenly, his boisterous companion with the Mohawk stops and turns to face him. The scavenger asks him a strange question. What exactly is life force? Blue can only echo the words, completely baffled by the inquiry. It was the power they all relied on, fighting desperately to protect the children in their care. But the memory twists, showing another young scavenger, Jin, asking how he unlocked his own power. The boy eagerly says he wants to be just as strong. But the Mohawk scavenger awkwardly admits he has no idea. He only knows that when monsters were about to end him, his reason for survival became crystal clear. That reason was a single, small girl, standing defiantly before a tide of horrors. His eyes burn with remembered intensity as he describes his mind being filled with the sheer will to live. In that moment of desperation, he says, something just clicked. The memory drifts back to a patrol through the ruins, with him saluting the sky as Blue watches on. He remembers pondering that simple survival instinct before turning to his friend with a question. What do you live for? Blue, caught off guard, admitted he'd never thought about it, but his boisterous friend just laughed, stretching and saying it was just a random thought. The scene shifts, showing them all carefully navigating a cliffside, helping the children to safety. The scavenger with the map holds the little girl's hand, cautiously making their way up. Suddenly, a glint of light reflects off his glasses, signaling an unseen danger. The little girl, completely unafraid, simply held onto Blue for safety. He remembers them all on that cliff, with him looking up from below. Then, amidst the tension, Blue's stomach let out an embarrassing rumble. The girl just smiled, turning to him and asking if he was hungry. She proudly declared her mom was a great cook and he should eat with them when they found her. With total trust, she then turned and started walking, expecting him to follow. Blue could only watch, a new and unfamiliar feeling taking root in his heart. It was that little girl, walking forward with such simple, unwavering hope, and his friend, who was protecting her. That became Blue's reason for living. A voice from within him mocks him, asking what this new emotion is, and if he's projecting himself onto this child. Blue remembers her innocent hope, thinking of her own mother with a warmth that he'd never known. In stark contrast, that same inner voice points out the incredible emptiness inside of him. It finally puts a name to the feeling that has always haunted him: loneliness. The darkness whispers for him to get used to it, because in the end, that's all he'll ever have. Blue's expression hardens, taking in the chilling words. But his memory pushes back, recalling the moment he looked at the girl and made a promise. He told her with absolute certainty that they would find her mother, and her response was a simple, trusting smile that gave him a reason to fight.